Chapter 521, Overcoming the Tribulation. Li Shiming's goal in 10,000 Beasts Cave has been achieved, and he has exceeded the goal. The promotion of Phantom Jiao to the 4th level is definitely an unexpected surprise. He stayed on the side of the volcano, watching the Phantom Dragon and the chicken play together. Due to the contract, the Phantom Dragon and the chicken are both Li Shiming's spiritual pets. Although they compete for favor, there is no hatred between them, and they get along well. There are only 10 of the 3rd grade top spiritual beasts. Yuanzhang Dan Li Shiming assured Phantom Jiao and Xiaoji that there will be a lot of 3rd grade top spiritual beasts Yuanzhang Dan in the future, and he will give them the remaining 3 top grade spiritual beasts Yuanzhang Dan. 2 were allocated, in order to allow Xiaoji to store the 3rd grade top spiritual beasts in Yuan Dan. He also equipped Xiaoji with a space ring. Although the chicken is small, its powerful soul allows it to use the space ring to access items. In Li Shiming's view, with the potential of the chicken, when he grows up, he will no longer need the space ring. Powerful spiritual beasts have their own ways of storing items. The day passed quickly, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he let the Phantom Dragon transform into a small form and wrap it around his wrist, while the chicken stood on his shoulder. Not long after he was ready, a burst of space energy enveloped his body, and then his figure disappeared in the cave of beasts. Li Shiming's figure appeared in the valley. He was about to say hello to Brother Hu and leave, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. Above his head, there were faint thunderclouds gathering. Master Li, do you have a spiritual pet that has achieved a great level in the cave? Monk Hu appeared beside him and asked. Yes, one of my spiritual pets has broken through to the 4th level. Li Shiming would not hide it, and there was no need to hide it. When Brother Hu spoke, his eyes were looking at the Phantom Dragon on his wrist. The Phantom Dragon was not invisible, and its small body was like an ornament. There is no catastrophe in the Cave of 10,000 Beasts. But after leaving the Cave of 10,000 Beasts, the catastrophe will still come. I will send you to Dujia Mountain, Brother Hu said unhurriedly. He grabbed Li Shiming's shoulder with one hand. Li Shiming felt that the scenery in front of him changed rapidly. In just half a breath, Li Shiming appeared in Dujia Mountain. This speed is so fast that it can almost be compared with Shinzu Tong. If you haven't released your spiritual pet yet, you can't participate in the spiritual pet's rescue of the tribulation. Otherwise it will make it more difficult to rescue the tribulation, Brother Hu warned aloud. Li Shiming immediately woke up from his thoughts and released the Phantom Dragon. He prepared some 4th grade high-level elixirs for healing and replenishing spiritual power for the Phantom Dragon, and placed them in the Phantom Dragon's storage space. These were prepared for its daily use. Now it can be used to overcome tribulations, and add some means to the Phantom Dragon to overcome tribulations. Hey, Master Li is really good at it. This is a 5-clawed dragon. It is the most powerful spiritual pet of the Dragon Clan in the sect at present. Brother Hu couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the Phantom Spirit Dragon show its true form. He had long sensed the difference between the Phantom Dragon, but he never thought that the Phantom Dragon turned out to be a 5-clawed dragon. The 5-clawed dragon represents the potential of the Phantom Dragon. There is no problem in reaching at least the late 4th level, which is equivalent to the realm of a great monk. The only restriction is the level of the Master Li Shiming. But with the potential of the 5-clawed dragon, if the 10,000 Beast sect is willing, it can completely allow Li Shiming to withstand the promotion of the Phantom Dragon to the late stage of the 4th stage at a high cost when he is promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. The 10,000 Beast sect's research on spiritual pets is not for nothing. As long as a certain amount of precious spiritual objects are consumed, many other sects can do things that cannot be imagined. Master Li has gained a lot this time. In addition to the 5-clawed dragon, he also successfully made a contract with the Red Gold Phoenix. It seems that the L fragments of my Red Gold Phoenix were not given away in vain. Brother Hu looked at the chicken on Li Shiming's shoulder and sighed with emotion. You said the chicken is a Red Gold Phoenix? Li Shiming asked in surprise. He really didn't think of this. How could the chicken have the power of the phoenix? This was why he didn't regard the chicken as a Red Gold Phoenix. But when I thought about signing the contract, the vast soul of the chicken seemed to be like this. You call the Red Gold Phoenix a chicken? Even the great monk, who was a little uneasy this time. Li Shiming shifted his gaze to the Phantom Dragon in embarrassment. He didn't know how to explain it. Brother Hu looked at Li Shiming with a hint of inexplicable meaning. Li Shiming was really lucky. He had a 5-clawed dragon spirit pet with the richest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. And he also contracted a Red Gold Phoenix with the richest bloodline of the Phoenix Clan. Generally, Any one of the monk's contracts can receive the greatest attention in the 10,000 Beasts sect, let alone contracting both at the same time. Originally, Brother Hu attached great importance to Li Shiming because Li Shiming's alchemy ability would be helpful to him in the future. So he provided some help to Li Shiming. But it's different now. He is more interested in Li Shiming, the five-clawed dragon, and the red gold phoenix. As long as they grow up, can definitely become spiritual pets in the late 4th stage, and become one of the strongest combat powers of the 10,000 Beast sect. Li Shiming, who he observed, was not even 100 years old, but had already been promoted to the nascent soul stage. Such talent was so strong that it should not be a problem to reach the late nascent soul stage. Not to mention the late nascent soul stage. As long as this five-clawed dragon successfully survives the catastrophe, I will accept him as a disciple. Monk Hu turned his head and looked at the phantom dragon, with a plan in mind. Based on his status in the 10,000 Beasts sect, if he accepts Li Shiming as his disciple, Li Shiming's growth process will be much smoother, and Li Shiming will rarely have to deal with such things. Master Hu, I wonder if my blessing of lightning-resistant spells for my spiritual pets will affect the calamity. With Master Hu beside him, Li Shiming looked at the thunderclouds gathering in the sky and asked with some uneasiness. Although he couldn't interfere in the spiritual pet's tribulation, he didn't know whether the blessing state counted as intervening in the tribulation. Anyway, when the 2nd level was promoted to the 3rd level, his use of the blessed lightning-resistant spell had no effect. But he had not studied the rules of heaven and earth when the 3rd level was promoted to the 4th level. I even forgot that you are still a thunder cultivator. There is no problem. You can give your spiritual pet a lightning-resistant state. Brother Hu couldn't help but laugh and replied. He had already made it very clear at this time that Li Shiming was not born high. Otherwise he would not even know this. This point is very critical. Although Li Shiming was able to join the 10,000 Beasts sect midway, he must have investigated Li Shiming's identity. But Brother Hu had plans to accept Li Shiming as a disciple, so he paid more attention to this aspect. Without the background of a big force, it means that Li Shiming's previous masters cannot compare with the 10,000 Beasts sect, and there will be no very strong masters. Even if Li Shiming misses his former sect, it will not affect his feelings for the 10,000 Beasts sect. Li Shiming used the lightning-resistant spell, Jade Clear Thunder Code, to give the phantom dragon a lightning-resistant state. This time, Brother Hu showed surprise again. From the process of Li Shiming's thunder spells, he felt the charm of thunder in the thunder spells. How many heavenly tribulations will it take to cultivate the charm of heavenly thunder? He couldn't help but think of an idea he had mentioned when communicating with old friends before. As long as he experienced the same realm of heavenly tribulation hundreds of times, Lei Xiao might be able to transform his own thunder method into thunder. But this has always been just an idea and cannot be achieved at all. Not to mention how difficult it is for monks to survive the heavenly tribulations. Even if we don't consider how to survive the heavenly tribulations, just how to survive hundreds of heavenly tribulations is an unreachable problem. It is true that the spiritual pet can survive the tribulation with its owner. But then the intensity of the tribulation suffered by the spiritual pet will be increased several times, and the chance of death will be greatly increased. Besides, spiritual pets can increase the number of tribulations the master can endure, but it is impossible to contract hundreds of spiritual pets. The monk simply cannot afford such a number of spiritual pets. And if they want to cultivate hundreds of spiritual pets to the extent that they need to survive the catastrophe, the resources required are not proportional to the benefits. At this time, the phantom dragon was facing the thunder clouds in the sky, making dragon roars one after another. During one day in the cave of 10,000 beasts, Li Shiming replenished a lot of 3rd-grade spirit beast increasing pills for the phantom dragon, which allowed the phantom dragon to accumulate some energy in its body. Its strong bloodline makes its body much stronger than ordinary 4th-grade spiritual beasts. In addition, it has passed half of its period of weakness, so it can be considered in the best condition to fight against the heavenly tribulation. With a boom sound, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Li Shiming looked at Tianlei and couldn't help but feel relieved. This thunder seemed powerful, but in his opinion, it was nothing. The thunder when he was going through the disaster was at least 10 times more powerful than this thunder. The sky thunder struck the phantom dragon's body. A lightning flashed on the surface of the phantom dragon's body, and the thunder and lightning runes of the Jade Pure Thunder Code could be vaguely seen flashing. Ordinary thunder and lightning runes can increase the defense against sky thunder. Not to mention Li Shiming's sky thunder and lightning runes, which can strengthen defense against sky thunder. After the sky thunder weakened by the thunder and lightning runes hit the phantom dragon, the phantom dragon's body advanced instead of retreating. and emitted a high-pitched dragon roar in the air against the will of God. Dragons are proud beings. Under the catastrophe, the phantom dragon showed the grace of a five-clawed dragon. It continuously emits dragon roars upward in the sky thunder, and rushes towards the thunder clouds along the sky thunder. As if feeling provoked, the second thunder in the thunder cloud fell again not long after. Heavenly thunder struck the body of the phantom dragon again, and countless electric lights made it feel like it was covered with thunder and lightning. The second thunder slowed its flight toward the thundercloud, but did not stop its upward flight. It is so powerful that it is not afraid of thunder. At least such powerful thunder poses no threat to the five-clawed dragon. To be honest, if a five-clawed dragon would die in a fourth-grade heavenly tribulation, the dragon clan would probably be extinct long ago. When the third sky thunder fell, the phantom spirit dragon rushed under the thunder cloud. The power of this sky thunder was the strongest among the three thunder clouds. Because it was too close, it struck heavily without any excessive force on the body of the phantom dragon. The phantom dragon grabbed a claw on the thunder cloud, and the thunder struck it, and the pain made it even crazier. A claw with lightning light caused a long crack to appear in the middle of the thunder cloud. When the three thunders ended, the thunder tribulation also ended, and the thunder clouds dispersed and disappeared along with the cracks. The phantom dragon seemed to feel that it had won. It defeated the thunder cloud. It roared excitedly and rolled wantonly in the air. In its body, the rewards of the rules of heaven and earth were born, causing its demon elixir to change again, and its aura to strengthen again. This is the five-clawed dragon. Even the four-clawed dragon in the cave of 10,000 beasts could not be conceived. Today I finally saw the power of the five-clawed dragon. Brother Who prays with a smile. Although this sky thunder is like child's play to him, the five-clawed dragon is surviving the disaster. Those who can regard the tribulation as a battle and bravely move forward to deal with the tribulation, completely ignoring the power of the sky thunder in the whole process, are probably the only top spiritual beasts, such as the five-clawed dragon. The chicken watched the thundercloud disappear. It felt the fun of the phantom dragon rolling in the air, so it also flew into the air and stood on the phantom dragon's body, beating continuously. The body of the phantom dragon maintains a length of 15 meters, but the golden color on its body is thicker, making it look a bit dazzling. This dazzling golden color may be able to detect the existence of the phantom dragon from a long distance. Fortunately, the phantom dragon has the talent of invisibility. Normally, the phantom dragon does not reveal its figure, so this dazzling golden color has little effect on it. Congratulations! You are a fourth-grade five-clawed dragon. Few monks in the early stage of nascent soul can defeat it. Brother Who said with a smile to Li Shiming. With his level, he can sense the power of the phantom dragon. The attack method of the phantom dragon cannot be judged, but its defense can be seen. The phantom dragon has extremely strong defense against energy, and the dragon clan is naturally strong in physical defense, which makes the phantom dragon have few defensive weaknesses. In battle, the phantom dragon can resist the enemy's spells and use the dragon's speed to impact the enemy. In addition, the phantom dragon can also become a shield to resist the enemy's attacks for Li Shiming, a thunder cultivator, so that Li Shiming can use thunder techniques without any scruples. This is the tactic that Brother Who came up with. Not to mention the cooperation between Lei Xiao and the five-clawed dragon, which is comparable to other monks of the same level. Even if the five-clawed dragon faces the enemy alone, few monks of the same level can match it. I would also like to thank Master Hu for protecting the Dharma. Li Shiming bowed to Master Hu with a, okay, salute and thanked him. Although Brother Who didn't say it, he was able to take him to Dujia Mountain and accompany him to watch the phantom dragon's Dujia. The meaning of protection in this was already very obvious. This is a great monk, the top being in the entire 10,000 Beasts sect. Li Shurjin, I intend to accept you as my disciple. What do you think? Brother Who helped Li Shiming up and asked solemnly. Since the phantom dragon successfully overcame the tribulation, at least the phantom dragon was guaranteed to become a late 4th grade spiritual pet, and Li Shiming was also qualified to become his disciple. So he did not hesitate anymore. Li Shiming was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly made a calculation in his mind. He is not opposed to becoming a disciple. In a large sect such as the 10,000 Beasts sect, it is difficult to get along without a background. His current background is that of the Phoenix lineage, but it is hard to say how much support the Phoenix lineage can give him. He strives to show his alchemy ability just to increase his chips. Chapter 522 Apprenticeship. Master Hu, I am willing to become a disciple. Li Shiming replied with joy. The biggest benefit of being able to become a disciple of this great monk, who is that you can find a backer. His killing of Qinzhou in the 10,000 Beasts cave might be a bit troublesome, and he was worried that his alchemy master might not be able to stop him. Although no monk can prove that he killed Qinzhou, there are always some unreasonable and powerful beings in the world of immortality. They think what they think is what they think, and they don't need any evidence. He became a disciple of Brother Hu. No matter who was behind Qinzhou, he could not be touched without complete evidence.
Why are you still called Master? It's time to change your name,
Brother Hu said with a smile. He liked Li Shiming how much he liked him, and he was very happy to be able to take it in before other great monks discovered it.
Master!
Li Shiming immediately changed his words.
After a few days, I will invite a few old friends to witness it and let other monks know about it.
Brother Hu nodded and said,
Yes, Master.
Li Shiming bowed and responded,
These are 2 materials for the late-stage nascent soul elixir. You can use it to practice your skills first.
Brother Hu thought for a while, took out a storage bag, and threw it to him. Li Shiming felt that this storage bag was heavy. The materials for the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul were not ordinary 4th grade elixirs. There is relevant knowledge in the alchemy inheritance of 10,000 Beast sect. Without any request, Brother Hu gave him 2 materials for the late-stage nascent soul elixir for him to practice. This kind of care moved him deeply.
Master, don't worry. I will definitely make it successfully.
Li Shiming nodded heavily and said,
Don't have too much pressure. No alchemy master is made of materials. You only need to refine one of the 2. No matter what the quality is, I can get you the materials from other great monks so that you can continue to practice.
Brother Hu said with a smile and waved his hand. Li Shiming carefully put away the storage bag, said goodbye to his master and returned to the cave. He placed the phantom dragon and the chicken in the spiritual pet room. Of course, the chicken can no longer be called this name. He has a new name called Xiaofeng. This is a nickname. He plans to wait for Xiaofeng to grow up and be able to show his talents before giving him a more appropriate name. As for the phantom dragon, he also changed his name to Phantom Dragon. Since being promoted to the 4th level, he is no longer a dragon, but a real dragon. A 5-clawed dragon. He sent a message to Master Jiang Hong and Feng Lanqin, telling them that he had successfully contracted a phoenix spiritual pet. These 2 were very concerned about him, and of course, he needed to inform them of the results. Master Jiang Hong did not reply, but Feng Lanqin quickly replied with a message and came to his cave in person.
I've met senior sister Feng.
After Li Shiming saw Feng Lanqin, he welcomed her to the pavilion with a smile. He gave Feng Lanqin 4-grade spiritual tea, truly treating her as a friend.
Master Li, where is your phoenix spiritual pet?
Feng Lanqin asked curiously. She remembered that when Li Shiming entered the cave of 10,000 beasts, Brother Hu gave Li Shiming a red gold phoenix egg, L fragment. In addition, Li Shiming himself was a very high-level alchemy master. Yes, but you can imagine that the quality must be very high, using such resources to attract phoenix spiritual beasts. As long as your luck is not too bad, you can basically guarantee that you will contract a good phoenix spiritual pet.
Xiaofeng, come here.
Li Shiming called towards the direction of the cave. Feng Lanqin's face turned slightly red. Her nickname was Xiaofeng. She wasn't angry. No one had called her nickname for more than 600 years, so no one would know it. Although she and Li Shiming were monks of the same rank, she regarded Li Shiming as a younger generation. In fact, Li Shiming was too young and could be her great-grandson. Just as she was thinking about it, Xiaofeng sensed the call of her master, jumped out of the spiritual pet room, jumped out of the cave, and jumped towards the pavilion. Feng Lanqin opened her mouth wide and lost all her ladylike demeanor. She recognized Xiaofeng's breed at a glance. In the cave of 10,000 beasts, the phoenix-type spiritual beasts are actually stronger than the dragon-type spiritual beasts. The strongest thing about the dragon-type spirit beast is that it is close to the blood concentration of the 4-clawed dragon. But the phoenix-type spirit beast is much higher than the dragon-type spirit beast because of the existence of the red golden phoenix. Although the red gold phoenix is only the lowest among phoenixes, it is a true phoenix species. Even if its bloodline is lower, it is still the purest phoenix bloodline. Although there are red gold phoenixes in the cave of 10,000 beasts, the rebirth of red gold phoenixes usually takes thousands of years, and the number of red gold phoenixes is very small. Due to the restrictions of the cave, there are no more than 4 red gold phoenixes at most, which makes the chance of being able to contract with the red gold phoenixes pitiful. Historically, the monks who were able to contract with the red gold phoenix all had great luck. 5 sect seniors had contracted with the red gold phoenix in the past, and 3 of them were promoted to great monks. It is precisely because of the difficulty of contracting the red gold phoenix that the dragon and phoenix systems within the 10,000 Bees sect are equally powerful. And the phoenix system is not dominated by the phoenix system. If it were really that easy to contract a red gold phoenix, the phoenix lineage would have suppressed the dragon lineage in the 10,000 Bees sect.
This is the red gold phoenix,
Feng Lanqing said in shock. There was no need for doubt. She was sure that the Xiaofeng in front of her was the red golden phoenix. The origin of the surname Feng Lanqing comes from the fact that the founder of the Feng family contracted a red gold phoenix.
I was lucky this time. I met Xiaofeng in his infancy. I didn't know whether it was the red golden phoenix or whether the master recognized it,
Li Shiming said, gently stroking Xiaofeng's head.
Do you have a master?
Feng Lanqing was nodding. But suddenly she felt something was wrong, and she couldn't help but ask doubtfully. She knew that Li Shiming had only joined the sect not long ago and had no chance to become a disciple. Besides, Li Shiming has been promoted to Yuanying monk. Even if he becomes a disciple, ordinary Yuanying monks are not qualified to become his master. Not to mention Li Shiming's realm. Li Shiming's alchemy ability also makes Li Shiming's status higher than that of a normal early Yuanying monk.
I would like to thank Senior Sister Feng for this. If it weren't for Senior Sister Feng's introduction, I wouldn't be able to meet the master.
Li Shiming thought of the apprenticeship and couldn't help but stand up solemnly, bowed and said, "Okay," to Feng Lanqing.
You accepted master who as your disciple?
Feng Lanqing immediately understood what Li Shiming meant. She looked at Li Shiming with envy in her eyes. He was brother who? The sect's top combat power, and the sect's mainstay. But she soon thought of the reason. It was the red gold phoenix. And Li Shiming contracted the red gold phoenix. She thought about Li Shiming's age. Since Li Shiming was less than 100 years old, he would almost certainly be promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. Then the red gold phoenix would have the opportunity to be promoted to the late fourth stage and become the guardian spirit beast of the sect. This is almost the foreseeable future for Li Shiming. No wonder brother who is tempted to accept Li Shiming as his disciple.
Yes.
Li Shiming nodded and said,
I used to worry that you would be bullied in the sect. But now you don't have to worry.
Feng Lanqing couldn't help but be happy for Li Shiming. She said with a smile. Li Shiming could feel Feng Lanqing's sincerity towards him, which reminded him of Master Jiang Hong. Ever since Master Jiang Hong saw the 4th grade elixir of the mid-nascent soul that he had refined, his attitude toward him had changed, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to return to the past.
To thank Senior Sister Feng, I have a small gift here. I just wonder if Senior Sister will like it.
Li Shiming took out a jade bottle from the mustard ring and said. He handed over the jade bottle, and Feng Lanqing took it curiously. In the jade bottle is a 2nd grade elixir. To a nascent soul cultivator, a 2nd grade elixir is almost garbage. Feng Lanqing knew Li Shiming's alchemy ability, so she took out a 2nd grade elixir as a gift, indicating that there must be something special about this 2nd grade elixir.
Is this the beauty pill?
Feng Lanqing's experience is still very extensive. She identified it carefully, and confirmed to Li Shiming with some uncertainty.
Yes. This was a casual creation when I first became an alchemist. And I still have this one left.
Li Shiming replied with a smile. From the classics in the 10,000 Beasts Sect's Yuanying period library, he discovered that the Juyan pill was also an extremely rare elixir in the eastern Qi continent. It only appeared once in thousands of years. The change in the aura environment did not change the Juyan flower. Easier to grow.
Masterly, I have accepted the beauty pill. If you need help in the future, just come to me.
Feng Lanqing said excitedly. She held the jade bottle tightly with her hands, fearing that it would fly away. Although the nascent soul cultivator can stabilize the appearance, the effect is completely different from that of the beauty pill. Just like Feng Lanqing at this time, she looks very young. But as long as an experienced monk can identify her approximate age at a glance. But it's different after taking the Juyan pill. The Juyan pill fixes the monk's appearance at the age of 18 from the inside out. Even the eyes, which are the easiest parts to reflect age, are also affected by the Juyan pill. Just like eyes as clear as an 18-year-old. As a female cultivator, even though she is over 600 years old, Feng Lanqing still attaches great importance to her appearance. The promise she made was not light. As a nascent soul cultivator, if you make a promise, you will definitely keep it. The promise of the nascent soul monk is related to the soul. The consequences of not keeping the promise will be reflected in the promotion, making the promotion of the monk more difficult. After Feng Lanqing left, Li Shiming waited for another half day. But there was still no reply from Master Jiang Hong. He sighed. Li Shiming sat cross-legged in the training room. After so many days, the natal magic weapon Z15 already had detailed data on his nascent soul body. He was communicating with Z15. He had an idea. And Z15 gave the result after simulation. For Yuanying monks, even those in the early stages of Yuanying, the time spent practicing at one time is really too long. So long that it affects many things. He needs to refine elixirs. It takes 18 days to refine the 4th grade elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying. It takes even longer to refine the 4th grade elixir in the late Yuanying stage, which takes a full 40 days. Although Li Si can help receive the monks who ask for elixirs, it is far less effective than receiving them in person. Some requests from him are more effective. In addition, he also wanted to participate in some activities of the sect. And he would also have to meet with his master in the future, which would take time. So his idea is whether he can keep the exercise running in his body, so that he can be in a state of cultivation at any time. Of course, practicing requires absorbing spiritual energy. If there is not enough spiritual energy, you need to take a spiritual pill instead. The 4th grade top elixir in the early stage of nascent soul may not be enough. But the 4th grade high grade elixir is definitely enough for him to consume. Keeping the skills running in the body is something that other Yuanying monks cannot imagine. But Li Shiming has a special situation. So it is possible to realize it. He has 191 brains, 5 nascent souls, and the existence of the
5 elements chi receiving formation.
These are the differences between him and other nascent soul monks. In the simulation of Z15, 4 of the 5 Yuanyings can be in the state of cultivation, and the remaining 1 controls the body. It can be said that this idea was proven under the simulation of Z15, leaving only its actual operation. He controlled the Wood Thunder nascent soul, the Earth Thunder nascent soul, the Golden Thunder nascent soul, and the Water Thunder nascent soul in his body and began to practice the
5 rhymes chi training technique,
with the Fire Thunder nascent soul controlling the body. He took a 4th grade high-level spiritual elixir, the Wooden Thunder nascent soul, the Earth Thunder nascent soul, the Golden Thunder nascent soul, and the Water Thunder nascent soul, and started to use the technique. He deliberately controlled not to extract the spiritual energy around his body, but absorbed it. It contains the energy in the 4th grade high-level elixir. Although this will increase his consumption of 4th grade high-level spiritual elixirs, it will save him from absorbing the spiritual energy around him, even in front of other monks. He can hide the secrets of his cultivation at any time. Although only the Wood Thunder nascent soul, the Earth Thunder nascent soul, the Golden Thunder nascent soul, and the Water Thunder nascent soul are practicing and lack the fire attribute spiritual power, the existence of the
5 elements chi receiving formation
will automatically absorb the remaining 4 nascent souls into their bodies. The spiritual power is converted into fire attribute spiritual power, which is replenished into the body of the Fire and Thunder nascent soul, maintaining the balance of the spiritual power in the 5 nascent souls. This is a genius idea. He comes from another world and has more ideas than the monks in this world. In this aspect, he has an absolute advantage. Most of the monks in this world have rigid ideas and do not have much innovative spirit. The 4 nascent souls in Li Shiming's body were cultivating, absorbing the energy in the 4th grade high-level elixir. He stood up slowly. Although the natal magic weapon Z15 has been verified, in the end this is still an attempt, breaking the tradition of the Yuanying monk's retreat. He needs to be particularly careful to prevent himself from being injured in an accident. The accident did not occur. He stood up, moved his body, and used
close to the end of the world
to move in the cave. He also tried to mobilize the Fire and Thunder Yuanying to display part of the Yuanying Dharma, turning his arms into Dharma arms. None of these actions affected the cultivation of the 4 Yuanyings. The most important reason for this was that he used 4 separate brains to control the cultivation of the 4 Yuanyings, instead of using the original shared brain of the Yuanyings. Chapter 523 Trouble.
Qin Zhou is missing?
Brother Ding looked at the second disciple standing in front of him and asked with slightly focused eyes. Qin Zhou is his registered disciple. Qin Zhou's dragon-type spiritual pet has a relatively pure bloodline. He plans to accept him as an official disciple after a while. A few days ago, Qin Zhou came to see him and wanted to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts. Since Qin Zhou paid a large price, he agreed without any other monk saying anything. As a result, 10 days passed, and Qin Zhou was not teleported out of the 10,000 beasts cave.
Master, I have checked the records of 10,000 beasts cave, and he has not left the cave.
Yuan Sun bowed and replied. He didn't care about Qin Zhou's life or death. He only paid attention to Qin Zhou's affairs when his master, Master Ding had the idea of accepting Qin Zhou as a formal disciple. Qin Zhou was missing, but he was a little happy in his heart. Who would like to have an extra junior brother to share the master's care?
Who was in the cave of 10,000 beasts during this period? Have you checked?
Brother Ding asked in a deep voice. As long as the spirit beasts in the 10,000 beasts cave don't take the initiative to attack the spiritual beasts, the spirit beasts will not attack the monks. So there is no danger in the 10,000 beasts cave. The only danger probably comes from the monks, since there is no monitoring by the sect in the cave. There have been incidents of fellow sects killing each other in the past. Later, the 10,000 beasts sect noticed this kind of thing, and tried to reduce the number of monks who entered the cave at the same time, so that killing each other rarely happened.
Master, Qin Zhou chased Li Shizhen into the cave. At that time, only Li Shizhen was in the cave. Now Li Shizhen has left the cave and has returned to the cave.
Yuan Sun replied prepared, not to mention his second senior brother. Even sect leader Ji knew about Qin Zhou's plan to take advantage of Li Shizhen, and even issued a warning to Qin Zhou. But Qin Zhou was focused on integrating Li Shizhen's dragon-type spiritual pet, and had Monk Ding as his backer. So he ignored Ji Zongman's warning.
Go and bring Li Shizhen over to me,
Brother Ding ordered calmly. He was too lazy to investigate. As long as he caught Li Shizhen, everything would be clear. Just when Yuan Sun turned around and was about to leave, a message transmission formula flew over and landed in front of Brother Ding. Brother Ding opened the message transmission method, and then his expression was slightly startled.
Wait!
He quickly waved his hand to stop Yuan Sun.
Master, do you have any other instructions?
Yuan Sun turned around and asked in confusion.
This Li Shizhen has been accepted as a disciple by Hu Handan. Please show me Li Shizhen's information first.
Brother Ding shook his head and said, this message was sent by Brother Hu to accept Li Shiming as his disciple. Brother Ding may not care about an early Yuanying monk, but he cannot care less about Brother Hu. Li Shiming is the official disciple of Brother Hu, and Qin Zhou is the registered disciple of Brother Ding. If Li Shiming is arrested for being a registered disciple, there is still no evidence, and Brother Hu will not let it go.
Master, I have investigated Li Shizhen a long time ago. This is his information.
Yuan Sun took a jade slip and handed it to him.
You are really thoughtful.
Brother Ding nodded with satisfaction and took the jade slip. Yuan Sun smiled when he heard his master's praise. He did so many things not for Qin Zhou, but to cater to his master's preferences. Whatever the master likes, he likes it. Even if he doesn't like it in his heart, he must show his liking. Brother Ding looked at Li Shiming's information and wondered why Brother Hu accepted Li Shiming as his disciple. It is not a simple matter for a great monk to accept disciples. Several great monks in the sect have not accepted many disciples. The main reason is that the influence of the great monks is too great. If the disciples they accept are not good enough, it will affect the great monk's face. In addition, the disciples of the great monk will occupy more resources of the sect, and the great monk will deliberately control the number of disciples.
Master Alchemy, since when did Lao Hu care about this?
Brother Ding murmured to himself. No matter how good Li Shiming's alchemy talent is, as long as he is the sect's alchemy master, how dare the master to not help him make alchemy when the great monk opens his mouth?
Master, this Li Shizhen has just been promoted to the nascent soul stage, so I'm afraid she won't be able to kill Qin Zhou.
Yuan Sun reminded him at this time.
No one that old who can take a fancy to can be treated with common sense,
Brother Ding said casually while looking at the information. Perhaps Brother Hu did not accept Li Shiming as his disciple. After reading the information, Brother Ding thought that Qin Zhou's disappearance had little to do with Li Shiming. But Li Shiming was accepted as a disciple by Brother Hu, who said that Li Shiming was not an ordinary nascent soul monk, and must have some kind of talent that even Brother Hu took a fancy to.
Go meet this Li Shizhen. Ask directly about Qin Zhou's disappearance, and listen to his answer.
Brother Ding thought for a while and ordered. Although Li Shiming could not be touched for the time being, the matter could not be left alone. Yuan Sun was asked to come to the door to alert the snake and see Li Shiming's attitude.
Yes, Master.
Yuan Sun bowed in agreement. After Yuan Sun left, Brother Ding had a hint of murderous intent on his face. If he dared to kill his own disciples, even if they were registered disciples, they would have to bear his wrath. Letting Yuan Sun go has another meaning, which is to paralyze Li Shiming and make Li Shiming think that this place is still under investigation. Brother Ding did not need any investigation. He believed that Li Shiming killed Qin Zhou, and then Li Shiming had to pay the price. Li Shiming received a message from Yuan Sun. He was very surprised. He did not know Yuan Sun. He did not see Yuan Sun immediately, but sent a message to Feng Lanqing to inquire about Yuan Sun's information. What surprised him was that Yuan Sun was a monk of the dragon lineage, and he was also the second disciple of the great monk Ding. Although there are many factions within the 10,000 Beasts sect, the great monks will not participate in such factional disputes, and only the juniors will compete. This kind of internal factional dispute is also to maintain the vitality of the sect. Only with competition can there be motivation. Li Shiming is a monk from the Phoenix lineage, and Yuan Sun is a monk from the dragon lineage, and he is also a disciple of a great monk. Why would he come to find him? Although he didn't know the reason, he also knew it was best not to refuse. Still at the pavilion, he met Yuan Sun.
Congratulations to junior brother Li. I heard that you were accepted as a disciple by Monk Hu.
Yuan Sun said with a warm smile on his face, as if sincerely. That is to say, Li Shiming has other minds. This Yuan Sun is a peak monk in the early stage of nascent soul. Although he cannot listen to Yuan Sun's heart, he can still sense Yuan Sun's emotions. In his perception, Yuan Sun's emotions were not like this. Yuan Sun's emotions are very weird, including anger, gloating, sympathy, etc. Many complex emotions.
Senior brother Yuan's information is really good. I have just been accepted as a disciple by my master.
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
I came here this time on the order of my master to ask you something,
Yuan Sun said, staring at Li Shiming.
Please tell me.
Li Shiming sensed that Yuan Sun's mood had changed again, and he seemed to be preparing for a full blow. Of course, this all-out attack is not a real attack, but a method of psychological warfare to suddenly ask a question and get the answer. What Li Shiming didn't notice was that Yuan Sun had cast a mysterious technique.
It was you who killed Chen Zhou.
Yuan Sun activated his spiritual magic and said loudly. He did not use questions, but used affirmative sentences. If it was really Chen Zhou who Li Shiming killed, he would have exposed his flaws under the sudden attack of spiritual magic. Of course, this spiritual magic did not have much offensive power, and he did not dare to use the offensive spiritual magic in Li Shiming's mountain peak. He mainly wanted to see Li Shiming's reaction to determine whether Li Shiming was the murderer of Chen Zhou. But what he never expected was that when he used the spiritual magic to attack Li Shiming's
human reincarnation technique
automatically protected him and launched a counterattack. Li Shiming's spirit is very strong. His spirit is the spirit in his brain that is transformed into the 5 spiritual skills and the 190 CPUs of the natal magic weapon Z15. The sum of these is his total spirit quantity. Launching a mental attack on him will not be able to affect him unless the intensity of the mental attack exceeds the limit of 191 brains. Yuan Sun felt a pain in his head and almost fell to the ground. That is to say, his cultivation is still strong enough to stabilize his figure.
Senior brother Yuan, you actually launched a spiritual attack on me,
Li Shiming yelled. Following his roar, the mountain formation was activated immediately. At the same time, his mountain formation was also actively seeking help from the Sex formation, mobilizing the power of the Sex formation. This mountain peak formation was arranged by the sect. Even if the monks living there strengthened the formation on their own, they would not touch the formation arranged by the sect, because the mountain formation formed by the sect has a part that is connected with the sect's grand formation. Once the mountain formation discovers that the owner here is under attack, it will immediately activate the formation to suppress the attacker. The spiritual attack launched by Yuan Sun would not have been detected by the mountain formation if there had been no backlash. However, after receiving the backlash, Li Shiming, the master, proposed it loudly, which activated the formation's protection for the master. Yuan Sun felt his body sink as the power of the formation acted on him. He didn't dare to attack again. Once he attacked again, it would be confirmed that he was attacking Li Shiming and Li Shiming's mountain peak. In that case, first of all, it would be punishment from the sect. And secondly, Brother Hu would find him. And even his master, Brother Ding, would not be able to protect him. When he applied for entry into Li Shiming's mountain by using the message passing spell, he agreed to live peacefully in Li Shiming's mountain. This is an unspoken rule in the world of immortality. A rule that all monks abide by.
Junior brother Li, wait a minute. This is a misunderstanding,
Yuan Sun said loudly. His previous temptation can be explained, but if he really wants to take action, it will be difficult for him to explain. Li Shiming stopped and looked at him, waiting for his next words.
I was concerned about junior brother Chen Zhou. I heard that you were in Cave of 10,000 Beasts at that time, so I couldn't help but test it out. I didn't mean to attack you.
Yuan Sun explained repeatedly.
Please leave my mountain. I will report this matter to the sect,
Li Shiming said with a sinking face, pointing outside the mountain. Yuan Sun turned his head and flew out of the mountain in disgrace. He knew that he had lost a lot of face. Who would have thought that Li Shiming, a monk who had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage, would have such strong spiritual strength that the spiritual magic he cast could backfire?
There is still some trouble.
Li Shiming shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself. However, he is not too worried. Now that he has a great backer, Brother Hu, as long as there is no evidence, there is nothing that Brother Ding can do to him within the sect. As for leaving the sect, unless the great monk Ding takes action personally, not many monks in the early stage of Yuanian can defeat him. Even the monks in the middle stage of Yuanian can escape with his divine foot power. Thinking of Chen Zhou, he had not checked the body after putting it away. Chen Zhou's corpse should have practiced some kind of body refining technique. Unfortunately, his Yuanian did not have the runes of the body refining technique, which made it unable to exert the power of the body refining technique in the state of the nascent soul. If such a corpse is sacrificed and refined into a corpse, the effect will be the best. The strength of the corpse will be the top among the corpses of the same level. But if you want to refine this corpse into a refined corpse, you need to change its appearance. Otherwise you will cause trouble for yourself. He dug out Chen Zhou's mustard seed ring in the computer room. Inside the mustard seed ring, Chen Zhou's net worth was not as rich as expected. Chen Zhou's 4th grade magic weapons are all there. No matter how powerful these 4th grade magic weapons are, they can only be stored in the computer room space and never see the light of day. Li Shiming looked through the space of the mustard ring, looking for spiritual objects of interest.
The Phantom Dragon will like these.
He couldn't help but smile to himself when he saw a bunch of spiritual objects with dragon blood. These spiritual objects were all found by Chen Zhou for the dragon-type spiritual pets. He also considered letting the dragon-type spiritual pets absorb all the dragon bloodline at once in order to make the best use of these resources. For Chen Zhou's dragon-type spiritual pets, these spiritual objects are good things that can improve their bloodline. But for the Phantom Dragon, they are just ordinary snacks.
The secret technique of Dragon Dance for 9 Heavens. Unexpected harvest.
When he checked the jade slips, he found that one of the jade slips recorded a
secret technique of Dragon Dance for 9 Heavens.
He had obtained the contract secret method of the dragon lineage before, but the contract secret method could only be regarded as ordinary in the dragon lineage. This
Dragon Dance 9 Heavens secret technique
is the top secret method of the dragon lineage. It records many advanced methods of controlling dragon spiritual pets, and can even borrow the power of dragon spiritual pets for oneself. Li Shiming didn't think much of the other spiritual objects in Chen Zhou's mustard seed ring. It wasn't that they were worthless, but they were some 4th grade quality tools that he couldn't easily use.
Chen Zhou is too poor.
Li Shiming couldn't believe that a registered disciple of a great monk had only this little net worth. In fact, he wrongly blamed Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou's net worth was originally quite rich, but in order to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts, he consumed most of Chen Zhou's net worth, causing Chen Zhou's net worth to shrink severely. Chapter 524 Welcome. Li Shiming was flying in the air. This was his first time going to the cave where his master, Brother Hu, lived. Brother Hu prepared an initiation ceremony for him and invited several old friends to witness it. He needed to go there in advance. He flew towards the center of the sect, where there were no mountains suspended in the air. He was a little curious. What was the cave of Master Hu? The great monk? The central area of the sect was protected by a formation, preventing him from observing the situation inside. When Li Shiming flew outside the formation, a passage appeared in front of him. After entering the passage, he saw that it was a valley. There was a space gate 30 meters high in the valley. He now knew that Brother Hu's cave was not outside, but inside the cave. He still has some understanding of the cave's sky. It is extremely rare for a cave's sky with a fixed space door like this to exist. You must know that the existence of space gates requires a certain amount of energy. Most caves will only activate space gates when needed to reduce energy consumption.
Senior Brotherly, my name is Lu Heng, and I am the Master's registered disciple. I am here to guide you.
A short-bearded monk standing next to the space door stepped forward and said to Li Shiming with a smile. The status of a registered disciple is one level lower than that of a formal disciple, even if Li Shiming has just become a formal disciple of Brother Hu. Lu Heng, a registered disciple, still calls Li Shiming his senior brother. This is the rule. Lu Heng's cultivation was at the early stage of nascent soul, and his attitude was very respectful.
Thank you, junior brother Lu.
Li Shiming smiled and nodded in thanks. Lu Heng led Li Shiming through the space door and entered the cave.
This is the Four Elephants Cave Heaven. You can apply to enter in the middle stage of nascent soul.
Lu Heng introduced Li Shiming. The space in Xixiang Cave is not very large, which is compared to other caves Li Shiming has seen, like his own cave. Except for the two spaces of human being and heavenly human being. The other four independent spaces are much larger than these four elephant caves. You can see the end of the Four Elephants Cave at a glance. Of course, this is for Li Shiming who has practiced Shin vision. After his observation, the Xixiang Cave's sky is a space with a diameter of 200 miles, which is already extremely small for the cave's sky. In the sky above this space, there are mountain peaks suspended one after another, with a total of 35. Among them, the 5 suspended peaks in the center are the most eye-catching, and the remaining 30 peaks surround these 5 suspended peaks. What surprised him the most was the rules of the cave here. It seems that due to the extremely small space in the cave, the rules in the cave are not much different from those in the outside world. It can be said that this is the cave with the rules closest to the real world that he has ever seen. The concentration of spiritual energy in the cave's sky is much richer than that in the mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect. The spiritual energy in the void is more suitable for monks to absorb. No wonder the monks in the middle and late stages of nascent soul are willing to set up their caves in the Four Elephants Cave. The environment here is much better than outside. The difference in the cultivation environment may not be noticeable in a day or two, but in 100 or 200 years, or even longer, the impact will be huge.
Every time I come here, I want to move the cave into it.
Lu Heng saw Li Shiming's surprise and said with a smile. Lu Heng was actually very envious of Li Shiming for being able to become a formal disciple of Monk Hu. He is only a registered disciple, and he does not know how long it will take to be inspected before he can become a formal disciple. It is not surprising that he will even remain a registered disciple for the rest of his life. But he was not jealous of Li Shiming. Li Shiming had become so famous in just a few years after joining the sect. That alchemy ability made him only want to be friends with Li Shiming, and he would ask to be with Li Shiming in the future.
That peak is the Master's cave. The Master has been waiting for a long time. Let's go there quickly.
He pointed to one of the 5 peaks in the middle and said. Li Shiming nodded and followed Lu Heng to fly towards the mountain peak. The closer he got to the 5 peaks, the more he felt that the spiritual energy was becoming more intense. Especially after entering the mountain peak, the concentration of spiritual energy reached an astonishing level. However, he was not too envious, because the rich spiritual energy here was almost the same as that in his heavenly hall of heaven and humanity. The heavenly human Tao hall is exclusive to him. Unlike this cave where many nascent soul monks live together, Monk Hu's cave is not a traditional cave dug into the mountain wall, but a sapphire building built on the top of the mountain. The building built with a 4th grade sapphire. He knew that it did not really use so much 4th grade sapphire, but was a weapon refining technique. He has never been exposed to this kind of weapon refining technique, and there is no relevant record in the nascent soul library. It must be the sect's secret weapon refining technique. However, it was only a matter of time before he became a disciple of Brother who had obtained this secret weapon refining technique.
Shurjin, come in!
Just after he entered the range of the mountain peak, Brother whose voice came from the sapphire building, and at the same time the door of the sapphire building opened. Li Shiming walked towards the door, only to find Lu Heng standing with his hands tied, looking at him with eyes full of envy. As a registered disciple, you cannot enter the Master's cave if you don't obey the call. Only formal disciples have the right to enter the Master's cave. Inside the gate is a hall, which has been decorated at this time. There are 3 low tables on the main seat, and more than 10 low tables below. Brother who is directing a mid-stage nascent soul monk to do something. When he saw Li Shiming coming in, he smiled and waved.
Shurjin, this is your second senior brother Yushan.
Brother who pointed at the mid-stage nascent soul monk and introduced.
Junior brother, Master really values you. It makes me jealous.
Yushan nodded to Li Shiming and said with a smile.
I've met Master. I've met senior brother Yu.
Li Shiming said with an honest salute. Yushan touched his body and took out a piece of metal that shone with lightning and handed it over.
This is a piece of thunder black iron that I obtained before. My attributes are not consistent with thunder black iron,
so I gave it to you as a meeting gift.
Yushan put the thunder black iron in Li Shiming's hand and said,
Thank you, senior brother Yu.
Li Shiming felt the aura of Lei Yaoxian iron and thanked him with surprise in his heart. Lei Yaoxian iron is a 4th grade weapon refining material, and it is also a top grade 4th grade weapon refining material. With his weapon refining ability, he can completely refine a 4th grade top grade magic weapon.
No need to thank me. I won't be polite to you when I want to make elixirs in the future,
Yushan said with a smile and waved his hand.
Shurjin, if you encounter any trouble, just go to your second senior brother. Anyway, he has nothing to do all day long.
Brother Hu said, patting Li Shiming on the shoulder. Li Shiming felt relieved for a while. He could feel that Brother Hu and his second senior brother Yushan were very easy to get along with. And they got along like a family.
Junior brother, I have never been afraid of anyone in a fight,
Yushan said proudly.
The time is coming. Shurjin, you put on this set of robes?
Brother Hu shook his head and ignored Yushan. Casually took out a set of 4th grade robes and handed them to Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming recognized this set of 4th grade robes. He was currently wearing a set of 4th grade robes. But the set of 4th grade robes he wore were the 4th grade robes issued by the sect to all nascent soul monks to represent their status. The set of 4th grade robes that Brother Hu took out were the 4th grade robes of the core monks of the sect. They were different in quality alone. It is also composed of robes, crowns, and boots. The set on the body is of the lowest quality among the 4th grades, but the one in front of it is of the upper level quality of the 4th grade. It is almost equivalent to a defensive magic weapon, and it is better than a normal defensive magic weapon. More daily practical functions.
Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming took over this set of 4th grade robes. He cast a spell to identify the owner of this set of 4th grade magic weapons. It is very simple for a monk to change his magic weapon level clothes. With a slight thought in his mind, the core monk's 4th grade robes were replaced.
Old Ghost Ding came the fastest. Shurjin and I will go together to greet him, so as not to be rude.
Brother Hu looked outside and said. Li Shiming's heart moved slightly. The person whom Brother Hu called Old Ghost Ding should be Brother Ding. Brother Ding sent someone to ask him before that Yuan Sun was not friendly to him. In addition, because he killed Chen Zhou, there was some enmity between them. Of course, he was not qualified to enmity with Brother Ding. Outside the gate, Li Shiming saw Brother Ding and 2 disciples of Brother Ding, including Yuan Sun. When he saw Brother Ding also looked at him. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of Brother Ding, and Li Shiming only felt an invisible and immaterial sense of oppression, which almost made it impossible for him to maintain his figure. Fortunately, Li Shiming's physical training method was blessed by 5 nascent souls, which prevented him from making a fool of himself on the spot.
Old Ghost Ding, how is my disciple?
Brother Hu saw Brother Ding's temptation, and asked with a smile after seeing Li Shiming resisting Brother Ding's temptation. He didn't know that Brother Ding was dissatisfied with Li Shiming, but he regarded Brother Ding's behavior as a test for his juniors. This kind of behavior can be regarded as caring. Otherwise, a monk in the early stage of Yuaning or a great monk would be too lazy to pay any attention.
The skills you practice are complicated. This is your reward.
Brother Ding nodded with a smile, took out a jade box and threw it to Li Shiming and said, since he tried to test and Li Shiming passed the test, he must show his attitude. No matter how unwilling he is, he still needs to do this. Otherwise, he will lose face in front of Brother Hu and break the rules.
Shurjin, why don't you thank you, Uncle Ding?
Brother Hu said, tapping Li Shiming lightly.
Thank you, Uncle Ding.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked. Brother Hu and Brother Ding were in front, entering while talking, while Li Shiming followed with Yuan Sun and another mid-stage nascent soul monk. Yuan Sun looked at Li Shiming coldly, but he remembered the losses he suffered from Li Shiming.
Moreover, he did not even complete the tasks assigned by his master, Brother Ding, and was scolded by Brother Ding afterwards. This was all thanks to Li Shiming. But today was Li Shiming's initiation ceremony, and Brother Hu was here, so he didn't dare to make any move and could only be silently angry. On the other hand, another monk in the middle stage of nascent soul observed Li Shiming curiously, with no hostility in his eyes. After setting up Brother Ding, Brother Hu not long after asked Li Shiming and Yushan to go out to greet them. The ones who came back were Sect Master Ji and several representatives of the sect forces.
Senior Sister Feng,
Li Shiming greeted with a smile when he saw Feng launching among them.
Master Li, you didn't invite me to become your disciple.
Feng launching scolded softly. Li Shiming couldn't help scratching his head. It wasn't that he didn't invite, but that in this kind of apprenticeship ceremony, Whenever it was his turn as a disciple to invite friends to participate, it was all handled by the master.
It's all my fault. I'll invite senior sister Phone again in the future.
He bowed.
That's true,
Phone Launching said with a chuckle. Her close attitude towards Li Shiming made several other monks pay more attention to Li Shiming. Phone Launching's identity is not simple, and her attitude is enough to improve Li Shiming's status in the sect. Phone Launching also did this intentionally, in order to thank Li Shiming for the
Julian Dan.
When Sect Master Ji, Phone Launching and other monks entered the hall and saw the monk Ding who had already arrived. They all showed surprise. They are not too late to arrive. According to normal circumstances, they should be the first to arrive. With a status like Brother Ding, they should be the last to arrive. Not long after, the last monk Chida arrived, and he also brought his 3 disciples.
Everyone, today I accept Li Shizhen as my disciple. Many thanks to Brother Ding and Brother Chai for being my witnesses.
Brother Hu stood up and said. When he said this, he expressed his gratitude to the 2 monks. The 2 monks looked at each other, respond with a smile. Li Shiming took a cup of spiritual tea from Yushan and came to Monk Hu.
Master, please drink tea.
He knelt down and raised the spiritual tea above his head. This is the rule of the Eastern Qi continent, which was entrusted to him by Yushan before. Brother Hu took the spirit tea, took a sip, put the teacup aside, took out a jade box, and put it in Li Shiming's hand.
Shizhen, when you join my sect, you must abide by the sect's rules. This is your initiation gift.
Li Shiming took the jade box with both hands, and under the gaze of Brother Hu, he opened the jade box. In the jade box was a jade talisman. He recognized that it was a life-saving escape talisman. It was made by the great monk himself. It contained a trace of the power of the rules mastered by the great monk and required the great monk to expend a lot of energy. Qin Zhou had used such a life-saving escape talisman back then. Unfortunately, when he met Li Shiming, Qin Zhou's life-saving escape talisman did not have any effect. But this does not mean that this kind of jade life-preserving escape talisman is bad. It is the first life-saving means for monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. And only monks who have a close relationship with the great monks can obtain it.
Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked him. To be honest, this jade life-preserving escape talisman is not particularly useful to him. He has supernatural powers. If you can't escape with your divine foot power, even the jade life-saving escape talisman will not be able to play its due role. What he was grateful for was the thoughtfulness of his master, Brother Hu. Refining such a jade life-preserving escape talisman was not easy, and it was also very costly for Brother Hu. Chapter 525 Ceremony.
Master, this is a little thought of mine.
Li Shiming also took out a jade box and held it in front of Brother Hu and said. Brother Hu had told him before that although some disciples would give a master ceremony when they entered the school, Li Shiming's time to become a Yuanying monk was too short. In addition, he had not long since joined the 10,000 Beasts sect and was a casual cultivator before. So Brother Hu did not Li Shiming was not asked to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. Li Shiming took out the apprenticeship ceremony, which put a happy smile on Brother Hu's face. No matter what Li Shiming's apprenticeship ceremony was, this heart alone satisfied Brother Hu.
Good boy.
Brother Hu took the jade box and opened it without any hesitation. The jade box contained 30 pieces of 4th grade Ling tea leaves. At first, he thought it was Li Shiming taking out the resources distributed by his sect for several years. But when he sensed the scent of 30 pieces of 4th grade Ling tea leaves, he discovered something was wrong. Not only Brother Hu discovered the anomaly, but Brother Ding and Brother Chai, who were on the side, also discovered the specialness of the Sippen Ling tea.
Shizhen, is this the spiritual tea you roasted?
Brother Hu felt the breath of the 4th grade spiritual tea and asked with a little anticipation.
Yes. My disciple has figured out a way to make spiritual tea using alchemy. Please don't dislike it, Master.
Li Shiming replied. The apprenticeship gift that Li Shiming took out was the 4th grade spiritual tea that he had roasted himself. Back in Beishu continent, both local nascent soul monks and foreign nascent soul monks were all amazed by the 3rd grade spiritual tea he cooked. The quality of the 4th grade spiritual tea he has refined now is much higher than the original 3rd grade spiritual tea, making it even more attractive to nascent soul cultivators.
Yes, I am very satisfied with this gift,
Brother Hu said with a smile.
I told you. Lao Hu, share this spiritual tea with us and try it too.
Brother Chai couldn't help but say. Brother Hu would not neglect his guests. He took out another set of 4 grade tea sets and brewed 3 cups of 4-grade spiritual tea with his own hands. Only 3 senior monks have these 4-grade spiritual tea. Although the other monks are guests, they are not qualified to let senior monk who make tea for them. And that box of 4-grade spiritual tea is a ceremony for apprenticeship, and it will not be used to entertain all the guests at this time. Brother whose tea-making skills are extremely high. The 4th-grade spiritual spring water and his control over the flame soon filled the entire hall with the refreshing aroma of the 4th-grade spiritual tea. This aroma made all the monks who smelled it feel clear-headed. This effect was achieved even before tasting the tea. How great would the effect be if he really drank this 4th-grade spiritual tea? All the Yuaning monks immediately felt that the 4th-grade spiritual tea in front of them was no longer fragrant. Although the 4th-grade spiritual tea in front of them could be used by monk who to entertain guests, it would not be of poor quality. But when compared with what kind of 4th-grade spiritual tea? Compared with the 4th-grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming himself, the 4th-grade spiritual tea in the cup seems to be boring. On the other hand, the 3 great monks, after taking a sip of the spiritual tea, closed their eyes and felt the spirituality contained in the spiritual tea. After a full stick of incense, the 3 great monks opened their eyes.
Old Hu, I really envy you for having a good disciple.
Brother Chai sighed to Brother Hu. Even though Li Shiming is a master of alchemy and has shown good talent, he did not let Brother Chai say such words. But a cup of 4th-grade spiritual tea made him sincerely praise him. The main reason is that these 4th-grade spiritual tea can benefit the great monks in the later stage of nascent soul, which is an extremely difficult thing. There are very few resources useful to great monks. Even in the Eastern Qi continent, every useful resource has the highest value among resources. Li Shiming's fried 4th-grade spiritual tea can almost be regarded as a top-notch resource. Although the effect of this 4th-grade spiritual tea will continue to weaken the more times it is used. Spiritual tea is a resource that can be used for a long time. Even if there is only a small gain, the increase it brings cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that Sip-and-Ling tea has no side effects, so you don't have to worry about its impact on the body if used too much. There was hesitation in Brother Ding's eyes. Li Shiming had this ability, so his idea of dealing with Li Shiming needed to change. If Li Shiming is really killed, these resources will be cut off. He was not worried about Li Shiming not frying the 4th-grade spiritual tea. If Li Shiming had such means, the sect would definitely pay enough for him to fry the 4th-grade spiritual tea. Even Brother, who would encourage Li Shiming to fry the 4th-grade spiritual tea. Li Shiming didn't know that he took out the 4th-grade spiritual tea as an apprenticeship ceremony, but it made Brother Ding temporarily suspend the idea of dealing with him. Sect Master Ji and Feng Lanqin looked at Li Shiming with anticipation in their eyes. Based on their relationship with Li Shiming, it should not be difficult to get this kind of 4th-grade spiritual tea from Li Shiming. Li Shiming dared to take out the 4th-grade spiritual tea fried by himself, and was not afraid of his identity being exposed. This was because he was a disciple of the great monk who, in fact, as a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, he no longer needs to consider the troubles between Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect. The only thing that he didn't want to expose was his alchemy ability. The alchemy ability he showed in the Beishu continent was too powerful, and would cause too many problems. It would be better to suppress the alchemy ability now to a level that is stronger than other alchemy masters, to a limited extent. Now that he is apprenticed to Brother Hu, even if Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect suspect the origin of the 4th-grade Lingsha, these two forces do not dare to investigate Brother Hu. Neither Brother Chai nor Brother Ding asked Brother Hu to ask for the 4th-grade spiritual tea. This was an apprenticeship ceremony, and they wanted to wait until later. Afterwards, the other nascent soul monks watched the 3 great monks sipping tea. They smelled the aroma of the tea, but the spiritual fruit and spiritual tea in front of them both tasted the same. It wasn't until the ceremony was over that these Yuaning monks let out a long sigh of relief. This feeling of smelling, but not being able to taste, was really too painful. After seeing off the guests, Li Shiming was called aside by Brother Hu alone.
Shurjin, you really gave me a big surprise. Do you know that the method of frying spiritual tea revealed today is no less important than your ability to make alchemy?
Brother Hu looked at Li Shiming, shook his head, and said with a smile, he liked Li Shiming because of his alchemy ability, cultivation talent, and 2 dragon and phoenix spiritual pets. These alone were extremely comprehensive. He never imagined that in addition to these advantages, Li Shiming also had the skills to make spiritual tea.
Master, I really didn't expect this,
Li Shiming said helplessly. He really didn't expect to be too outstanding. He thought he would just make Brother Hu like it. But he didn't expect that the three monks would react so gravely. If he had known this earlier, he would never have taken out the 4th grade spiritual tea in public.
The 4th grade spiritual tea you roasted has a certain effect on the great monks. This has made this 4th grade spiritual tea an important resource. I don't care how difficult it is for you to fry the 4th grade spiritual tea. You just declare it to the outside world. The success rate of frying the 4th grade spiritual tea is extremely low, and some additional conditions are required. In short, the more difficult it is to make the 4th grade spiritual tea, the better. This can save you a lot of trouble.
Huda the monk explained solemnly.
Listen to the master's instructions.
Li Shiming bowed and said. He could feel the care from Brother Hu. Since becoming Brother Hu's disciple, Brother Hu had truly regarded him as one of his own.
Just pay attention to this matter. From now on, take out a small amount of the 4th grade spiritual tea and give it to me, and I will strive for the greatest benefit for you.
Brother Hu said with a smile and nodded.
Yes, Master.
Li Shiming had no objection to this. This was the best solution.
Shurjin, I am your master, and I need to take care of your cultivation. You first talk about your cultivation techniques, and I will analyze your future cultivation for you based on your situation.
Brother Hu changed the topic and said, the relationship between master and apprentice in the world of immortality is the closest. Once they become master and apprentice, they will be closely connected to each other. Brother Hu didn't have any scruples and directly asked Li Shiming about the techniques he practiced. This was originally the most secretive thing among monks. But for the relationship between master and disciple, this did not need to be kept secret.
Master, I major in the 5 rhymes Qi training technique and Yu Qing Thunder Code. The physical training technique is Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique, and the spiritual technique is Humanity Reincarnation technique.
Li Shiming did not hide anything. Replied,
5 rhymes Qi training technique is the core technique of the ancient 5 Qi sect. As far as I know, the inheritance of the ancient 5 Qi sect is now divided into 5 types, namely the Qian sect, the Blue Snow sect, the Qingmu sect, and the Ho sect, inherited by the 5 sects, Tu sect and Xianjin sect. They each mastered one line of the 5 Qi sect. They are better than Blue. They have upgraded these 5 element skills to the level of supernatural powers, and they are considered unique in the world of immortality.
Brother Hu was very knowledgeable and told the origin of the
5 rhymes Qi training technique,
and used it as a basis to tell a lot of secrets. Although Li Shiming has memorized a large number of classics, this is the first time he has heard of such a secret thing. In particular, the 5 sects divided into the 5 Qi sect have all upgraded their respective 5 element skills to the level of supernatural powers, which gave him a little hope. The heaven art he obtained requires the 5 magical powers of the 5 elements to be cultivated. He has the Nanming Lihua magical power, so he does not need to consider the magical powers of the Scarlet Flame sect. But he still has the magical powers of the other 4 sections. Want to get?
Master, I have only heard of the Qingmu sect and the Xianjin sect. Why have I never heard of the other 3 sects?
Li Shiming asked in confusion. From the database of the natal magic weapon Z15, he indeed only found relevant information about the Qingmu sect and the Xianjin sect, but not the other 3 sects.
The Qingmu sect and Xianjin sect are in the eastern Qi continent, and other sects are located in other continents. You don't need to pay attention to these now. You should accumulate spiritual power as soon as possible. After 10 years, if you really want to see these sects, you can do it. Let's borrow the sect's flying boat to go over and have a look.
Monk Hu realized that he had some ideas about the 5 sects, and was afraid that he would affect his cultivation. So he gave some advice. A common problem that monks who first enter the nascent soul stage often make is that they are not used to practicing. During the golden elixir stage, one can practice for no more than a few days at a time, and only long-term retreats can be done for several months at a time. But when it comes to the nascent soul stage, one cultivation session will take several months, and one retreat cultivation session will take several years to 10 years, or even decades. Because monks are not accustomed to the change in the concept of time, there will be situations where monks get entangled in trivial matters and affect their own cultivation. Brother Hu didn't want Li Shiming to affect his own cultivation. Li Shiming was promoted to the nascent soul stage at such a young age. His future potential was very great, so he couldn't waste his talent.
Yes, Master.
Li Shiming hadn't heard such words for a long time. It felt really good to have the care of the master.
The Yu Qing Thunder Code is the Yu Qing sect subduing technique. I don't know where you got it from. Don't tell others about this technique. Fortunately, The external performance of the thunder method is not much different. There won't be any trouble.
Brother who continued to comment.
Jade Qingzhou?
Li Shiming once again felt his ignorance.
The Yuqing sect is not simple. It is the top sect in the Xian continent. Its overall strength even exceeds this sect. If the Yuqing sect knows that you practice the Yuqing Thunder Cannon, it will be very difficult to find you.
Huda the monk said in a deep voice. Li Shiming did not expect that the
Jade Pure Thunder Code
he obtained had such profound origins. He didn't know how Han Xiao, who was born in Tianwen sect, obtained the
Jade Clear Thunder Cannon.
This matter was no longer known with Han Xiao's death. This opportunity and trouble that belonged to Han Xiao fell on him, who practiced the
Jade Pure Thunder Code. Tai Qing Xian Turtle Ju. This body training technique is the inheritance technique of Tianqing Trading Company. It is considered a good body training technique. As for the
human reincarnation technique, I have never heard of it. But the spiritual exercises are inherently its rare. Judging from your spiritual cultivation, this technique should be considered top-notch.
Brother who said this with a look of amazement on his face. He had confirmed that his disciple was not from a good background and did not come from any powerful force. This can also be seen from the relatively mixed skills he practices. Several skills come from different sects and forces. But what surprised him was that the skills Li Shiming practiced were of very high levels.
The 5 Rhymes Qi training technique and Yuqing Thunder Code,
both major and concurrent cultivation techniques, are inherited from large sections. Even the weaker
Tai Qing Xian Turtle technique
is also a body training technique. The skill is beyond ordinary standards.
Shurjan, you don't need to change your skills. This is good news. But you have also lost the opportunity to practice the skills inherited by our sect. I will find you some classics about the 5 elements and thunder law. I have also done some research on the 5 elements. I will give them to you after I sort them out. I hope it can improve your understanding of the 5 elements. I won't be of much help to you in terms of thunder method, but I will try my best to collect some experience in thunder method. If you encounter any problems in cultivation, you must tell me. If you solve the problems in cultivation earlier, in the early stage of nascent soul, your cultivation path will be smoother in the future, and you will be able to unleash your potential to a greater extent.
Brother who continued. Chapter 526 Golden Corpse.
Senior Brother Li.
Lu Heng appeared next to Li Shiming and said low with a smile after leaving the mountain where his master who was, due to Lu Heng's status as a registered disciple, he was not eligible to participate in this ceremony, so he dealt with some trivial matters outside.
Junior Brother Lu is in trouble today.
Li Shiming responded with a smile.
No trouble. This is what I should do.
Lu Heng quickly answered with a smile. In fact, he could leave after the apprenticeship ceremony, but he still waited here until Li Shiming came out just to have more contact with Li Shiming. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how long it will be before I have close contact with Li Shiming next time. He and Li Shiming flew towards the exit of the cave. The space gates in and out of the 4 Elephants Cave have been solidified. Li Shiming does not live in the 4 Elephants Cave and has no way to control the 4 Elephants Cave to send him out directly.
Junior Brother Lu. I only met the 2nd senior brother today. I haven't met the senior brother yet. I wonder where the senior brother is.
Li Shiming took the opportunity to ask. Brother who only introduced him to his 2nd senior brother, Yu Shan, and did not tell him anything about his senior brother, so he could not take the initiative to ask.
You are talking about senior brother Zhong Chang. He has not returned to the sect for a long time. There has been no news about him for more than 100 years.
Lu Heng looked around and then said using voice transmission. Li Shiming was startled when he heard the news. Although the world of immortality has little concept of time, it is normal to be away for several years or decades. But if no news has been sent back for more than 100 years, it is very likely that something happened. No wonder brother who didn't introduce him to senior brother Zhong Chang, because he probably knew that senior brother Zhong Chang was in big trouble. The two of them parted ways after leaving the Xixiang cave. Lu Heng happily looked at the name added to the Identity Jade Disc. If he needs it in the future, he can use the Identity Jade Disc to directly contact Li Shiming. This is what he wants. The fact that Li Shiming was accepted as a formal disciple by brother who was only heard from gossips in the past. After this apprenticeship ceremony, it was finally confirmed. Now many familiar monks came to visit and send congratulatory gifts. In the next few days, he received many monks from the sect and received many gifts. This did not delay him much time. Anyway, his exercises were all running automatically, and the elixir refining was also controlled in the computer room space. and he was still refining 2 furnaces of elixir at the same time.
The day finally arrived, and he was finally free. The only people in his sect who were qualified to congratulate him were Yuanying monks. Although there were many Yuanying monks in the sect, there were only so many who were really free. His alchemy ability allowed him to have a wide social circle, which allowed him to spend a few days to receive him. Li Shiming was sitting on a chair in the hall. Since having Xiaofeng, his cave has become much more lively. When there was only the Phantom Dragon seemed lonely because it had no playmates, and it would normally lie down and rest quietly. After Xiaofeng arrived, the Phantom Dragon also transformed into a small body and played with Xiaofeng.
Chirp!
Xiaofeng jumped to the hall and shouted softly around Li Shiming. Li Shiming couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He knew through the contract that he had eaten up all the 3rd grade top spiritual beast increasing pills he left for Xiaofeng. Calculating the time, it was almost the same. Although Xiaofeng was still young, his blood was pure enough, and he could absorb the power of the elixir very quickly. A spiritual pet of this top bloodline can quickly survive its infancy, as long as it has enough resources. Promotion after childhood also requires resources. But following Li Shiming, Xiaofeng does not need to worry about the resources before the 4th level. They are definitely sufficient to squander at will. Take the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan as an example. In order to refine enough 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan as soon as possible, he took out the 3rd grade pill furnace that he had not used for a long time. Anyway, it was enough to use a 3rd grade pill furnace to refine 3rd grade spiritual pills. After several days of continuous refining of 10 3rd grade pill furnaces, he had some more 3rd grade top spiritual beast increasing pills. Of course, there are even more byproducts of 3rd grade high level spirit beast increasing pills. Normally, it takes 10 furnaces of refined spiritual pills to produce a top level spiritual pill. The higher the grade, the fewer furnaces required for a top level spiritual pill. Li Shiming couldn't release these byproducts. The quality was so good that he didn't care whether they were wasted or not. At least if there are sufficient resources. He will try his best to prepare 3rd grade top spiritual beast yuan enhancing pills for Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon. Li Shiming's consciousness moved slightly, and he placed 20 3rd grade top spiritual beast increasing pills in Xiaofeng's space ring. At this moment, the Phantom Dragon also arrived, also circling around him.
You are already at level 4, and you still look like a child.
Li Shiming couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. The Phantom Dragon is indeed not that big. After playing with Xiaofeng, he forgot that he was a 4th grade creature and shrank his body like a young spiritual pet. Although Li Shiming said this, he still gave the Phantom Dragon the same 20 3rd grade top level spiritual beasts yuan increasing pills, which were originally prepared for them. After settling Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon, he checked his silver corpse again. He has 13 silver corpses, the most important of which is the silver corpse Naming. The other silver corpses all have 3 heads and 6 arms. There wasn't much he could improve in strength in a short period of time, and the best option was to advance from silver corpse to gold corpse. You can also directly refine a golden corpse, using the corpse of a nascent soul monk to refine a golden corpse. But it requires a lot of 4th grade corpse refining resources, which is far less convenient than promoting a silver corpse to a golden corpse. In addition, the risk of promoting a silver corpse to a gold corpse is much smaller than directly refining a gold corpse. The refined golden corpse needs to face the nascent soul level calamity when its foundation is at its weakest, and the success rate is pitifully low. When a silver corpse is promoted to a golden corpse, the foundation of the silver corpse itself is very solid, which is more conducive to facing the catastrophe. Most of the golden corpses are cultivated since childhood and have a good foundation at each level, so that they can successfully survive the catastrophe and become golden corpses. The proportion of golden corpses that have been successfully directly refined is extremely low. The 10,000 Beasts sect does not have a very advanced corpse refining technique, and there is not much bonus in this regard. If you want to directly refine a golden corpse, you still need to wait until you obtain the top corpse refining technique in the future. His eyes fell on silver corpse Nanming. The 4th grade corpse refining resources in his hands were not many. If they were all piled on a silver corpse, it would increase the success rate of promotion a lot. Although he was a little worried, he still made up his mind to let silver corpse Nanming be promoted to golden corpse first. The silver corpse Nanming is an extremely special refined corpse. When it is refined into a bronze corpse, it possesses the magical talent of Nanming Lihua. Therefore, silver corpse Nanming has been carefully cultivated by Li Shiming, and relatively more resources have been invested in it. If silver corpse Nanming cannot be promoted to golden core, The possibility of other silver corpses being promoted is even lower. Li Shiming took out the Identity Jade Disc and sent an application to the sect to use Dujia Mountain. His status is now so high that he passed the application without a cup of tea after sending it out. He turned around and flew towards Dujia Mountain, using his Identity Jade Disc to enter Dujia Mountain. Once again, he saw this place full of traces of lightning strikes. Not long after he joined the 10,000 Beasts sect. It was already the third time he had entered this place. The frequency with which he enters this place is probably not comparable to that of many monks in this sect. Li Shiming used 4th grade corpse refining materials to draw a corpse refining formation on the ground, and summoned Silver Corpse Nanming and placed it in the center of the formation. Silver Corpse Nanming has already reached the peak of Silver Corpse. In theory, when Li Shiming is promoted to the nascent soul stage, the shackles on Silver Corpse Nanming's realm have also disappeared, and it can be promoted to Golden Corpse at any time. But without resources, it is extremely difficult for a Silver Corpse to be promoted to a Golden Corpse. Really naturally formed Golden Corpses are extremely rare in the world of Immortality, because in the process of being promoted to a Golden Corpse, a Silver Corpse not only requires 4th level corpse refining resources, but also has to face the most terrifying catastrophe. Sky Thunder has an added bonus to the damage done to the refined corpse. Sky Thunder has the effect of eradicating all evil spirits. Refining corpses are evil spirits. Not to mention that there are no corresponding means. Even with the assistance of monk resources, the chance of a Silver Corpse being promoted to a Golden Corpse is pitifully low. Li Shiming took out a Golden Corpse core, which was obtained as a reward for alchemy in Beishu continent. This batch of Golden Corpse cores were all obtained from the cave. He is still unable to enter the space with Golden Corpses in the cave sky, and cannot obtain Golden Corpse cores and other resources from the cave sky. Fortunately, these Golden Corpse cores are there. He put the Golden Corpse core into Silver Corpse Nanming's mouth. Silver Corpse Nanming instinctively felt that the Golden Corpse core was beneficial to him, so he swallowed the Golden Corpse core in one gulp. Li Shiming's consciousness entered Silver Corpse Nanming's body. After the Golden Corpse core was swallowed, a large amount of energy continued to decompose and flowed towards Silver Corpse Nanming's body. At the same time, a rune with an unknown function in the core of the Golden Corpse also entered the body of the Silver Corpse Nanming with the energy, and became a part of the body of the Silver Corpse Nanming. He did not interfere with the changes in Silver Corpse Nanming's body, regardless of the power of this rune. It was a good thing. This means that Silver Corpse Nanming will have one more innate ability. It would be better if this innate ability was engraved into the corpse core during the process of being promoted to Golden Corpse. In that case, Silver Corpse Nanming's newly added innate ability would be blessed by the corpse core. The power is greatly increased. Silver Corpse Nanming had already reached the peak of Silver Corpse. So much 4th level corpse refining energy suddenly appeared in his body, and his body was quickly filled to capacity. Li Shiming paid attention to every change in Silver Corpse Nanming. Why did he choose the corpses of extremely talented monks when choosing materials for corpse refining? It was to give the corpse refining a stronger potential. This potential is manifested on a specific level. In addition to the speed of absorbing corpse refining energy, it is the ability to continuously advance. If the talent of the corpse refining material itself is very poor, the original monk can only be promoted to the Golden Elixir stage at most. Then no matter how many 4th level resources you invest, the chance of the corpse refining being promoted to the Golden Corpse can be despairingly small. Instead, choose the corpses of extremely talented monks as corpse refining materials, and the potential will be reflected in the corpse refining practice and promotion. As long as the corpse refining is given certain 4th grade resources, its potential can be exerted, and it can enter the promotion state. Among all Li Shiming's Silver Corpses, the one with the best talent is definitely the Silver Corpse Nanming. Of course, the rest of the Silver Corpse talents are not bad either. Almost all of his Silver Corpses were obtained from Elder Lu of Sun Luo sect. Even though Elder Lu is just a Golden Elixir monk, as a powerful Elder of Sun Luo sect, the corpse refining materials that he can fancy are all the cultivation seeds of Tianlingen. Theoretically, the probability of Tianlingen being promoted to the nascent soul stage is very high. Even though Elder Lu is not yet a nascent soul cultivator, the corpse refining materials he chooses are all targeting Golden Corpses. The reason why Elder Lu had to prepare so many corpses for refining was because there was nothing he could do about it. The risk of refining corpses to survive the calamity was too great. Only by preparing more corpses could he feel at ease. But the potential of these Silver Corpses is not as good as that of Silver Corpse Nanming. Silver Corpse Nanming is the spare body prepared by Patriarch Wang Zhao for himself. The qualifications of this spare body are even higher than that of Patriarch Wang Zhao's original body.
You must know that once the Yuanying monk uses body seizing, there will be no chance to replace the third body. This spare body is the Yuanying monk's last hope. Therefore, when Yuanying monks choose spare bodies, they carefully choose the best monks they can find. The most important thing is that Silver Corpse Nanming is not only a backup identity, but also has a body with ancestor Wen Guang's Yuanying. The Yuanying merges with this body to further strengthen the body's talent. It can be said that if this body had not been refined into a corpse, the chance of being promoted to the nascent soul stage, according to normal cultivation, would be very high. Now this potential has naturally been passed on to the corpse refining Nanning. The potential of the corpse refining Nanning, at least to be promoted to the golden corpse, is far superior to other silver corpses. In Silver Corpse Nanming's body, the corpse pill suddenly emitted violent energy fluctuations, and at the same time, the aura on its body was no longer stable. Li Shiming was not surprised but delighted. Silver Corpse Nanming lived up to his high expectations, and a golden corpse core made him promoted. As expected, it had the highest potential. He thought he needed to use a few more golden corpse cores, but he didn't expect that one golden corpse core would be effective. The corpse pill in Nanming's body shrank sharply, and the energy of the fourth-grade corpse refining materials in the corpse refining formation under him was continuously extracted into its body and converged towards the corpse pill. In addition, the energy of the golden corpse core in its body has not been consumed yet, and most of it is left, and a large amount of energy is still flowing out to supply it. The aura on Nanming's body was very strange. Sometimes it was extremely cold, and sometimes it was as hot as the sun. It was completely different from the normal corpse refining, but the aura was constantly improving, approaching the aura of the golden corpse. When the corpse elixir in Nanming's body shrank to a certain extent, it underwent a qualitative change, turning from the corpse elixir into the corpse core of millet grains. Although the corpse core is small, the energy inside is many times stronger than the corpse core. As soon as the corpse core was generated, it absorbed energy crazily. The energy from the fourth-grade corpse refining formation and the energy from the golden corpse core all poured into the corpse core. The corpse core is like a bottomless pit, and all the incoming energy is absorbed by it. The only change is that the corpse core slowly increases in size. As the corpse core formed, countless golden threads appeared from the corpse core, extending towards Nanming's body, filling every part of its body. Chapter 527 Nanming. The silver on Nanming's body was replaced by gold. I don't know whether it was the influence of the unknown rune when Nanming absorbed the golden corpse core, or when the corpse core was formed in Nanming's body. He absorbed the golden corpse core and absorbed the unknown rune at the same time. Because of the characters, in addition to the Nanming Lihua runes and the runes unique to corpse refining, there are also unknown runes on the corpse core. The original runes in its body were connected to the corpse core along with countless golden threads, and the original runes also turned into gold. Golden corpse core, golden bones, golden flesh and blood, golden skin. This is Nanming at this time. Due to the action of a large amount of higher level energy, its body increased again from 4 meters to 6 meters. Li Shiming did not expect that the promotion process would be so smooth. It seemed that the nascent soul monks in the northern Shu continent underestimated the golden corpse core produced in Dantian. The energy contained in the core of the golden corpse is easier for the silver corpse to absorb and transform. If it weren't for this kind of golden corpse core, Nanming would have needed more than 6 days just to absorb energy during his promotion to the golden corpse. It only took Nanming 3 hours to complete his promotion and become a golden corpse. He was just waiting to survive the catastrophe to become a real golden corpse. It's not a loss after all. This golden corpse core is so worth it, Li Shiming said to himself with a smile. Almost all the golden corpse cores from the cave fell into his hands. Who said that his alchemy skills could not be replaced? And he expressed his preference for corpse refining. Now it seems that his operation was too correct. The gold corpse core has an effect on the promotion of silver corpse beyond the normal 4th level corpse refining resources. Even if Nanming's body was completely transformed into a golden corpse, the golden corpse core in his body has not been completely digested. Li Shiming cast a magic spell to give Nanming the lightning-resistant spell of Jade Clear Thunder Code, and laid out several lightning rods to cover Nanming with a remade electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage. It would be difficult for him to interfere in what happened after that. The 4th-grade corpse refining formation already had the effect of helping the corpse to fight against the catastrophe. He had done everything he could, and then it would be up to him whether Nanming could successfully overcome the catastrophe. A thundercloud was gathering quickly in the sky, and a depressing atmosphere enveloped Nanming.
Li Shiming dodged aside at this time and watched Nanming survive the disaster. Nanming was different from other zombies in that it was not afraid of the catastrophe, but excited. It roared at the thunder clouds in the sky. There was a loud bang, and the first sky thunder fell. The electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage blocked most of the power of the sky thunder. The remaining sky thunder did not have much power, allowing Nanming to survive the first sky thunder safely. Li Shiming was overjoyed. He seemed to have discovered a loophole in the calamity. But when the second thunder fell, he discovered that the rules of heaven and earth were not so easy to fool. The second sky thunder fell. Although it was only slightly more powerful than the first sky thunder, it had the effect of targeting the electromagnetic shielding metal round cage. After contacting the electromagnetic shielding metal round cage, the cage just melted. Li Shiming used an electromagnetic shielding metal round cage at that time, but it only blocked part of the power of the sky thunder, and did not allow him to rely on the electromagnetic shielding metal round cage to fight against the second sky thunder. So he did not find out that the heavenly tribulation actually happened. Vulnerabilities can be automatically closed. After the electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage melted, more than half of the power of the sky thunder fell on Nanming. Nanming let out a painful roar. But Li Shiming, who had a contractual relationship with Nanming, discovered that the power of the sky thunder to Nanming did not increase the power of the corpse, but was just the original power of the sky thunder. This actually surprised him. After thinking for a moment, he estimated that this was the effect of the magical power of Nanming Lihua. Nanming, who possesses the magical power of Nanming Lihua, essentially has fire energy that is almost impossible to possess in corpse refining. In addition to the normal cold energy, it was this magical power of Nanming Lihua that allowed Nanming to escape the category of evil spirits, and also made the sky thunder lose its bonus power. Something surprised Li Shiming. After losing the protection of the electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage, Nanming no longer stayed in place. Its figure rushed towards the sky at an almost invisible speed. Li Shiming had his Shen eyes turned on. If he hadn't turned on his Shen eyes, he might not be able to see Nanming's fast-moving figure at all. He finally understood what the unknown rune was. It was the terrifying speed of the golden corpse in the cave. The speed of the golden corpse of the hungry ghost in the cave was inherited by Nanming. This kind of speed gives even nascent soul cultivators a headache. The golden corpse's nature is close combat, coupled with its almost unstoppable speed. The threat of the golden corpse increases countless times. If it weren't for the limited wisdom of the cave heaven golden corpse, and the coordinated cooperation of the nascent soul monks at that time, he would have survived to the end in the hungry ghost realm. In a one-on-one situation, the Dongtian golden corpse can definitely crush an early Yuaning monk. Just when Nanming rushed into the sky, the last thunder fell. No matter how fast it was still accurately hit by the thunder. With a loud noise, Nanming's body paused in the void. Nanming's whole body was wrapped in lightning, and it was attacked from the inside out. This was its most dangerous moment, and the thunder was destroying every part of its body. The power of this thunder seemed to be several times higher than that of the second thunder due to its provocation, which was beyond Li Shiming's expectation. Li Shiming's heart sank. What he was most worried about happened. Judging from the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, such a powerful sky thunder is simply not something Nanming can withstand. This thunder exceeded Nanming's limit, and Nanming's body was being destroyed continuously. Even if Li Shiming wanted to intervene at this time, he couldn't. He couldn't transfer the thunder from Nanming's body, and could only watch Nanming's breath continue to fall. Seeing that Nanming was about to fall under the thunder, a surge of energy from Nanming's body poured into its body, and quickly restored its body. These energies are the few remaining golden corpse core energies, which play a decisive role at critical moments. The energy of the golden corpse core hardly needs to be converted, and is directly absorbed by Nanming's body. Although the energy of the golden corpse core cannot drive away the thunder, it can preserve Nanming's glimmer of hope. While the sky thunder continued to destroy Nanming's body, the energy of the golden corpse's core was also constantly restoring its body. Finally, when the sky thunder ended, Nanming still had some life left in his body. As the time for the natural disaster came, the thunder and lightning on Nanming suddenly disappeared. What followed was a reward from the rules of heaven and earth. A strange energy arose from its body. Wherever it passed, its body, which was destroyed by thunder, was rapidly repairing. Li Shiming breathed a long sigh of relief. In this battle between the sky thunder and the golden corpse core energy, the golden corpse core energy was no match. If the sky thunder lasted a little longer, Nanming's vitality would be completely destroyed. After surviving the catastrophe, as long as there is a little bit of life left, the energy rewarded by heaven and earth will repair the damage. Nanming's charred body tissue fell off, and new body tissue grew back. In Li Shiming's perception, Nanming, who had been baptized by the catastrophe, was somewhat different from before. The golden corpse is an extremely important change node in corpse refining. The golden corpse is going through a process of reincarnation from the dead. Just like Nanming at this time, the body tissues in its body are no longer dead things driven by cold energy. Especially Nanming's corpse core is like an engine, sending energy to all parts of the body through countless golden threads. This process is just like the heart of the human body transporting blood, except that the corpse core transports energy. Nanming's body tissues actively accepted the energy transferred from the corpse core, and the body tissues became active and no longer dead. Li Shiming had seen it on the golden corpses of other nascent soul monks before. At that time, his strength was still very weak, and he could only observe from a distance, and could not use his spiritual sense to perceive the detailed situation. Now he could truly feel the breath of life from Nanming. Nanming was no longer a dead thing, but a real life. Perhaps as Nanming continues to practice, its life breath will become more intense, and it will eventually be completely transformed into a life form. Not only did Nanming's body change, but his soul also became more powerful. Different from the previous corpse refining soul, it transformed into a real soul, which is something that only living beings can have. After a while, Nanming fully recovered and stood in front of Li Shiming, although it showed signs of life. The 6-meter-tall body, the palms with sharp claws, and the fangs in its mouth could not escape the state of being a corpse. This is the state of the newly transformed golden corpse. And Nanming is still unable to fully control his own power. When Nanming can restrain this state and transform himself into a normal human state, then he can truly control the power of the golden corpse. This state is the excessive state of the golden corpse. The energy of the body is mixed and impure. When the body shrinks to about 2 meters, it is its strongest fighting state. But even in his current state, Li Shiming could sense Nanming's terror. Nanming has extreme speed and can also control Nanming Lihua. With the combination of these two, if an ordinary early Yuaning monk is hit by Nanming Lihua, it will definitely be the result of the body's Tao disappearing. Li Shiming issued an order to Nanming, and Nanming pointed with his finger, and a flame appeared, which was Nanming Lihua. Nanming's Nanming Lihua magical power is even more profound than Li Shiming's. This is because after merging the nascent soul of ancestor Wang Xiao, the Nanming Lihua magical power was passed on to Nanming. After reaching the golden corpse realm, Nanming's Nanming Lihua magical power was completely awakened. Li Shiming did not put away Nanming. It was no secret that he used Dujia Mountain this time. There must be monks paying attention to why he used Dujia Mountain. With his current status, he doesn't have to worry about any monks having any objections to him refining the golden corpse, just like he did when he was in Shushan's sect of northern Shu continent. As long as he has enough value and status, he can break some rules. Li Shiming took the golden corpse Nanming and left Dujia Mountain and flew towards his own mountain peak. Soon all the monks in the sect who should know about him knew that he had a golden corpse. This did not cause any criticism. After all, he joined the sect in the realm of the Great Elder. As long as he doesn't violate the sect's rules, no monk will say anything to him. Back in the cave, Li Shiming continued to study the physical condition of the golden corpse Nanming. After some experiments, he discovered that in addition to improving himself by absorbing yin and cold energy, Nanming, the golden corpse, could also improve himself by practicing Nanming Lihua and absorbing spiritual energy. In the past, Jinji Nanming's practice of Nanming Lihua could not improve his own realm, but could only enhance the power of Nanming Lihua. Now, like a normal monk, he improves his realm by absorbing spiritual energy and practicing Nanming Lihua, which is also in line with the special nature of life. Li Shiming took out the 4th grade Lei Yaoxian iron and handed it to Jinji Nanming. Now his Qiang Spirit Fire and Nanming Lihua are both refining elixirs. Especially Nanming Lihua is refining the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late nascent soul, which takes 40 days and has occupied Nanming Lihua for a long time. If he needed to refine a weapon, he could only use the Nanming Lihua weapon refiner before he could wait for a break in elixir refining. But things are different now. With the golden corpse Nanming, he has one more Nanming Lihua to use. He only needs to use one brain to control Jinshi Nanming, and he can use Jinshi Nanming's Nanming Lihua as his own.
The 4th grade Lei Yaoxian iron is his newly obtained 4th grade weapon refining material with thunder attribute. It was a gift given to him by his second senior brother Yushan. He has already had an idea about Lei Yaoxian iron. The Jade Clear Thunder Code has a matching magic weapon called Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer. In the nascent soul stage, he does have a 4th grade Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. But that 4th grade Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was refined into a natal magic weapon by its previous owner. Besides, the quality of the 4th grade Thunder Hammer was too low, and he didn't like it. This time he got the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron, and he planned to refine the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron into his own Sky Strike Hammer. If the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer refined this time meets his expectations, he is also going to sacrifice the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer into a natal magic weapon. Anyway, he still has 4 vacancies in his natal magic weapon. Before refining the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, it was impossible for him to completely follow the method of refining the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in the Jade Pure Thunder Code. The natal magic weapon Z15 is redesigned based on the method of refining the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in the Jade Pure Thunder Code, and based on Li Shiming's weapon refining ability, retaining the characteristics of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to the greatest extent. This is the supporting magic weapon of Jade Clear Thunder Code, and it is the magic weapon that can exert the maximum power of Jade Clear Thunder Code. At the same time, Li Shiming's 5 nanometer control power in the computer room space must be used to engrave more runes on the Thunder Hammer. In this regard, he has an ability that is countless times stronger than any weapon refiner. The control power of 5 nanometers can only be achieved in a weird space, like the computer room space. Even if there are weapon refiners who also use the Shin Vision, they will not be able to observe the accuracy of 5 nanometers, let alone control their own power to 5 nanometers, which is beyond the capabilities of the nascent soul cultivator. During the refining process, even the slightest mistake will cause the refining to fail and the materials to be scrapped. Without the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, it would be difficult for Li Shiming himself to be foolproof, let alone other weapon refiners. Chapter 528 Weapon Refining. In the computer room space, Nanming's hand was burning with Nanming Liwa, and the extremely hard 4th grade Thunder Black Iron softened in just over 10 breaths. This is the reason why Li Shiming uses the Nanming Liwa refining tool. If he uses his own infant fire, not to mention the consumption of Yuanying, just the time it takes for the infant fire to soften the 4th grade Lei Yaoxian iron, it will take at least 10 more than an hour. The magical flame is the top of the flames. Especially after the nascent soul stage, Nanming Liwa can really display its power. Just after the 4th grade thunderous black iron softened, a stream of spiritual consciousness appeared, turning into heavy hammers and hitting the softened 4th grade thunderous black iron. These consciousnesses are generated by Li Shiming's control of 10 brains. He is a dominant presence in the computer room space, with 5 nanometers of control. The 4th grade Thunder Black Iron is forged into the appearance of a sky-striking thunder hammer. From the beginning of refining to now, it only took less than an hour. Then came the work that took a lot of time. Li Shiming controlled 100 brains to turn into 100 independent consciousnesses, and began to carve patterns on the rough blank of the sky-strike thunder hammer. The 4th grade Thunder Black Iron is extremely strong, and it is not a magic weapon for close attacks. So he did not have a strong rune attached to it, but chose the Jade Clear Thunder Code, which is equipped with the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Runes. Z15 has analyzed and studied the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer that he obtained before, and has the Jade Clear Thunder Code as a reference, as well as Li Shiming's own nascent soul stage realization of practicing the Jade Clear Thunder Code, all of which are reflected in this rune. The small runes contain Li Shiming's understanding of the Jade Clear Thunder Code, coupled with the research results of the natal magic weapon Z15 on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. The combination of the two runes appears more perfect. Z15 There is a plan for engraving runes on the Thunder Hammer, on the small surface space of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. 3.6 million small formations will be arranged. Each small formation is composed of 12 runes. These 3.6 million the small formation formed another thunder attack formation. This is the maximum endurance of the 4th grade Lei Yaoxian iron, and it is not the limit of Li Shiming's inscribed runes. The accuracy of 5 nanometers, let alone 3.6 million small formations, would not be a problem even if it were increased 100 times. But the small formations also needed materials to support them. That is to say, the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron is a 4th grade upper level weapon refining material, and its quality is extremely high.
so it can support the inscription of 3.6 million small formations. The process of engraving small formations is the most troublesome. The inscription with a precision of 5 nanometers. Divine vision and divine consciousness can be accurately completed under the control of the natal magic weapon Z15. It took a full 3 months to refine the weapon. He told Brother Hu that he was refining the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late Yuanying in seclusion. Monk Hu had given him 2 copies of the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late Yuanying's material. It takes 40 days to refine a furnace of the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul. The time between the 2 furnaces is to recover energy, analyze and study the problems encountered in the first furnace, and summarize the experience. So he said to the outside world that he needed to retreat. 3 months. In fact, it was not very difficult for him to refine the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late Yuanying. In fact, he only refined 1 batch of the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late Yuanying. Under his precise control, he refined 6 elixirs. The 4th grade intermediate elixir in the late infant stage maintains his usual alchemy ability. Of course, it was impossible for him to take out all the 6 4th grade intermediate elixirs after nascent soul. He was only going to take out 3 4th grade elixirs to give an explanation to Brother Hu. He really didn't want to be too dazzling. 3 months is exactly the time given by Z15 to refine the Sky Strike Hammer. Li Shiming held the refined Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand. This Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was just short of being activated. He stopped the last step with some worry. His method of refining weapons has never been seen before in the world of immortal cultivation. When refining the 3rd grade flying sword, he only used 360,000 Xiao formations to make the refined Liuguang Xingyun, a magic weapon for calamity. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand was engraved with 3.6 million more complex formations. He had a feeling that once he completed the final refining and activated the magic weapon, there would be a catastrophe. He absolutely cannot complete this last step in the 10,000 Beast sect and show a certain level of alchemy ability to obtain the resources he wants. But if he shows his powerful weapon refining ability again, it will bring him great trouble. Besides, he wanted to make the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand a trump card for himself. A trump card that other monks could not know. In 3 months, in addition to completing the weapon refining and elixir refining, his cultivation has not fallen behind. The spiritual power in his Yuanying has increased a bit, although it is not much. It is stronger than the effect of ordinary Yuanying monks in 3 months of training. Several times. After all, there are not many monks in the early stage of Yuanying who can fully take the 4th grade high-level spiritual pills in the early stage of Yuanying to practice. After he came out of seclusion, he first sent a message transmission formula to his master, Brother Hu, and soon received a reply from Brother Hu. Brother Hu is currently guarding the cave of 10,000 beasts. He has created a clone and will come over soon. Li Shiming opened the formation on the mountain peak, and Brother Hu's clone happened to pass through the formation and enter the mountain peak.
Greetings, Master!
Li Shiming bowed and saluted the clone of Brother Hu. He was a little surprised, because in his perception, he couldn't tell the difference between this clone and Brother Hu's original body. This clone has the aura of a great monk, and is also wearing robes. Its face and temperament are exactly the same as those of the great monk Hu.
Shurjin, thank you for your hard work. This is a classic book prepared for you. You have to arrange the time for alchemy and practice.
Brother Hu smiled and took out a storage bag and handed it to Li Shiming and said. He did not put pressure on Li Shiming, but first asked about the results of the alchemy. Li Shiming was willing to tell him that he would tell him, and it was understandable if he didn't tell him.
Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming took the storage bag. In the storage bag were more than 10 jade slips, all of which were related classics that Brother Hu had found based on the techniques he practiced. These classics are not those in the public library. These jade slips contain some of Brother Hu's own insights, as well as the classics that Brother Hu found through his connections. The value of classics is immeasurable, and the most precious thing is the guidance of Monk Hu, which can save Li Shiming from making many detours. Li Shiming's gratitude is sincere, but his cultivation just lacks guidance.
Master, I let you down.
Li Shiming then said with some shame.
It doesn't matter. It's your first time to refine the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul. It's normal to fail. Summarize your experience, and I'll find a way to prepare elixir materials for you.
Upon hearing this, Brother Hu couldn't help but persuade Li Shiming. He also felt pity for the 2 materials of the 4th grade spiritual elixir in the later stage of Yuanying. But he did not want to dampen Li Shiming's confidence because of this matter. The alchemy talent shown by Li Shiming As long as he invests enough, he can definitely refine the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul that surpasses other alchemy masters.
These are 3 elixirs. I failed in the first batch, but luckily succeeded in the second batch.
Li Shiming took out a jade bottle and handed it over.
Did you succeed?
Brother Hu was stunned, and then said with great joy. He thought both furnaces of the elixir had failed, but he didn't expect that only one furnace failed, so he didn't lose too much at last. He took the jade bottle and entered it with his spiritual consciousness. He immediately realized something was wrong. The 3 4th grade elixirs showed that Li Shiming refined the full elixir in the second furnace, and the quality of the 3 4th grade elixirs reached the intermediate level, which made him extremely surprised. How long has it been since he had seen the 4th grade intermediate elixir in the late Yuanying period? The 3 alchemy masters in the sect could not even guarantee the success rate, let alone the full elixir. As for the intermediate quality 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul, it cannot be refined by luck alone. 40 days of elixir refining time definitely requires real ability to ensure the quality of the 4th grade elixir.
Okay, great,
Brother Hu murmured with his eyes shining. It was rare for him to lose his composure like this, which showed how excited he was. When you reach the realm of great monks, every improvement in strength is extremely difficult. Only a few cave geniuses can produce the resources of great monks, and the possibility of obtaining the resources of great monks from the outside world is extremely low. If Li Shiming could maintain such a level of alchemy, Brother Hu felt that he would have the chance to strive for greatness.
Shurjin, I can't break the rules of the alchemy master. I accept these 3 elixirs. One of them is considered to be purchased by me. In addition, I will give you the alchemy reward. I am a clone. I will give you the elixir in 2 days.
The reward will be brought to you.
Brother Hu stabilized his mood and said with a smile,
Master, this is my filial piety to you. You gave me 2 pieces of materials without repaying me.
Li Shiming immediately shook his head and said,
Silly boy. Remember that as long as there is a chance for resources, you must fight for them. As a master, I will not give you resources for nothing. Everything must be exchanged for your own ability. That's it.
Who duh? The monk smiled and shook his head. Yes, master.
Li Shiming no longer refused and bowed in response.
By the way, you are going to prepare 60 portions of 4th grade spiritual tea. I will take it away in 2 days. I will help you get some good stuff from Old Ghost Ding and Old Ghost Chai.
Brother Hu then he continued.
I have it here. Please wait a moment.
Li Shiming still had some leftovers of the 4th grade spiritual tea that he had fried. When the master said this, he immediately took out 60 portions of the 4th grade spiritual tea from the mustard ring and put it in a jade box. Brother Hu, 60 portions of 4th grade spiritual tea are just 60 pieces of spiritual tea leaves. It seems that Brother Hu really has plans for him and is prepared to take the path of praising the rare things.
Don't tell anyone about your refining of the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late nascent soul. I will inform several great monks in the sect, and they won't be stingy with you.
Brother Hu warned Li Shiming before leaving. Ichiban, the clone of Brother Hu, flew out of the mountain. He looked very hurried. It seemed that he attached great importance to the 3 late-stage nascent soul 4th grade elixirs, and wanted to send them to the main body as soon as possible. 2 days later, the clone of Brother Hu came again and delivered a batch of spiritual objects. Because Li Shiming himself is a master of alchemy, it is not difficult for him to obtain the 4th grade elixir in the early stage of Yuanying. So Brother Hu did not give him the elixir, but gave him some other spiritual objects. These spiritual objects include 5 drops of
10,000 years stone stalactite,
a 4th grade 12 golden lotus, and 12 4th grade formation materials. The spiritual object,
10,000 years stone stalactite,
is extremely useful. It is one of the top resources in the world of immortal cultivation. It has an irreplaceable role for Yuanying monks. A drop of
10,000 years stone stalactite
can restore all the spiritual power of an early nascent soul monk. It can also heal mental damage and replenish the monk's energy and spirit. During the battle, an early Yuanying monk had a drop of
10,000 years stone stalactite
in his hand, which enabled him to fight longer than the other early Yuanying monks.
10,000 years stone stalactite
is not only useful for monks in the early stage of Yuanying, it is also effective for monks in the middle and late stages of Yuanying. But the effect is somewhat discounted. But no matter what, the effect of using
10,000 years stone stalactite
to instantly restore spiritual power is a life-saving means for Yuanying monks in all realms. The 4th grade 12-leaf golden lotus is a spiritual creature. Li Shiming himself has a lower grade 3rd grade golden lotus. if he wants to upgrade the 3rd grade Golden Lotus to the 4th grade Golden Lotus. Even if he uses some 4th grade materials, it will take an extremely long time to grow. It is not cost effective for him to improve the quality of the 3rd grade Golden Lotus. Therefore, he gave up using the 3rd grade Golden Lotus. With the concentration of spiritual energy in his cave, the effect that the 3rd grade Golden Lotus could produce was almost negligible. This 4th grade 12-leaf Golden Lotus is the highest grade among the 4th grade Golden Lotus. The remuneration given by Brother, who was definitely based on the market price, and did not take advantage of Li Shiming. And these spiritual objects are all prepared according to Li Shiming's situation. The
10,000-year stone stalactite
is another life-saving means for Li Shiming. And the 4th grade 12-leaf Golden Lotus is to improve the quality of the spiritual energy in Li Shiming's cave and make it easier to absorb by Li Shiming. 12 copies of 4th grade formation materials are the exchange value of Li Shiming's 60 copies of 4th grade spiritual tea. This is definitely a great value. 4th grade Lingsha is a consumable product that has been taken for a long time. Brother who pushed the value of the 4th grade Lingsha fried by Li Shiming to an extremely high level. With this transaction, any monk who wants to redeem the 4th grade spiritual tea in the future will need to do so according to this standard, which saves Li Shiming a lot of trouble, seeing that even the great monk paid such a price to redeem the 4th grade spiritual tea. The other monks would have no objection if they wanted to redeem the 4th grade spiritual tea. Li Shiming planted the 4th grade 12-leaf Golden Lotus into the 4th grade spiritual spring. The 4th grade 12-leaf Golden Lotus swayed in the 4th grade spiritual spring, inhaled the spiritual energy, and then spit it out again. The newly spit out spiritual energy is not only pure, but also carries a strange spirituality. Li Shiming maintained his cultivation state. He let go of the 4 nascent souls' absorption of external spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy transformed by the 4th grade 12-leaf Golden Lotus was absorbed into his body. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy transformed by the 4th grade 12-leaf Golden Lotus could increase his absorption speed of spiritual energy by 5%. Don't underestimate this 5%. When he really retreats to practice, he retreats for several years, or even a few years. A 5% improvement will be a big improvement. Chapter 529 Party. Li Shiming's pavilion on the top of the mountain is extremely lively today. This gathering was initiated by him. And of course, it was also Feng Lanqing's reminder. He sent out the invitations 10 days in advance, and most of them were the early Yuanying monks from before. That is, Feng Lanqing's small circle. He had attended a gathering before, because there was news in the 10,000 Bees sect about the 4th grade spiritual tea he had brewed. Feng Lanqing took the initiative to contact him and asked him to organize a gathering. Li Shiming thought for a while and agreed. All the nascent soul monks from the last gathering came, including Master Jiang Hong and the master's registered disciple Lu Heng. As for the second senior brother Yushan, he was also prepared to invite them. But Yushan was busy recently and was unable to accept the invitation. When Master Jiang Hong saw Li Shiming, he had a smile on his face, as if nothing happened before. But he and Li Shiming both understood that after what happened before, their relationship would never be the same again. Li Shiming dared not trust Master Jiang Hong anymore. He could sense Master Jiang Hong's hidden jealousy. But Master Jiang Hong had not really let go.
Master Li, take out the spiritual tea quickly. I want to drink the 4th grade spiritual tea that requires 1 4th grade formation material to exchange for 5 spiritual tea leaves.
Feng Lanqing said impatiently.
Senior sister Feng, I'll make it right now,
Li Shiming said with a smile. For this reception, he had prepared a lot of 4th grade spiritual fruits. His current net worth is pretty good, since he has only been refining alchemy for a short period of time. He has not accumulated much spiritual objects of the 4th grade. But spiritual objects, like the 4th grade spiritual fruit, are enough for 1 or 2 gatherings. Different from the last gathering. Although Li Shiming was a master of alchemy at that time, his status in the gathering was not the most important protagonist. Veteran alchemy masters, like Master Jiang Hong, had a higher status than him at that time. In addition, Xiang Feng Lanqing's status was also very high. But this time, there was an obvious difference. All the monks seemed to regard Li Shiming as the protagonist. This is not just because Li Shiming is the master, but also because he has become a formal disciple of monk who, and his status in the sect has been greatly improved. Li Shiming used the 4th grade Lihua Danning to make tea. He did not use Nanming Lihua, which is a fire-based magical power, and he did not want to be famous in this area. This method of brewing spiritual tea using a 4th grade alchemy furnace is still original to him. Master Jiang Hong looked at Li Shiming's movements. His eyes slightly focused. No matter how many times he saw it, He felt that Li Shiming's control over the spiritual fire exceeded his imagination. It's not that he hasn't tried it himself. He tried it privately, but the spiritual tea he brewed every time was very different from the spiritual tea brewed by Li Shiming. The spiritual tea brewed by Li Shiming can almost be said to have brought the spirituality of spiritual tea to the extreme. Sometimes Master Jiang Hong doesn't understand why he is jealous. Maybe Li Shiming grows up too fast and competes with him. Originally, he thought that after Li Shiming entered the sect, it would take a long time to advance to the Yuanying stage. During this period, Li Shiming could only refine the 4th grade elixir of the early Yuanying stage. Even if Li Shiming is promoted to the nascent soul stage later, he still needs to practice refining the 4th grade elixir of the nascent soul stage again. It will take at least 100 or 200 years to catch up with him. However, not long after Li Shiming entered the sect, he was promoted to the Yuanying stage. And 1 year after being promoted to the Yuanying stage, he showed his extraordinary talent for alchemy. Don't look at the fact that there were 3 alchemy masters competing with each other in the 10,000 Beasts sect. In fact, the level difference between the 3 alchemy masters is limited. The number of monks asking for elixirs from the 3 alchemy masters is almost the same, which makes the competition between the 3 alchemy masters not very strong. But Li Shiming's sudden rise, using the intermediate level 4 spiritual elixirs of the mid-nascent soul to take over the high-end quality, formed the strongest competitiveness, which caused many monks who were originally customers of Master Jiang Hong to switch to Li Shiming. While Master Jiang Hong was thinking about it, an indescribable aroma filled the entire area.
No wonder this spiritual tea is so expensive.
Feng Lanqing murmured softly. She was also very knowledgeable, but she was still attracted by the fragrance in the air. Originally, the 4th grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming was the top grade 4th grade spiritual tea. After Li Shiming used the 4th grade alchemy furnace to brew it, it brought out 100% of the spirituality of the 4th grade spiritual tea, which is even better than what the great monks drink. The same quality of the 4th grade Ling tea. Li Shiming smiled. The 4th grade spiritual tea he brewed was exactly 1 cup for each monk. No more. No less. After the monks took a sip of the 4th grade spiritual tea, there was no sound in the entire pavilion. All the monks were speechless and fell into the ultimate feeling of the 4th grade spiritual tea. After a long time, the monks came back to their senses.
It's still too expensive,
Zhang Kai said softly. This 4th grade spiritual tea brings an extremely strong feeling to the monks, which is beneficial to the nascent soul monks. But as Zhang Kai said, it is too expensive, and it is beyond the reach of ordinary nascent soul monks. It is estimated that among the Yuanying monks here, only Masters Feng Lanqing and Jiang Hong have the wealth to buy some. The rest of the nascent soul monks will not use so many 4th grade resources to buy 4th grade spiritual tea. This is beyond their ability. They cannot reduce their cultivation resources just to buy 4th grade spiritual tea. You must know that I have never purchased 1 portion of 4th grade spiritual tea. Whenever I buy it, it is at least 10 copies, which means 2 portions of 4th grade ingredients.
It's a bit expensive, but it's definitely worth it.
Feng Lanqing shook her head and said, this kind of mental stimulation for nascent soul monks sometimes plays an extremely important role. When encountering bottlenecks and understanding the skills, a little mental stimulation may bring huge benefits. In addition, the spirituality in the 4th grade spiritual tea can also allow nascent soul monks to realize spirituality. As for what they can realize, it depends on the talent of each Yuanying monk.
I would also like to thank Senior Brother Li. I did not attend the apprenticeship ceremony that day. In fact, even if I did, except for the master and the other 3 great monks, the other monks were not able to taste this spiritual tea. I only heard about it afterwards and finally got it. You get what you want,
Lu Heng said. He was trying his best to praise Li Shiming. Although he did not enter the apprenticeship ceremony, he still knew what happened inside. He borrowed 3 great monks to increase the value of this 4th grade spiritual tea. Feng Lanqing smiled and said nothing. She did not immediately tell Li Shiming about the purchase. If she did tell Li Shiming here, it would make other monks feel the difference in wealth and have bad thoughts. She was extremely considerate in her dealings with others, and nothing like this would happen. Master Jiang Hong did not say anything about buying the 4th grade spiritual tea. Although he was very interested in the 4th grade spiritual tea, he did not want to praise Li Shiming at this time.
Master Li, where is Xiaofeng?
Feng Lanqing thought of something and asked with a smile. Another reason she persuaded Li Shiming to hold this gathering was to let the monks from the Feng lineage meet Xiaofeng. Having Xiaofeng, the red gold phoenix spiritual pet, will greatly increase Li Shiming's status in the phoenix lineage and minimize the impact of the previous phantom dragon.
Come here, Xiaofeng,
Li Shiming called. Xiaofeng jumped over from a distance. After so many days of feeding, its body has grown a lot bigger, and its feathers are much prettier. It no longer looks like a chicken, but like a beautiful big rooster.
Red Gold Phoenix?
All Yuanying monks explained in unison. They had heard Feng Lanqin mention it before they came. But actually seeing a juvenile red gold phoenix appear made them excited. The red gold phoenix has a very special status in the phoenix lineage. There are two types of phoenix spiritual pets. One is the red gold phoenix, and the other is other. The nascent soul cultivators present, including Lu Heng, were all from the phoenix lineage. And their phoenix lineage spiritual pets were others. Envy flashed in the eyes of each nascent soul cultivator, seeing the top phoenix spiritual pet appearing in front of them, which they had always dreamed of. Xiaofeng didn't care about these nascent soul cultivators. It jumped to Li Shiming's side and looked at Li Shiming's mustard seed ring. It was obvious that it was waiting for Li Shiming to give it food. Li Shiming would not take out the third-grade top spiritual beast increasing pill in front of these Yuanying monks. He just patted Xiaofeng on the head to express his love. Although Xiaofeng didn't get the food, she narrowed her eyes happily.
Go back to the cave and play,
Li Shiming ordered with a smile. Xiaofeng jumped back to the cave and disappeared in front of all the Yuanying monks. All the Yuanying monks looked at Li Shiming with much enthusiasm. As long as Li Shiming did not die. When Xiaofeng grew up, he would be at least a fourth-grade spiritual pet equivalent to a great monk. This time may take hundreds of years. But this does not delay them from deepening their friendship with Li Shiming in advance. The gathering continued as before, with all the nascent soul monks answering each other's difficult questions. They tasted the spiritual fruit, and did not ask for any more fourth-grade spiritual tea. They all know in their hearts that 1 cup of such expensive fourth-grade spiritual tea is already very luxurious. They have also heard that the frying of this fourth-grade spiritual tea is extremely troublesome, and the success rate is not high.
Speaking of which, a new wave of spirit beasts will arrive soon. How about we discuss forming a team?
Feng Lanqin said.
Tide of spirit beasts? Are they spirit beasts in the sea?
Li Shiming asked without knowing why. As far as he knew, there was no place for spirit beasts on the eastern Qi continent. The living space for spirit beasts was very small, and was deliberately set aside. So it was impossible to generate a wave of spirit beasts.
Yes, every 100 years or so, there will be a tide of spirit beasts. The last tide of spirit beasts was 99 years ago. Recently, news has come from the sea that the number of spirit beasts has increased abnormally. It shouldn't take long for the spirit beast tide to appear.
Feng Lanqin nodded and replied.
Although the ocean is huge, how did this tide of spiritual beasts come about?
Li Shiming then asked. He saw the Hua entrapment formation set up by the 10,000 Beast sect on the coast, and hunted spiritual beasts through the formation. In his opinion, the flower-moving beast formation on the beach alone has greatly reduced the number of spiritual beasts. No matter how many spirit beasts there are in the ocean, these years of killing will greatly reduce the number of spirit beasts in this sea area. Spiritual beasts are not Chinese cabbage. A large area can be grown in a short time. The growth of spiritual beasts takes time, even if there are many resources in the ocean. The 3rd and 4th grade spirit beasts are very far apart. If the tide of spirit beasts consists of 1st and 2nd grade spirit beasts, it is impossible for nascent soul monks to take them seriously.
The sect has some speculation about the tide of spirit beasts, believing that there is a cave in the ocean similar to the cave of 10,000 beasts. Spirit beasts are constantly being generated and growing rapidly in the cave. Usually,
a small number of spirit beasts escape from the cave. At a certain moment, the cave will open and release a large number of spiritual beasts. It's a pity that the sect sent many monks to investigate, but none of them found this possible cave. Feng Lanqin answered for him. Although this is an unconfirmed guess, Li Shiming has entered the 10,000 Beasts cave. If there really is a cave similar to the 10,000 Beasts cave existing in the sea, all phenomena can be explained.
The tide of spirit beasts is a feast. Master Li's realm has not yet been completely stabilized, so you don't need to participate. The demon pills we get by then will still be sent to you to help refine them into spiritual pills.
Zhang Kai smiled said. As a master of alchemy, Li Shiming, the sect cannot let Li Shiming go to the battlefield while he is still in a stable state. But after Zhang Kai said this, Master Jiang Hong's expression became ugly again. For the business of using the 4th grade demon elixir to make alchemy, all the nascent soul cultivators here used to come to him. Now in front of him, his friend Zhang Kai directly said that he wanted to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs. which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Zhang Kai didn't think so much. For monks like them, they had to find the most suitable alchemy master to refine the alchemy materials they finally obtained. Li Shiming's alchemy ability has been confirmed. Whether it is the 4th grade elixir in the early Yuanying stage, or the mid-stage Yuanying stage, the quality of the 4th grade elixir refined by Li Shiming can maintain a consistent level. The quality of the 4th grade intermediate is close to high-end. It made Zhang Kai not want to choose another alchemy master.
Yes, Master Li. We are going to trouble you,
the other nascent soul cultivator said with a smile. Li Shiming promised them that he would make elixirs for them, and they were willing to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs for them. At present, Li Shiming has mastered the refining of the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the late nascent soul, which has not yet been known to the nascent soul monks. Otherwise, they would be even more enthusiastic.
No problem. I will definitely work hard to refine it, and won't let everyone's efforts go to waste,
Li Shiming replied with a smile. In fact, he still has the idea of taking a look at the spirit beast tide. But he will not team up with these nascent soul monks. Now his phantom dragon and golden corpse have a certain fighting strength. Together with his 5 nascent souls, they are enough to withstand a team of 6 nascent soul monks. The only trouble is that his sustained combat power is insufficient. If he really wants to go, he can only take advantage of it, and cannot fight for a long time. After discussion, the nascent soul cultivators formed 3 teams to jointly stop the tide of spirit beasts. At the end of the party, all the Yuanying monks were very happy. They said goodbye to Li Shiming one after another, and made an appointment to make alchemy. Li Shiming agreed one by one. Now he can refine 2 furnaces of elixirs at the same time. The refining of the 4th grade elixir in the early stage of Yuanying will not affect his sect's alchemy task, and the refining of the 4th grade elixir for the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. Panacea. Chapter 530 Departure. 3 years later, the sect began to mobilize nascent soul monks to go to the coast to block the coming tide of spiritual beasts. Li Shiming has not stopped refining alchemy in the past year and a half. But most of the time, he has been practicing in the
Tao of Heaven and Humanity
hall in Dongtian. The spiritual power in his 5 nascent souls has finally accumulated to the extent that he can participate in normal battles, thanks to the use of his 4th grade high-level elixirs in the early nascent souls.
First go and talk to the master. Then go and finish the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. And finally go and see what the spirit beast tide looks like,
he said to himself. Even if brother Hu is in seclusion, he still has a clone that has answered many difficult questions for him in the past 3 years. There is no need to worry about not meeting brother Hu. Li Shiming entered the 4-elephant cave heaven through the jade plate of his identity, cast a spell outside the mountain peak of his master, Master Hu, and then entered the mountain peak.
Master!
This time, he saw the true form of Monk Hu, and he stepped forward and bowed.
Shurjin, do you want to leave the sect and join the spirit beast tide?
Brother Hu waved his hand to excuse him, and asked with a smile.
Yes, Master.
Li Shiming nodded and replied.
It's okay to go and see it. But as an alchemy master, don't take too many risks,
Brother Hu said with a smile without any intention of stopping him.
I didn't take on the sect's mission. I just went to see something.
Li Shiming naturally followed Brother Hu's opinion, which was in line with his thoughts. The sect's reward for this wave of spiritual beasts is not low, but it depends on who is targeting it. For Li Shiming, although the reward is not cheap, he can earn it back as long as he refines a few more furnaces of spiritual elixirs, especially when refining elixirs for the great monks. Both the great monks Chai and Ding sent him a set of 4th grade elixir refining materials in the late Yuanying stage through the great monk Hu. Each of them had 2 late-stage Yuanying 4th grade intermediate elixirs, which brought him a great deal. Harvest. Li Shiming also gave the 2 late-stage nascent soul 4th grade intermediate elixirs that he had left in accordance with the rules to his master, Brother Hu, and asked Brother Hu to sell them on his behalf. He didn't want to put the 4th grade intermediate elixir of the late nascent soul in his hands. At least, he couldn't let other monks know about it. The resources of the great monk are extremely precious. He secretly intercepted 6 late-stage nascent soul 4th grade intermediate elixirs, and already gained a huge harvest. It is better to leave the 4th grade intermediate elixirs in the hands of his master, Great Monk Hu. Brother Hu did not treat him badly, and gave him several pieces of upper-level 4th grade materials, as well as a large number of sect contribution points. Therefore, Li Shiming does not need to take on the dangerous combat mission of stopping the tide of spirit beasts. It is easier for him to obtain resources and contribution points.
Here are 2 life-saving talismans. Keep them as spares.
Brother Hu was still a little worried. He took out 2 more life-saving talismans and gave them to Li Shiming and ordered. There are 2 life-saving talismans. One is a defensive talisman, and the other is a distant escape talisman. The defensive talisman is a passive activation type. As long as the spiritual imprint is inserted, it will be activated when danger comes, forming a defensive barrier in front of the body. The defensive effect of this defensive barrier is almost at the peak level of the mid-stage Yuanying. It is enough to face most attacks without encountering a great monk. Coupled with a far escape talisman, if he is really in danger, 2 life-saving talismans can completely save Li Shiming's life.
Thank you, Master,
Li Shiming said gratefully. Each of these life-saving talismans requires a great monk to consume a lot of his own energy to make them. Even a great monk cannot make too many, which will cause trouble to the great monk's practice. He came out of the 4 elephants cave, and his figure turned into lightning and flew towards the distance. Shortly after he left, several figures flew in his direction.
Yushan, go and help Shurjin deal with the trouble,
Brother Hu said in a deep voice to the outside. Although he was in the 4 elephants cave, he had a clone left in the entrance valley of the 10,000 beasts cave, and he still had great authority over the sect's formation. How could he not see these monks with ulterior motives? The temptation of Li Shiming was really too great. The dragon department didn't know about the 5-clawed dragon yet, but even the previous 4-clawed dragon was enough to attract the greed of the monks who had dragon spiritual pets. Not to mention that he also has a red gold phoenix pet of the phoenix type. If he can let other phoenix-type spiritual pets devour Xiaofeng's red gold phoenix bloodline, it will be enough for other phoenix-type spiritual pets to ascend to the sky and become the Phoenix clan. The intimidating power of Brother Hu within the sect was extremely strong. But after leaving the sect, there was not much he could do. He still could not stop the greed of the monks. So he had asked Yushan to prepare for it a long time ago. This time, he just happened to deal with some monks and give some warning to some monks with ulterior motives. Of course, even if he is a great monk, he needs to have evidence before he can take action against the monks in this sect. This is why he waits for these monks to track Li Shiming and asks Yushan to take action. Yushan disappeared, and a few hours later, he returned here.
Master, my junior brother still has some tricks, not to mention those who tracked him. Even I couldn't keep up with him. He lost his target after leaving the sect thousands of miles away. Those monks who tracked my junior brother couldn't. It's hard for me to take action.
Yushan bowed to report.
It seems that I worry too much. The fact that Shurjin came from another continent shows that he has his own means of saving his life.
Brother Hu did not mean to blame, but laughed and said, the ability to make Yushan unable to track shows that Li Shiming's means of escaping are extremely strong, at least in the world of immortality. With such means, the chance of saving his life will increase a lot. After Li Shiming left the sect thousands of miles away, he put the identity jade disc into the computer room space and then used
south close to the end of the world.
Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators who were following him. Even venerable Huiku, who also mastered the near world, could not compare with him in near world. The strength of the divine foot power comes from the monk's spirit. After being promoted to the nascent soul stage, Li Shiming's spirit far surpassed that of venerable Huiku. Through the drone satellite system, he also saw the nascent soul cultivator tracking behind him, which he had expected. The only thing he was lucky about was that because Brother Ding wanted him to make elixirs, he didn't want to find him about Chen Zhou's disappearance. As long as the big monk didn't take action, he was still confident that he could escape unscathed. He came to an area with relatively thin spiritual energy, where he was going to complete the chain of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. He summoned the Phantom Dragon, the Golden Corpse, and Venerable Huijing. Although Venerable Huijing was relatively weak, he could still exert great strength in cooperation with the Phantom Dragon and the Golden Corpse. In the end, Venerable Huijing is still a Yuanying monk. As Li Shiming masters the strength of the Yuanying stage, Venerable Huijing's strength is constantly being developed. The Phantom Dragon disappeared as soon as it was summoned. As a 5-clawed dragon, it did not have the idea of fighting head-on like the Dragon Clan. This may be related to Li Shiming's long-term use of the Phantom Dragon, and the fact that the Phantom Dragon is too young and has not yet been shaped by the influence of the 5-clawed dragon's bloodline. Of course, the most important thing is that the Phantom Dragon's fighting method is engraved deep in its soul. The Golden Corpse stood 100 meters away from Li Shiming, guarding one direction. Venerable Huijing stood in another place, wearing a 4th-grade high-grade defensive robe and holding a 4th-grade high-grade fire element in his hand. Flying sword. Originally, Li Shiming still had a lot of rubbish magic weapons on his body, But when he went through the catastrophe, all the magic weapons of little value were consumed by the thunder. What can now be used by venerable Hui Jing are 4th grade high-level magic weapons. These magic weapons can be regarded as high standards even in the 10,000 Beasts sect. Li Shiming stopped the continuous cultivation of the Wood Thunder Nascent Soul, the Earth Thunder Nascent Soul, the Golden Thunder Nascent Soul, and the Water Thunder Nascent Soul in his body. This process took some time, and allowed the 4 nascent souls to slowly stop practicing. He didn't dare to hold back when facing the Heavenly Tribulation. This time the Heavenly Tribulation was the Nascent Soul Stage Tribulation, and he would not underestimate it. Everything was ready. He completed the last part of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in the computer room space, and then took the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer out of the computer room space. His consciousness swept through the interior of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, activating all 3.6 million formations. Just when the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was activated, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer emitted a golden lightning and connected to his forehead. He was shocked at first, but even if there was something wrong with the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, it would not be able to cause much damage to him in terms of power if it attacked his master and had not survived the catastrophe. With the help of Brother Hu, I have gained a deeper understanding of the practice of Jade Pure Thunder Code. The biggest benefit he got from becoming the disciple of Monk Hu was not the guidance from Monk Hu, but the opportunity to come into contact with the core classics of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The natal magic weapon Z15 contains many classics by Lei Xiao. These classics are not only exercises, but also contain many experience summaries of Lei Xiao's lifelong cultivation. This is the true foundation of a large sect, which can save the monks within the sect from taking many detours. The golden electric light connected to Li Shiming's forehead, and in his body, the golden electric light extended to the 5 nascent souls. It seemed that there were too many nascent souls in his body, making the golden lightning unable to make a choice for a while. Li Shiming's mind moved slightly, and he controlled Mu Lei nascent soul to actively contact the golden electric light. In an instant, the Mu Lei nascent soul and the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer were connected together. Li Shiming slowly closed his eyes, and a lot of information came from the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. These were all generated independently by the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer after activating the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Understanding of the Jade Pure Thunder Code. During the refining process of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, each rune came from his own understanding of the Jade Pure Thunder Code. 3,600,000 times 12 thunder runes made the Sky Strike Thunder. The hammer has undergone wonderful changes. Li Shiming's Z15 opened its own database, retrieved a large amount of knowledge about thunder-based techniques, and continuously communicated with the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer through golden electric light. During this process, a strange Taoist rhyme was generated within the Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer. This Taoist rhyme recorded part of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer itself and his master's understanding of the Jade Clear Thunder Code technique. Normal 4th grade magic weapons all have Taoist rhymes within them, but the numbers vary. For example, the 4th grade high-level magic weapon has 3 Dao rhymes. The 4th grade mid-level magic weapon has 2 Dao rhymes. And the 4th grade low-level magic weapon has only 1 Dao rhyme, or even no Dao rhyme at all. Obviously, this Dao Yun cannot carry the insights generated by 3.6 million times 12 thunder runes, plus Z15 and Li Shiming's own insights. So soon, the second Dao Yun rose from the Thunder Hammer, and not long after, the third one appeared again. At this time, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer has reached the quality of a 4th grade upper-level magic weapon. But this is not the end. As the 4th Dao Yun appears, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer broke through its own shackles and became a 4th grade super-level magic weapon. At least he had not seen any monks using this kind of magic weapon in his dealings with many monks in the Eastern Qi continent. Just when he thought this was the end, another Dao Yun appeared inside the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. In Li Shiming's perception, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer has reached the limit of its own material. Even if it can increase the Dao Yun, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer cannot bear it anymore. The quality of the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron is of the upper level. It has exceeded the quality limit when it is almost refined into a super grade magic weapon. That is to say, the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron itself is very strong and can withstand 5 Taoist charms. Li Shiming forcibly interrupted the golden lightning, ending the process of brewing Taoist rhyme. As the golden lightning ceased, the surface of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer emitted a bright light. At the same time, a thundercloud quickly condensed in the sky. Li Shiming looked at the thunderclouds in the sky with a smile on his face. His special weapon refining technique can also be used to refine the 4th grade magic weapon. Although he didn't know the power of the 4th grade weapon, He thought it would definitely give him the most powerful combat power at the same level. And it was even possible for him to fight across levels. He was holding the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. And he had no intention of neglecting the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. It was his magic weapon. And it would become one of his natal magic weapons. He attached great importance to the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer's catastrophe. It's hard to find materials for the 4th level upper level thunder weapon refining. He didn't find a second one during this period of time. So he tried his best not to fail the Thunder Hammer that day. He has confidence in himself. With the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
and the attributes of Sky Thunder honed by hundreds of thunder tribulations, he is much less afraid of Sky Thunder than other monks. There were very few monks in the place Li Shiming was looking for. But this time it was a nascent soul level thundercloud, which produced energy fluctuations more than 100,000 miles away. The monks within this range have more or less sensed the movement here. However, after sensing the nascent soul level thundercloud, most of the Golden Core cultivators, except for a few who were not afraid of death, did not explore here. In a cave within the range, 6 early-stage nascent soul monks were discussing a team mission. After sensing the nascent soul level thunderclouds, they all stood up.
It seems our opportunity has arrived,
one of the early Yuaning monks said with a smile. Surprise and vigilance flashed in the eyes of the other 5 nascent soul cultivators. The surprise came from the thundercloud. This thundercloud was not far away. No matter what caused the catastrophe, it was at least a 4th grade spiritual object. The vigilance comes from each other. Although they are teammates, they are just a temporary team. Chapter 531 Weapon Spirit. The thunderclouds in the sky became lower and lower, and the brewing thunder and lightning triggered a strong magnetic field effect, causing the gravel and vegetation on the ground to leave the ground. Li Shiming's hair was flying. In addition to wanting the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to survive the catastrophe, he also wanted to rely on the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer's catastrophe to increase some of the power of the thunder in his body. Finally, the first thunderbolt fell in the sky. The sky and the earth suddenly lighted up, and thunder and lightning struck the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Li Shiming mobilized the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
to bless himself with lightning-resistant spells, and he was prepared to withstand the bombardment of Sky Thunder together with the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. An accident happened. The Sky Thunder hit the Sky Strike Hammer. Countless illusory runes shone on the Sky Strike Hammer. The falling thunder was like replenishing energy for the Sky Strike Hammer. Not a trace of lightning flowed out of the Sky Strike Hammer. Li Shiming stared at the Sky Thunder Hammer in his hand blankly. Although the Sky Thunder just now was not as good as the Sky Thunder when he was promoted to the Nascent Soul stage, it was definitely the average level of the Nascent Soul level Sky Thunder. But just such a thunder. It was like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any fluctuations. Even holding the Thunder Hammer in his hand, he didn't even feel a trace of thunder and lightning. And the first thunder went through like this. While he was thinking about it, heavenly tribulation seemed to feel the provocation, and the thunderclouds gathered again. This is extremely rare in the process of moving. Usually before the first thunder, the thunder cloud will accumulate all the energy of the 3 thunders. Obviously, the actions of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer just now made the rules of heaven and earth angry.
Phantom Dragon, Golden Corpse, go and deal with those monks.
At this time, one of Li Shiming's brains discovered through the drone satellite system that a team of 6 nascent soul monks was approaching quickly. In addition, there are some golden elixir monks who are also approaching, but their speed is slower. The Phantom Dragon and the Golden Corpse received the order. The Phantom Dragon was in a state of invisibility and could not detect its departure. The Golden Corpse's figure flashed. As long as one did not possess the magical power of seeing, it would not be possible to see clearly. The figure of the Golden Corpse.
The thunderclouds are getting stronger. How is this possible?
A monk in the early stage of nascent soul felt the changes in the thunderclouds ahead and asked in confusion. Talking did not affect his speed. He kept a certain distance from his companions, which could not only support each other in fighting, but also defend against the attacks of his companions.
This means that those 4th grade spiritual objects are extremely special. If we can get them, we won't have to worry about our future cultivation resources.
Another early Yuaning monk said greedily. After speaking, he carefully sensed his surroundings, mainly to see if other early Yuaning monks had any abnormal behavior. Although theoretically, the chance of internal strife between them is very small before they find out what is going through the tribulation. But who dares to use their own lives to guarantee the character of other nascent soul monks? His words aroused the greed of other Yuaning monks, and the atmosphere among the 6 early Yuaning monks became even more tense. Right now, no one is attacking first. If anyone does, They will face a chaotic battle. Li Shiming separated a brain, and saw clearly the situation of the 6 early Yuanying monks through the eyes of the phantom dragon. He let the golden corpse go underground, which was one of the golden corpse's innate abilities. The place where the golden corpse lurked happened to be where the 6 early Yuanying monks passed by. The phantom dragon approached the 6 early Yuanying monks. Li Shiming controlled the phantom dragon, and did not use any energy attacks. The phantom dragon will not reveal itself as long as it does not use energy attacks. And he does not need the phantom dragon to succeed in one attack. The phantom dragon grabbed the body of an early Yuanying monk, and its 5 claws almost instantly tore through the defense of the early Yuanying monk. This early Yuanying monk had always maintained the highest level of vigilance, and reacted immediately when he was attacked. His attack was shot in the direction of the phantom dragon. His consciousness could not detect the phantom dragon. This attack was completely an instinctive reaction of his nervousness. When the invisible body of the phantom dragon discovered that the early Yuanying monk was counterattacking, it activated a special ability. This was the ability that the phantom dragon gained after devouring Qinzhou's dragon-type spiritual pet. Short-distance space movement. It can only move 1,000 meters at a time, and can only be used once in a battle. After use, it needs to be slowly charged before it can be used again. The attack launched by the monk in the early stage of nascent soul was something he had prepared a long time ago. A streak of fire swept in one direction. In that direction, there happened to be the position of another early Yuanying monk. Similarly, the early Yuanying monk also fought back. After he found out that he was being attacked, he fired the spells he had prepared and at the same time stepped back, widening the distance between him and other early Yuanying monks. With one move, the entire body was affected. The 2 early Yuanying monks suddenly took action, triggering reactions from the other 4 early Yuanying monks. They also quickly distanced themselves, while either attacking or adding defensive spells to themselves. The originally harmonious situation was suddenly broken.
How dare you make a sneak attack?
Shouted the monk in the early stage of nascent soul, who was attacked.
What's going on?
At this time, another early Yuanying monk asked. Li Shiming was waiting for this opportunity. He had seen 6 nascent soul monks from the northern Shu continent rely on the combined attack formation to fight against powerful enemies. Since the northern Shu continent has such methods, the eastern Shu continent should also have the same methods. He used a little psychological tactics to make a team fall apart and distrust each other. His goal was achieved, and the next step was to solve the problem. This time, the 5 claws of the phantom dragon contained terrifying energy, and one of its claws grabbed the vest of an early Yuanying monk. This was a full-strength attack from the 5-clawed dragon. It was different from the previous one that only relied on brute force. The dragon's claws penetrated the vest of the early Yuanying monk and scratched the opponent's Yuanying. Then the phantom dragon let out a dragon roar towards the sky. This dragon roar contained the natural suppression of blood. Dragon roar is also an attack, a mental and sonic attack, because the realm of the phantom dragon is still too low. Its power cannot truly reflect the supreme suppressive power of the 5-clawed dragon. But the dragon's roar caused the remaining 5 Yuanying early-stage monks to freeze. The nascent soul ritual that they were about to perform was also interrupted by this dragon's roar. A ray of golden light shot out from the ground, and a golden human palm grabbed the body of an early Yuanying monk. The blow was so powerful that it directly scattered the Yuanying in the early Yuanying monk's body. The golden figure is the golden corpse. After 3 years of growth, the golden corpse has shrunk to 3 meters in height, and its appearance is almost the same as that of a human being. This is related to the fact that Li Shiming invested a large amount of 4th-level corpse refining resources into the golden corpse. Otherwise, how could the golden corpse grow so fast? After the golden corpse killed an early Yuanying monk, it did not stop moving, and even this blow did not affect its speed. The golden corpse appeared next to the 2nd early Yuanying monk, followed by the 3rd and 4th. When he killed 4 early Yuanying monks in a row, the last early Yuanying monk woke up from the shock of the dragon's roar. After he woke up, he found that in a short period of time, he was the only one left alive. This made him feel like he was dead, and he activated a life-saving talisman without any hesitation. Of course, his life-saving talisman was not made by a great monk, but by a nascent soul stage talisman master who was good at escape techniques. But for casual cultivators, it was a life-saving thing. His body was wrapped in a reddish light and shot into the distance. It's a pity that he met the golden corpse, since he took the golden corpse core of Jai Ji's powerful cave to break through. This golden corpse inherited the indescribable speed of the golden corpse in the cave. The monk in the early stage of nascent soul was very fast, but the golden corpse was faster than him and caught up with him in a moment. The monk in the early stage of Yuaniing was so horrified that he no longer hesitated and used the last method to leave the body of Yuaniing. He didn't want to fight by using the Yuaniing Dharma. He knew very well that he could kill 5 Yuaniing early stage monks in an instant. Even the 5 Yuaniing monks didn't have time to use the Yuaniing Dharma. Even if he used Yuaniing Dharma will not be a match for the enemy. His nascent soul left the body in order to escape. This is also the fastest method of movement among monks besides magical powers. His nascent soul came out of the body, and the little nascent soul glanced at the golden corpse with panic eyes. He seemed to want to remember the golden corpse deeply, but when nascent soul looked at the golden corpse, he found that golden light was already in front of him. As a golden palm passed by nascent soul, his last consciousness also dissipated. Li Shiming was facing the second thunder. At the same time, he was distracted from controlling the overall situation of the battlefield. He found that the gap between the casual cultivators and the sect cultivators was still too big. Of course, the main reason why the 6 early Yuaniing monks could be eliminated so easily was the cooperation between the Phantom Dragon and the Golden Corpse. As long as an early Yuaniing monk does not have a particularly powerful defensive magic weapon and cannot withstand the first attack of the Golden Corpse, it almost means that an early Yuaniing monk will definitely die. Although the Phantom Dragon only killed 1, the other 4 early Yuaniing monks were killed, and they were all closely related to it. A Dragonborn controlled all the early Yuaniing monks. This was the terrifying effect brought about by spiritual pets with powerful bloodlines. If the other party is a monk from a large sect, there may be ways to deal with it. But casual cultivators are not okay. The Golden Corpse began to clean the battlefield, put away the corpses, and place the space items together separately. After cleaning the battlefield, Phantom Dragon went to clean up the trash fish in the Golden Elixir stage, while the Golden Corpse returned to Li Shiming to protect the law. The second Sky Thunder, which had been brewing for a long time, fell with a thunderbolt. The Sky Thunder hit the Sky Hammer first, and the thunder came later. Li Shiming felt his palm shake, and the Thunder Hammer flew away from his palm. With the precise calculation of his divine vision and the natal magic weapon Z15, he saw 3.6 million formations, and the 12 thunder runes contained in them detached from the body of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and headed towards spread outside. The second thunder in the sky hit the Thunder Hammer. The power of this strike was twice that of the first thunder. This time, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was unable to withstand all the Sky Thunder, causing the Sky Thunder to scatter in all directions. However, no matter how the Sky Thunder was scattered, it could not escape the shadow of 360 times 12 thunder runes. Surrounded by tens of millions of runes of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, the Sky Thunder was restrained. And as the runes shrank back to the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer still did not leak out at all. As the master of the Thunder Hammer, Li Shiming stood under the thunder clouds, and the 2 consecutive thunders had nothing to do with him. The thunder cloud did not change again this time, but it quickly gave birth to the third thunder. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer flew towards the thunder clouds independently without Li Shiming's command, as if it wanted to smash the thunder clouds. Before the third thunderbolt completely fell, the Thunder Hammer had already rushed into the thunder cloud. The Sky Thunder and the thunder cloud shot towards the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, and something strange happened. The tens of millions of thunder runes in the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer once again separated from the body and turned into energy runes. Li Shiming stared blankly at the thunderclouds in the sky. At this time, the thunderclouds were no longer black, but gold. Dazzling gold. The golden runes of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer actually enveloped the entire thunder cloud. The thunder cloud inside was constantly struggling to vent its last energy. But for some reason, the thunder clouds surrounded by thousands of golden runes of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer were not powerful enough to harm the body of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Slowly, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated, and the golden runes also disappeared. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer fell from the air, and when it landed in front of Li Shiming, it stopped in front of his eyes. He could sense that a strange energy was flowing inside the Sky Strike Hammer, transforming it. This is different from Li Shiming's refining. This transformation is the reward of the rules of heaven and earth for the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to survive the tribulation. After a stick of incense, the transformation was completed, and Li Shiming sensed the young intelligence from the Thunder Hammer.
Is this the creation of a weapon spirit?
Li Shiming said, inexplicably surprised. He knew how many methods Yuaniing monks use to make their magic weapons have weapon spirits. The most common method is to forcibly infuse the soul of a powerful spiritual beast into a magic weapon, which makes the magic weapon possess some of the abilities of the powerful spiritual beast. The only disadvantage is that the soul of this powerful spiritual beast cannot be replenished, and will only slowly weaken over time. So spiritual beasts with extremely long lifespans are usually chosen to serve as the soul of the weapon spirit. In this way, the weapon spirit can at least guarantee that it will live longer than the monk himself, and will not affect the monk's combat power. Of course, using the spirit beast's soul is only a last resort. The real growable weapon spirit is the weapon spirit bred by the magic weapon itself. The longer this kind of weapon spirit can be refined with the magic weapon, the higher the intelligence of the weapon spirit will be, and there is almost no limit to its growth. The weapon spirit of a powerful magic weapon can even grow into a powerful combat force, and exist independently of the monk itself. The weapon spirit in the Sky Strike Thunderhammer has just been generated, and is still in its infancy. But this already makes Li Shiming particularly excited. His mind was sensing the weapon spirit, and he was also scanning the entire Sky Strike Thunderhammer. He found that there were some more Sky Thunder runes inside the Sky Strike Thunderhammer, which should be a reward from heaven and earth. And the quality of the Sky Strike Thunderhammer had also been improved to a certain extent. Otherwise it would not be able to withstand these more Sky Thunder runes. When Li Shiming was refining the Sky Strike Thunderhammer, he almost filled the maximum endurance capacity of the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron. Chapter 532 The Remaining Mansion. Above Li Shiming's head, Mu Lei Yuanying flew out and waved to the Sky Strike Thunderhammer, which flew into Mu Lei Yuanying's little hand. When the Sky Strike Thunderhammer entered Mu Lei Nascent Soul's little hand, the Sky Strike Thunderhammer also became smaller, as compact as a toy. He chose the Sky Strike Thunderhammer to become the natal magic weapon of Mu Lei Yuanying. The Sky Strike Thunderhammer transformed into another energy state when it entered the hands of Mu Lei Yuanying. Mu Lei Yuanying played with the Sky Strike Hammer for a while, then turned back to Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming had 2 natal magic weapons at this time, but only one could manifest, which was the Sky Strike Thunderhammer. The other natal magic weapon Z15 was the natal magic weapon of Fire and Thunder Nascent Soul. It was in a completely energy state. Let alone the offensive and defensive natal magic weapon is completely integrated with the Fire and Thunder Nascent Soul. He took 6 mustard seed rings from the golden corpse. Although the 6 monks were all casual cultivators, they were still Nascent Soul stage monks, so they might have some good things. Speaking of the Nascent Soul monks, through the battle between the golden corpse and the Nascent Soul monks, he also discovered the weaknesses of the Nascent Soul monks. The combat power of monks in the Nascent Soul stage is divided into 2 levels. One is the normal state, and the other is the Nascent Soul Dharma phase state. Generally speaking, the Nascent Soul monk in the normal state is enough to deal with normal situations, even if he encounters a strong enemy. The spirit of the Nascent Soul stage allows the Nascent Soul monk to have enough reaction time to activate the Nascent Soul Dharma to deal with the enemy. But facing enemies like golden corpses or phantom dragons, the weakness of the early Nascent Soul monk's low body defense is undoubtedly exposed. Among the several talents of Jin Ji Naming, the speed talent is only one of them. The strongest attack ability was not used in the last battle, because there is no need at all. With the extremely fast speed and the full blow of the golden corpse, the early Yuanying monks cannot withstand this blow at all in their normal state. Perhaps the golden corpse Naming would need to use magical attack powers such as Naming Lihua when encountering the early stage monks of Yuanying from a large sect. Just like the phantom dragon did not use the poison it is best at. While thinking about it, he separated 6 spiritual consciousnesses and entered 6 mustard rings respectively. So poor, he sighed while shaking his head as he explored. Thinking about it, although there are many resources in the eastern Qi continent, most of these resources are in the hands of major forces. The ability of casual cultivators to become Nascent Soul monks is already the limit. So how can they get more resources? Hey! At this moment, the 6 consciousnesses also discovered something unusual. He took out 6 broken jade tablet fragments from 6 mustard rings. When the 6 broken jade tablet fragments were merged together with his spiritual consciousness and injected with spiritual power, the jade tablet turned into a complete jade tablet. A map appeared on the jade tablet, which pointed to a location. And at the same time, a piece of information was also transmitted to his consciousness. It turns out that this jade tablet is the legacy of a senior monk. Li Shiming also explored this kind of legacy when he was in the northern Shu continent. It's just that the level of the remaining palaces in the Beishu continent is very low, and the major sects are almost not interested in the remaining palaces. Relatively speaking, the remaining palaces are a source of resources that only casual cultivators like. The reason is also simple. Every Nascent Soul monk in the northern Shu continent has a background. Even if he is a cave, he will not appear somewhere in the wild, either within the sect or in an important resource point. There are very few relics in the Beishu continent, even the caves of Jindan monks, and most of them are the remnants of foundation building monks. Of course, for the casual cultivators on the northern Shu continent, even the remains of the foundation building monks are extremely valuable, compared with the legacy palaces in the northern Shu continent. The map in front of Li Shiming records the legacy palace of a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. This level alone is far away from the legacy palaces in the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming became a little interested. He took back his spiritual power, and the jade metal turned into 6 pieces. It was obvious that the 6 early nascent soul casual cultivators originally planned to explore the Relics Palace, but they were attracted by the thunder tribulation of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and lost their lives. Anyway, the tide of spirit beasts in the sea will last for a long time, so it doesn't matter if you delay for a while. It's better to go and see the Relic Mansion first. Thinking of this, he took a step forward. The location on the map had been analyzed by the magic weapon Z-15 through the drone satellite system to determine the specific location. Before setting off, he first went to pick up the Phantom Dragon. A few hours later, Li Shiming was suspended above a forest, staring at the pool below. If the calculation is correct, the water pool is the location recorded on the jade tablet. Several rays of spiritual consciousness swept over the water pool, and his expression changed slightly. He did not sense the breath of the formation, nor the breath of space. Either he found the wrong location, or the method used by the other party could block the scanning of spiritual consciousness. He landed next to the pool. Although the pool was not big, it was extremely deep. After his consciousness entered it, he found that after reaching a depth of 10 meters under the water, he encountered a rock. The water source of the pool comes from the gaps between the rocks. The consciousness continued down the gaps and explored for more than 40 meters. After encountering multiple branches, it finally found the deepest point. The water in the pool is spit out from the mouth of a stone lion. Behind the stone lion is a stone door. Li Shiming smiled. The method used by the senior monk was quite good. He used the method of cultivating immortals to form a pool to conceal the location of his cave. As long as they didn't know that there was a cave here, who would deliberately explore the source of a water pool? This seemingly invisible, but extremely grasping method has allowed this cave to be preserved to this day. Li Shiming activated south close to the end of the world, and stepped across the water pool and rock gaps in one step, and came to the stone lion. Looking at the stone gate, he guessed what the role of the palace was, and whether it would be dangerous. There are many graves of monks in the palace. When the monks are about to expire, they will seal themselves in the cave. Some are caves where monks left inheritance. Most of these inheritances will leave some means to give their descendants the opportunity to come and obtain cultivation resources. Some are traps. When Li Shiming explored the Six-Fingered Sound Demon's cave, it was a trap set by the Six-Fingered Sound Demon in order to find a suitable person to seize the body. No matter what the role of the legacy palace in front of him was, he would always explore it when it came to him. He checked the stone door with his spiritual eye, and found that there were no traces of mechanisms or formations on the stone door. This stone door simply required brute force to open. Nanming, open the stone door! Li Shiming didn't know how to do it himself. He released the golden corpse and ordered. The defense power of the golden corpse, Nanming, is higher than him. The golden corpse's own defense is almost equivalent to a 4th grade defensive magic weapon. It is usually used as a shield for monks to resist enemy attacks. The golden corpse came to the stone gate. Its 3-meter-tall body was no different from a human being. Even the fangs on its face were much restrained. I believe it would soon be no different from a normal human being. It held the stone door with both hands, and all its strength burst out. The stone door made a grinding sound as it was slowly opened. As soon as the stone door was opened, a burst of spiritual energy poured out. Li Shiming's eyes brightened slightly. Even if there was nothing good in this cave, the source of spiritual energy was enough to keep him busy. The source of this spiritual energy is most likely produced by the nascent soul-level spiritual veins. This is not compared with the nascent soul-level spiritual veins of the northern Shu continent, but the nascent soul-level spiritual veins of the eastern Qi continent. After the golden corpse pushed open the stone door, he stood there waiting for new instructions. Li Shiming walked into the cave side by side with the golden corpse, and the phantom dragon was invisible next to him. With such strength, as long as he didn't encounter a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, he would definitely be able to crush the enemy. And according to what was written on the jade tablet, the owner of the legacy palace here is only in the middle stage of yuaning. No matter how strong the means left behind are, they cannot reach the power of the middle stage of yuaning. The first person to arrive was the hall, where there was only a pot of sippenling tea tree of some value. This 4th grade spiritual tea tree was planted in a jade basin. The jade basin itself is a 4th grade spiritual object, and the spiritual soil inside is even more extraordinary. This is why the 4th grade spiritual tea tree can still grow without anyone taking care of it. Survive. Not to mention the value of the 4th grade spiritual tea tree. This jade basin and the spiritual soil inside are worth studying. Walking through the hall is an aisle, with a spiritual exercise from the
Qingtao Illusion Sutra
engraved on the wall of the aisle. Li Shiming was a little surprised that the owner of this room was so generous and recorded a spiritual skill on the wall. If a group of monks really entered, wouldn't every monk get the
Qingtao Illusion Sutra?
Thinking of the 6 nascent soul early stage monks, who were the original explorers of this relic. This
Qingtao Illusion Sutra
is probably really reserved for all the monks. The natal magic weapon Z15 recorded this
Qingtao Illusion Sutra
technique. He himself has no interest in the
Qingtao Illusion Sutra.
He himself has the spiritual technique of
Reincarnation Art of Humanity,
which is much more advanced than
Qingtao Illusion Sutra.
The
Qingtao Illusion Sutra
can be engraved on a wall, but if the
Reincarnation Art of Humanity
is to be engraved, the wall must be at least several kilometers long to be engraved. Walking through the passage, we came to a room decorated like a tea room. This room was extremely luxurious. A tea table and wooden chairs made of 4th grade spiritual wood, plus a set of 4th grade tea sets. There are also 6 portions of Sippen Ling Cha stored in a Sippen tea can. The quality of the Sippen Ling Cha can be regarded as top quality, if not counting the Sippen Ling Cha roasted by Li Shiming himself. Moreover, there is a piece of paper left on the table.
This tea is Qingtao Ling Cha. It has miraculous effects when combined with the Qingtao Illusion Sutra. Li Shiming smiled faintly. Regardless of whether it was miraculous or not, he put away all the spiritual objects with a wave of his hand. When he returns to the sect in the future, he can put this set of 4 grade tea sets in the cave to receive important guests. Walking further inside, there is a huge space with 6 treasure cabinets placed in 6 directions. Each treasure cabinet contains a 4th grade magic weapon. Li Shiming stopped, and with a flash of his eyes, he saw the layout of this space clearly.
What kind of luck am I? Every time I explore the ruins, I encounter traps.
Li Shiming murmured to himself. The Netherworld Emperor was also extremely unhappy. Ever since he had problems with his cultivation, he wanted to be reborn and needed a perfect body-taking body. For this reason, he laid out a careful plan. He originally thought that 6 monks would come over, and he would use various methods to guide the 6 monks to fight among themselves. The one who survived in the end would be the one he chose to seize the body. Now that only Li Shiming is here, all the things that Emperor Netherworld carefully arranged are of no use. However, when Emperor Netherworld investigated Li Shiming, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Li Shiming was extremely young. He was already in the nascent soul stage before he was even 100 years old. Such qualifications were among the best even within the major sects. The Nether Emperor's body has long since died, and his current state can be said to exist in the form of a ghost. As a monk of the Demon Sect's Hiding Sun sect, the Demon Sect's secret method he practices has an extremely strange effect on the soul. As long as he stays in a prearranged environment, his soul can continue in the ghost state for hundreds of years. Moreover, he still retains a certain amount of combat effectiveness in his ghost state, which is his greatest confidence. Li Shiming noticed something was wrong, but he wasn't worried much. He was studying the layout of this space. The formation here alone was enough to attract him. The formation here was completely aimed at the soul. The effect was unknown to him for a while. Even the natal magic weapon Z15 could not find a similar formation. He thought that as long as he did not enter the space, there was no danger in standing at the door. After he analyzes the role of space, he can find a way to solve the trouble. But just as he was observing, the temperature in the space dropped significantly, and a black-gray shadow flew out of nowhere and flew towards him. Li Shiming had always maintained his
clairvoyance,
and he saw clearly the black and gray shadow, and a human face formed in front of the black and gray shadow.
4th grade ghost.
He couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "It's not that he has never seen 4th grade ghosts. In Jai Ji's cave, he has seen many 4th grade ghosts. At that time, he relied solely on the ability of the heavenly ghost to avoid being tracked by the 4th grade ghost. Different from the 4th grade ghost in the cave. When he saw the face of this 4th grade ghost, He knew that this fourth-grade ghost had the same intelligence as a human being, and might even be transformed by a human monk. And just when he turned around and wanted to use,
close to the end of the world,
to leave, a burst of energy covered the entire cave.
His south close to the end of the world
Cannot pass through the cave, so he cannot use the divine foot power to leave this place. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. Although the fourth-grade ghost was extremely terrifying,
he was not without his strength. No monk is willing to fight against fourth-grade ghosts, unless they have practiced techniques to target ghosts. Many attacks will not have an effect on fourth-grade ghosts. Even if they have an effect, they will be subject to certain reductions. Of course, fourth-grade ghosts are not invincible. Buddhist techniques and Lei Xiao can restrain fourth-grade ghosts to a certain extent. Li Shiming is a Lei Xiao. After he got over the initial panic, he decided to fight without any retreat. In fact, it was not a last resort. He would not fight a fourth-grade ghost at this time. Although he had practiced for several years and stabilized his realm, he was still the bottom mid-laner in the early stage of nascent soul based on his background. And the aura of this fourth-grade ghost is enough to be that of an intermediate fourth-grade soul. Chapter 533 Ghost. The battle started, and the golden corpse Naming was the fastest. His figure suddenly appeared in front of the Netherworld Emperor and grabbed the Netherworld Emperor with one claw. The Nether Emperor, who has become a fourth-grade ghost, is far less powerful than when he had a physical body. He even felt that even when he was at his peak, the golden corpse was much faster than him. And this attack was also impossible to dodge. However, the claw of Jin Ji Naming only passed through the Nether Emperor's body, and did not cause much damage to the Nether Emperor. The Nether Emperor quickly reacted and grabbed the golden corpse Naming with the same hand. The golden corpse Naming's figure flashed and returned to Li Shiming's side, causing the Netherworld Emperor's attack to fail. Jin Ji Naming's active attack gave Li Shiming time to launch his thunder method. A bolt of lightning shot out of the void and hit the Netherworld Emperor directly. The Nether Emperor felt the shock in his soul, and he felt threatened. Heavenly thunder! His body strangely became more transparent, and at the expense of attack power, he strengthened his immunity to various energies. This was his innate ability to cultivate a fourth-grade ghost. The thunder and lightning with the attribute of sky thunder fell on the fourth-grade ghost. The fourth-grade ghost only felt bursts of tearing, but his natural ability still played its role, so that the damage he received was still controllable. Within, of course, the most important point is that Li Shiming's realm is low. A small realm in the nascent soul stage is another level. There is a huge gap between the early stage of the nascent soul and the middle stage of the nascent soul. If it weren't for the Jade Pure Thunder Cannon, practiced by Li Shiming, which has the attribute of Sky Thunder, which happens to be the nemesis of the Netherworld Emperor's fourth-grade ghost soul, he might not be able to even achieve these damages. Li Shiming was really taken aback. Although this thunder method was cast casually by him, this thunder method was the nemesis of the fourth-grade ghost. Even if it could not kill with one hit, it should still cause the opponent to suffer some pain. It's useless. The stronger you are, the greater your potential is. I like your body very much. The Nether Emperor made a harsh cry. Li Shiming really wanted to tell Emperor Netherworld that he was only gifted with 3 spiritual roots. He really couldn't understand why he kept encountering monks who wanted to take away his body. He saw that ordinary lightning techniques could not cause any harm to the Netherworld Emperor, so he no longer hid his methods. He doesn't have many ways to deal with fourth-level ghosts. The Heavenly Thunder Sword intent is also the power of the nascent soul in the early stage, and cannot fight across levels. His only option is the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, which is where he has the confidence to fight against high-level monks. With a thought, a small sky-striking thunder hammer flew out of his body. Just as soon as it flew out, a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning suddenly filled the entire space. Originally, the weapon Calamity Magic Weapon had super-level effects, not to mention the bonus of the Natal Magic Weapon, which made the power of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer increase again. Emperor Netherworld immediately knew something was wrong after Li Shiming sacrificed the Thunder Hammer, although he didn't know what kind of magic weapon the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was. With the power shown by the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, and combined with Lei Xiao's Thunder Technique, he, a 4th-level ghost who could only barely resist it, really couldn't resist it. Fortunately, this is his home field, and he has a ranged life-saving means here. Otherwise he might have been carried here. As he was thinking about it, he began to disperse the bodies of the 4th-grade ghosts, turning them into 100 parts and flying to 100 locations. His cave was not built in a random location. Back then, he discovered a space crack here, and cold energy continued to flow in from the space crack. He built a cave here and relied on the cold energy to arrange the formation here. He divided the fourth grade ghost into 100 parts. And the 100 positions he entered were exactly the 100 nodes of the formation. Below this formation is the space crack. When he enters the formation node, it is basically equivalent to entering the space crack. Of course, it is not really entering the space crack, but relying on the formation to draw part of the power of the space crack into the formation. Unless Li Shiming has the strength to tear through the cracks in space, he will not be able to harm these 100 clones. This is the important reason why Emperor Netherworld dares to set up a trap here. As long as the Great Monk does not come, he is confident that he can escape with his life. In other words, under the Great Monk, he is equivalent to immortality in this cave. Li Shiming drove the Thunder Hammer and mobilized the spiritual power in his body to flow into the Thunder Hammer. It only made him feel a little dizzy in an instant. The Thunder Hammer required too much spiritual power. Now that he is stabilized in the early stage of nascent soul, and has 5 nascent souls to provide spiritual power, he can be considered to be able to use the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. He found that using the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer once consumed 1/10 of the total spiritual power in his body. He had already predicted this, but he did not expect that it would consume such a large amount. If you want the magic weapon to be powerful, it will naturally consume more. This is inevitable. This is still the early stage of Yuanying. When he reaches the middle and late stages of Yuanying, if he uses the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, the spiritual power consumed will increase many times.
When you merge into one, you may be able to block my blow. You are looking for death like this.
Li Shiming found that the Nether Emperor spread out and hid in the formation nodes. He couldn't help but said in a deep voice. The Netherworld Emperor did not answer him. The Netherworld Emperor did not want to explain more. This enemy is too terrifying. And the Nether Emperor doesn't want Li Shiming to guess that there are spatial cracks behind the formation just because he talks too much. In fact, Li Shiming did not find any space cracks. The Netherworld Emperor's formation inheritance belonged to the Hiding Sun sect, which is as famous as the 10,000 Beasts sect. In terms of formation inheritance, it was not the same system as what Li Shiming had learned. In addition, the formation that the Netherworld Emperor was looking for was a formation that was developed specifically for space cracks after many years and countless formation masters. This formation has developed the ability of space cracks very thoroughly, and it can be regarded as the ceiling existence among the 4th grade formations. This type of formation not only requires calculation, but also requires knowledge of its operating principles in order to be able to deduce it. The natal magic weapon Z15 has been calculating since entering this space, but no results have been obtained because there is no operating principle. This is another formation system, which is different from all the knowledge in the formation Starlight Sea. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer emitted a golden light, and for an instant, it was like the sun rising across the sky. Then the sun produced a thick pillar of light. But the light pillar was not a flame, but a thick thunder and lightning. With a boom, thunder and lightning hit the ground. This was the first time that the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was used in actual combat. But what disappointed Li Shiming was that the seemingly terrifying blow did not even make a small crater in the ground. All the power of thunder and lightning was blocked by a simple formation. He imagined that at least half of the clones of the Netherworld Emperor would be killed by the bombardment. But not even one of them was affected, let alone killed. Not even injured. Li Shiming couldn't believe it. According to his estimation, the full blow of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer definitely surpassed the attack of the nascent soul in its early stage. And such attacks cannot harm the Netherworld Emperor. However, his attack was not completely ineffective. At least it allowed the natal magic weapon Z15 to analyze some clues. At the moment when the thunder and lightning came into contact with the formation, there was a strong spatial fluctuation. It was this spatial fluctuation that made the power of thunder and lightning disappear. Although he didn't know where the spatial fluctuations came from, with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, it was like adding an important reminder to the calculation problem, making the calculation much easier. He did not take action again, and he could see that the Nether Emperor was hiding in this state and had no strength to fight back. It seems that the Netherworld Emperor intends to just waste it with him. The space here is wrapped in a formation. This formation contains some kind of space energy, making it impossible to use the divine foot power. It is also impossible to break the formation by force. The Nether Emperor was willing to waste time, but he was not. He suspended the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in the air, and he stood on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer.
No need to waste your efforts. The space here will soon be filled with cold energy. Even if you can persist, can you still persist for 100 years? When you can't persist, your body will still be mine.
The Netherworld Emperor's harsh voice sounds appeared from all directions in the space at the same time. The simultaneous sounds of 100 4th grade ghost clones made the space even more bizarre. Li Shiming did feel that the cold energy was increasing in the space, and it might not take long for the spiritual energy to be expelled from the space, leaving only the cold energy. The cold energy is only suitable for the survival of creatures such as corpses and ghosts. Human monks need a spiritual environment, but they need to consume spiritual energy to protect themselves in a cold environment.
You are thinking too much,
Li Shiming said lightly. At this time, the natal magic weapon Z15 has almost analyzed this formation and is building a formation model. Indeed, this formation is too high-end and is another formation system. However, after understanding the purpose of the formation and the space energy used by the formation, many things that were unclear became clear. In addition, no matter how the formation system changes, it will not change at all. However, without knowledge of the system, the amount of calculation will increase to a level that ordinary formation masters cannot imagine. But as long as Z15 is given time, Z15's computing power can calculate calculations beyond the imagination of any monk in the world of immortality. The formation model appeared in Li Shiming's mind, and he already understood many aspects of the formation. He had a solution for how to operate this formation and how to enter it. But the only trouble was that he found that the space energy of the formation nodes could only accommodate third-level lives. But even if the 4th grade ghosts were dispersed into 100 parts, any one of them would be much more powerful than a normal 3rd grade being. This is a ghost, one of the most difficult creatures to deal with. In just a moment, he thought of the method and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. His thoughts moved slightly, and the ghost from the computer room appeared in the space. The heavenly ghost is invisible, and its invisibility ability belongs to the heavenly demon, and it has been tested in the cave of Igu. The 4th level ghost cannot detect the heavenly ghost. Indeed, the appearance of the heavenly ghost was not noticed by the Netherworld Emperor. Li Shiming's consciousness controlled the sky ghost and flew to the ground. When it was close to the ground, the sky ghost flew in from one direction, and then flexibly changed several directions in a row before actually entering the formation. Tiangui pounced into one of the formation nodes, and connected with Li Shiming's perception. Li Shiming also discovered the situation inside the formation node. This place is almost like another space. The space is filled with weird cold energy, and the space is extremely unstable, as if it will collapse if you make a single movement. The space within the formation node is not large, less than a cube, and shows irregularities. The heavenly ghost came behind the clone of the Netherworld Emperor's 4th grade ghost. The heavenly ghost opened his mouth wide and swallowed the clone in one gulp.
What did you do?
The Netherworld Emperor exclaimed. Just now, one of his 100 clones suddenly lost contact and disappeared without any prior warning. But the clone is located at the formation node, which is absolutely safe. Only 3rd grade creatures can enter. Even if Li Shiming cracks the formation, he can only use 3rd grade creatures to enter the node to attack the clone. But with the clone's strength, no 3rd grade creature can defeat the clone. But the fact is that it happened. A clone disappeared inexplicably, and the Nether Emperor himself couldn't believe it. This time it was Li Shiming's turn to ignore him lazily. Anyway, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was ready to strike in the air. As long as the Netherworld Emperor dared to come out, he would be killed directly with the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. The Nether Emperor also understood this. He could only hope that the missing clone had nothing to do with Li Shiming, but that there was a problem with the space crack. Just as he was thinking about it, another clone lost contact. The heavenly ghost is enjoying the delicious food. Yes, for the heavenly ghost, the 4th grade ghost takes the initiative to divide itself into 100 parts and reduces its strength to the 3rd grade. It is equivalent to cutting itself into pieces that can be used by the heavenly ghost. Food to enjoy within range. The sky ghost devours very quickly. It quickly travels through every node in the formation. After entering, it pounces on and devours the clone in one bite. The clone cannot detect the existence of the ghost at all. By the time it is swallowed, it is already too late. When it is swallowed into the belly of the ghost, it will be instantly dispersed by the ghost. The energy does not need to be digested immediately, but is stored first.
Stop! Spare me! I have a big treasure to give you!
The Netherworld Emperor became anxious and begged loudly for mercy. At this moment, he has lost more than half of his clones, and he still doesn't know what caused the clones to be destroyed. Even if he is a disciple of the Hiding Sun sect, he has never heard of this weird method. How could Li Shiming stop? This was Tiangui's opportunity. Otherwise, where would Li Shiming find so much ghost energy for Tiangui? Tiangui is his important helper, and can always exert unexpected and powerful effects at critical moments. He is now promoted to the nascent soul stage, and the heavenly ghost needs to reach the 4th level before he can continue to help him. As for the big treasure, just listen. He doesn't believe there is any big treasure. If there really is any big treasure, why doesn't the Nether Emperor dig it himself?
I still have the inherited skills of the Hidden Sun sect here. Leave me a life, and I am willing to copy it for you.
Seeing that Li Shiming could not be moved, Emperor Netherworld made another condition. Chapter 534 Occupy. Li Shiming has not even learned the inherited skills of the 10,000 Beasts sect. He has already become a disciple of Monkhu, and his contribution points are enough. If he really needs it, he is probably qualified to learn any of the inherited skills of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Study. Even if Emperor Netherworld could really copy the inherited skills of the Hidden Sun sect, would he dare to believe it? In this level of inherited skills, a single mistake may cause the practitioner to go crazy. The heavenly ghost was still entering the formation nodes. After entering more than 2/3 of the formation nodes, the Netherworld Emperor really couldn't stay any longer. For the remaining 1/3 of the clone, he would rather fight to the death with Li Shiming than die by such weird and silent means. More than 30 clones flew out from the formation nodes, merged into one, and rushed towards Li Shiming. Li Shiming smiled faintly. In his perception, the 4th grade ghost with 1/3 of the strength had fallen from the middle stage of Yuaning to the early stage of Yuaning. But he didn't want to use the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Under the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, the 4th grade ghosts would be destroyed in an instant.
Kill!
He shouted softly, and 5, Liu Guangxingyun, flew out, flying towards the 4th grade ghost with the Thunder Sword intent. The Netherworld Emperor's 4th grade ghost is considered fast, but it is still a bit slower compared to Liu Guangxingyun. The 5 handles of Liu Guangxingyun are all used by pure sword masters to control. Plus, Liu Guangxingyun, Yun's own speed bonus hit the 4th grade ghost while it was still in midair. The
Thunder Sword intent
of the 5-handled Liu Guangxingyun was not released outwards, but strengthened the cutting power of Liu Guangxingyun. The 5-handled Meteor turned into a sword net. It is not easy for ordinary flying sword magic weapons to harm the 4th grade ghosts. However, under the control method of the Sword Cultivator, coupled with the blessing of the Sky Thunder Sword intention, the 5-handled Meteor Star, the fallen sword net cut the 4th grade ghost into hundreds of pieces. Before the Nether Emperor could scream, he found that a big mouse swallowed up all the fragments, and his consciousness disappeared. Until his death, the Netherworld Emperor did not know what had swallowed him. What living beings in the world of immortality could devour the ghost soul? Li Shiming shook his head and put away the Liu Guangxingyun and the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. He checked the condition of Tiangui. Tiangui was obviously full and was digesting the energy in his body. According to his estimation, Tiangui can be promoted to the 4th level as long as he digests a very small part of the energy. Who is called the Nether Emperor's 4th grade ghost soul? He is at the mid-4th grade realm. In ordinary times, it would not be the turn of a 3rd grade heavenly ghost to devour him. This made him feel very good. Once Tiangui was promoted to the 4th rank, it would be of great benefit to him. If he encountered enemies like 4th rank ghosts in the future, Tiangui would be able to deal with them on his own. He put away the heavenly ghost and then began to explore the cave. Li Shiming could already guess that the owner here was not a casual cultivator at all, but a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Hidden Sun sect. A veteran nascent soul monk has a considerable net worth. At least at this time, he is not qualified to underestimate him. Thinking about the 6 nascent soul cultivators who had taken away their opportunity and lost their lives, it would be much better to die in his own hands than to have their bodies taken away by the middle-stage nascent soul monks of the Hidden Sun sect who came here and used secret methods. He did not touch the 4th grade magic weapons in the 6 lockers in this space. The quality of the 6 4th grade magic weapons was only mid-grade. They were considered very good 4th grade magic weapons among casual cultivators, but they were of no use to him. It's better to leave it here for decoration. Anyway, he plans to keep this cave as a foothold for himself. What he was more interested in was the secret hidden in the formation. Based on the formation model given by Z15, he quickly found the core of the formation and put his own spiritual mark on the core. The original owner of the formation was completely destroyed, and there were no twists and turns in his operation. The formation core is also the core of the cave. When he became the master of the formation core, the entire cave was marked with his mark. All the secrets in the cave are known to him. The Netherworld Emperor chose this place because of a strange gap in space, which gushed out pure cold energy, which was an extremely valuable resource for demon cultivators. The Nether Emperor built this cave based on this. Of course, as a monk, he also needs spiritual energy. So he transferred 3 nascent soul-level spiritual veins. This is also the reason why Li Shiming felt extremely rich spiritual energy when he first entered the cave. At this time, Li Shiming couldn't help but sigh at the rich resources for cultivating immortals in the Eastern Qi continent. There were 3 nascent soul-level spiritual veins concentrated in one cave. And this was not even a cave within the sect. He will not leave 3 nascent soul-level spiritual veins here. There is a secret method of transferring veins in the 10,000 Beasts sect, which any nascent soul monk can learn. The 3 nascent soul-level spiritual veins in this cave were originally designed to conceal the cold energy and deceive the monks who entered. All energy sources in the cave are obtained from the formation, and the energy source of the formation is the space crack. Therefore, if he removes 3 nascent soul-level spiritual veins, it will not have any adverse effects on the cave. His consciousness locked on a nascent soul-level spiritual vein and activated the secret method. This nascent soul-level spiritual vein did not penetrate deep into the earth, but was placed somewhere inside the formation. This reduced the consumption he needed a lot, and he easily absorbed the entire nascent soul-level spiritual vein into the void. Above his head, the fire and thunder nascent soul flew out, and he controlled the nascent soul-level spiritual veins to send them into the small crystal ball in the hands of the fire and thunder nascent soul. Then came the other 2 nascent soul-level spiritual veins, all of which were sent into the crystal ball one by one. In the cave-like, heavenly way, hall inside the crystal ball, there are 3 more nascent soul-level spiritual veins, making the spiritual energy more abundant. These nascent soul-level spiritual veins should be placed either in one's own cave or in one's own cave. This is safe enough. If you are outside, of course, if you put them in the cave, it can also speed up the cultivation speed of the clone Li Yuanba. It is estimated that Li Yuanba is probably the late golden elixir cultivator with the best cultivation environment in the northern Shu continent. As for the eastern Qi continent, he doesn't know enough about the eastern Qi continent. Anyway, none of the golden elixir cultivators he knows of from the 10,000 Beasts sect have such cultivation condition. There are enough third-grade spiritual elixirs to create a spiritual environment that is envied by the monks in the Yuanying stage. Unless a monk can live in the 4th-grade retreat room of the 10,000 Beasts sect in the late stage of the golden elixir, even if he lives in the cave of the Yuanying monk, it will not be enough. It cannot reach the concentration of spiritual energy in the main hall of heaven and humanity. Li Shiming hopes that Li Yuanba will be promoted soon. He needs Li Yuanba's clone. Li Yuanba has a completely different role from other combat powers. His Golden Corpse Naming and Phantom Dragon are both very powerful. However, Li Yuanba can be alone outside and handle all matters alone. This is another experience of cultivating immortals, which allows him to gain one more opportunity. But just thinking about it is useless. Cultivation requires the accumulation of time. Li Shiming's own rapid breakthrough was due to his own chance and was a very rare case. After collecting the 3 nascent soul-level spiritual veins, he discovered another space hidden in the formation. He walked into the space. This space was different from the previous space. The previous space was preparing to lure outside monks. So it was only after the formation was activated that the cold energy in the space began to slowly increase. In this space, the cold energy has been accumulating for an unknown period of time. He, who practices body refining techniques and has Nanming Lihua in his body, can't help but shudder. This was because he was unprepared. But it wasn't that the cold energy could really hurt him.
This guy is really cruel to me.
When he saw the situation in the space, he couldn't help but exclaimed. The entire space was arranged into a corpse refining formation, and all the formation materials on the ground were up to the 4th grade. This is not the most important thing, but in the center of the formation, a refined corpse is lying there motionless. When he saw the refining corpse, Li Shiming judged that this should be the owner here, because the refining corpse was wearing a 4th grade robe, and the 4th grade robe had the mark of the Hiding Sun sect. He sensed the situation of the corpse refining. The corpse refining was only a hair away from the golden corpse, and it seemed to be restricted by some secret method. Based on the current conditions, I am afraid that the refined corpse will be promoted to the golden corpse long ago. Although the refined corpse has not been promoted to a golden corpse, the state of the refined corpse is extremely special. First of all, the cold energy in the refining corpse has accumulated to an unimaginable level. The strong and cold energy exceeds the peak of the normal silver corpse. This is not surprising. Although the corpse refining is in the realm of silver corpse, the corpse refining was originally a monk in the middle stage of yuanying. The upper limit of the energy that this body can withstand is definitely in the middle stage of yuanying. Secondly, the corpse refining body is different from the normal corpse refining body. The bones of this body appear pure black due to unknown exercises. When Li Shiming's consciousness comes into contact with the pure black bones, he can feel the terrifying hardness of the bones. The hardness of this bone exceeds that of Li Shiming's own bones at this time. According to his estimation, only when he is promoted to the middle stage of yuanying and cultivates
Tai Qing Xian Gui Xian
to the middle stage of yuanying can his bones reach this level. Degree? In other words, the body of this corpse refining body, the middle stage nascent soul cultivator of the Hiding Sun sect, had either practiced some kind of body refining technique, or some kind of magic technique that could strengthen the body. Demonic skills are not easy to practice. Although the effects of successfully practicing magical skills are excellent, the consequences are extremely serious. How many demonic cultivators have become obsessed because of the influence of demonic power? In addition, magic power will also bring troubles such as increased difficulty in overcoming tribulations and mental effects. This is why Li Shiming refused to let Emperor Netherworld give him the inherited skills of the Hidden Sun sect. He would not practice magic skills. In the end, this refined corpse was still in an ownerless state, and according to Li Shiming's inspection, identifying its owner was so simple that it only required a single spell. This refined corpse was prepared by the Netherworld Emperor after seizing his body. If he seizes the body of an early yuanying monk with the strength of the mid-stage yuanying, then he can at least preserve the strength of the early yuanying. Of course, the period of weakness is very long, and the Nether Emperor also needs defensive means during this period. The Netherworld Emperor planned to recognize the owner of the refined corpse made from his own body after seizing it. Probably only demon cultivators have such a mentality, turning themselves into ghosts and refining their bodies into corpses. With the accumulation of this corpse, as long as it is not too unlucky, the chance of surviving the catastrophe is extremely high. Once this refined corpse survives the catastrophe, its combat power is enough to fight against any early nascent soul monk. The potential of this corpse refining body is at least as high as the mid-nascent soul stage. And there is no big bottleneck, because the body is already at the mid-nascent soul stage. After that, it all depends on luck. Coupled with the several kinds of magic skills practiced, this body has been polished to the extreme, after being transformed into a refined corpse. Although there are some losses, it will be promoted to a golden corpse again. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, the rewards from heaven and earth will make the refined corpse a whole big improvement. With a smile on his face, Li Shiming played the master recognition technique, and added a drop of blood essence to make the corpse completely recognize its master. Lian Ji, who was originally motionless, stood up straight. Li Shiming was startled. He sensed that the bottleneck in the corpse was beginning to loosen. The secret method used to restrict the corpse from being promoted was broken after he recognized the master. Although he didn't know what kind of secret method it was, he also had his own methods. He used several methods to forcibly suppress the promotion of the corpse refining. He took off the mustard ring on the corpse's finger and looked at the space here again. He has explored the entire cave, and there are only so many things. When he saw the 4th grade corpse refining formation drawn with a large amount of 4th grade materials on the ground, he did not want to waste it. Most of these materials could not be recycled. This formation was drawn, not arranged with formation flags. Many materials were mixed together and consumed. According to normal practice, it would take at least 10 years for the clone Li Yuanba to reach the level of Great Elder. And based on the conditions here, the clone Li Yuanba only needs to stay here for 2 years in the corpse refining state to reach the level of Great Elder. That is to say, Li Yuanba's situation is special. He possesses a strange Tao body that he calls Tai Chi Tao body. He can freely switch between human state and corpse refining state, and can also replace the energy of the two states with each other. Li Yuanba cultivated to the Great Elder level in the corpse refining state, which is equivalent to cultivating to the Great Elder level in the human state. This is also an unexpected discovery. In addition, the formation here is extremely powerful, and even the mid-stage nascent soul monks may not be able to break it. It is very safe to leave Li Yuanba here. Li Shiming did what he thought of, and released Li Yuanba from the
heaven and humanity
hall in the cave. Li Yuanba had a mental connection with him, and he transformed directly into the corpse refining state without any need for words. Li Yuanba walked to the center of the 4th level corpse refining formation and lay down where the corpse had been before. As soon as he lay down, he felt the surging cold energy. After being transformed by the 4th level corpse refining formation, it turned into the energy most suitable for corpse refining to absorb. Even without him having to process it, he can be directly strengthened by the corpse.
Fellow Talus will stay here for 2 years. This is a set of resources for promotion to Nascent Soul. I will try my best to come here,
Li Shiming said with a smile. 2 years is not a long time. At least for Yuan monks.
Fellow Taoist, see you in 2 years,
Li Yuanba also said with a smile. Li Yuanba didn't need to reacquire the formations in the cave. He could control and use everything Li Shiming recognized. Chapter 535 Black Shield. Li Shiming left his clone Li Yuanba in this cave. He did not let Li Yuanba leave him before, mainly because the environment for cultivating immortals in the Eastern Qi continent was too good and the risk was higher. Li Yuanba, a late-stage Jindan sword cultivator, is in need of seclusion and hard training, and does not need additional resources for the time being. This time, after finding a safe place to practice, Li Yuanba finally left his real body. Li Shiming used
close to the end of the world,
and left the cave, looking at the water pool below in the air. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would not have believed that this water pool was connected to a cave with amazing defenses. When leaving, he also arranged a hidden formation on the stone lion, so that even if a monk found it, he would not be able to find anything. His purpose was different from his original owner, the Netherworld Emperor. He did not want other monks to discover it, but the Netherworld Emperor deliberately left clues so that the monks could find the cave according to the map. Flying in the air, Li Shiming took out the mustard seed ring of Emperor Netherworld and entered it with his spiritual consciousness. There are not many items in the mustard seed ring. It is a black 4th grade flying sword. The style is slightly different from ordinary flying swords. It can be used by monks as a handheld sword. And this jet black 4th grade flying sword carries an aura similar to the black bones of a corpse. When Li Shiming saw this flying sword magic weapon, the first thing he thought about was whether the original owner had prepared it for corpse refining. It's not that you can't use weapons when refining corpses. Melee magic weapons are the weapons that can be used for refining corpses. But in fact, the most suitable weapon for refining corpses is a magic weapon. Magic weapons made by using evil methods are more in line with the cold energy and are extremely powerful when used in the hands of corpse refining. Li Shiming did not have the means to refine magic weapons. Refining magic weapons and normal weapon refining were simply 2 different methods of refining weapons. Of course, even if he had the method to refine a magic weapon, he would not refine it. Magic weapons generally require extremely cruel methods, using the lives or souls of living beings to sacrifice them. Although he does not have many scruples in his actions, he still has moral standards. He took out the jet black 4th grade flying sword, and he was sure that it was a 4th grade magic sword. After the refined corpse is promoted to the golden corpse, you can use this 4th grade magic sword. It was not a 4th grade magic sword that he had refined himself, so there was no psychological burden on him when using it. He also found a dark golden jade slip. It turned out that the Netherworld Emperor did not lie, and he indeed mastered the inherited skills of the Hidden Sun sect. The only difference is that this technique is in the mustard seed ring, and does not need to be copied again. It can be seen that Emperor Netherworld still had some thoughts at that time, and it was possible that he wanted to tamper with the technique. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness entered the jade slip, and with his nascent soul stage, he could view all the contents in the jade slip. In a moment, the content was copied into the natal magic weapon Z15, and this
sun-covering corpse refining method
was analyzed and studied by Z15. He didn't feel comfortable learning this technique directly, and he didn't know if there were any traps in it. Even after Z15's analysis, he will only absorb the useful parts and will not specialize in this technique. There is no other spiritual object in the mustard seed ring that deserves his attention, probably in a very long time. All that should be consumed has been consumed, and this is the only thing left. Li Shiming summoned the corpse refining, and he felt that the magic formula he added to the corpse refining could not last much longer.
I really have a destiny with the heavenly tribulation.
He shook his head and sighed. He removed the magic formula from the body of the corpse, and took out a golden corpse core and gave it to the corpse. This refined corpse is extremely powerful. He hopes that after the refined corpse is promoted to the golden corpse, it can inherit the speed of the cave golden corpse, like the golden corpse Naming. The bottleneck in the corpse refining was originally loosening, but as the golden corpse core was taken in, it accelerated even more. However, unlike Jinshi Naming, Jinshi Naming was unable to fully absorb the energy of the Golden Corpse core at that time, and ultimately relied on the energy of the Golden Corpse core to resist the catastrophe. However, the body of this refined corpse was too powerful, and the energy of the Golden Corpse's core was quickly devoured. Only an hour had passed, and most of the energy in the Golden Corpse core had been swallowed up. At this time, the bottleneck in the corpse refining body completely disappeared. The corpse elixir of the corpse refining corpse began to transform into a corpse core, and the whole body was also changing from a silver corpse to a golden one. On the corpse core in the refining corpse, a somewhat mutated corpse refining rune appeared. This was a mutated version of the universal rune that all golden corpses had. This was the first time he had seen it. There was also a corpse refining rune from the golden corpse core, the speed rune inherited from. In addition, there is a strange black rune, which is inherited from the magic power practiced by the body of the corpse. Li Shiming has read it, and found that this is not what is recorded in the
corpse refining technique of covering the sun.
This corpse refining was indeed performed using the
corpse refining technique of covering the sun.
But the magic skills practiced by the body have nothing to do with this method. Thinking about it, the mutated corpse refining runes are the unique rune expression of the
sun covering corpse refining technique.
The 3 runes represent 3 abilities, which is the same as the corpse refining Naming. Of course, the most critical thing is not now, but the catastrophe in the future. The refined corpse was finally promoted to a golden corpse, with its whole body shining with golden light, and its aura was several times stronger than that of the golden corpse, Naming, who had been promoted for some time. This is the difference in the body. The strongest point of the corpse refining Naming is not the realm. The body of the corpse refining Naming is formed by the fusion of nascent soul by the monks in the Chain Chi stage. In terms of realm, it can only be regarded as the Chain Chi stage. And this golden corpse is a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. And he has also practiced the magic cultivation to improve the body's magic power. The most important point is that the one who refined it into a corpse was the demon cultivator himself, who could understand his own situation better than himself. So when he refined the corpse, he took into account his own cultivation techniques and the special condition of his body. He was also from a large sect such as the Hidden Sun sect, and he had enough skills. The secret method of demon sect is available. In the end, such a top-quality corpse was refined. Compared with Li Shiming, this Netherworld Emperor was the most professional, at least in terms of corpse refining. Li Shiming could not compare with the Netherworld Emperor except for luck. Li Shiming noticed that thunderclouds were gathering in the sky, and he quickly stepped aside. As his consciousness shifted slightly, Mu Lei Yuaning appeared. Mu Lei Yuaning held up the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his small hand, and fired a spell to increase lightning resistance at the golden corpse. Using the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to cast this spell can increase the effect a lot. Li Shiming only hoped that this disaster would not be too powerful. Otherwise he would intervene. The thunderclouds in the sky expanded to a certain extent and then stopped, which made him feel relieved. He has experienced many heavenly tribulations, especially many nascent soul-level heavenly tribulations. By converting some performances into data for comparison through the natal magic weapon Z15, he can conclude that this time the Sky Thunder will not be better than the Golden Corpse. The disaster that Naming encountered was even stronger. While he was thinking about it, a bolt of lightning fell. The Golden Corpse let out a roar, and punched instinctively. Unlike other Golden Corpses that were used to punching, normal Golden Corpses, including Golden Corpse Naming, all have sharp nails, which in teeth are the Golden Corpse's strongest attack weapons. But this Golden Corpse retains a certain fighting instinct, which should be related to the
sun-covering corpse refining technique.
As soon as the fist was punched out, a huge illusory black fist appeared in front of the fist, hitting the sky with lightning. Li Shiming inexplicably took a breath of cold air. This punch had the same effect as the Yuaning method, since the black skeleton had cultivated itself into an ability similar to the Yuaning method. For normal monks, practicing this kind of magic power is of little use. If you risk yourself to practice this kind of magic power, you will only get the same effect as the nascent soul method. It is better to use the nascent soul dharma directly. Anyway, according to Li Shiming's perception, it also increases the attack power at the cost of consuming huge energy. Moreover, this kind of magic power can only enhance the attack of magic power, which is still somewhat different from the nascent soul method. Li Shiming guessed that this Netherworld Emperor may have planned to refine his body into a corpse a long time ago, and then he practiced this weird magic skill. It was not for use in the Yuaning period, but to refine it into gold. The Corpse Queen has become a powerful attack method for the Golden Corpse. With a bang, The first thunderbolt was forcibly dispersed, and the aftermath did not have any impact on the golden corpse. As if sensing the existence of the evil technique, the thunder clouds continued to grow in size as they rolled, and it seemed that the power of the second sky thunder would increase. After about a stick of incense, the second thunder fell. The thunder with almost 3 times the power fell, letting Li Shiming know that the rules of heaven and earth hate evil techniques. The golden corpse once again waved its fist to meet the thunder. This time, the fist and the thunder were in full force. The golden corpse was struck by lightning and flew backwards, leaving a long trace on the ground. Even the golden corpse was driven several meters into the ground. If Li Shiming hadn't sensed that the golden corpse was in good condition, he wouldn't have been able to help but take action. The golden corpse rolled out of the ground. Its body was slightly burnt black and looked rather embarrassed. However, judging from the injuries, this was not even considered a minor injury. The defensive power of this golden corpse was definitely far greater than that of Nanming. You can't blame Li Shiming for comparing this golden corpse with the golden corpse of Nanming. Except for the golden corpse in the cave. There are really not many golden corpses he has seen. There is no need to compare the golden corpses in the northern Shu continent. The quality of those golden corpses is very high. Low. Most of the golden corpses in the eastern Shu continent are trying their best to make the golden corpses as powerful as possible to resist the catastrophe. The golden corpses that have passed the tribulation will become stronger and stronger. The golden corpse in the Beishu continent relies entirely on luck. When the silver corpse is promoted to the golden corpse, due to the lack of the top corpse refining techniques, the silver corpse's strength cannot reach its peak. So the strength of the silver corpse after being promoted to the golden corpse will not be as good. Too strong. There is an advantage to doing this. That is, the catastrophe faced by the weak golden corpse will not exceed the normal level. Unlike Li Shiming, who had been promoted to golden corpse twice, he had never encountered a normal disaster. The thunder cloud is still brewing, and seems to be preparing to completely annihilate the golden corpse with the final blow. Li Shiming did not dare to intervene at this time. He was still very confident in the golden corpse. If he intervened now, the power of the sky thunder would immediately increase significantly. The golden corpse looked at the sky. It instinctively knew that the thunder was dangerous this time, and it let out a howl. It was originally 4 meters tall, and its body and face were almost the same as those of humans. It could be seen that it was able to control most of its strength right after it was promoted. As it howled, black matter surged out of its body, and the black matter quickly formed a black armor outside its body. Li Shiming couldn't help but applaud the Netherworld Emperor's idea. He couldn't help but wonder how many forms the Netherworld Emperor's magic power had. Since everything is controlled by the golden corpse's instinct, the owner Li Shiming didn't know its full ability until it was fully demonstrated. In the sky, the last thunder finally fell. The sky and the earth were completely white, and the thunder from the sky was so dazzling that it illuminated the surrounding area. The golden corpse held his hands in front of him, and the black substance where his hands met automatically turned into a shield. The third thunderbolt hit the shield, and there was a click sound. Although the sound was small, it had strong penetrating power. Li Shiming, who was watching from the side, could hear it clearly. He even saw a crack appearing on the black shield through his clairvoyance. Under the continuous influence of the thunder, the crack became bigger and bigger. In the end, the black shield turned into fragments. As soon as the black fragments left the golden corpse's body, they turned into energy points and flew back into its body. The remaining force of the third thunder passed through the black shield and hit the chest armor of the golden corpse. This time it was the black armor's turn to collapse, and the black fragments separated from the body and turned into energy points, flying after the golden corpse that was chopped away. Li Shiming has been standing there. He has no worries. After 2 consecutive weakenings, the golden corpse is also blessed by the Jade Pure Thunder Code. If the golden corpse itself is even weakened by these 3 defenses, the thunder will be weakened. If it cannot defend itself, then the golden corpse is not qualified to be a monk's shield. Contrary to what he thought, the final power of the sky thunder did not even break the resistance blessed by the Jade Pure Thunder Code, and it completely lost its power. The golden corpse climbed up from the ground. Rewards from heaven and earth surged in its body, and its body and soul were greatly improved. The stronger the calamity, the greater the benefits you will get. This is part of the rules of heaven and earth. Li Shiming could sense how powerful the golden corpse was. No wonder this golden corpse would be used by the Netherworld Emperor as the first method after seizing his body. With this golden corpse, he could gain a foothold in the early stage of nascent soul, and he would not be afraid of provocations from the same level. But this golden corpse was stronger than what the Netherworld Emperor designed. And it didn't show it during the fight against the Sky Thunder just now. When the golden corpse returned to Li Shiming, the speed that was almost equivalent to the divine foot power was the most terrifying ability of this golden corpse. Those nascent soul monks in the northern Shu continent would have regretted it to death if they had known that the golden corpse cores they sent had such functions.
I'll give you a name. Let's call you Black Shield.
Li Shiming looked at the golden corpse in front of him and said, as if talking to himself. From then on, there was another powerful combat force beside him. Even when he thought about it, he didn't need to take action when encountering the early Yuaning monks. With two extremely fast golden corpses, each with terrifying attack methods, who else can resist? Chapter 536, Heavenly Ghost. There were no monks to disturb the calamity this time, which made Li Shiming a little strange. When he was about to leave, he had to stop again. He released the Heavenly Ghost. At this time, the Heavenly Ghost was changing, and the energy in his body was constantly being purified.
This is about to be promoted again!
Of course he knew what was going on, but he didn't expect that Tian Gui's promotion would come so soon. He couldn't help but shook his head. The promotion of Tian Gui was much more troublesome than the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. Although the Golden Corpse and Black Shield are also evil creatures, they at least have bodies and are known for their defense. They still have some confidence in fighting against the catastrophe. But Heavenly Ghost is different. Heavenly Ghost has no physical body. Its body is composed entirely of spiritual energy. And Sky Thunder is definitely the nemesis of spiritual energy. It is estimated that without the help of external objects, it is difficult for the Sky Ghost to resist even a Sky Thunder. While observing the changes in Heavenly Ghost, he began to make preparations. He first used the 4th grade formation flag to set up a formation to resist the Sky Thunder. The effect of this formation depended on the power of the Sky Thunder encountered by the Sky Ghost. He also prepared an electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage and multiple lightning rods, all in order to minimize the contact between the Sky Ghost and the Sky Thunder. The spiritual energy in Tiangui's body has been upgraded to the 4th level. What Li Shiming is concerned about is that the outer SH.L of Tiangui has also been upgraded to the 4th level, which makes Li Shiming feel at ease. Creatures like Tiangui should not have appeared. They were created by Li Shiming himself. The 3rd grade ghost and the SH.L of the heavenly demon combined to form the heavenly ghost. In the past, he was still worried whether the 3rd grade ghost and the SH.L of the heavenly demon were forcibly merged. Each was his own. Now it seems that the 3rd grade ghost soul and the demon SH.L are completely integrated, and they are promoted at the same time when they are promoted. The promotion process of Tiangui is very easy. Of course, it has all the energy of a mid-level 4th grade ghost in its body. In the sky, thunderclouds appeared again. I wonder if it is because creatures such as heavenly ghosts are not in this world. The rules of heaven and earth do not regard heavenly ghosts as evil creatures, but just treat them as ordinary creatures. The power of thunder and lightning in the thunderclouds is his. The weakest thunder I have ever seen. This made him let go of a lot of worries. He took out the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. First cast a spell on Tian Gui to increase lightning resistance, and then drove the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer into Tian Gui's body without worry. When encountering an unstoppable situation, the external object of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is the last means of defense for the heavenly ghost. The first thunderbolt fell, and it seemed to be quite powerful, but its power was really limited. You must know that this kind of catastrophe is originally aimed at the 4th grade creatures who have just been promoted. Most of these 4th grade creatures do not have the ability of the 4th grade. That is to say, Li Shiming and his spiritual pets and corpses are all too special, which is why natural catastrophes that far exceed the normal occur one after another. The Sky Thunder fell, and was blocked by the energy of the formation. The formation he set up with the 4th grade formation flag was not directly broken by the first Sky Thunder. Of course, most of the energy of this formation has been consumed, and it is absolutely impossible to block the second thunder. Sure enough, when the second Sky Lightning struck, the formation was broken. The Sky Lightning hit the electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage, and at the same time, part of its power was directed into the earth by the lightning rod. The electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage that was re-improved by Li Shiming was not destroyed by the second Sky Mine. In the past few years, he has studied the puppet mechanism technique in the inheritance of heaven and man art. He used the mechanism technique's material reinforcement method on the metal of the electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage. The third Sky Thunder fell. This time the Sky Thunder seemed to have found a way to destroy the electromagnetic shielding metal round cage. The Sky Thunder melted the electromagnetic shielding metal round cage in one fell swoop.
It seems that Tianlei is still somewhat smart. This method can only deceive Tianlei once.
Li Shiming thought after seeing this. This kind of world of immortality has never appeared before. The method of using the technological means of the previous life to fight against the thunder will always be known by the rules of heaven and earth in this world. And a way to deal with it will be found. The remaining power of the Sky Thunder struck the Sky Ghost. The magic on the Sky Ghost rose up. And the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in the Sky Ghost's body also emitted golden runes, wrapping the Sky Ghost inside. The Sky Thunder kept beating a few inches away from Tian Gui's body. Finally, the power of the Sky Thunder was exhausted and it disappeared. The aura on Tian Gui's body is constantly improving. This is the effect of the rewards from heaven and earth. The effect on Tian Gui is more intuitive, because Tian Gui has only one kind of energy that can be improved, and that is spiritual energy. Li Shiming felt relaxed. He had seen how other monks helped third-grade ghosts advance to fourth grade in the Yuan-Ing level library of the 10,000 Beast sect. That kind of method could only be accomplished by demonic cultivators. When a third-grade ghost is promoted to fourth grade, he will find an extremely powerful elder, and then force the third-grade ghost into his body. And then, the third-grade ghost will start to advance. The entire promotion process is entirely up to the Great Elder to fight against the heavenly tribulation. And the third-grade ghost has always been in the Great Elder's body. Unless the Great Elder is killed by thunder, there is no need for third-grade ghosts to worry about being hurt by thunder. The purpose of choosing an extremely powerful elder is to increase the possibility of fighting against the Sky Thunder. Li Shiming chose to use a variety of methods. He couldn't find a suitable elder. He couldn't let Tian Gui control the living dead body of the Great Elder to fight against the Sky Thunder. There is still a big gap between the living dead body refining elder and the real Great Elder. But the body is that of the body refining elder, without the matching secrets and powerful magic weapons, and without many years of combat experience. Li Shiming summoned the ghost in front of him, and he sensed the situation of the ghost. There is not much difference between the Tian Gui and the third level, except that the energy level has been upgraded to the fourth level. He did not find the existence of special runes in the Tian Gui's body, but he knew that weird creatures like Tian Gui could not be viewed with normal eyes.
This place is really nice. It was not disturbed by 2 consecutive calamities.
Li Shiming looked at the area he found casually, curiously checked the drone satellite system, and said in surprise. He saw that there were clearly many medium-sized forces in this area. But how could there be no nascent soul cultivators coming? Not even golden core cultivators. When he came to the coast, he probably understood the reason. On the sea surface, under the observation of divine eyes, he could see a large number of monks on the sea surface within a range of 3,000 miles. Most of these monks are Jindan monks. But there are also a lot of nascent soul monks. They were all fighting against the spirit beasts. Most of these spirit beasts were injured. Although there were more of them, they were quickly killed in the encirclement and suppression by many monks. Li Shiming could feel the happy mood of these monks from a distance, as if this was a gluttonous feast. Looking at the number of monks here, I am afraid that all the Golden Core Yuan-Ing monks who can come have come. No wonder no monks went to check on the 2 consecutive tribulations on land. Li Shiming was wearing a 4th grade robe, which was the 4th grade robe of the core monks of the 10,000 Beast sect. There were 2 golden corpses following him. Xufeng stood on the head of the golden corpse Naming. It still liked the golden corpse Naming very much. This may come from its love for Naming Lihua. This time, he didn't want to hunt many spiritual beasts. Just as he told Brother Hu, he just came to experience them. In the Beishu continent, it is impossible to see so many Jindan Yuan-Ing monks appearing at the same time. He continued to fly towards the sea. In this area of 3,000 miles close to the coast, he did not see any nascent soul monks from the 10,000 Beast sect. When he flew thousands of miles deep, he finally saw the monks of the sect. Here, formations composed of golden elixir monks block the spirit beasts in the sea. The weak spirit beasts will be strangled by the formation immediately, and the remaining spirit beasts will be pulled into the formation and be killed by all the gold. Brother Dan besieged. Almost all the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect have 1 or more spiritual pets, whose strength is almost the same as their own, which makes them feel particularly relaxed when fighting spiritual beasts. As long as they maintain the formation well, they can control their spirit pets in the battle. With the help of the formation, the spirit pets cooperate with their masters and constantly clean up the spirit beasts in the formation. There are so many formations like this. It can be seen that there are also a lot of golden elixir disciples from the 10,000 Beast sect here, and there are at least thousands of golden elixirs in the scene in front of them. Far ahead, There is the battle of the nascent soul monks. Compared with the nascent soul monks at the rear, the nascent soul monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect are the real main force against the spirit beasts. Dozens of tall nascent souls are constantly releasing powerful spells or magic weapons in their hands. They all fight in small teams. A huge flying boat was parked in the sky, with the mark of the 10,000 Beasts sect on the flying boat. This was the sect's super large flying boat, and it was also the resting place for the nascent soul monks. Nascent soul monks cannot use the nascent soul dharma for a long time. They need time to recover from their own consumption. There are not only these dozens of nascent soul cultivators on the battlefield here, but also many nascent soul cultivators who are either patrolling nearby or resting in super large flying boats. Li Shiming flew towards the super large spaceship and landed on the deck of the spacecraft.
Master Li! Senior Brother Li!
Among the repeated calls to him is Master Li, he heard,
Senior Brother Li,
and saw that Lu Heng was sitting on the side of the deck resting. He smiled and nodded in response to the nascent soul monks who spoke to him, and walked to Lu Heng's side.
Junior Brother Lu, why are you here?
He asked curiously. Although Lu Heng is only a registered disciple of Brother Hu, he shouldn't need to complete this mission to obtain resources.
I'm here to gain some combat experience. There are no monks to fight with me on weekdays,
Lu Heng explained with a smile. As a registered disciple of Brother Hu, his status in the sect is not low. No monk would conflict with him. Even if they were sparring, they would give in to him. He also knew this. So he took the opportunity to come over and fight with the 4th grade spiritual beast.
Senior Brother Li, you still have 2 golden corpses,
Lu Heng said in surprise when he saw the 2 golden corpses next to Li Shiming. He knew that Li Shiming had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage. So how could he have 2 golden corpses so quickly? Refining a golden corpse is not easy, especially in sects such as the 10,000 Beasts sect, which lacks many secret methods unique to the demon sect. So the success rate of the golden corpse in overcoming the tribulation is very low.
Originally, I had a peak silver corpse. I had some 4th grade corpse refining resources in my hand and used them all. I was lucky enough to be promoted successfully in one go. At least this golden corpse was discovered by me in a cave. It was about to be promoted to the golden corpse. I didn't even use any resources.
And it succeeded,
Li Shiming explained with a smile. What he said naturally hid the important part. But Lu Heng listened with eyes full of envy. Lu Heng thinks this is an opportunity. He just needs to go out more and walk around more. He also wants to find his own opportunity. When the nascent soul monk next to him heard Li Shiming's words, he was also extremely envious. Who doesn't want to have a golden corpse? This is the best guarantee to prevent enemies from getting close. And it can also resist attacks for oneself.
Senior Brother Li, since you have 2 golden corpses, why don't we form a team and give it a try?
Lu Heng's eyes lit up, and he thought about it. When he saw Li Shiming hesitate, he said with a smile,
the spoils are divided into 4 parts. A portion. I only want 1 portion. The spoils are divided equally. I just want Xiaofeng to experience the battle.
Li Shiming shook his head and said, just because you have 2 golden corpses, you can't claim 2 more shares of the spoils. There is no reason for such distribution. Although he didn't see it, Lu Heng must have his own spiritual pet. And his spiritual pet Xiaofeng didn't have much fighting power yet. As for the phantom spirit dragon, he didn't want other monks to see its fighting style. So he called it in advance, put it away.
Then I will take advantage of senior brother,
Lu Heng said. In fact, he didn't think he was weak in his heart. Li Shiming had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage and had just stabilized his realm. Even as a Leishio, his combat power was extremely limited. He just took Li Shiming to see the spiritual beasts to prevent Li Shiming from being injured by the spiritual beasts when he acted alone. The 2 flew out of the flying boat, and Lu Heng took the initiative to lead the way. He took out the identity jade disc and checked it, and soon came to a battlefield. Here 6 early-stage nascent soul monks are fighting with the nascent soul dharma. Their spiritual pets also inspired the dharma, but they already looked tired at this time. Li Shiming also checked the identity jade disc and found that the identity jade disc showed the teams in this area that applied for rotation. The team of early nascent soul monks they were approaching was the team that had recently proposed the need for rest and rotation. Although there were only 2 early Yuaning monks who came. The 6 early Yuaning monks left the battlefield without saying anything after seeing the 4th grade magic weapon of the core monk on Li Shiming and recognizing Lu Heng's identity.
Brother, we are here to clean up the 4th grade spiritual beasts. If there are a lot of 3rd grade spiritual beasts, just clean them up.
Lu Heng introduced while summoning his spiritual pets. This is a green-armored phosphorescent cow. A 4th grade spiritual pet with both defensive and offensive power. He himself was using the nascent soul Dharma appearance, with a flying sword magic weapon flying in front of him.
Xiao Feng, get on my shoulder.
Li Shiming was worried about Xiao Feng and ordered in a deep voice. Xiao Feng looked at the approaching spirit beast with arrogant eyes and jumped onto Li Shiming's shoulder with a small jump. It let out a chirp at many spirit beasts. It didn't seem to have much power, but most of the spirit beasts among them were shaken. Chapter 537 Beasttide. Li Shiming smiled and stroked Xiao Feng's feathers with his hand. The bloodline of the red golden phoenix was indeed terrifying. It could have a deterrent effect on the 3rd grade demon at such a young age.
Brother, you have to be careful and prepare the Dharma image.
Lu Heng kept reminding him when he saw the spiritual beast coming forward, commanding the green-armored phosphorescent bull to rush forward.
I will pay attention.
Although Li Shiming agreed, he did not use the nascent soul Dharma immediately. He is different from Lu Heng. Once he uses the nascent soul method, it will consume a lot of energy, and he will not be able to persist for too long. He couldn't just enter the battlefield and have to enter the identity card to apply for rotation. He couldn't afford to lose this person. The 4th grade green-armored phosphorescent cow was completely crushed among the group of spiritual beasts with the highest strength of the 3rd grade. Wherever it passed, a straight line was immediately cleared. The green-armored phosphorescent cow let out a triumphant cry and kept charging back and forth among the spiritual beasts.
It can be seen that if there were no 4th grade spiritual beasts, Lu Heng alone could hold this position. Li Shiming looked into the distance. Although it was called a tide of spirit beasts, the spirit beasts had not really formed a momentum like a big tide. Most of these spirit beasts are 1st and 2nd grade spirit beasts, and 3rd grade spirit beasts are the main force in combat.
I forgot that senior brother was just promoted not long ago.
Lu Heng saw that Li Shiming had not activated the Yuan Dharma for a long time. And then he thought of the original reason why Li Shiming did not activate the Yuan Dharma.
My total spiritual power is still a bit low,
Li Shiming admitted with a smile.
Senior brother, you should be careful. Many of the 4th grade spiritual beasts are very cunning. They often appear for sneak attacks. Don't let the Golden Corpse get involved here. Let the Golden Corpse protect you,
Lu Heng said helplessly. He regretted leading Li Shiming to fight alone. With his strength, he might not be able to sustain it. It's okay to have one 4th grade spiritual beast, but it would be troublesome if there were 2 4th grade spiritual beasts. He still knows something about the Golden Corpse. The Golden Corpse is a good helper for the monks, but it can only be an auxiliary. The main combat power is still the monks themselves. Li Shiming nodded, and he also discovered that upon reaching the sea, the Nanming Lihua, in the body of the Golden Corpse, Nanming, was obviously suppressed. This place is deep into the ocean, and the void above the ocean is filled with water-based spiritual energy. This greatly interferes with the Nanming Lihua of the Golden Corpse Nanming. He sensed his body, and the good news was that his 5 nascent souls formed the
5 elements receiving chi array
in his body. So he did not need to worry about the Nanming Lihua in his body being affected by the environment. Of course, the premise is that the 5 nascent souls in his body maintain the
5 elements receiving chi formation.
If the fire and thunder nascent soul is used alone, it will still be affected by the marine environment. But if he really needs nascent soul to participate in the battle, how can he use fire and thunder nascent soul? Isn't it better to use earth thunder nascent soul, which has a restraining effect on water-based spiritual energy? However, the Golden Corpse and Black Shield were not affected at all, which is good news. In fact, if he releases the Phantom Dragon, it will be like a fish in water. This environment is like a dragon entering the sea for the Phantom Dragon, and it may even increase its combat power.
Be careful!
Lu Heng screamed. Li Shiming didn't sense the danger, not because his perception was insensitive, but because he and Lu Heng had different definitions of danger. Lu Heng didn't know much about his combat prowess. In fact, he was already at the pinnacle among the early Yuan monks. His strength cannot be judged by his realm. Indeed, his realm is enough to confuse other monks, who perceive that his realm is the peak of the early Yuan stage. But the total amount of spiritual power is only the early stage of the Yuan. A small black panther flew out from the spiritual beast. This black panther had been hiding its strength before, but it was only when it rushed out that it revealed its 4th level realm. This is a 4th grade ghost leopard that is good at sneak attacks and hunting. Other 4th grade spirit beasts are trying to improve their stature to increase their combat power. But the fourth grade ghost leopard shrinks its body to achieve surprise and a sure blow. Kill. Lu Heng wanted to come over to help. But the fourth grade ghost leopard was too fast and had already jumped less than 5 meters in front of Li Shiming. Regret arose in Lu Heng's heart again. If something happened to Li Shiming here, how would he explain it to his master, and how he would explain it to his sect? Li Shiming's alchemy ability was a valuable asset to the sect. He secretly knew something that no outsider knew. That is, his master, Brother Hu, had approached Li Shiming to make alchemy. After that month, the master, Brother Hu, was in a very good mood and gave Lu Heng some tips on how to practice. Therefore, Lu Heng was very clear about this matter. He guessed that Li Shiming's level of refining the fourth grade elixir of the great monk was probably not low. The reason why his reputation was not obvious was that the great monk who deliberately suppressed it. Just when Lu Heng regretted it, the golden corpse and black shield moved. Lu Heng didn't even see the process clearly, and saw that the fourth grade ghost leopard had been caught in the hands of the golden corpse and black shield. He was at a loss during the whole process. What happened? His scalp was even numb. If this inconspicuous golden corpse attacked him, would he be able to escape? What speed is this? Is it a secret burst or normal speed? A series of questions surged in Lu Heng's heart, and he didn't know how to ask them. Li Shiming couldn't help but smile when he saw the fourth grade ghost leopard. Even if the fourth grade ghost leopard jumped on him, it probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense. At least the fourth grade ghost leopard cannot cause harm to him without activating the Dharma form. This is the confidence of a body-refining Yuaning monk. Even if the fourth grade ghost leopard activates the method, it cannot guarantee to break through the defense of top body-refining techniques such as Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju. The most important thing is that the ocean environment here has a bonus to the Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique. Tai Ching Xian Turtle loves the ocean. The fourth grade ghost leopard at this moment is very miserable. If the fourth grade ghost leopard uses all its power to attack, it will take some effort to easily take down the golden corpse and black shield. But who said that the fourth grade ghost leopard believed too much in his sneak attack and was ready to attack Li Shiming at high speed? A monk who did not use the nascent soul method. Showing speed in front of the golden corpse and black shield is not like seeking death. Anyway, Li Shiming has never seen any secret method faster than the golden corpse in the cave. Except for the divine foot power. Perhaps this was due to his ignorance. But it also showed how powerful the Dantian golden corpse's speed talent was. Just when the fourth grade ghost leopard rushed forward, the golden corpse and black shield stood in front of the fourth grade ghost leopard. He unhurriedly reached out and grabbed the fourth grade ghost leopard's neck, and at the same time activated the secret magic technique. The secret method of magic power completely eliminated the vitality in the demon elixir of the fourth grade ghost leopard, and killed the fourth grade ghost leopard in one blow. It cannot be said that the fourth grade ghost leopard is too weak. These are two completely unequal battles. The fourth grade ghost leopard did not use the Dharma form, but the magic power performed by the golden corpse black shield had the power of the nascent soul Dharma appearance. How could it not kill him with one strike?
You golden corpse really has nothing to say.
Lu Heng praised the green-armored phosphorescent bull as he let it continue fighting.
This is the golden corpse I got by accident. It was well trained by the previous owner.
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
Why don't I have such good luck?
Lu Heng was really envious this time. The envy before was just for Li Shiming's luck, but this time it was for the golden corpse itself.
I have no experience in dealing with spirit beasts, so I'll leave it to junior brother Lu.
Li Shiming issued an order to the golden corpse black shield, and then said to Lu Heng with a smile. Golden corpse black shield obediently threw the dead fourth grade ghost leopard in his hand to Lu Heng. Lu Heng used a ray of consciousness to catch the fourth grade ghost leopard.
There are many useful things in the fourth grade spiritual beasts. For example, the souls of fourth grade spiritual beasts need to be collected using a soul collection gourd. Many monks are in need of souls of this grade. The fur of the fourth grade ghost leopard has the effect of hiding the aura. If it is refined into a robe, it can produce an invisibility-like effect. Needless to say, the demon elixir of the fourth grade ghost leopard is the main material for refining the fourth grade elixir. As an alchemy master, you know better. In addition, its blood also needs to be collected, which is a very good material. Lu Heng explained to Li Shiming while operating. After all, he was a monk from the 10,000 Beast sect, and his level of handling spiritual beasts was much higher than that of casual cultivators. Lu Heng's technique was extremely fast, and he was able to handle it in a matter of seconds. After disposing of the corpse of the fourth grade ghost leopard, Lu Heng sent all the trophies to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was not polite,
and collected the trophies. He is a senior brother, and it will not be too late to distribute the spoils when he returns. Their group is different from other groups. They are all under the same master, and their relationship is closer. There is no need to worry about unfair distribution. The battle continued. This time Lu Heng didn't say anything more. He was still cleaning up the low-level spiritual beasts. About an hour later, a lizard jumped out from the group of spirit beasts. This time the target was still Li Shiming. Another golden corpse and black shield stood in front of Li Shiming one step ahead. This time, the lizard was much smarter than the 4th grade ghost leopard last time. It activated its magic form in the air and transformed into a terrifying, huge transparent lizard. But just as the giant transparent lizard approached Li Shiming, the golden corpse and black shield came forward and struck. The black fist became huge and hit the giant transparent lizard hard. This was not over yet. The golden corpse and black shield appeared strangely opposite the giant transparent lizard, and struck again. The giant transparent lizard struck by the previous attack was about to fly back, but this attack stopped its retreat. The attack of the golden corpse and black shield continued. It appeared in another direction from the giant transparent lizard. Another blow that the giant transparent lizard could not catch. The speed of the golden corpse and black shield is so fast that the eyes of the giant transparent lizard cannot track it, let alone defend against its attacks. Every attack carries the power of a devastating blow, and its power is so powerful that it penetrates directly into the body of the giant transparent lizard. That is to say, the physical appearance of the 4th level spiritual beasts has a defense bonus, making the already astonishing defensive power of the 4th level spiritual beasts even more powerful. But once, twice, and 3 times cannot break this defense. What about 10 times, 20 times, and 30 times? The golden corpse and black shield used unimaginable speed to strangely appear in every unimaginable position beside the giant transparent lizard, and dealt it a heavy blow at the same time. In its hands, the magic power exerted more terrifying power than ever before. Perhaps even its original owner, the Netherworld Emperor, did not expect that this magical skill combined with unparalleled speed would allow the newly promoted golden corpse black shield to have the combat power to suppress a 4th level spiritual beast that displayed the Dharma appearance. The battle continued, but Lu Heng on the side was stunned. He finally understood why Li Shiming didn't use the nascent soul Dharma. It turned out that he was using himself as bait. At least that's what he thought. A human monk standing in the battlefield without using the nascent soul Dharma. Isn't this the most obvious target? The 4th grade spirit beasts are not without intelligence. They will naturally choose to attack the nascent soul cultivator who has the weakest defense. Especially those 4th level spiritual beasts who are good at sneak attacks. I am afraid that all the 4th level spiritual beasts who are good at sneak attacks in this area are here. The previous 4th level ghost leopard and now the 4th level chameleon were all 4th level spiritual beasts that were good at sneak attacks. The 4th grade chameleon can use its skin to change the appearance of its body, simulating the corresponding state to hide its true self. With a click, Lu Heng was surprised to see that the 4th grade chameleon's appearance was forcibly broken up by the golden corpse and black shield. The golden corpse and black shield appeared in the light spots where the Dharma disappeared, standing behind the 4th grade chameleon's neck, and smashed down with his fist. The fist turned into an enlarged giant fist in the air, and the black fist carried terrifying power and destructive power. Because this blow lost the defensive power of the Dharma form, it directly acted on the body of the 4th grade chameleon, allowing the magic power to penetrate into its body and annihilate its vitality.
Let me come this time. Don't let it go to waste.
Lu Heng's figure flashed to the side of the golden corpse and black shield and said loudly. If Li Shiming hadn't issued the order in time, the golden corpse and black shield's punch would have been struck.
That's because you called me early.
Li Shiming shook his head and said,
Brother, the value of this 4th grade chameleon is much greater than that of the 4th grade ghost leopard. So you have to collect it carefully.
Lu Heng said, looking at the corpse of the 4th grade chameleon with shining eyes. He even put away the nascent soul Dharma. Anyway, standing next to Li Shiming, with such a strong golden corpse, the safety is still very high.
The skin of a 4th grade chameleon is even rarer than the skin of a ghost leopard. It can be made into a magic weapon that allows monks to transform into other appearances. Even strength and realm can be simulated at the same time. Of course it is fake, but in the perception of other monks, but it can be confused with the real. This is the blood of a chameleon. There is dragon blood in this blood. See why the sect monks responded so well and came here to participate in the mission. Many of them came here just for this blood. This is the claw of a chameleon. because it has the charm of dragon blood. Its quality is still very high. It can be added to the attack magic weapon to increase the sharpness of the magic weapon. This is the demon elixir of the chameleon. In addition to refining the elixir, if it is given to a dragon-type spiritual pet, there is a certain chance of obtaining an enhancement of the dragon-type bloodline. Lu Heng took the trouble to explain while operating. When he handed the trophies to Li Shiming only accepted the 4th grade chameleon skin and nothing else.
Only this skin is interesting. You can keep the rest.
Li Shiming is not interested in such a weak dragon bloodline. Even if there are 100 more dragon bloodlines like this, they will not be able to improve the phantom dragon. A trace of blood. Chapter 538 Leaving. Li Shiming and Lu Heng completed a round of defense here. They didn't last a particularly long time, but it wasn't the shortest either. Back on the sect flying boat, Li Shiming took out all the trophies. He only took the ones he was interested in, and gave all the other trophies to Lu Heng.
Senior brotherly?
That, Lu Heng said a little embarrassedly, and then stopped in the middle of the sentence. This time, working with Li Shiming, the two killed 5 4th level spiritual beasts. Li Shiming did not ask for the demon pill, but collected a small amount of materials with special uses. Li Shiming was preparing for the weapon refining. He also knew that adding some special materials when refining the weapon could give the magic weapon the abilities brought by the special materials. These special purpose materials are what he plans to use for experiments. He has the intention to purchase some such special purpose materials here, but he has no intention of staying here for long.
What are you hesitating about?
Li Shiming shook his head and smiled. A cooperation made the two of them much closer. They were brothers. It was an extremely close relationship among the monks.
Brother, I still have to ask you to help me make alchemy. I only believe in you.
Lu Heng smiled and took out all the gains he had made during this period and sent them to Li Shiming and said, "There are a lot of 4th grade primary spirit beasts in this wave of spirit beasts, which gives these early Yuaning monks of the 10,000 beasts sect a big opportunity. As long as the nascent soul cultivators came to participate, they all gained something, and a lot of 4th level demon elixirs were produced." Lu Heng knew Li Shiming's alchemy ability, and if he didn't take the opportunity to express his request at this time, he might want to ask Li Shiming to take action in the future. And he didn't know how long it would take.
You know the rules. You don't have to give the reward now. Just give it when you get the elixir later.
Li Shiming said with an indifferent smile. He is now refining elixirs, and can open 3 furnaces of elixirs at the same time, in addition to using the Red Yang Spirit Fire and
Nanming Lihua
to make elixirs.
Even the Nanming Lihuo
of the Golden Corpse, Nanning can also be controlled by one of his brains to make elixirs.
Thank you, senior brother,
Lu Heng said with special enthusiasm. If Li Shiming really collects the reward at this time, Lu Heng will still be in some trouble. He is on the ocean, and he has not prepared any reward. Senior brother, let's rest for a while before continuing.
He continued to invite. He has seen the power of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. All 5 4th level spiritual beasts were solved by the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. During the entire battle, Li Shiming did not even use the nascent soul Dharma. The Golden Corpse has always been the creature that continues to fight the longest. Even if it fights continuously for 10 days and 10 nights, it will not be tired at all. Coupled with the speed and attack power of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield, if they can really team up with Li Shiming, the results will be great. And at the same time, Li Shiming will have less need for loot. Who wouldn't want this benefit?
I won't participate in the battle anymore. I'm just here to take a look.
Li Shiming shook his head and refused. After a round of fighting, he had a clearer understanding of the combat power of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. This wave of spiritual beasts was not as terrifying as he had imagined. In his opinion, it was more like a resource supply for the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect. There are so many Yuanning monks here, and there are even middle-stage Yuanning monks who are protecting them. Several batches of early-stage Yuanning monks take turns fighting more and less, and waiting for work, as long as there are not too many 4th level spiritual beasts coming at the same time. Here it can be dealt with easily. Li Shiming is now interested in the legend, whether these spiritual beasts come from a cave. But before the investigation, he planned to stay on the sect's flying boat and make a magic weapon from the skin of a 4th grade chameleon.
Master Li, I would like to ask you to help me refine the elixir.
As soon as the exchange between Lu Heng and Li Shiming stopped, many Yuanning monks from the sect who had been waiting aside shouted in unison. They are also smart. If they don't take the opportunity to talk now, they won't have a chance to talk to Li Shiming when they return to the sect. Li Shiming's rise is too fast. He was originally refining the 4th grade elixir of the early Yuanying stage. However, since he was promoted to the Yuanying stage, he rarely takes over the alchemy business of the 4th grade elixir of the early Yuanying stage. In the past few years, even the 4th grade spiritual pills in the middle stage of nascent soul were selective, and no one who was not a close monk would accept them.
Thank you for your trust. If you have any requests, just tell junior brother Lu.
Li Shiming waved his hand and said, then turned to Lu Heng and said,
Junior brother Lu, please do me a favor and help me receive the alchemy materials and rewards. Everything follows the rules. Senior brother, you are busy. I will take over this matter.
Lu Heng responded with a smile on his face. He was naturally happy. This was a good thing. Li Shiming was willing to take over the alchemy business. As the person who handled it, he had great power. Every monk who registered with him owed him a favor. Li Shiming sat on the side of the deck, flicked out a few formation flags, and arranged a personal space. It is much more convenient to use the skin of a 4th grade spirit beast to refine weapons than other 4th grade weapon refining materials. It is only necessary to cut and sew the skin of the 4th grade spirit beast into the required rough material, and then inscribe the corresponding runes on it. It is not even necessary to engrave runes, because these 4th grade spiritual beasts have naturally formed runes on their skin. By activating these runes through some means, you can have a magic weapon with special effects. What Li Shiming wanted to refine was the 4th grade chameleon skin. Since the skin of the 4th grade chameleon was not small, he chose to make a cloak magic weapon. After the idea of the cloak magic weapon was decided in his mind, the life magic weapon Z15 continued to analyze the skin of the 4th grade chameleon, and it didn't take long to give a design drawing of the magic weapon. Every detail has been considered to maximize the effect of the 4th grade chameleon skin. Although this is the first time for Li Shiming to make such a special auxiliary magic weapon, he has the help of the natal magic weapon Z15 and has 5 nanometers of control over his own machine room space. These conditions make him extremely superior to other monks in refining weapons. Big advantage. It didn't take long to refine the weapon this time, and he didn't want the cloak magic weapon to have strong defensive power. It was just an auxiliary magic weapon. He used the most traditional weapon refining techniques. But one day later, he made this cloak magic weapon. This is an extremely strange cloak magic weapon. When it is worn on the body, it looks nothing special. But when he puts down the hood of the cloak, he can control the cloak magic weapon to transform himself into many forms. An invisible form. This magic weapon called the color-changing cloak is probably the lowest quality 4th grade magic weapon he has ever refined. Using the materials of the first level of the 4th level, the magic weapon of the upper level of the 4th level was refined. The level leap during this period was entirely dependent on the exquisite design and the precise and flawless production, which allowed the color-changing cloak to reach the upper level of the 4th level. Level of order. When the color-changing cloak magic weapon was formed, 3 Dao rhymes appeared on the color-changing cloak magic weapon. This was the mark of the upper level of the 4th grade, and it was also the rune that the color-changing cloak used to maximize its material. It can even be said that this color-changing cloak magic weapon surpasses the 4th grade chameleon itself in terms of transformation and invisibility. Li Shiming closed the formation and saw Lu Heng sitting aside waiting for him.
Brother, you are finally out of seclusion,
Lu Heng said as he placed a storage bag in front of him. Lu Heng had a difficult day. After taking over Li Shiming's task, he started the registration. It was okay at first, because some early Yuanying monks on the sect's flying boat knew that Master Li was willing to make alchemy, and took over the alchemy business here. But not long after, some early Yuanying monks, who were participating in the battle heard the news. They came here to fight for the 4th grade demon elixir, and they obtained the 4th grade demon elixir in order to ask the alchemy master to refine the elixir. To say which alchemy master in the sect has the highest level now, it is Master Li. This is recognized by many nascent soul monks. I have never heard anyone say that Master Li failed to make alchemy for him. He has always been a 4th grade mid-level quality that is surprisingly stable. Although there are less surprises, which monk in the early stage of Yuanying is willing to take the extremely low probability to fight for the chance of a 4th grade high level and choose the other 3 alchemy masters, let alone the other 3 alchemy masters. Good appointment. In this way, in just one day, the number of 4th grade demon pills in Lu Heng's hands continued to increase. It was so much that he didn't dare to leave the sect Feizhou. He was worried that if he left, he would be robbed and he would never be able to pay back the money.
Junior brother Lu, thank you for your trouble. Junior brother Lu.
Li Shiming put away the storage bag and thanked him. He was surprised by the number of 4th grade demon elixirs in the storage bag. But it came just in time. Refining so many early-stage 4th grade elixirs of nascent soul at the same time allowed him to obtain a lot of top-grade 4th grade elixirs. The magic pill. Even if it is a 4th grade high-level elixir, it is what he needs for his cultivation. Currently, both he and Venerable Hui Jing need the 4th grade high-level elixir for the early stage of nascent soul. And after the clone Li Yuanba is promoted, there will be one more to consume the 4th level high-level elixir. Although he has accumulated a lot of high-level spiritual elixirs of the 4th level in the early stage of Yuanying, the cultivation period in the early stage of Yuanying is also extremely long. And the number of high-level spiritual elixirs in the early stage of Yuanying required is even larger. Why the early monks of the Yuanying sect trusted Li Shiming was not only because he was a master of alchemy, but also because he had a master, the great monk Hu. With the great monk Hu's backing, they were very confident in delivering the 4th grade demon elixir to Li Shiming. Li Shiming said goodbye to Lu Heng. Lu Heng did not persuade him to say anything this time. Lu Heng also knew how powerful Li Shiming's golden corpse and black shield was. As long as he did not encounter a 4th level mid to lower level spiritual beast, nothing would happen. After Li Shiming left the sect flying boat, he flew toward the spirit beasts. When he approached the tide of spirit beasts, his body changed and turned into a chameleon. Not only its appearance, but also its aura is no different from that of a 4th grade chameleon. This allowed him to not be attacked by any spiritual beasts as soon as he entered the tide of spiritual beasts. He was very satisfied with the defensive effect of the color-changing cloak. But the changing effect was so good that not even spiritual beasts could detect the abnormality, let alone human monks. His actions did not attract the attention of many nascent soul monks. There are many talents in the 10,000 Beast sect, and some nascent soul monks use special means to sneak into the tide of spirit beasts. Just like those who are good at sneak attacks on spirit beasts. Potential spirit beasts, a sneak attack on a powerful spiritual beast in the tide. Li Shiming used
close to the end of the world,
and with the help of the color-changing cloak, other monks and spiritual beasts could not detect his strange behavior. The tide of spirit beasts was not very dense. As he went deeper in the reverse direction, he found that the tide of spirit beasts became looser as it moved toward the rear. It seems that these spirit beasts are attracted by something and are constantly approaching the mainland. Once they gather, the spirit beast's sanity will be affected by the tide of spirit beasts and become crazy. This made his plan to follow the tide of spirit beasts to find a possible cave sky come to nothing. In fact, if he thought about it, if it was really so easy to find the cave sky, the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect would have discovered the cave sky long ago. He didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, he just came out to relax. He didn't find the cave where the spiritual beasts gush out, so he just wandered in the sea.
Hey!
Li Shiming had divine vision. He could observe things 3,000 miles away. He saw a huge spaceship flying towards him. He recognized that it was the flying boat of Tianqing Trading Company. Tianqing Trading Company's influence in the Eastern Qi continent was only pretty good, ranking below the large sects and a little stronger than ordinary medium-sized sects. Of course, the strongest point of Tianqing Trading Company is not their combat power, but their business operations. With branches distributed in various continents, Tianqing Trading Company has a huge network of collection resources and sales resources. Li Shiming originally had no plan to use this huge flying boat, but when he saw the monk standing on the flying boat, he had an idea. Perhaps it was because the huge flying boat was about to arrive at the Eastern Qi continent. So the two nascent soul monks were standing on the deck of the flying boat, exchanging something. Of the two Yuanying monks, one is Jin Kai in the middle stage of Yuanying, and the other is Ren Sun in the early stage of Yuanying. The main reason that made him dare to have ideas was that the golden calligraphy was as good as gold paper. This was the result of being seriously injured. I just don't know if Jin Kai's strength was due to him encountering a powerful spiritual beast on the way, or whether he was seriously injured on the Beishu continent. On the deck, Jin Kai saw a significant increase in the number of spiritual beasts ahead and was discussing with Ren Sun.
Looking at this, it is very likely that there will be a wave of spirit beasts ahead. Counting the days, the wave of spirit beasts happened in the past few years,
Ren Sun said helplessly. As a fire-type nascent soul, he would be extremely affected by fighting on the sea. He didn't want to encounter a wave of spiritual beasts on board this huge flying boat. In addition to the monks from Tianqing Trading Company, there were also resources obtained from the northern Shu continent. Although Beishu continent has few resources, Forcing several major sects to do things still allowed them to obtain a lot of 3rd and 4th grade resources unique to Beishu continent. These unique 3rd and 4th grade resources are in short supply in other continents. If the huge flying boat is destroyed by a spiritual beast, the losses to Tianqing Trading Company will be great.
As soon as the flying boat gets closer to some mainland, report it to the trading company immediately and ask them to send someone to pick us up,
Jin Kai said in a deep voice. Chapter 539 Revenge. Jin Kai was very angry. This trip to the northern Shu continent was thought to be a great opportunity, but he didn't expect that the price he paid would be the highest. He suffered some injuries while exploring Zhai Ji's Great Power Cave. Originally, he had hidden this matter very well, and no monks knew about it. But I don't know who revealed this news to Luo Wei of Tianlin sect. Luo Wei suddenly attacked during a meeting. Of course, Jin Kai did not make Luo Wei feel better. He himself was seriously injured, and also beat Luo Wei into serious injuries.
When you get back, let the news out about Zhai Ji's power in the cave. Don't let Luo Wei get any benefits.
Jin Kai thought for a while and said he was unwilling to give in. Originally, there were 2 monks in the middle stage of nascent soul in the northern Shu continent. It was impossible for Zhai Ji's powerful cave heaven to escape their hands. He and Luo Wei had to obtain it. Although there were many native nascent soul monks in the Beishu continent, that was the reason why he and Luo Wei kept each other in check. If he really attacked the native nascent soul without any scruples, it would be difficult for the native nascent soul to resist. Now that he was seriously injured, he took the initiative to withdraw from Beishu continent with Tianqing Trading Company. Zhai Ji's cave's sky was equivalent to being given to Luo Wei. How could he be willing to do so? Luo Wei seriously injured him, and it will take at least hundreds of years for him to recover. It will also affect his potential afterwards, making him hopeless to go further. He can't let go of this great hatred. It won't be easy for him, and neither will it be easy for Luo Wei.
Yes, uncle.
Rinsun nodded in response. They still don't believe that Li Shiming has left the northern Shu continent with Dong Tian. Without the leadership of the Yuanying monks, who are familiar with the waterways, they cannot leave the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming calculated the route of the giant flying boat, and he laid out the dragnet and the prohibition array. He was about to take action. Tianqing Trading Company was one of the murderers, who forced him to stay away from his hometown. Seeing that Jin Kai was seriously injured, if he didn't take action now, Jin Kai would have been in seclusion for tens, or even hundreds of years after he returned. There would be no chance for revenge. He is extremely vindictive, and as long as he can take revenge, he will hardly wait too long. The reason for his hatred against the 2 middle-stage nascent soul monks, Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect, was that these 2 were too powerful, making it impossible for him to retaliate on the spot. After the Tian Luo Earth Net Prohibition Array was arranged, he used the cover of the Heaven Luo Earth Net Prohibition Array to release the 2 golden corpses and also release the Phantom Dragon. Venerable Huijing sits at the core of the Tian Luo Diwang Restriction Array and is responsible for controlling the array. In fact, the one who really controls the array is Li Shiming's brain, which controls the array through Venerable Huijing. All he had to do was wait for the huge flying boat to enter the dragnet before he would launch an attack.
You should be more careful when you go back this time. I won't be able to protect you for a long time.
Jin Kai glanced at Rinsun and said, he brought Rinsun out this time, but he couldn't do much benefit to Rinsun. Rinsun suffered a lot following him, and he saw it in his eyes.
Uncle, I will take good care of myself. Are you okay with your health?
Rinsun sighed slightly in his heart, but still asked with concern. Without Jin Kai as his backer, his right to speak within Tianqing Trading Company will be much less, and some competition for interests will be marginalized in the future. But it's something that can't be helped. It's such a reality within any force.
It's almost done. Try to contact the trading house.
Jin Kai sensed it and ordered Rinsun. Rinsun took out a contact card, and when he was activating it, he felt the space shake slightly, and the light on the contact card dimmed.
Dragnet Prohibition.
Jin Kai's face changed, and he called out what he encountered. He knew that this dragnet was restricted to only the 10,000 Beasts sect in this area. Even within the 10,000 Beasts sect, it was said that only the Law Enforcement Hall was qualified to use it.
A fellow Taoist from the Law Enforcement Hall of the 10,000 Beasts sect is here. I am Jin Kai from Tianqing Trading Company. Is there any misunderstanding?
Jin Kai asked loudly. No monk answered him. What answered him was a bolt of thunder and lightning. With the appearance of this thunder and lightning, Jin Kai also discovered the monk who attacked him. Li Shiming was wearing a cloak. After the attack, the cloak changed color, and he could no longer be invisible. When he appeared, he was 3,000 meters away from Jin Kai. This was his farthest attack distance, and he maintained the greatest vigilance. He did not dare to get too close to a mid-stage Yuaning monk. Even if the mid-stage Yuaning monk had been seriously injured, all he had to do was continue to harass and worsen Jin Kai's injuries from a distance, so that he could have a chance to deal with a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Li Shiming held the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand. He did not let the two golden corpses attack first. He knew very well that the 4th grade tribulation magic weapon, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, was the only way he could hurt the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. Of course, he did not use the nascent soul Dharma, which prevented the power of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer from reaching its peak. But he had his own ideas. He just wanted to see if this golden script still had the ability to inspire the nascent soul's Dharma, based on his careful observation of Jin Kai through his spiritual eyes. Even if Jin Kai is still capable of fighting, judging by Jin Kai's injuries, he will not be able to last long. Li Shiming hoped that Jin Kai would use the nascent soul Dharma, which would increase Jin Kai's consumption and aggravate his injuries faster.
Who are you?
Jin Kai felt familiar with Li Shiming, but he couldn't remember that he knew such a Lei Xiao in the early stage of nascent soul. Although there are many great elders of Lei Xiao, there are very few who can truly be promoted successfully and become Lei Xiao of the nascent soul stage. The more powerful a profession is, the more difficult it is to be promoted. Of course, the more powerful it will be after a successful promotion. A golden ruler appeared in front of Jin Kai, blocking the lightning attack. Feeling the thunder and lightning coming from the golden ruler, he couldn't help but frown deeply. He felt the power of the sky thunder, and the power of this blow exceeded that of Lei Xiao, who was at the peak of the normal nascent soul. If the opponent uses the nascent soul Dharma, he can really challenge him. There are very few nascent soul cultivators who can super challenge. Even in the Eastern Qi continent, the nascent soul stage is completely different from the golden core stage and the previous realms. The strength of each small realm in the nascent soul stage has a huge difference, which is why monks in the early nascent soul stage will be called seniors when they see monks in the middle nascent soul stage. Li Shiming still didn't answer. He used the thunder method again, and the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand continued to shoot thunder and lightning, attacking Jin Kai. Jin Kai's eyes turned cold. Even if he was seriously injured, he was not something that a small early Yuaning monk could provoke. At a distance of 3,000 meters, his figure flashed and turned into a golden light and flew towards Li Shiming. In fact, there is no need to get too close. As long as he can get closer to 2,000 meters, he can use realm suppression to make Li Shiming suffer. Jin Kai was still very surprised. The attack distance was 3,000 meters. What kind of energy was needed to carry out such an attack distance? Nascent soul Lei Xiao, who has a strong spirit and is capable of super fighting. When did he provoke such an enemy? Judging from the restriction of the Heaven and Earth net, this monk should be from the 10,000 Beast sect, and he also has to guard against the opponent's spiritual beasts.
Ren Sun, be careful with yourself,
he told Ren Sun when he flew out to fight. Although Jin Kai was seriously injured, his speed was still extremely fast compared to the early Yuaning monks. In addition, he did not use the Yuaning Dharma. This shows that either the injuries he suffered prevented him from using the Yuaning Dharma, or he was unable to use the Yuaning Dharma, just waiting for the most appropriate time to use it. Li Shiming believed that it was the second type. Jin Kai was waiting for the right time to use the nascent soul Dharma to give him a fatal blow. Jin Kai's body should not be able to withstand the Yuaning Dharma for too long. Otherwise, under the immediate use of the Yuaning Dharma, Li Shiming, no matter how powerful he is, would not dare to defeat the opponent when the monk in the middle stage of the Yuaning cast the Yuaning Dharma. Jin Kai kept moving forward. He saw that Li Shiming did not move, but continued to use thunder to attack him, which made him feel relieved. Although the thunder and lightning released by this thunder method is extremely powerful and carries the power of sky thunder, he can still defend it in a short period of time. Just when he was about to approach Li Shiming's distance of 2,000 meters, Li Shiming suddenly took a step forward. He appeared again 3,000 meters away from Jin Kai, and the thunder method in his hand did not stop.
The magic foot is so close to the end of the world,
Jin Kai shouted in shock. He looked at Li Shiming with strong disbelief. He finally knew who the other person was. Although the other person had changed his appearance, his unique temperament was unmistakable. Li Shiming himself didn't know that Li Shiming had a special temperament that was incompatible with this world. This was a temperament that he unknowingly carried with him mentally, as he studied the technology of another world.
You are?
Jean Kai was about to call out Li Shiming's name when he realized that Rinsun on the huge flying boat behind him was under attack. He had always kept his consciousness covered, and when he was seriously injured, he did not dare to take it lightly. He also estimated that the other party was probably preparing to separate him and Rinsun in order to defeat them one by one. He was planning to take advantage of the situation. The nascent soul monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect all had spiritual pets. He originally thought that it was the spiritual pets that Li Shiming attacked Rinsun. When he thought about it, no matter how weak Rinsun was, he couldn't be defeated by a 4th grade early stage spiritual pet in one blow. Not only could he defeat him, he could at least withstand it for a while. But when he sensed that Rinsun was being attacked, he realized that his guess was wrong. Rinsun was very cautious. He blessed himself with a defensive magic weapon and stood under the protection of a huge flying boat. However, the phantom dragon carried 2 golden corpses on its back and used short-distance space movement to directly cross the defensive shield of the huge flying boat and enter the inside of the shield. Then 2 golden corpses launched an attack on Rinsun. The golden corpse Nanming Lihua was suppressed on the ocean, but its speed was not. Even if
Nanming Lihua
is suppressed, it is a little less powerful. It is a little weaker to deal with the powerful monks in the early stage of nascent soul. But there is still no big difference to deal with Rinsun. Not to mention the golden corpse black shield. It knocked away Rinsun's defensive magic weapon with one punch. Just when Rinsun wanted to dodge and was about to find an opportunity to use the nascent soul dharma, Rinsun was continuously getting close and couldn't do it. To display the nascent soul dharma, under the attack of the 2 golden corpses, Rinsun didn't even have time to breathe. In one breath, the golden corpse black shield and the golden corpse Nanming hit Rinsun's body. The powerful early Yuanying monk was killed by the 2 golden corpses on the spot, without even having a chance to fight back. Rinsun's last eyes were full of unwillingness. He hadn't shown his true strength yet. He hadn't even used the nascent soul dharma. Why was he beaten to death?
Master Li Shiming. It's you. It's really you.
A look of horror flashed in Jean Kai's eyes as he recognized the golden corpse. He did not think that the 2 golden corpses were refined by Li Shiming himself, but thought that they were the golden corpses that Li Shiming obtained from the cave after being promoted to the nascent soul stage and controlling the power of Jiagu. Otherwise, how could this golden corpse have the same speed as the cave-having golden corpse? He would never forget the scene of fighting the cave-having golden corpse in the cave sky. The indescribable speed gave a group of nascent soul cultivators a headache.
Don't say it's useless. You will die today,
Li Shiming replied with a smile. After Rinsun was killed, he could deal with Jean Kai alone with all his strength.
If you want to kill me, you must have this ability,
Jean Kai said in a deep voice with an ugly face. He has tried it several times. The restriction of this dragnet is really difficult. If you want to break it, you need to use the nascent soul dharma and exert all your strength for a period of time. Maybe you can break the restriction of the dragnet. This dragnet prohibition was prepared to capture powerful monks. And even the Yuanying monks of the sect were targets.
I have plenty of time. Let's play slowly,
Li Shiming said with a faint smile. He still maintained the continuous attack of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Once the distance between him and Jean Kai approached 2,000 meters, he would use
South close to the end of the world
to reach 3,000 meters.
South close to the end of the world
is completely unreasonable. The straight line distance between 2 points is the shortest. In the world of immortality, this sentence is wrong. Direct point to point without the middle distance is the shortest.
South close to the end of the world
is such a spatial magical power that makes it impossible for Jean Kai to get close to Li Shiming and reach the attack range, no matter what kind of secret method he uses. This made Jean Kai extremely frustrated. He obviously had a stronger realm and more powerful means than Li Shiming, but this advantage in attack distance prevented him from gaining any front. At the same time, he was also shocked that Li Shiming had been promoted to the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. What shocked him even more was the robe Li Shiming was currently wearing. It was a 4th grade robe, and it was also the 4th grade robe of a core monk of the 10,000 Beasts sect. But he thought of Li Shiming's alchemy ability. If Li Shiming really showed that unimaginably powerful alchemy ability, he would be extremely popular wherever he went. Now it's not that he won't let Li Shiming go, but that Li Shiming won't let him go. He found that as he was attacked by lightning for a long time, the impact of thunder and lightning on him became more and more serious. If he was at the peak of his strength, he would naturally use the nascent soul dharma, so that he would still have the ability to fight back. But now, he uses the nascent soul dharma. If so, I am afraid that his own consumption will be rapidly depleted and his injuries will immediately worsen. The biggest problem is that even if he uses the nascent soul Dharma, Li Shiming's
south close to the end of the world
can still cover a sufficient distance. Chapter 540 Beheading. Jin Kai was thinking about how to deal with Li Shiming. He did not expect that Li Shiming, who was famous for his alchemy in Beishu continent, would grow to such an extent in just these few years. Nascent Soul Lei Xiu. And Nascent Soul Lei Xiu, who can exert the power of heavenly thunder. Such beings are elite monks in any major sect. He regretted a little. He should have found a way to escape as soon as he discovered the ambush, instead of taking the initiative to attack. He was a little overconfident, mainly because it was very close to the Dongqi continent, which made him feel safe. As long as he sends the message, I believe that monks from Tianqing Trading Company will immediately come to support. If he were further away, with his serious injuries, he wouldn't be so careless. The distance Li Shiming chose to ambush was too precise, and he happened to be stuck within the range of the Dongqi continent's contact formation, which was when the monks were most relaxed.
Master Li, I am willing to swear on my inner demons and hand over a piece of my soul to you for your control. I wonder if you can forgive me.
Jin Kai gritted his teeth and asked. As a monk, he does not want to become Li Shiming's servant. He has a secret method that can escape the effect of the oath. Even if it is a contract, he can tear it up at the cost of some losses. What he needs is time. As long as Li Shiming lets go of the dragnet, he can hope to escape with his life. It doesn't matter if he begs for mercy now. He will have plenty of opportunities to deal with Li Shiming in the future.
I can't believe you,
Li Shiming replied calmly, taking advantage of Jin Kai's distraction. The Golden Corpse Black Shield suddenly launched an attack. Jin Kai sensed the strange movement of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. At this moment, Li Shiming sent out a thunder and lightning, forcing him to use the Golden Ruler magic weapon to defend. He did not expect that the speed of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield would be so terrifying. Just as he sensed the strange movement of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield, the attack of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield had already fallen on him. The defensive spells on his body were shaken for a while. Although the defense was not broken, it was definitely uncomfortable. The attack of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield was repulsed in one blow, leaving Jin Kai no chance to fight back. Just when Jin Kai sensed that the Golden Corpse and Black Shield appeared outside his attack range and let out a burst of incompetent rage, the Golden Corpse Naming also moved. The speed was still unstoppable, making it too late for Jin Kai to defend himself. He couldn't help but want to use the Nascent Soul Dharma, but he still didn't use it. The Nascent Soul Dharma is his last resort. Once it is used, it will kill him with one blow. Li Shiming cannot be given the slightest chance. Jin Ji Naming also retreated with one strike. But unlike Jin Ji Black Shield's attack, Jin Ji Naming's attack left a ball of flames, which was constantly burning Jin Kai's defense. The Golden Corpse Naming used the magical power of Nanming Lihua. Even though the magical power of Nanming Lihua was suppressed by the environment, its power was still huge, especially when used at close range. Nanming Lihua was like a gangrene attached to the bone. Jin Kai only felt that his defensive spells were attacked twice in a row. The previous attack of the Golden Corpse Black Shield. That black light had the power of the Yuaning Dharma attack of the monks in the early stage of Yuaning. This time, Nanming, the Golden Corpse, actually used the magical power of Nanming Lihua. The two attacks weakened his defensive spells to the extreme. In order to prevent unexpected situations, he waved his hand to remove the defensive spell on his body, and was about to put a new defensive spell on himself. The moment he released the defensive spell, the Phantom Dragon, which had been waiting for this opportunity, opened its mouth and bit his leg. The Phantom Dragon's stealth ability disappeared when it bit Jin Kai's leg. The Phantom Dragon's figure flew back in a mist of water. Li Shiming struck a thunder and lightning in time to defeat Jin Kai's idea of pursuing him. From the beginning of the battle, the entire battle process is calculated by the natal magic weapon Z15. Because he had to deal with a mid-stage nascent soul monk this time, Li Shiming used all his combat power. The Phantom Dragon had already been hiding aside, which meant that Jin Kai was seriously injured. Otherwise, it would not have dared to get so close to a mid-stage nascent soul monk, taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Who told Li Shiming to meet Jin Kai, who was seriously injured and was forced to leave his hometown? Li Shiming has always remembered it in his heart. After Jin Kai was bitten, he immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body to rush toward his legs. The monk's control over his body in the middle stage of nascent soul allowed him to successfully withstand the poison of the phantom spirit dragon, and his spiritual power sealed the connection between his legs and body. However, the venom of the phantom dragon is so powerful that it is the most powerful among the fourth-grade poisons. A normal five-clawed dragon would not have the ability to be poisonous. But once it has the ability to be poisonous, with the addition of dragon blood, the ability to be poisonous will become the most powerful poison in the dragon system. Jin Kai used higher quality spiritual power to forcibly seal the poison. This was indeed effective. But the erosion of the poison was continuous. As long as he did not drive the poison away from his body for a moment, he would need to consume spiritual power. Power to block the poison. The most terrifying thing is that the poison in the injured leg is nourished by the energy in the leg, and is constantly getting stronger. Jin Kai, who originally defended against Li Shiming's thunder and lightning, was finding it increasingly difficult. Coupled with the severe poison, Jin Kai's defense was even more stretched. Li Shiming was not anxious at all. The tactic he used was called kite flying, within the confines of the dragnet. As long as he continued to consume the spiritual power in Jin Kai's body, Jin Kai would be dragged into aggravated injuries, and then it would be time to deliver a fatal blow to Jin Kai.
Li Shiming, are you a monk? Come and confront me!
Finally Jin Kai's mentality collapsed, and he shouted loudly. He had not encountered such a situation for who knows how many years. Ever since he was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, he has always been aloof. Especially when Tianqing Trading Company did not have a big monk. He and several middle-stage monks of nascent soul were at the pinnacle of power. Now that a junior who has just been promoted to the nascent soul stage is forcing him to this level, how can he not lose his composure?
You are too strong. When you are weaker than me, I will fight you head-on,
Li Shiming said with a smile. When he spoke,
South close to the end of the world
was activated, dodging a surprise attack by Jin Kai using his secret technique. There are indeed many secret techniques practiced by Jin Kai. After all, Tianqing Trading Company is a force that manages resources, and the number of secret techniques passed through the hands of Tianqing Trading Company is extremely large. Li Shiming felt that if he was not careful, Jin Kai might use secret methods to bring him as close as 2,000 meters away. Of course, this kind of thing is impossible to happen. The timely reminder of the natal magic weapon Z15, as well as his own
Divine Eye power,
enabled, gave him complete control over the battlefield. In addition, he also used multiple brains to activate
South close to the end of the world.
At the same time, he can perform
South close to the end of the world
at any time to escape.
I'll fight with you.
Jin Kai felt the situation inside his body and let out a roar. If he doesn't use the nascent soul Dharma, he will have no chance. His injury is about to worsen, and he cannot stop this deterioration. Each attack of Li Shiming's thunder and lightning has more power than the full-strength attack of the peak Lei Xiao in the early stage of nascent soul. When accumulated to a certain extent, these attacks are enough to destroy Jin Kai's already weak defense. Jin Kai's defense against thunder and lightning relies entirely on the Golden Ruler magic weapon. But the Golden Ruler magic weapon also has limits. Under the repeated attacks of Sky Thunder, the runes inside it have been destroyed, and the spiritual imprint has also been weakened. He knew very well that once the Golden Ruler magic weapon above his head was destroyed, not to mention the damage caused to him by the subsequent thunder and lightning, it would be the backlash of the damage to the Golden Ruler magic weapon, which his seriously injured body could not withstand. As he yelled, his nascent soul flew out from above his head and transformed into a 10-meter tall giant. Countless golden energy flying needles flew out indiscriminately in all directions, covering almost the entire area, and their attack range exceeded more than 5,000 meters. He exploded with all his strength, an explosion that his body could not bear. But in order to deal with Li Shiming, he decided to do this. The terrifying golden energy flying needles instantly covered the area. He didn't just explode randomly. He was also analyzing and calculating. He unknowingly led Li Shiming to the edge of the dragnet. Even if Li Shiming wants to retreat here, there is no room to retreat. The only way to move is to the left, right or forward. However, no matter where he uses
South close to the end,
he will still be within the attack range of the golden energy flying needle. This kind of indiscriminate large-scale attack is the best way to specifically target this kind of spatial movement ability. However, Jin Kai could tell where Li Shiming's magic foot power was. Jin Kai misjudged Li Shiming's control of the magic foot power. When Li Shiming saw the golden energy flying needles being emitted, he did not panic at all. He took 2 steps, 3 steps, and shuttled freely through the golden energy flying needles. Every time the figure appeared, it was in the space between the golden energy flying needles. Maybe Jin Kai's method is useful for other monks who master the magical foot power. But Li Shiming has the magic weapon Z15, which gives him a full 191 brains. And each brain can use the magical foot power independently. In other words, theoretically, he can prepare 191
south close to the end of the world
at the same time. And these
south close to the end of the world
can be used with almost no separation. Jin Kai's Yuanying Faxiang stood blankly in the void, his face full of disbelief. What did he see? With the blessing of nascent soul, his perception became clearer. He sensed Li Shiming's figure constantly flashing in his large-scale attack. When it stopped again, Li Shiming was already far away from the other side of the dragnet and out of his attack range. He spared no expense and exploded with all his strength, but was easily resolved by Li Shiming. But he only felt that the energy inside the Yuanying was unstable, and he could not hold on to the Dharma of the Yuanying. The nascent soul Dharma suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly, and the little nascent soul fled into Jin Kai's body in panic.
It's my turn!
Of course Li Shiming also sensed Jin Kai's situation. He knew that this was the final stage, and he no longer retained his strength. The fire and thunder nascent soul, the golden and thunder nascent soul, the water and thunder nascent soul, the wooden and thunder nascent soul, and the wooden thunder nascent soul flew out from his head and transformed into 5 nascent soul forms. Fire and thunder Yuanying took his body into the Dharma appearance and protected his body. Mu Lei nascent souls Faxiang controlled the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and Liuguang Starfall, respectively. And the other 4 nascent soul Faxiangs also controlled Liuguang Starfall and launched an attack on Jin Kai. The 3rd grade weapon Calamity Weapon, Liuguang Xingyun, is not the main attack force. The real main attack force is the Thunder Sword intention contained in the 5 Flying Sword magic weapons. Apart from the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, this day, the Heavenly Thunder Sword intention has reached the peak of the power of the early nascent soul, and is already able to deal with Jin Kai, who is in chaos and has no power to fight back. In Jin Kai's thousands of years of experience, there has never been so much horror in one day. It was a huge surprise that Li Shiming successfully promoted to the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. Not to mention that he also became a nascent soul lay cultivator. In addition to his lack of spiritual power, his strength could suppress the peak monks in the early nascent soul stage. This is not over yet. The 2 golden corpses and a dragon spiritual pet are far more powerful than the same golden corpses and spiritual pets. Now, Li Shiming summoned 5 nascent souls in front of him. He wanted to tell Tianqing Trading Company the news, but he had no chance. Under the control of the Mu Lei nascent soul, the power of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer increased many times, and the thunder and lightning it unleashed turned into attacks that were comparable to the Sky Thunder. Just the first thunder and lightning attack caused the Golden Ruler magical treasure to let out a mournful cry. The Golden Ruler magical treasure was knocked away, and its surface was covered with cracks while it was in the air. Jin Kai was ready to explode again, and he would never let Li Shiming succeed easily. However, the Golden Ruler magic weapon was destroyed, and the backlash from the magic weapon disrupted his concentration once again. He spit out a mouthful of blood involuntarily and lost control of his body. 5. Liuguang Xingyun slashed at his body at the same time, and the Thunder Sword intention inside entered his body and directly hit his nascent soul. The body of the Yuanying monk is the last defense of the Yuanying. Now this defense cannot protect the Yuanying. If there were no dragnet to restrict the existence, Jin Kai could still let Yuanying leave the body and use Yuanying's speed to escape. But now Yuanying has no way to escape. When the 5 Thunder Swords were intended to attack Nascent Soul, they destroyed his body along the way. As Mu Lei Nascent Soul drove the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to send out a second bolt of lightning that hit Jin Kai, the breath of life on Jin Kai's body also disappeared, and the nascent soul in his body was scattered. Li Shiming breathed out slowly, and the 5 nascent souls flew back into his body. The cost of fighting was still too great. Even if he accumulated 3 more years of spiritual power, he still wouldn't be able to squander it freely. This is, of course, other monks have accumulated spiritual power for hundreds of years. No matter how many cultivation resources he has, and how good his cultivation environment is, he cannot compare with other monks' hundreds of years of cultivation in 3 years. Judging from this battle, he still has advantages, and that is his instant burst of combat power. With all his strength, the battle was resolved in a short time. With the full strength of the 5 nascent souls, Jin Kai could not even make the final struggle. Li Shiming collected Jin Kai's mustard ring, and then put away his body. Ren Sun's mustard ring and corpse were also put away, And now it was time to deal with the big guy in front of him. The monks inside the Tianqing Trading Company's long-distance flying boat have long been stunned by the battle outside. Their strongest is just the Golden Core monk, and they are not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. Chapter 541 Puppet. Li Shiming's consciousness swept across the Tianqing Trading Company's voyage ship, and the terrifying consciousness instantly destroyed the souls of all the monks in the ship. He truly saw the gap between nascent soul cultivators and Golden Core cultivators. Half of the thousands of monks in the flying boat were Golden Core cultivators, but they could not even resist his consciousness for a moment. He discovered a large amount of 3rd and 4th grade resources from the northern Shu continent in the voyage ship, and the sheer quantity surprised him. This was definitely not obtained through any normal means. It was almost impossible to obtain so many 3rd grade resources by emptying the treasure troves of multiple forces. Judging from the resources produced in the Beishu continent, the amount of 3rd and 4th grade resources here requires hundreds of years of accumulation by many medium-sized forces. This is also the reason why he has no psychological burden for killing so many monks from Tianqing Trading Company. These monks are all bandits who participated in the plunder. As a monk from the northern Shu continent, he cannot take action against them in the northern Shu continent. He will naturally kill them if he sees them. Kill them. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness forcibly entered the core of the long-distance ship and recognized the owner of the long-distance ship. Soon, this 4th grade voyage ship was imprinted with his spiritual mark and became his private property. At the same time, he sensed the previous voyage records inside the voyage ship, which revealed the route taken by Tianqing Trading Company from the northern Shu continent to the eastern Qi continent. This was a different route from the Tianwen sect. Li Shiming put away the 4th grade long-distance airship. When he needs to go on a long voyage, he will have 2 long-distance airships available. He put away the Dragnet Prohibition Disc again. This Dragnet Prohibition Disc was still useful. It had allowed him to ambush the enemy many times, leaving the enemy with no way to escape. His consciousness entered Jin Kai's mustard seed ring, which was the mustard seed ring of a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. He was very interested in the spiritual objects here. There are indeed many spiritual objects in the mustard ring. There are 15 4th grade elementary demon elixirs alone, as well as 2 bottles of mid-grade 4th grade elixirs, and 3 mid-grade 4th grade elixirs. In addition, there are several 4th grade weapon refining materials, and several 4th grade magic weapons of reasonable quality. If these spiritual objects were seen by other early Yuanying monks, they would treat them as treasures. But Li Shiming was indifferent when he saw them. In fact, if he wanted such a spiritual creature, he could have it at any time. Let's talk about the 4th grade demon elixir. He refined the elixir after returning. Now he has taken over the alchemy business. Among the 4 4th grade demon elixirs, he only needs to hand over 1 4th grade elixir refined by the demon elixir, and the remaining 3 4th grade demon elixirs must be surrendered. Dan is his own. He still needs to deliberately suppress the refining quality of the 4th grade elixirs he handed over, and the rest is to be refined for himself, using all his alchemy abilities. It is estimated that this is still part of the 4th grade demon pills in the hands of the sect monks. As the wave of spirit beasts continues, there will be a lot of 4th grade demon pills sent to him. Therefore, he has no shortage of training resources, at least in the early and middle stages of nascent soul, so he doesn't have to worry too much. As for the 4th grade weapon refining materials, he was too lazy to get started if they didn't have the quality of the upper grade 4th grade. He now only lacks the materials for the flying swords of the 4th grade and above. His 5 meteor stars have long been out of date and are waiting to be replaced. Li Shiming's consciousness kept searching around in the mustard seed ring. The spiritual objects inside were a bit confusing, and he didn't quite recognize many of the miscellaneous items. The grades of many techniques are average, but they can be used as a reference. He saw another jade slip, which turned out to be the root record of Tianqing Trading Company. This surprised him, but it wasn't surprising after thinking about it. As a mid-stage nascent soul monk of Tianqing Trading Company, isn't it normal for Jin Kai to have a backup copy of the root record? This is a relatively comprehensive map, recording the routes of the northern Shu continent, the eastern Qi continent, the Xian continent, the Nanjiao continent, the Zhongzhou continent, and the large islands between the continents. A smile finally appeared on Li Shiming's face. This route alone was worth the risk for him to deal with Jin Kai. You must know that he took a huge risk by ambushing Jin Kai. He, a monk in the early stage of Yuanying, ambushed a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. Although Jin Kai in the middle stage of Yuanying was seriously injured, who could prevent the accident? With this map and route, he can sail to these continents.
especially in Zhongzhou continent. Jianichoushao Pavilion is located on an island close to Zhongzhou continent. Originally, Li Shiming planned to wait until he stabilized his realm in the 10,000 Beast sect, and then he could drop by when the 10,000 Beast sect's own long-distance ship headed for Zhongzhou. But he has not heard about the 10,000 Beast sect's voyage plan within the sect. The time of a nascent soul monk is measured in years, and decades are just a snap of the fingers. Therefore, generally the affairs of a nascent soul monk are delayed for a long time.
This is a puppet!
Li Shiming's consciousness discovered a 4th grade metal puppet that was completely black. This is the 4th grade black armor puppet that Jin Kai made great contributions to in Jai Ji's powerful cave. The reason why he did not summon the 4th grade black armor puppet to join the battle is because in the last battle, the 4th grade black armor puppet defended suffered considerable damage. The spare parts that Jin Kai had to replace the 4th grade mysterious puppet were all used up. If he wanted to repair the 4th grade mysterious puppet, he would have to return to the Eastern Qi continent to find all the materials. Li Shiming had inherited the puppet mechanism technique, but because the materials for the 4th grade puppets in his hands were limited, it took a long time to slowly collect them. Now that he has a complete 4th grade mysterious armor puppet, what he needs to do is much simpler. He only needs to modify it according to this 4th grade mysterious armor puppet, which saves a lot of time and energy. Don't underestimate making a 4th grade puppet. Each component of a 4th grade puppet requires a long time to build, and each component must have different runes engraved on it to achieve different effects. The entire 4th grade puppet is a whole, and the runes engraved on it cannot be biased in the slightest. Otherwise the components will need to be remade. Even a mid-stage nascent soul monk like Jin Kai only owns a 4th grade mysterious armor puppet. The 4th grade mysterious armor puppet can be refined into many magic weapons using only the 4th grade materials. Of course, the 4th grade magic weapon is different from the 4th grade mysterious puppet. The 4th grade mysterious puppet has independent combat capabilities, and can complete combat tasks according to the master's orders. When cooperating with the master, it is equivalent to the master possessing another 4th level combat power. However, the 4th grade magic weapon requires the consumption of the master's spiritual power and spirit, and is only an integral part of the master's combat power.
Go back to the sect and stop hanging out!
Li Shiming suddenly became passionate, and said with a smile, he has been practicing for several years, and this time he came out just to relax, and see the tide of spirit beasts in the Eastern Qi continent. Now that he has a 4th grade black armor puppet, he is eager to go back and study it. Without stopping for a moment, he activated the color-changing cloak, and continued to use
south close to the end,
towards the Eastern Qi continent. This time he did not say H, low to Lu Hung who was fighting, but passed directly through the spirit beast tide defense line. He also saw that the danger of this spiritual beast tide defense line was not great. The sect had dispatched so many Yuanying monks. Especially there were many middle-stage Yuanying monks stationed there. As long as he was careful not to be attacked by the 4th grade spirit beasts. If you kill him instantly, you will be rescued by the sect. After all, this wave of spirit beasts is more like sending resources. After returning to the land, when he was close to the 1,000-mile range of the 10,000 Beast sect, he stopped the divine foot power,
south close to the end of the world,
and used Thunder Escape to return to the sect. He arranged for Li Si to receive him, and he himself entered the cave. For alchemy, one of his brains, together with Jin Ji Nanming, used Red Yang Spirit Fire and
Nanming Lihua
to control 2 4th grade alchemy furnaces to start alchemy in the machine room space. Jin Shi Nanming naturally needs his control, but he just borrowed Jin Shi Nanming's Nanming Lihua. He dismantled the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet. He disassembled the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet into components, and then disassembled the components into parts. During this process, his familiarity with the puppet mechanics continued to increase. Many unclear points were answered after having physical reference. He discovered that the puppet mechanism technique was actually the most suitable means of cultivating immortality by integrating it with the technology of previous lives. During the research process, his inspirations continued to burst out. For example, the weapons of the puppet in the puppet mechanism are divided into defensive weapons and offensive weapons. The defensive weapon is like holding a large shield, which is made of 4th grade material. The runes on the shield are connected to the energy source in the 4th grade mysterious puppet's body through the palm of the 4th grade mysterious puppet. The energy source in the 4th grade black armor puppet's body can continuously provide energy for the 4th grade large shield held in hand, making the runes on the surface exert a strong defensive effect. This large shield is one of the spare parts of the 4th grade black armor puppet, and there is one in the Jinkai mustard seed ring.
The attack weapon of the 4th grade black armor puppet is a handheld sword, which is also made of 4th grade materials. Runes are engraved on it, in addition to strengthening and sharpening. The function of the runes is to communicate between the 4th grade sword and the 4th grade sword, the energy source in the black armor puppet's body. The 4th grade shield and sword are equivalent to the magic weapons of the 4th grade mysterious puppet. However, these magic weapons are exclusive to the 4th grade mysterious puppet. Human monks can only exert the effect of the 4th grade material in their hands. I think there is no way to activate the rune. Li Shiming redefined the weapons of the 4th grade mysterious puppet. With the energy source of the 4th grade mysterious puppet, he planned to use 4th grade materials to make an electromagnetic gun for the 4th grade mysterious puppet. He is no longer at the level of weapon refining he once was. And now his level of weapon refining can definitely be ranked at the forefront of the weapon refining masters in the Eastern Qi continent. His advantage is unmatched by other weapon refining masters. The only disadvantage he has is that he has been exposed to too few weapon refining inheritances. There are too many core techniques in weapon refining, and it is very difficult for monks to learn them all. On the one hand, monks have limited energy. At this point, Li Shiming does not have to worry about energy problems because of the existence of the natal magic weapon Z15. On the other hand, the confidentiality of the weapon refining inheritance prevents monks from having access to too much weapon refining knowledge. In the weapon refining process, there are many particularly professional categories, such as pill furnaces, flying boats, etc. In the refining of the elephant furnace magic weapon, the core technology is strictly guarded by all forces and is not spread to the outside world. The flying boat requires the cooperation of a large number of weapon refiners to complete it. Those who make a flying boat are usually a team, and they work together to complete the manufacturing of the flying boat. Li Shiming specializes in micro-runes. Runes with a precision of 5 nanometers can maximize the performance of materials. This is his most unique weapon refining ability. He and Z15 redesigned an electromagnetic gun based on the situation of the 4th grade black armor puppet. Combining the puppet mechanism technique, weapon refining and past life technology, this electromagnetic gun no longer needs to consider energy issues. The energy source of the 4th grade black armor puppet has the same spiritual power output as the Yuaning monk. The core material of this energy source is the most difficult to obtain, but it is now available. The electromagnetic gun is made entirely of 4th grade alloy, with 360,000 formations densely engraved on it. Each formation is composed of solid runes, free-sized runes, spirit storage runes, and thunder and lightning runes. Under normal conditions, this electromagnetic gun is only 2 meters in size, but when needed, it can instantly transform into a 20-meter-long electromagnetic gun. The thunder and lightning runes engraved on the electromagnetic gun were drawn by him based on his Jade Clear Thunder code, and they have far more power than ordinary thunder and lightning runes. After connecting to the energy source of the 4th grade black armor puppet, once activated, it can obtain ultra-high voltage electricity that is countless times stronger than normal electricity. This is something that cannot be generated by the machines of previous generations of technology. You must know that the thunder and lightning generated by the thunder and lightning runes is theoretically a 4th level powerful thunder and lightning. He used the 3.6 million formations of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to beat Jin Kai, a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, to the point of losing his temper. Although the electromagnetic gun only has 36 formations, the lightning power it provides is definitely super powerful. The magnetic field generated by the super strong lightning force far exceeds the magnetic field generated by the military electromagnetic gun in the previous life. As for the bullet of the electromagnetic gun, it is better to say that it is an extremely strong 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. He also engraved hundreds of thousands of formations on this 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. There are solid runes, speed runes, air-breaking runes, and automatic return runes in the formations. Especially the automatic return rune, which is used on the arrows of long-range bow and arrow magic weapons. The arrows will automatically return after being shot, eliminating the difficulty of recycling them. Arrows can also be continuously replenished automatically during the battle. But after this automatic return rune was accumulated to the number of hundreds of thousands, it had the strange effect of automatically returning to the designated location as soon as it was issued. Li Shiming only needs to make a 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon, which can be used repeatedly. Fortunately, both the electromagnetic gun and the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon are magic weapons made for the 4th grade black armor puppet. They are different from the real magic weapons, so there is no weapon disaster. So he does not need to go out anymore. The whole process of the fourth-grade electromagnetic gun from principle to design, and finally became a physical object took 3 months. During this period, he was also constantly learning and researching. That is to say, his reward included a lot of fourth-grade materials, which gave him the confidence to conduct such extravagant research. 3 months later, a fourth-grade electromagnetic gun was added to the space on the fourth-grade mysterious puppet, which made up for the long-range attack weakness of the fourth-grade mysterious puppet. Of course, this weapon still needs to be tested in a real battle to verify its effect. But after Li Shiming's test, its power was enough to break through the defense of Yuanying monks. Chapter 542 or In 2 months, Li Shiming finished refining the elixir. The refining time for the fourth-grade elixir in the early stage of Yuanying was much shorter. In addition, 2 elixir furnaces were refining at the same time. Although the number of elixirs was a bit large, he still only used it was all over in 2 months. During this period, through Li Si, he sent portions of fourth-grade elixirs to the Yuanying monks, who came to retrieve the elixirs, making his reputation even greater. When he had some free time, he dug out Rinsun's mustard ring, which he had almost forgotten about. It was mainly an early-stage nascent soul monk from Tianjing Trading Company. He really didn't like it. Even among the Jinkai mustard seed rings, there weren't many spiritual objects that he could like. Today he happened to be sorting out the mustard seed ring and summarizing some resources. In Rinsun's mustard seed ring, there really wasn't any spiritual object that caught his eye. But something unexpected happened. A strange reminder sounded, echoing in his mind. This is the natal magic weapon Z15, reminding Li Shiming. After hearing the prompt, he was startled for a moment. And then he realized what the prompt was. A long time ago, he issued a command to the natal magic weapon Z15 to automatically scan objects containing uranium radiation, from the northern Shu continent to the eastern Qi continent, and even through several caves. He did not find the existence of uranium ore, which made him almost think that uranium ore did not exist in the world of immortality. Today, the natal magic weapon Z15 issued a reminder. He carefully used his spiritual consciousness to search the mustard seed ring, and soon he found a green gem. The green gem actually has a fourth-grade aura. It is a fourth-grade material, but according to the Z15 scan, it contains extremely high concentrations of uranium. In the world of immortality, uranium ore is affected by spiritual energy and environment and becomes a spiritual object. I just don't know whether all uranium ores are spiritual objects, or whether a small part of the uranium ores have been transformed into spiritual objects. If all the uranium ores were spiritual objects, especially if they were all fourth-grade spiritual objects, then it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain a large amount of uranium ores. There are only a few fourth-grade spiritual objects, and the amount of uranium ore he needs is measured in tons. Hundreds of tons of uranium ore and hundreds of tons of fourth-grade spiritual objects. Even if Li Shiming is a master of alchemy, he cannot do it alone. Got it. He shook his head. No matter what, as long as there is uranium ore in this world, there is hope. Li Shiming carefully took the tin-containing alloy and created a sealed box for the fourth-grade uranium ore, and added a jade isolation box outside the sealed box. Although he was already a nascent soul cultivator, when the fourth-grade uranium ore was taken out, he still felt the influence of radiation, which penetrated his defensive spiritual power. He had a feeling that if he was exposed to fourth-grade uranium ore for a long time, it might cause inexplicable effects. The radiation of this uranium ore has exceeded that of the previous life, which can be judged from the data of the natal magic weapon Z15. If the uranium ore in the previous life, the uranium ore with the highest content, had a radiation value of 1, then the radiation value of this fourth-grade uranium ore now would be 100. The most terrifying thing is that the fourth-grade quality makes this radiation incomprehensible even to nascent soul monks. Total isolation. This kind of isolation does not mean that Yuanying monks have no means to isolate, but that Yuanying monks cannot achieve isolation by relying on defensive methods. Li Shiming had never seen an introduction to the fourth-grade uranium ore in the classics of the 10,000 Beasts sect. He named this fourth-grade uranium ore based on his previous life. He thought for a while and sent a secret to his master, Brother Hu, asking if he was available. After receiving a confirmation reply, he flew to the 4-elephant cave. Flying over the sect, he found that the atmosphere inside the sect was somewhat abnormal. When he arrived outside Master Xixiang Cave's mountain peak, the mountain's formation had been activated. After entering, he saw the clone of Brother Hu. Master! Regardless of whether he was a clone or not, Li Shiming saluted respectfully. Shurjin,
You really went to take a look at the tide of spirit beasts. You didn't stay there for a long time. And you avoided trouble.
Brother Hu smiled and helped him up. Brother Hu has been paying attention to Li Shiming. After Li Shiming got rid of the tracking monk, he got a report when he appeared in the spirit beast tide. However, to his surprise, Li Shiming did not stay at the spirit beast tide for long before leaving, and quickly returned to the sect.
Master, did something happen to the spirit beast tide?
Upon hearing this, Li Shiming knew that something happened to the spirit beast tide and asked quickly.
It was Gu Feng's sect who wanted to rob the tide of spiritual beasts. They injured many early Yuaning monks in a surprise attack. My main body and old Ghost Ding went to deal with it.
Brother Hu replied without hiding anything. Li Shiming had heard of the Gu Feng sect, which was a major sect in the southern Zhao continent. It also extended its tentacles to the eastern Qi continent and was considered a cross-continental force in the eastern Qi continent. Since the resources needed by the Gu Feng sect do not conflict much with the four major local sects. As long as the Gu Feng sect does not go too far in the eastern Qi continent, the four major sects will not pay too much attention to it. I just didn't expect that the Gu Feng sect would compete with the 10,000 Beast sect for the benefits of the spirit beast tide. I am afraid that the relationship between the two sects would deteriorate immediately after this conflict. You must know that the resources on the eastern Qi continent are all allocated. Although the interests of the spirit beast tide are exclusively enjoyed by the 10,000 Beast sect, there are actually compromises and exchanges of interests with the other three major local sects behind it.
This matter has nothing to do with you. You are an alchemy master, and you have just been promoted. The level of this conflict is a bit high, so you should not participate.
Brother Hu confessed with some worry.
Yes, master,
Li Shiming responded. He will not participate in such a conflict. The conflict between the two major forces. Although the 10,000 Beasts sect has the advantage of the landlord, the conflict between the two sides is at the Yuaning level. There may be middle-stage Yuaning and great monks taking action. With his small body, Li Shiming still has some confidence in dealing with the early Yuaning monks. But no matter how strong the Yuaning monks are, he cannot deal with them. Even though he killed Jin Kai, a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, Jin Kai's strength at that time was probably less than 1 in 10. He just took advantage of Jin Kai's serious injury to set up an ambush. Even so, he did not dare to fight Jin Kai face to face. Instead, he used the
"so close to the end of the world"
to distance himself from Jin Kai and fly a kite.
Master, take a look at this.
Li Shiming thought of his coming here and said, as he handed over the jade box containing the 4th grade uranium ore. Brother Hu took the jade box. He opened the jade box and saw the tin box and the gold box. After opening it again, he saw the 4th grade uranium ore inside.
How did you get a piece of Hell's Hate crystal?
Brother Hu asked with surprise.
Master, do you know this thing?
Li Shiming said happily, and then replied,
I got this by accident when I went out this time, and found that this thing is very special. So I was a little curious and asked the master about it. Hell-stricken crystal is a unique product of Zhongzhou continent. It only appears in the area of Hell Island. Only demon cultivators like hell-stricken crystal. There are few records of it in the classics. It's normal that you don't know.
Who the great monk introduced with a smile.
Master, where is Hell Island? Why have I never seen it on the map?
Li Shiming's brain contacted the magic weapon Z15 and called up all the maps he had obtained. But he could not find Hell Island.
If you don't have the strength of the mid-stage nascent soul, don't consider going to Hell Island. Hell Island is in the sea 3,000 miles southeast of Zhongzhou continent. There used to be a H.L. cave there. But the H.L. cave collapsed 5,000 years ago. The inner world blends into the outside world, but is not completely integrated, forming an extremely strange area. The creatures there are all weird creatures above the middle stage of the 4th grade. They are extremely lethal. Any creature that enters Hell Island will be attacked. Even if I want to go, I have to consider making appointments with many great monks.
Brother Hu said in a deep voice, fearing that Li Shiming would not know the danger.
I won't take any chances.
Li Shiming bowed and said, once you know the origin of the
L-tired crystal,
you can explore it later when you are strong enough. Next, Brother Hu exchanged some cultivation matters with Li Shiming and answered some questions for Li Shiming.
This is an invitation card for an exchange meeting held by the Taichu sect. It is held once 100 years. It just so happens that the Gu Feng sect is causing trouble, so I'll let you go there on my behalf. It just so happens that I can get to know more friends.
Brother Hu finally took it out. A jade token was handed to Li Shiming and said,
I don't have enough status, So let's let senior brother you go, Li Shiming said after a slight hesitation. He is handling the Gu Feng sect's affairs with me.
Brother Hu threw the jade token to Li Shiming and explained. Li Shiming could only accept it. He was also curious about this kind of exchange meeting between large sects. Li Shiming is riding a flying boat with the obvious mark of the 10,000 Beasts sect on it. He is currently sailing within the sphere of influence of the Taichu sect. Not far from him, there was an exquisite flying boat belonging to Feng Lanqin. This time, he did not make an appointment with Feng Lanqin to travel together. But after the two set out at the same time, they discovered that they had the same goal.
Senior Sister Feng, have you been to Taichu sect?
Li Shiming stood on the flying boat and asked Feng Lanqin on the flying boat next to him.
I've been to the Taichu sect's exchange meeting twice. The main thing is that their nascent soul monks give lectures. Their exercises are somewhat special. The lectures can enhance the understanding of the exercises. The more monks listen to the lectures, the better the effect will be.
Feng Lanqin really knew the inside story, and replied with a smile. This was the first time Li Shiming knew this, and he became interested in Taichu sect's techniques.
Of course, in addition to sermons, there are also some trade fairs, some held privately, and some organized by Taichu sect. Through this event, resources are exchanged. It is said that there is also an auction this time. Taichu sect has contacted many. It was organized together by big business houses. So I think there will be some good things.
Feng Lanqin continued.
It seems that I also need to prepare something, but I don't know how the auction will be conducted.
Li Shiming has some ideas about the auction and the trade fair. He lacks a lot of materials, so he just takes this opportunity to see if he cannot be obtained.
The 4th grade elixir is the best bargain. It can be said to be more versatile than spiritual stones. No monk will refuse a 4th grade elixir, especially the one you refined.
Feng Lanqin replied with a chuckle. Road. It is not a secret that Li Shiming worked hard to refine a large number of 4th grade elixirs in the early stage of nascent soul some time ago. Most of the 4th grade demon pills harvested from the spirit beast tide were sent to Li Shiming. Li Shiming's alchemy refining has always been full of elixirs, and he can guarantee that the quality of the 4th grade elixirs in the early stage of nascent soul is the 4th grade intermediate level. So just the remaining 3 points of the 4th grade elixirs refined from this large number of 4th grade demon elixirs, one of them is a lot of 4th grade elixirs. Feng Lanqin looked at Li Shiming with curious eyes. Because Li Shiming was apprenticed to Brother Hu, many monks did not dare to explore Li Shiming's secrets. This time, Li Shiming refined a large number of 4th grade demon elixirs into 4th grade elixirs in just a few months. The time allocation alone made many monks suspicious. But precisely because Li Shiming had a great monk master, it was difficult for anyone to investigate the matter. Even if Feng Lanqin was Li Shiming's good friend, it would be hard for her to ask about such secrets.
That's good. I still have some inventory of 4th grade elixirs,
Li Shiming said with a smile and nodded. What he was talking about was not the 4th grade elixir of the early nascent soul that he had refined this time, but the previous trophies. The 4th grade elixir he had refined for himself could not be taken out. The worst quality of the 4th grade elixir he uses is the 4th grade high grade elixir, and it is also theoretically the highest quality. Taking out this 4th grade high grade elixir will definitely cause trouble for himself. While the two were talking, they came within 1,000 miles of Taichu sect.
Masterly, we need to take out the invitation card. We are about to enter the Taichu sect's control area ahead,
Feng Lanqin warned. The two took out the invitation card. When Feizhou entered the 1,000-mile range, Li Shiming sensed the same situation as the 1,000-mile range of the 10,000 Beast sect. He entered a space affected by the cave sky. It seems that the Taichu sect is like the 10,000 Beast sect. Perhaps the major sects in the eastern Qi continent control several caves and use the caves to protect the sects.
Shui Miao has met 2 fellow Taoists.
Just after entering the 1,000-mile range of Taichu sect, a monk in the early stage of Yuanian came to greet him.
Fellow Water Taoist, my friend is gone!
Feng Lanqin was so happy that she met a familiar female cultivator as soon as she arrived. She replied with a smile. Shui Miao is a female cultivator in the early nascent soul stage who wears a 4th grade colorful robe. Li Shiming can tell from her vitality and eyes and other details that she is a little younger than Feng Lanqin, but not much younger. Shui Miao was ordered to come to greet them this time. Although Li Shiming and Feng Lanqin were only early stage nascent soul monks, these 2 invitation cards were issued to senior monks. Even if the great monk did not come and instead asked Li Shiming and Feng Lanqin to come, Taichu sect would still send monks to greet them to show their respect for the great monk. Shui Miao was also very happy. When she saw Feng Lanqin coming, She knew that she could get together with a familiar female cultivator of the same level again. There are always many things between female cultivators that cannot be shared with male cultivators. And male cultivators cannot understand their hobbies. However, most female cultivators of the same rank in the sect have interests. Unlike the righteous sects, there is no conflict of interest. Then Glangson is more convenient. Chapter 543 Preaching.
Oh my god! Fellow Taoist Feng, why is your skin so good?
Shui Miao bowed to Li Shiming and then came to Feng Lanqing's flying boat. She explained as soon as she got close to Feng Lanqing.
It's just good luck that I got a beautiful beauty pill.
Feng Lanqing suppressed the joy in her heart and pretended not to care. This kind of pride cannot be shared with those male cultivators in the 10,000 Beasts sect. Only female cultivators, like Shui Miao, have a common topic.
Hey, this fellow Taoist Li has also taken the Zhu Yin Dan.
After hearing Feng Lanqing's words, Shui Miao glanced at Li Shiming's face and discovered what was special about Li Shiming's face. She looked at Feng Lanqing and Li Shiming with envy in her eyes. Even Li Shiming, a male cultivator, has taken the Yinzhuan pill.
But she,
a female cultivator, has no chance to get one. Li Shiming closed his mouth tightly, and his eyes fell on the Taichu Sect mountain gate in the distance. He did not want to participate in the chat between the two female cultivators at all. Feng Lanqing and Shui Miao started talking about beauty pills, cosmetics, jewelry, etc. Anyway, the conversation between them became more and more deviated from the content of monks. However, the two nascent soul female cultivators are extremely interested. It seems that these contents are the same as the cultivation insights, and they all have their own opinions on it.
Hey, Senior Sister Shui and Senior Sister Feng. What a coincidence!
A charming voice came. Li Shiming had already seen this female cultivator. The female cultivator looked at Li Shiming again. Her eyes lit up and said,
This little fellow Taoist is really you are so young. Me has met your little Taoist friend. Me Yao Nu.
You need some face.
Junior brother Li is not even 100 years old and has just been promoted to the nascent soul stage. If you want to show your face, go find those fellow disciples of me.
Feng Lanqing stared at her and said sharply,
Junior brother, this is the enchantress from the Masking Sun sect. Stay away from her.
She turned to Li Shiming and reminded her,
Senior Sister Feng, you are getting more and more beautiful. My brothers and sisters must like you very much.
There was no anger on Mi's face, but her words were not pleasant.
If you hadn't had the invitation card, I would have taken action immediately.
Shui Miao also disliked Mi, she said angrily.
Little fellow Taoist, I'll talk to you later.
Mi said no more, winked at Li Shiming charmingly, turned around and flew away.
What a witch!
Feng Lanqing and Shui Miao spat at the same time. Li Shiming sensed a faint aura of spiritual magic. This was not because Mi was using spiritual magic, but because Mi integrated some spiritual magic into her words and deeds. Even though Mi did not take the initiative to use the spiritual magic, she unintentionally exerted the influence of the spiritual magic. For this kind of monks who have practiced the mystic magic, they are the most difficult to deal with among the same level. When fighting with them, they need to be prepared for the invisible and insubstantial attacks of the mystical magic. But Li Shiming didn't care. He had practiced spiritual skills himself, and his spirit was far beyond that of monks of the same level. As long as he didn't meet a mid to late stage nascent soul monk who was good at spirituality, he wouldn't worry about the other party's spiritual mysticism at all.
Junior brother, you are not fascinated, are you?
Feng Lanqing asked with a tight heart when she saw Li Shiming's entranced look.
I have always wanted to belong to someone. If things hadn't been unpredictable, I would have become a Taoist couple long ago. How could I have fallen in love with such a witch?
Li Shiming shook his head and said with a smile,
Junior brother, what kind of Taoist couple are you talking about? Are they beautiful? What are their cultivation levels? Why did they separate?
Feng Lanqing asked repeatedly. Even Shui Miao stared at Li Shiming curiously, waiting for Li Shiming's answer. Li Shiming kept silent. He forgot that there were two female cultivators in front of him. Talking about such things in front of female cultivators would not cause trouble for himself. Seeing that Tandan couldn't hear anything, Feng Lanqing and Shui Miao started chatting between them again.
It's getting late. The first sermon today is by Master Qi. Let's go there quickly.
Shui Miao suddenly thought of something important and said. At this time, Feng Lanqing stopped chatting and made a gesture to Li Shiming, and the three of them speeded up. The mountain gate of Taichu sect is quite special. The mountain gate of Taichu sect is located above a deep valley and is connected around the valley with huge chains. These huge chains pull the mountain peaks and make them float above the deep valleys. However, in Li Shiming's view, the role of these huge chains is not to support the suspended mountain peaks, but to rely on the formation of the huge chains. From the huge chain, one can sense a massive amount of spiritual energy flowing within it. It seems that the other end of the huge chain is connected to a super strong spiritual vein, providing spiritual energy support for these suspended peaks. It is not clear how deep the valley is from the air. The valley is full of clouds and mist, and there are flying animals hidden in the clouds and mist. It really looks like an immortal. There are not many mountain gates opened by Taichu sect. Only 3 peaks. These 3 peaks are all huge peaks, and each peak has 3 palace-style buildings. It is thought that these 3 peaks are used for gatherings. Led by Shui Miao, the 3 of them entered a palace building. In a large hall, dozens of Yuanying monks were already sitting, and Li Shiming also saw Yuan Sun, the second disciple of Brother Ding. Among them, Yuan Sun also saw Li Shiming. He nodded to Li Shiming, and Li Shiming smiled back. There were conflicts between the 2 parties, but Brother Ding was not allowed to take action against Li Shiming because of Li Shiming's alchemy ability. So Yuan Sun had to put aside the conflicts between the 2 parties. Besides, with the revelation of Li Shiming's alchemy ability, even Yuan Sun had to pay attention to Li Shiming. As a peak monk in the early stage of Yuanying, he needs to consider preparing the corresponding 4th grade elixirs for promotion to the middle stage of Yuanying. And he will also need 4th grade elixirs for promotion to the middle stage of Yuanying in the future. The one with the highest alchemy ability among the sect is Li Shiming. It's just that Li Shiming is an alchemy master of the Phoenix lineage, and he is of the Dragon lineage. Brother Ding has a way to ask Li Shiming to make alchemy for him, but he has to find another way. Anyway, he can't force it. Li Shiming also recognized several nascent soul monks here, all of whom were core monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect. It seemed that the sermons of the great monks were still very attractive. The female cultivator still had some conveniences. Shui Miao led Feng Lanqin and Li Shiming to a location closer to the front desk, which was the best place to listen to the lecture. Li Shiming also saw that Shui Miao's identity was not simple. Even a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul would smile when he saw her. He sat cross-legged on a putuan, and beside him Feng Lanqin and Shui Miao began to communicate through sound transmission again. Although there are dozens of Yuanying monks in the main hall, and more Yuanying monks are coming continuously, the hall is extremely quiet. Even if there were monks who wanted to communicate, they would communicate through sound transmission, just like Feng Lanqin and Shui Miao. When nearly 100 nascent soul cultivators came into the hall, a figure suddenly appeared at the front of the hall. This figure came extremely strangely. There were many middle-stage Yuanying monks in the entire hall. Although Li Shiming was an early-stage Yuanying monk, his strong spirit made his perception far beyond that of the same level. But even so, he was different from the middle-stage Yuanying monks. None of the monks noticed how this figure appeared. Shui Miao and the other monks from the Taichu sect stood up together, and the Yuanying monks from other sects who reacted also stood up.
I've seen Master Qi.
All the monks bowed and saluted, preaching, teaching, and solving doubts. Even if the great monk Qi is not the real master, the great monk Qi is the master of all the monks present when he is preparing to preach at this time. All monks treat senior monk Qi as a master, which is the respect of senior monk Qi.
Today I'm talking about the yin and yang of heaven and earth and the 5 elements.
Monk Qi waved his hand and motioned for the monks to sit down again. He also sat cross-legged on putuan on the stage and said in a deep voice. Li Shiming only felt a spiritual energy filling the hall. This spiritual energy was so strong that he had never encountered it before. If this spiritual energy had the idea of harming him, he might not even have the strength to resist. However, this spiritual energy was not aggressive, but as gentle as water, making him feel like he was in a spiritual ocean. Wrapped in a gentle spirit, Master Qi began to preach, and every word he spoke entered Li Shiming's body along with spiritual energy, and his insights were also transmitted into Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming immediately understood the benefits of this kind of preaching. It was almost a step-by-step instruction. Anyone who is not a fool can understand the views of some high-level monks through the sermons of Master Qi. Of course, the understanding of yin-yang and the 5 elements by monks at the level of Master Qi is not suitable for all monks. Every monk is an independent individual, and his understanding of yin-yang and the 5 elements needs to be combined with his own situation. Copying all the insights of Master Qi will cause the monks to lose their own understanding, so that they will never be able to improve. Therefore, the monks who listen to the sermon need to have their own thinking ability to judge the content of the sermon. In any case, listening to the sermon is a rare opportunity for all the monks present. This opportunity only comes once every 100 years. And Taichu sect opened this opportunity to all colleagues who participated in the exchange meeting. Li Shiming stopped the cultivation of the 4 nascent souls. And all other things also stopped. 191 brains. And the natal magic weapon Z15 all joined in to listen to the sermon. The content of Brother Chi's sermons advances very quickly. If you can't keep up at all, you will not be able to understand the content of the sermons, and will be passively accepted by the sermons. In this way, the final benefits will be pitiful. The natal magic weapon Z15 recorded the entire sermon of Master Chi, including the on-site mental control. Only Z15 can do this. Even if other monks have secret methods with similar functions, they cannot record the sermons of the great monks. This is influenced by the rules of heaven and earth. What the great monk said is closely related to the rules of heaven and earth, and cannot be recorded by normal means. Time passed little by little, and Li Shiming's 191 brains were all absorbed in listening to the sermon. His own understanding of yin and yang and the 5 elements is extremely profound. His clone Li Yuanba practices yin and yang, and the Tai Chi Taoist body is composed of 2 states, 1 yin and 1 yang. Li Yuanba's yang is the human state, and yin is the body refining state. 1 yin and 1 yang complement each other, not to mention the 5 elements. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he entered the Tao with the 5 elements receiving Chi formation, and has been unable to extricate himself from the 5 elements Tao ever since. He even cultivated 5 unprecedented nascent souls, making his path unique. When Master Chi talked about the most profound aspects of the 5 elements, there were not many monks in the entire hall who could keep up. Those who followed were all monks who had extremely profound research on the 5 elements. Why Taichu sect holds such a grand event is not to do good deeds and help other sects cultivate talents. It is precisely the particularity of Taichu sect's exercises that requires preaching to improve oneself. But this kind of preaching does not mean that it is enough to speak casually. It also requires certain feedback. Only through the interaction of speaking and listening can the preaching effect improve itself. Only the core monks of large sects can truly understand the sermons and follow them. Only these core monks have access to a large number of sects classics and can come into contact with theories that normal monks cannot. When the great monk Chi preached, it was even more difficult to find suitable listeners. No great monk would come to listen to his sermons. Each of the great monks has his own way. Listening to his teachings may even affect your own way. How can you listen to his sermons? His sermons will be mixed with a lot of personal insights. These personal insights are not universal, but are unique to him. Master Chi is still very satisfied now. There are 8 nascent soul monks who have followed his sermons, and he has received feedback from these 8 nascent soul monks. During the sermon, after receiving feedback from 8 nascent soul monks, his thoughts surged and he continued to speak out deeper insights. But as the sermon deepened again, each nascent soul monk could no longer follow the rhythm and was reduced to passive acceptance. And that kind of feedback also disappeared. Brother Chi didn't know how long he could hold on. Feedback disappeared one by one. When the last Yuanying monk who could follow his sermon could not provide feedback, his sermon ended. He was not satisfied with the results and needed a longer sermon. Soon, one of the 8 nascent soul cultivators was still persisting, and his eyes also fell on the nascent soul cultivator. It was a strange Yuanying monk. Very young. A Yuanying monk who was less than 100 years old, which showed that the talent of this early Yuanying monk was extremely terrifying. But the younger you are, the harder it is to persist until now. The remaining one is Li Shiming. 191 brains are constantly running, and coupled with the supercomputing power of the natal magic weapon Z15, a 5-element model has been established in his mind. Moreover, this 5 elements model is being continuously refined as Master Chi gives in death sermons, and his own understanding of the 5 elements has made great progress. As for being influenced by the Tao of Master Chi, there is no need to worry about it. The natal magic weapon Z15 will conduct a preliminary analysis and research on the content of the sermon. Z15 does not have any insights. It will deal with it from a more objective level first. Good this knowledge. The smile on the face of the great monk Chi is getting bigger and bigger, and his sermons are also deepening. The understanding of the 5 elements has been infinitely close to the late Yuanying stage, and will soon involve the category of the great monk. But Li Shiming can still follow. Superior. Chapter 544 Epiphany. In the preaching hall, except for Li Shiming, the rest of the Yuanying monks were in a passive state of acceptance. The only one who had feedback with Brother Chi was Li Shiming. Li Shiming's 191 brains are all operating at full speed. The natal magic weapon Z15 constantly cross-compared the content of Master Chi's sermons with the knowledge he had learned before, breaking up the content of the abyss and analyzing and studying it bit by bit. And finally he understood it. Monk Chi felt the feedback he received from Li Shiming, which led him to gain more insights into the 5 elements, and expressed these insights through sermons. In this process, both Li Shiming and Master Chi benefited. Especially Li Shiming benefited even more. Li Shiming is just a monk in the early stage of nascent soul, while Great Monk Chi is much higher than him. Great Monk Chi preaches from the top of the mountain, while Li Shiming stands at the bottom of the mountain. Above his head, 5 faint runes were slowly emerging. These 5 runes are 5-element runes, corresponding to the 5 nascent souls in his body. The 5 runes were created in response to Monk Chi's sermons. They are a reflection of Monk Chi's own insights understood by Li Shiming. The 5 runes contain the rules and energy that were unintentionally emitted during Monk Chi's sermons. As the 5-element runes appeared on Li Shiming's head, his body fell into an extremely strange state. The
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
began to operate actively without any mobilization. The 5 nascent souls completely entered the state of enlightenment, and his main consciousness was completely immersed in the understanding of the sermon. With Li Shiming's 191 brains and the powerful computing and analysis capabilities of the Z15, it is not easy to enter a state of enlightenment, because his understanding of any knowledge is much faster than that of other monks. He needs to have 191 brains and Z15 to process all the information, so that his main consciousness can enter the epiphany. This is the shortcoming of being too rational. If it weren't for the great monk giving the sermon this time, and there were so many nascent soul monks who made the sermon of the great Monk Chi enter a good state, he alone would not be able to induce the great Monk Chi to preach deeply. So it cannot occupy his 191 brains and Z15 computing power. During his epiphany, the 5 5-element runes above his head were blurred and slowly sucked into the nascent soul with corresponding attributes. The 5 5-element runes contain a large amount of 5-element energy, which is absorbed by nascent soul and replenished by Master Chi's continuous sermons. Li Shiming's state was very strange. In his epiphany, the 5 nascent souls absorbed the energy of the 5 5-elements runes, while the Chi Great Monk was constantly replenishing the energy in the 5 elements runes. The spiritual power in his 5 nascent souls is increasing at an exaggerated speed. Almost every breath, his total spiritual power will increase by a large amount. The energy in the body of the great monk is so strong that even the energy blessed during the sermon is extremely huge for Li Shiming in the early stage of nascent soul. Not to mention, at this time, the great Monk Chi also mobilized the spirit and energy of nearly 100 nascent soul monks present. And these spirits and energy were also injected into the 5 runes. In fact, Brother Chi was also surprised. He had preached many times and had never experienced an epiphany at the sermon site. Every monk's perception of Tao is unique and needs to be analyzed and summarized based on his or her own circumstances. Even if a monk has unparalleled understanding in the world, it is too difficult to combine what he hears with himself and summarize it into something of his own while listening to the Tao. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours later, the sky outside the hall has turned dark. But the sermon of the great Monk Chi has not stopped yet. Finally, Master Chi couldn't talk anymore. He had finished talking about his understanding of the 5 elements. When he was switching to the understanding of Yin and Yang, he felt that Li Shiming's feedback was disconnected. The 5 5-element runes on Li Shiming's head lost the support of Master Chi and were quickly absorbed. At this time, all the nascent soul monks in the hall slowly woke up. They were all a little confused, under the impact of a large number of insights. They were in a passive acceptance state and did not convert even 1% of the insights into their own. In the future, we will still have to rely on the talents of the nascent soul monks. Maybe the insights gained this time will have a decisive effect in the future. But now, they just feel dizzy. Li Shiming also woke up, and he was surprised to find that the total spiritual power of the 5 Yuanyings in his body was more than 2/3 of the initial Yuanying. In other words, one short hearing saved him nearly 100 years of hard work. With his current state, he can no longer be regarded as entering the nascent soul stage for the first time. He can be regarded as establishing himself in the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul can persist in the nascent soul phase for a longer period of time. Monk Chi was in a very good mood. He also got a lot of benefits this time. He felt that his small realm had improved. This is an improvement in the later stage of nascent soul, and every improvement is extremely difficult. The resources in the later stages of nascent soul are limited, even if the Taichu sect is looking around. It is not enough to supply the training of many great monks. It can only ensure that the realm of the great monks does not fall. If a great monk wants to improve his realm, he needs not only resources, but also the understanding and appreciation of his own skills. During Brother Chi's sermon, because Li Shiming unexpectedly kept up with his rhythm, his sermon lasted for an extremely long time, and the content of his sermon reached the ultimate level of his own realm. Not only did Li Shiming benefit from the spirit and energy of nearly 100 nascent soul monks, but Master Chi also benefited from it. Of course, this is not a plunder of the demon sex skills, but a transformation during the preaching process. When the listener's mind is affected by the preaching, his or her own spirit and energy will be mobilized to maintain a certain fit with the preaching degree. This spirit and energy will be transformed. The loss of this spirit and energy will not have any bad impact on the listeners. It will only cause some short-term dizziness and weakness, which will be recovered soon. The monks who attended the sermon also knew this, but they felt that it was worth it. The lost spirit and energy are the price you need to pay when listening to sermons. Monk Chi stood up. A jade token flew out of his hand, fell into Li Shiming's hand, and then he disappeared. Li Shiming found that the monks around him looked at him with envy.
I didn't expect that Master Chi would give you a contact card. With this contact card, you can ask Master Chi to take action once. You have to put it away,
Shui Miao explained to Li Shiming softly. Li Shiming couldn't help but tighten his hands. This inconspicuous contact card was a favor from a great monk. If it hadn't been for the fact that during the sermon just now, all the Yuanying monks were under the influence of the sermon and could not detect the state of other monks. At this moment, the Yuanying monks might not only be envious of the favor he received from the great monk Chi.
Hey, your cultivation level.
Feng Lanqi was more familiar with Li Shiming. When she sensed Li Shiming's aura, she couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Li Shiming winked at her, and she understood that this was not the place to talk about it. So she stopped asking further questions. Shui Miao also discovered the change in Li Shiming's breath after being reminded by Feng Lanqi.
The sect has prepared a temporary residence for you. I will take you there,
Shui Miao said to the two of them. Coming out of the main hall, Shui Miao led Li Shiming and Feng Lanqi to the mountainside, where many temporary caves had been prepared. Taichu sect holds this kind of grand event every 100 years, and is very experienced in hosting a large number of foreign monks. According to different invitation cards, there are temporary caves of different levels. Li Shiming and Feng Lanqi both came here on behalf of the great monks. Although the temporary cave was not the cave of the great monks, its standards were higher than those of other nascent soul monks. The two caves were close together. At the invitation of Feng Lanqi and Shui Miao, Li Shiming went to Feng Lanqin's temporary cave first.
It seems that the person who benefited the most from Master Chi's sermon this time is Junior Brother Li,
Feng Lanqi said, as she just sat down and looked at Li Shiming with a smile.
I happen to be practicing the 5 elements Kung Fu, and it matches the teachings of Master Chi. I have indeed benefited a lot.
Li Shiming didn't hide anything and replied with a smile.
It's not just a little benefit. You've been practicing hard for almost 100 years.
Shui Miao pointed lightly. Li Shiming's aura is very special. He clearly has the aura of peak spiritual power in the early Yuanying stage. But in terms of total spiritual power, he is at the new entry stage of the Yuanying stage. However, after a sermon, Li Shiming's total spiritual power exceeded 2/3. This progress made Shui Miao, an early Yuanying monk who had been practicing hard for hundreds of years, very unhappy. Li Shiming's realm is almost caught up with his own. But Li Shiming's age is less than 100 years old.
I still have to thank Master Chi.
I took advantage of Master Chi,
Li Shiming said, clasping his fists in the air.
Junior Brother Li, although we can't share this opportunity, we can celebrate it. How about you make 2 servings of spiritual tea yourself?
Feng Lanqi suggested with a smile. Because of their close relationship, she prefers to call Li Shiming her junior brother in private. Shui Miao was a little confused, but looking at Feng Lanqi's look, she knew there must be something special about Li Shiming's brewing of spirit tea. Feng Lanqi was not an ordinary monk, and the drinks she had seen and drank were far beyond those of ordinary monks. Li Shiming smiled. When he was so happy, he did not hesitate to serve 2 portions of spiritual tea. He took out a jade box, a 4th grade tea set,
and the Liwood Danding.
Put the Qiang spiritual fire into the 4th level,
Liwood Danding,
the 4th level spiritual spring water, and the 4th level spiritual tea that he fried by himself into the
Liwood Danding.
After a while, use the 4th level spiritual tea to brew it. The tea set was packed and placed on the stone table in the middle.
This spiritual tea leaves and junior brother Li's tea-making skills are a perfect match in the world.
Feng Lanqin reached for a cup of spiritual tea, put it in front of her nose and sniffed it, and praised. This was Xuemiu's first time tasting this kind of spiritual tea, and she was intoxicated by it with almost no resistance. Li Shiming had a lot more insights into the
5 rhymes Qi training technique
in his heart. These insights were at a very high level, which allowed him to feel more about the spirituality in spiritual tea when he tasted tea. The higher the realm, the more special meaning you can taste from this spiritual tea.
After drinking this spiritual tea, how can I drink spiritual tea in the future?
Xuemiao took a long time to wake up from the intoxication. She put down the cup and shook her head in distress.
Fellow water Taoist, this spiritual tea was roasted by junior brother Li himself. It is of extremely high value and is produced in very small quantities. It is said that the success rate of roasting is extremely low, and the 10,000 Beasts sect only supplies it in small quantities.
Feng Lanqin explained with a smile. She pointed this out because she didn't want Xuemiao to embarrass Li Shiming by making any requests to Li Shiming.
There are many activities tomorrow, divided into many. I wonder which activities you are planning to participate in.
Xuemiao heard what Feng Lanqin meant and asked with a smile, changing the subject.
I wonder what activities are going on,
Li Shiming asked, not knowing much about the Taichu sect's grand gathering.
There are your 10,000 Beast sect's favorite spiritual pet competitions, as well as puppet competitions and corpse refining competitions. In addition, there are various competitions such as formations, alchemy, weapon refining, spiritual planting, etc. Our sect is opening a big formation. This is a rare opportunity to ensure the safety of both parties in the competition, and the winner of any event will be rewarded.
Xuemiao answered. Li Shiming couldn't help but be surprised by the grandeur of the Taichu sect. Using the sect's formation to participate in activities required a lot of energy. A sect's formation is the foundation of a sect, especially a large sect's formation. Its power is unimaginable. Li Shiming himself is a formation master, and with the help of Z15, he can make judgments about any formation as long as he has the opportunity to come into contact with it. The formations of the two major sects, the 10,000 Beast sect and the Taichu sect, that he has now come into contact with have given him unimaginable information. The formation was so complex that what he could observe was just a drop in the ocean, and it even contained the energy of the cave. With his formation ability, if he wants to study the formations of large sects in depth, unless he can get into the maintenance work of the sect's formations, it is impossible to achieve in-depth understanding through observation alone.
Junior brotherly, your dragon-type spiritual pet can participate in the spiritual pet competition,
Feng Lanqin said with a smile.
No, my spiritual pet is still too young and cannot compare to a spiritual pet that has grown up for hundreds of years.
Li Shiming shook his head continuously. The main thing is that he doesn't want to expose too many abilities of the Phantom Dragon,
which is one of his trump cards. Invisibility increases poison, which is not like a dragon-type spiritual pet at all. But as a 5-clawed dragon, the Phantom Dragon is better at assassination, which is completely different from the normal fighting method of dragon-type spiritual pets.
You can't participate in alchemy. That would be too bullying.
Feng Lanqin chuckled.
Fellow Taoist Li is a master of alchemy?
Xuemiao finally knew Li Shiming's identity, and couldn't help but exclaimed. She suddenly thought of a name, and then looked at Li Shiming carefully. She could not connect Li Shiming with the famous Master Li. Li Shiming was really too young. For the nascent soul stage, he was still an alchemy master at less than 100 years old. This possibility was too low, so Xuemiao did not think of it for a moment. Chapter 545 Spiritual Fire.
Master Li, I have 5 elixirs here. I wonder if I can ask the master to refine them.
Xuemiao asked with some embarrassment. Her eyes kept winking at Feng Lanqin, hoping that Feng Lanqin would help her speak.
Junior brotherly, if you are free, please help fellow Taoist Xue.
Feng Lanqin had no choice but to smile and said to Li Shiming.
There are no less rules. Regarding the reward, senior sister Feng and fellow Taoist Xue will explain it. Give me the 5 elixirs now, and I can give you the elixir in 3 days.
Li Shiming didn't care, and agreed with a smile. Xuemiao was very straightforward and took out the 5 elixirs and gave them to Li Shiming. Li Shiming's reputation has long been spread among the major sects, but he does not refine elixirs to outsiders. So monks from other sects have heard of his name, but have not realized the reality. Xuemiao also knows that there is no false person under the great reputation. Her information channels are much better than those of ordinary monks, And she still knows something about Li Shizhen's alchemy ability. After Li Shiming returned to the temporary cave, he sent 5 elixirs into the computer room space and started refining elixirs using 2 4th-grade elixir furnaces. The alchemy process had almost no impact on him. He sat quietly in the practice room, comprehending today's gains in the rich aura environment. Early the next morning, Xue Miao came to wait outside Feng Lanqin and Li Shiming's cave. This was no longer a task assigned to her by the sect, but she took the initiative to contact the two of them.
Fellow Daoist Feng has signed up for the spiritual pet competition. The champion of the spiritual pet competition should be between Daoist Feng and Yuan Dao Yu,
Xue Miao said enthusiastically. Li Shiming glanced at Feng Lanqin and did not expect that she had signed up for the spirit pet competition.
Actually, this spiritual pet competition has always been a competition between Phoenix and Dragon. Other monks' spiritual pets rarely surpass ours,
Feng Lanqin explained with confidence on her face. This is normal. The 10,000 Beasts sect is good at spiritual pets. Not to mention the existence of 10,000 Beasts Cave, so that the 10,000 Beasts sect monks can always find their own powerful spiritual pets. The monks from other sects need to find young spiritual beasts to make contracts on their own. Not to mention the rarity of young spirit beasts. Even if a young spirit beast can be found, its quality cannot be guaranteed. Really high-quality spirit beast cubs are protected by powerful spirit beasts.
Junior Brotherly, you can bring your own spiritual pet to the next gathering. I'm afraid no spiritual pet will be able to compete with your spiritual pet,
Feng Lanqin continued. She was very confident in Li Shiming's spiritual pet, but she still underestimated Li Shiming. What she was thinking of was Xiufeng. A being like the Red Golden Phoenix could absolutely crush spiritual pets of the same level as long as it grew up. While talking, they came to another mountain peak, which was arranged into arenas. Many monks are gathering from all directions, and even many Golden Elixir monks are coming to join in the fun. Except for a few of these Golden Elixir monks who followed the Yuanying monks. The rest are disciples of Taichu sect. This is indeed the best place to make friends, where monks can find like-minded monks and have an exchange of ideas. With the sect's formation as a guardian, there won't be any accidents during the battle. There are already spiritual pets, zombies and puppets fighting in their respective arenas, and many monks stand outside the arena to judge the two sides. The atmosphere of this exchange is extremely lively, and you can gain a lot just by listening to the monks' comments. It would take some time for Feng Lanqin's spiritual pet to participate in the competition, and Li Shiming did not follow the two female cultivators. They made an appointment to wait until Feng Lanqin's spiritual pet battle started to reunite, and Li Shiming acted alone. After walking out of the arena, other competitions were held here.
Have you heard that the championship prize for this alchemy competition is a ball of spiritual fire?
He was walking to the alchemy competition area when he heard a monk say. He couldn't help but slow down. The number of spiritual fires had always been the decisive factor restricting the number of alchemists. Even he has never been able to obtain the second kind of spiritual fire, except the Red Sun spiritual fire. In the northern Shu continent, spiritual fire is extremely rare. Even the spiritual fire of large sects is passed down from generation to generation through inheritance. The spiritual fire cannot be plundered. If the monk does not want to pass on the spiritual fire, he only needs a consciousness to destroy the spiritual fire. He originally had no intention of participating in the alchemy competition. As Feng Lanqin said, he was bullying others. But if there was a real spiritual fire reward, he would participate even if he was bullying others.
Excuse me, is the reward for the champion of the alchemy competition a spiritual fire?
Li Shiming came to the registration office of the alchemy competition and asked.
Yes. The sect obtained a bunch of Xianyi nether fire overseas, so it regarded the Xianyi nether fire as the reward for the alchemy champion.
The monk at the registration desk replied affirmatively. Li Shiming recalled the classics he had read, and he had heard of.
Xianyi fire, Xianyi nether fire,
is not a particularly good alchemy spirit fire. The main reason is that it is difficult to match the spiritual power of monks. Only monks who practicing on spiritual power can better cultivate
Xianyi nether fire.
Spiritual fire needs to be cultivated, so that the spiritual fire can grow with the monks. No wonder the Taichu sect was willing to give out a bunch of spiritual fire as a reward. The restrictions of Xianyin fire were really too big. However, this did not affect his desire for Xianyin fire. Although he could not use it, his clone Li Yuanba could use it. Li Yuanba of the Tai Chi Taoist body. When in the state of corpse refining, his body is completely filled with cold energy, which is suitable for cultivating
Xianyin fire. Little fellow Taoist, we meet again.
came a charming voice. Li Shiming didn't even turn his head and recognized the voice of Mi. The genre zone.
Fellow Taoist Mi.
Li Shiming nodded and responded. He took out the invitation card and registered the information at the registration desk. The alchemy competition is very simple. Each monk who registers only needs to refine a furnace of elixir within the formation. The grade of the elixir is arbitrary, and will be judged by the alchemy master of Taichu sect based on the grade and quality of the elixir.
Little fellow Taoist, I don't know your name yet, but I'm here just to make friends with you.
Mi seemed to be very interested in Li Shiming and said with a chuckle.
Fellow Taoist Mi, my name is Li Shizhen. Please don't call me fellow Taoist Xiao.
Li Shiming replied with a frown.
Li Shizhen, known as the #1 alchemy master of the 10,000 Bees sect.
Mi's eyes were shining. This was a big fish. Neither Shui Miao nor Mi thought that Li Shiming was the newly famous Master Li. The main reason was that Li Shiming's age was too deceptive.
I dare not say that.
Li Shiming shook his head and said. At this time, he took a copy of the 4th grade elixir material for the early stage of nascent soul, ignored Mi and walked into the formation on the side. He maintained his consistent alchemy ability, and after several hours of refining, he returned 3 4th grade intermediate elixirs to the organizer. After he came out, he discovered that 2 hours ago, there was a message on the Identity Jade disc. It was a message from Feng Lanqin and Shui Miao. The battle between spiritual pets had begun. He checked the time and walked to the ring area.
Master Li, you are lucky enough to have arrived just in time for the final battle,
Shui Miao said with a smile after seeing Li Shiming. At this time, Feng Lanqin was standing next to the ring, paying attention to the battle on the ring.
I was late for the alchemy competition just now,
Li Shiming explained sheepishly, while watching the battle between spiritual pets.
Did you really participate in the alchemy competition?
Shui Miao asked in surprise. You can imagine how rare it is for a well-known alchemy master to participate in such an exchange competition. Professional alchemy masters rarely participate in such competitions. At the nascent soul stage, monks have very long free time. After a long time, nascent soul monks will study many professions. In particular, infant fire can replace spiritual fire to a certain extent and be used as the fire for alchemy. This has led many nascent soul monks to study alchemy, and such competitions are prepared for these nascent soul monks. Nascent soul monks can exchange experiences with each other through this kind of competition. Of course, it is not a problem for Li Shiming to participate in this competition. His age is here. Besides, his reputation is mostly within the 10,000 Bees sect, and he has not taken over the alchemy business from outside. In such a grand event, he cannot be regarded as a long-famous alchemy master.
I'm more interested in the rewarded spiritual fire,
Li Shiming said honestly.
That's it. I'm afraid the other monks will become a foil,
Shui Miao said with a gloating smile.
Not necessarily. My alchemy ability is just relatively stable. If an alchemy master breaks out, I still can't match it,
Li Shiming said modestly. While talking here, the battle between spiritual pets on the stage has come to an end. Although Yuan Sun's own combat power is stronger than Feng Lanqin, the characteristic of the battle between spiritual pets is that no monks can interfere. Feng Lanqin's phoenix-type spiritual pet was clearly stronger, and she finally won.
Junior sister Feng, you win this time,
Yuan Sun said to Feng Lanqin with a smile without being angry.
Thank you, senior brother Yuan.
Feng Lanqin was very happy to win the championship. She nodded and replied. The organizer sent a prize. A 4th grade elixir that can increase the chance of a spiritual pet being promoted. The materials for this type of 4th grade elixir are extremely rare, so it is a very good reward.
In terms of spiritual pets, our 10,000 Bees sect's advantages are too obvious. There are too many differences between other sections. There is no difficulty this time.
Feng Lanqin came to Li Shiming and said proudly to Li Shiming through voice transmission. This can only be said through sound transmission. If a monk from his sect hears it, I am afraid it will cause some trouble.
Congratulations, senior sister.
Li Shiming congratulated with a smile.
Fellow Taoist Feng, it's your turn to congratulate Master Li soon. He really went to participate in the alchemy competition.
Shui Miao couldn't wait to tell the story about Li Shiming's participation in the alchemy competition.
It seems that the prize attracted junior brother Li.
Feng Lanqin couldn't help but laugh.
Fellow Taoist Feng still understands Master Li.
Shui Miao couldn't help but smile. The results of the alchemy competition would not come out for a while. So Li Shiming and the 2 female cultivators went to watch other competitions. He has seen real puppet battles. The battles between 4th grade puppets are particularly boring. Almost all of them are 4th grade puppets, with both offense and defense. You use a sword and I have a shield. It is not like the rich fighting methods among monks. From here, we can also see the limitations of the puppet. Although it shows extremely strong combat power, the single combat method limits the use of the 4th level puppet. Of course, for monks who are good at using long-range attacks, a 4th level puppet in front of them can not only prevent the enemy from getting close, but also resist the enemy's attacks, becoming a line of defense in front of them. The corpse refining competition is very exciting. Both golden corpses have special abilities. By this time, the arena was full of people who had reached the final stage of the competition, and they were all the strongest beings who had eliminated other players. One golden corpse is good at the ice system, and the other is good at the poison system. The green mist fills the arena. This is the display of poison system abilities. The entire body of the ice-type golden corpse was wrapped in ice crystals, making the already astonishingly defensive golden corpse even stronger. In the end, the ice-type golden zombie won the battle. It was not that the ice-type golden zombie was stronger than the poison-type golden zombie, but that the ice-type golden zombie was almost immune to the poisonous attacks of the poison-type golden zombie. If there are monks involved in the battle, then the monks will never be able to face the attack of the poisonous golden corpse so easily. Li Shiming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Never underestimate the people of the world. Whether it is an ice-type golden corpse or a poison-type golden corpse, it is one of the strongest golden corpses Li Shiming has ever seen. He had always thought that there were very few golden corpses with special abilities. But now it seemed that the golden corpses cultivated by some sects, with corpse refining inheritance, would not be too simple. If you really want to encounter this kind of golden corpse, you must be wary of its special abilities. On the other side, Master Yu of Taichu sect was checking the elixirs in each jade bottle. He was the alchemy master of Taichu sect, and one of the judges of this alchemy competition. Based on Master Yu's experience, just by looking at the elixir, you can know the true alchemy level of the monk who refined the elixir. This cannot be deceived. Any errors in the technique during the alchemy process will be reflected in the elixir.
Which master's work is this? It's so shameless!
When he saw the 4th grade elixir produced by Li Shiming, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, 3 4th grade elixirs indicate that they are full elixirs, and the quality has reached the intermediate level. Only a slight gap from the high level. Master Yu himself could not guarantee that he would be able to refine an elixir of this level, usually when participating in competitions. Unless you are a monk who likes to gamble on luck, you will choose to refine it by downgrading it to one level according to your own level, so that you can be more confident. The only person who can refine a 4th grade elixir full of elixirs is a well-known alchemy master. Master Yu is already thinking about which alchemy master he is. The alchemy masters from all major sects all know each other. While thinking, he took out the alchemy information of 3 4th grade elixirs, and found that they were the work of a monk named Li Shurjin.
Li Shurjin of the 10,000 Beasts sect is as stable as the rumors say. But I don't know what elixir he can refining with the highest guarantee of stability.
Master Yu murmured to himself. There is no need to compare anymore. The champion this time is Li Shurjin. Even if there are well-known alchemy masters participating in the competition, they cannot compare with Li Shurjin's level. Li Shurjin's level of alchemy is already at the top of the alchemy masters in the Eastern Qi continent. At least that's what Master Yu thought after seeing 3 4th grade elixirs. Chapter 546 Activities.
Senior Sister Feng, I'm going to get the prize.
Li Shiming received the notice from the organizer and said to Feng Lanqin with a smile,
Let's go together and see what prize makes you take action.
Feng Lanqin said with great interest. You can't blame Feng Lanqin for being curious. With Li Shiming's alchemy ability, he could make alchemy for any nascent soul cultivator, and the reward he would receive would be quite high. She also wanted to know what the prize was that allowed Li Shiming to fight for despite his reputation as a bully. Shui Mian naturally followed and headed towards the area for the alchemy competition. When he arrived at the place, Li Shiming handed over the invitation card, which was used as proof of identity here.
Are you Master Li Shurjin?
Master Yu asked, looking at Li Shiming.
Master Li, this is Master Yu, the highest level alchemy master in our sect.
Shui Miao introduced Li Shiming softly from the side. She was afraid that Li Shiming would unintentionally offend the alchemy master.
I have met Master Yu. I am Li Shurjin.
Li Shiming bowed and said,
I've heard about Master Li for a long time, and now that I see him,
he is indeed a talented person.
Master Yu didn't make any excuses, but returned the compliment with a salute. He took out a jade bottle and a box that sealed the spiritual fire.
In this jade bottle are 3 elixirs refined by Master Li. They are given to you together according to the rules. These are the Xian fire. It seems that Master Li likes the Xian spirit fire very much.
He smiled. Then he handed the thing in his hand to Li Shiming and said,
Spiritual fire is rare. I have a good friend who has good alchemy talent. But he didn't meet the right spiritual fire, and couldn't become an alchemy master.
Li Shiming explained with a smile. He was talking about the clone Li Yuanba. If Li Yuanba also had spiritual fire, then Li Yuanba's alchemy level would not be much weaker than his original body. Although Li Yuanba did not have the computer room space available, with the help of
Qinmu power,
he was able to exert 80% of his body's alchemy strength, which was much higher than the alchemy level of other alchemy masters. Li Shiming is currently refining alchemy to others, but he is careful to suppress his alchemy ability. It is estimated that he can have 80% of his alchemy strength, which is stronger than his exposed alchemy ability.
I hope that your friend, who you know has good alchemy talent, will definitely become a top alchemy master in the future.
Master Yu said with a smile. He exchanged contact information with Li Shiming, and also took the initiative to invite Li Shiming to attend a gathering among alchemy masters a few days later. It was a busy day, but it was also extremely fulfilling. Li Shiming returned to the temporary cave and began to examine the
Xian fire. The Xian fire
is placed in the formation in the box, and is powered by 36 high-grade spiritual stones,
allowing the Xian fire
to continue to exist. The first time I saw the
Xian fire,
it was a gray-white flame the size of a fingernail. The strange thing is that this flame has no heat at all, but gives people a cold feeling. Of course, this is an external manifestation. If it is really burned by the
Xian fire,
the heat will not be low at all. But the external manifestation of the
Xian fire
is a bit special. Li Shiming has not refined the
Xian fire,
so he cannot explore the full capabilities of
Xian fire.
He has decided that when he returns, he will go to the retreat of the clone Li Yuanba and send the
Xian fire
there. It just so happens that Li Yuanba is currently cultivating in the state of corpse refining,
and the Xian fire
can grow together. While Li Shiming was still resting in the temporary cave, word had spread outside that he had won the championship in the alchemy competition. Originally, a champion in an alchemy competition was nothing. This kind of competition was just a means for Taichu sect to bring out some spiritual objects of reasonable quality to allow the monks participating in the event to communicate more. It had nothing to do with a truly professional competition. But after Li Shiming won the alchemy championship, his happy conversation with Master Yu was seen by other monks and spread. In addition, the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect made Li Shiming famous, making the monks participating in the event aware of Li Shiming's alchemy ability. The activity on the third day is the sermon given by monks in the early and middle stages of Yuanying in the Taichu sect. It is divided into 6 halls and held simultaneously. The monks can participate according to their own preferences. Li Shiming participated with interest. He also wanted to have another epiphany. An epiphany saved him hundreds of years of hard work. How could he let go of such a good thing? But things were not as good as he imagined. Instead of going with phone launching, he found the main hall where a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul was giving a sermon and entered. The sermons given by this monk in the middle stage of nascent soul are similar in content to the sermons given by the great monk Qi, specializing in the 5 elements. Of course, because the reputation of the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying is far less than that of the Qi monks, and due to the monks' own attributes, there are only about 30 monks who come to this hall, and less than half of them are Golden Elixir monks. The Golden Elixir monks who can enter here are either guests of Taichu sect,
or Golden Elixir monks with background in Taichu sect. This kind of sermon is normally aimed at nascent soul monks. It is impossible for Jindan monks to participate without a certain background. As soon as the sermon began, Li Shiming was not affected by the sermon. He was the first to break away from the influence of the sermon. It's not right to say that. It should be said that he was not affected by the preaching of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul at all. Theoretically, as long as you actively accept the sermons of the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying, you can understand and comprehend the 5 elements of the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. If you are unable to keep up with the progress of the sermon, you can still continue at the expense of energy and energy. Passively accept the 5 elements taught. But the problem Li Shiming encountered was that his own Tao of the 5 elements surpassed this monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. The insights he gained from the Tao of the 5 elements from the great monk Qi had reached the level of a great monk. Li Shiming sighed helplessly in his heart. It seemed that it would be difficult to achieve enlightenment by listening to sermons in the future, unless a great monk who surpasses great monk Chi teaches the 5 elements. Even if great monk Chi preaches again, he will not achieve the same effect as the first time. He stood up quietly and carefully exited the hall. In the process, the mid-stage nascent soul monk who was giving a sermon almost had his Taoist heart affected and broke away from the sermon state.
Masterly, why did you come out?
Shui Miao had been waiting outside. She was not waiting for Li Shiming but for Feng Lanqin. When she saw Li Shiming leaving the preaching hall so quickly, she couldn't help but ask strangely,
I wonder if it's because I listened to Master Chi's sermon last time. I couldn't calm down and listen to the sermon.
Li Shiming shook his head helplessly.
I forgot that the last time you listened to Master Chi's sermon, you got such great benefits.
Shui Miao did not feel sorry for Li Shiming, but expressed her envy again, saving hundreds of years of hard work. This alone gave Li Shiming more time to reach a higher realm.
This is a refined elixir. Just for you.
Li Shiming took out a jade bottle and handed it over and said, These are 10 4th-grade elixirs refined from 5 portions of 4th-grade elixirs. For these 5 furnaces of elixirs, Li Shiming received 5 portions of Tai Chu Sect's unique 4th-grade spiritual fruit, as well as a favor from Shui Miao. Shui Miao took the jade bottle. Although she knew something about Li Shiming's alchemy ability, she still checked the 4th-grade elixir in the jade bottle. When she saw the 10 intermediate-level elixirs of the 4th level in the early stage of nascent soul in the jade bottle, she could not hide the joy on her face.
Masterly, when I have the elixir, I would like you to help me make the elixir. Is that okay?
She looked up at Li Shiming and asked. Such a stable alchemy ability can almost guarantee the maximum utilization of 4th-grade elixirs. In this regard, Li Shiming surpasses any alchemy master she knows.
As long as I have free time, it's no problem.
Li Shiming responded with a smile. He still likes the Tai Chu Sect's specialty spiritual items, and the type of reward he gets from Shui Miao is different from the type of reward he gets from the Yuaning monks of the 10,000 Bees sect.
Then thank you masterly in advance,
Shui Miao said with a chuckle. She thought of something and then said,
There will be many auctions tomorrow. I wonder if Masterly intends to participate. If there are spiritual objects to be auctioned, you need to advance in advance today. Reserve. I don't have spiritual objects to auction, but I would like to experience the auction.
Li Shiming thought for a while and replied. He does not need to auction his own spiritual objects. In fact, he has a lot of useless spiritual objects in his hands. But his demand for resources is not high, and he does not value the benefits of auctioning. However, this was his first time to participate in an auction in the Eastern Qi continent. Considering that the environment for cultivating immortals in the Eastern Qi continent far surpassed that of the Northern Shu continent, he expected that the quality and variety of spiritual objects at the auction must far exceed that of the Northern Shu continent.
This is the list of the current items in the 5 auctions I got,
Shui Miao said, giving Li Shiming a jade slip that had been prepared long ago. She didn't want to let go of this opportunity to make friends with Li Shiming. Although he had a friendship with Feng Lanqin and could talk to Li Shiming, it was not as good as making friends with Li Shiming directly. You also need to pay favors through Feng Lanqin. If you make acquaintance with Li Shiming directly, you don't have to waste favors with Feng Lanqin. Li Shiming took the jade slip and entered it with his spiritual consciousness to examine it.
I will attend the main auction.
He quickly read through the auction list, and the only thing that interested him was the main auction. So he decided, we can't blame these auctions for being of low quality. In fact, except for the main auction, the rest of the auctions are private trading fairs held by Yuaning monks. But they are hosted by monks. The main auction, on the other hand, is jointly organized by the Tai Chu sect and several large trading houses. Through this grand event that occurs once every 100 years, many parties can benefit.
Masterly, if you don't have enough money during the auction, remember to contact me.
Shui Miao took the initiative. On the 3rd day of the event, Li Shiming was very bored. The main activity today was the monks giving sermons one by one. He couldn't get into it, so he left first. On the 4th day, at the top of one of the 3 peaks open to the public in the Tai Chu sect. This was the venue for the main auction. There are a lot of monks coming today. Not just monks participating in the grand event, but also some monks who come here because of their reputation. They are not qualified to participate in the grand event, but the main auction is completely open. This makes the mountain peak here look particularly lively. There are more than 300 nascent soul cultivators and thousands of golden core cultivators on one peak. Li Shiming has an invitation card. so he doesn't need to wait outside like the monks who specially attend the auction. With the invitation card, he has priority to enter the auction venue. The auction venue is very huge. The space has been expanded by the space formation, and the illusion formation can display the situation on the auction table in real time. This allows the auction table to be clearly seen from every part of the huge venue.
Masterly, we are really destined.
Mi Yi's charming voice came again. Li Shiming saw Mi Yi and a male cultivator in the early stage of nascent soul, who was obviously hostile next to Mi Yi.
Fellow Taoist me.
Li Shiming nodded in response. He was neither enthusiastic nor too cold.
Mu Jing has met Masterly, but I don't know if your alchemy ability is really as rumored, or if you are just trying to gain fame.
The male cultivator next to me restrained his malice and said with a smile.
Don't worry. I won't make elixirs for you, so you don't need to worry.
Li Shiming glanced at him and said. It was obvious that the male cultivator named Mu Jing was fascinated by Mi Yi, so he behaved in such a provocative manner. As long as the monks are sane, they will not provoke other monks at such a grand event. You must know that none of the monks who can participate in such a grand event are simple. At least they are elite monks from large sects or powerful forces. Not to mention a master of alchemy like Li Shiming, whose reputation is not that big now. If Li Shiming had more than 100 years of experience in alchemy, he would have friends all over the world. Mu Jing's provocative behavior alone would not require Li Shiming to take action. There would be other monks to help him deal with Mu Jing. When Mu Jing heard Li Shiming's words, a chill flashed in his eyes. If the environment hadn't been wrong, he would have thought of taking action.
Masterly, are you in any trouble?
At this moment, Yuan Sun came to the side and asked. Even if Yuan Sun didn't want to show up, his master, Brother Ding, had told him to take the initiative to help Li Shiming and protect Li Shiming, who said Li Shiming was valuable. So after seeing Li Shiming in trouble, Yuan Sun took the initiative to step forward.
Thank you, Senior Brother Yuan. It's not a big trouble.
Li Shiming thanked him with a smile. No matter what the reason was, Yuan Sun would have this attitude toward him. As long as Yuan Sun had no ill intentions, he would respond in kind. In fact, he also knew in his heart that this was the reality. His alchemy ability was known to several senior monks in the sect. Even if the disappearance of senior monk Ding's named disciple Chen Zhou was suspected to be related to him. But as long as he keeps showing his worth, Brother Ding will not take action against him, and will only protect him.
Junior Brotherly, is this witch bothering you again?
Feng Lanqing also came at this time, with Shui Miao beside her. As soon as she came, she saw the situation here, and Feng Lanqing asked aloud.
Fellow Taoist Feng, what are you talking about? I have great respect for Masterly.
Mi replied with a smile, looking at Li Shiming with a flirtatious look. Feng Lanqing stepped between Mi Yi and Li Shiming, blocking Mi Yi's gaze with a protective gesture. Chapter 547 Party. As the start of the auction approached, Mu Jing became more and more restrained. There was no way. There were only a few monks from the Hidden Sun sect, and monks from Li Shiming kept coming to say lo. If she really wanted to have a conflict with Li Shiming at this time, Mu Jing simply couldn't bear the criticism from so many monks. Although the Hidden Sun sect is a large sect, the number of monks under its sect is no less than that of other large sections. However, due to their demonic cultivation, most of the disciples have evil intentions, which is not tolerated by an orthodox sect such as Taichu sect. The monks of the Hidden Sun sect who can participate in the grand gathering must be relatively innocent, and at the same time, they must be elite monks of the sect. Otherwise, participating in the grand gathering will bring shame to the Hidden Sun sect. This makes the number of monks from the Hidden Sun sect participating in the Taichu sect's grand gathering the smallest among the major sects. And the demon cultivators themselves have very few friends. If something really happens, there won't even be any monks to speak out. It was Li Shiming's first time to participate in this kind of auction, and he watched the auction begin with anticipation. The person who presided over the auction was an early Yuaning monk named Qi Gao. Shui Miao came over and introduced Qi Gao as the direct grandson of the great monk Qi.
Fellow Taoists, the first spiritual object in this auction is the 10-section 4th grade Golden Bone Spirit Bamboo.
Qi Gao glanced around and said the first item loudly. Li Shiming knew about
Golden Bone Spirit Bamboo,
which is a 4th grade material.
Golden Bone Spirit Bamboo
contains metal energy and is an excellent metal formation material. 10 sections of
Golden Bone Spiritual Bamboo,
together with other auxiliary materials, are enough to make a set of 10 4th grade formation flags.
The 10-section 4th grade Golden Bone Spiritual Bamboo has an auction price of 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 100 high-grade spiritual stones. It can also be traded with spiritual objects of equal value.
Qigao continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shiming saw the numbers constantly beating on the illusion formation in front of him. With so many monks gathered together,
Golden Bone Spirit Bamboo
is a relatively rare 4th grade formation material, especially when used on formation flags. At the nascent soul stage, monks have more time, and there are many nascent soul monks studying formations. Li Shiming does not have so many high-grade spiritual stones in his hands. He usually does not pay attention to collecting high-grade spiritual stones. This is a bad habit brought from the northern Shu continent. The resources of the Beishu continent cannot be equated with spiritual stones. This results in the value of the spiritual stones in the Beishu continent being much lower than that of spiritual objects. And it cannot become a stable currency. But in the eastern Qi continent, spirit stones are an extremely stable currency. Li Shiming thought for a while, took out a jade bottle, worked on the formation, and transmitted the information about the 10 elixirs in the jade bottle. Qigao saw the message he sent, and he attached great importance to the monks who had the invitation cards. When Qigao read the information about the 10 spiritual pills, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The total value of the 10 4th grade spiritual pills far exceeded his estimate of the 10 4th grade
Golden Bone Spiritual Bamboo.
He made a adjustment to the latest price. Due to Li Shiming's bid, the auction price of the 10th grade 4th grade
Golden Bone Spiritual Bamboo
increased a lot. Li Shiming suddenly raised the auction price significantly, which made the monks who originally intended to auction hesitant. This is the first spiritual object. If the cost is too high, it will be difficult to auction the spiritual object you like later.
Is there a higher price? 10 sections of 4th grade Golden Bone Spiritual Bamboo can be used to make a set of 4th grade formation flags,
Qigao shouted. However, after waiting for a while, and seeing that no monk made any further bids, the auction of the first spiritual object ended. The formation in front of Li Shiming flashed. The jade bottle in his hand was teleported, and then 10 sections of
Golden Bone Spirit Bamboo
appeared in his hand. He looked at the quality of the
Golden Bone Spirit Bamboo
and was very satisfied with it. He exchanged the useless 4th grade elixir for useful 4th grade formation materials. This transaction made him very satisfied. There are a lot of 4th grade elixirs in his hands that he did not refine by himself. And there are even some 4th grade elixirs in the middle stage of nascent soul, who told him to kill more than 10 nascent soul monks. He has very high requirements for elixirs, and will not take those 4th grade elixirs that are of too low quality. In subsequent auctions, he will auction off any 4th grade formation materials, or 4th grade materials related to the puppet mechanism. He makes generous moves, raising the price a lot every time, so that whenever he makes a move, he is sure to hit. Phone launching, who had the best relationship with him, did not speak out to persuade him. This kind of auction was his private matter. More importantly, Li Shiming is a master of alchemy. Every monk knows that the fortune of a master of alchemy is extremely rich. Feng Lanqi was not worried about Li Shiming losing his fortune at all, thinking about the alchemy business that Li Shiming had taken over from the sect. The 4th grade elixir left by Li Shiming in these alchemy businesses alone was an astonishing fortune. Not to mention that Li Shiming's remuneration for alchemy is still higher than that of other alchemy masters. And this income is also extremely high. Li Shiming is still very picky about spiritual objects. He is only interested in 4th grade formation materials and 4th grade puppet mechanism materials. In fact, there are no top-notch refining materials in the auction. His requirement for weapon refining materials was 4th grade upper-level materials. But such weapon refining materials were already scarce. He also requested sword refining materials, which have not appeared until now.
The next auction item is the 4th grade Dragon Sand Secret Crystal, with a starting price of 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones,
Qigao introduced. Li Shiming became interested immediately. He took stock of the available 4th grade elixirs. It was the 4th grade intermediate elixir he had refined. He should be able to take pictures of this 4th grade
Dragon Sand Secret Crystal.
The 4th grade
Dragon Sand Secret Crystal
is the top weapon refining material he has been looking forward to, although it is not a thunder-type material, because the properties of this weapon-making material are peaceful and compatible with the 5 elements and thunder system spiritual power. The most critical
Dragon Sand Secret Crystal, it is extremely hard and can withstand about 40 million 5 nanometer runes. In other words, with his weapon refining ability,
The Dragon Sand Secret Crystal
can be refined into a 4th grade weapon, the Tribulation Flying Sword.
For the Dragon Sand Secret Crystal,
he could use all the accumulated useless 4th grade elixirs, which was also cost effective. After waiting for a while, when he was about to make a quotation, he saw a quotation that made his scalp numb. This quotation far exceeded the quotation he had prepared. Not surprisingly, the 4th grade
Dragon Sand Secret Crystal
was not successfully photographed by him.
Possessing divine vision,
he found the position of the monk who was snatching the
Dragon Sand Secret Crystal
from him through the subtle fluctuations of the on-site formation, which was in the box above.
Fellow Daoist Shui, I wonder which monk is in that box.
Li Shiming turned to ask Shui Miao through sound transmission. That box is prepared for the high-level officials of the major forces. What you are talking about is box number 4, which is the box of Lianhua Temple. The monks in those boxes may be representing the sects in the auction, and some of them are from major sections. The leader of the sect, or the great monk.
Shui Miao didn't know what happened, so she told what she knew. Li Shiming shook his head helplessly. He thought he was rich, but then he realized that his so-called rich net worth was nothing compared to ordinary monks and truly powerful beings. Just as he thought, in the second half of the auction, all the top materials that appeared were taken away by the monks in the box. Even if Li Shiming wanted to grab it, there would be no hope unless he took out the elixir he used for cultivation. But how could he come up with the elixir he used for his own cultivation? Those are all 4th grade high-level elixirs, which are at the theoretical extreme quality of alchemy. If such a 4th grade high-level elixir is taken out, the trouble it will cause will be huge. He could only watch pieces of top-notch materials being missed in front of him. Only then did he understand how precious the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron given to him by his second senior brother Yushan was. This kind of top-notch 4th grade weapon refining material is rarely circulated outside. Even if you encounter it, it will be snatched away by big forces. In fact, if Li Shiming really wanted to accumulate wealth, it would be very easy. Not only relying on alchemy, he can use 4th grade low-level refining materials to refine 4th grade high-level magic weapons. This kind of weapon refining ability can bring him great benefits every time he refines a magic weapon. But he didn't dare to do this. Being too good was not a good thing. He had already experienced this in Beishu continent. If he really wants to go all out to refine weapons, it will be enough to affect the foundation of a big force. Other big forces will never let this happen. In the 10,000 Beasts sect, there are not many monks who actually possess 4th grade high-level magic weapons. The restriction of 4th grade high-level magic weapons is the refining materials. If a normal monk wants to refine a 4th grade high-grade magic weapon, he needs to use a 4th grade high-grade weapon refining material to successfully refine it. But in the computer room space, Li Shiming customized the design of the magic weapon Z15 according to the refining materials, and then used the refining technique with a precision of 5 nanometers to create a magic weapon that can transcend the limitations of the material itself. If the cultivators of the 10,000 Beasts sect were to have a 4th grade high-level magic weapon, the balance of power in the Eastern Qi continent would be broken. At that time, big forces will definitely attack Li Shiming and either capture him or directly kill him to solve the problem. This is true for refining weapons. And so is refining alchemy. Li Shiming has been carefully controlling the performance of his alchemy ability, leaving himself some room. At the end of the auction, Li Shiming hardly made any moves in the second half, which made him feel bad.
Junior brother Li, you don't look very happy. Did you not take the photo of the spiritual object you like?
When leaving the auction, Feng Lanqin saw that Li Shiming was in a bad mood and couldn't help but ask.
I just realized that I'm so poor. I didn't get any of the top-notch 4th grade materials I was looking for,
Li Shiming said without hiding anything. Feng Lanqin looked at Li Shiming speechlessly. Li Shiming had only been in the clan for a long time and already had such a net worth, which nascent soul cultivator doesn't have to accumulate hundreds of years to be able to bid for the materials he likes and refine the most suitable magic weapon for himself.
Actually, you don't need to auction it. Every few years, the sect will release several pieces of top-notch 4th grade materials. You only need contribution points to redeem them. If you accumulate more contribution points, that's it.
Feng Lanqin shook her head, said, after all, Li Shiming joined the sect relatively recently, and he didn't know many things about the sect. Although the contribution points for redeeming the sect's 4th grade top materials are extremely high, with Li Shiming's alchemy ability, as long as he does more sect alchemy tasks, it will be much easier than other nascent soul monks. On the 5th day, Li Shiming was invited to go But he did not go with phone launching. The main reason was that this gathering was an internal gathering among alchemy masters. This gathering was not on one of the 3 open peaks, but on another one. Probably only as an alchemy master can he break some rules. After entering the mountain formation, a Taoist boy led him. This Taoist boy has the aura of elixir on his body, and he can tell that he is an elixir boy. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw a huge alchemy furnace. 9 alchemy masters were talking around the alchemy furnace. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw Master Jiang Hong of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and another Master Xia Lang who rarely interacted with them. Of course, Master Sui, who invited him to come, was also included.
Masters, this is Master Li Shizhen whom I invited. His level of alchemy is so high that I am ashamed of myself.
Master Yu introduced to the alchemy masters with a smile.
Li Shizhen has met all the masters, and Master Yu is too praised,
Li Shiming said with a smile and bow. All the alchemy masters returned the gift one after another. But Master Jiang Hong and Master Xia Lang, who were both members of the 10,000 Beast sect, behaved a little strangely. The relationship between Master Jiang Hong and Li Shiming is no longer what it was at the beginning. The contradiction between the 2 parties has become prominent, and it is impossible to return to it before. Master Xia Lang is an alchemy master of the dragon lineage. He is not from the same school as Li Shiming, so naturally he has a bad relationship with Li Shiming. At first, Master Xia Lang wanted to win over Li Shiming to join the dragon family, but Li Shiming refused. Li Shiming didn't pay attention to the attitudes of Master Jiang Hong and Master Xia Lang. He smiled and exchanged contact information with the alchemy masters to get to know each other. Now he has truly integrated into the world of immortal cultivation in Dongqi continent, and has interacted with other alchemy masters as an alchemy master. This is very important. Although his reputation was great in the past, it was limited to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Even if his reputation spread, without the support of actual alchemy deeds, this reputation could not last long outside. After getting to know each other, the alchemy masters returned to the previous topic and began to discuss alchemy. Li Shiming also noticed the alchemy furnace in the room. This huge alchemy furnace was more than 4 meters high and was made of a variety of 4th grade high-grade materials. This is probably the highest quality 4th grade alchemy furnace he has ever seen. It is not only the quality of the materials used in the alchemy furnace, but also the high-level methods used to refine it. It is definitely not something that ordinary weapon refiners can refine. What concerned him the most was the extremely high spirituality of this alchemy furnace. He even doubted whether there was a weapon spirit in the alchemy furnace.
Master Li, are you also interested in the Tai Chu Ding? Unfortunately, the weapon spirit of the Tai Chu Ding is too strict. Until now, no alchemy master has been recognized by the weapon spirit. The Tai Chu Ding has never had an owner.
Master Yu came. When he arrived next to Li Shiming, he introduced the alchemy furnace in front of Li Shiming. Chapter 548, Recognizing the Master.
Master Yu, if there are monks who are recognized by the spirit of the Tai Chu tripod, will the Tai Chu sect still send the Tai Chu tripod away?
Li Shiming asked curiously. This Tai Chu tripod can be named after Tai Chu of the Tai Chu sect, which shows that the Tai Chu sect still attaches great importance to it.
Ba, the Tai Chu sect has used this tripod to hold countless gatherings of alchemy masters for more than 3,000 years, and no alchemy master has ever succeeded in recognizing him as his master.
Master Guangyan from Lianhua Temple on the side said out loud. Although Master Guangyan is a monk, he may be a master of alchemy himself and rarely participates in intrigues among monks. Therefore, he maintains a true temperament and speaks very directly. Li Shiming cannot detect any ill will towards the Tai Chu sect.
Master Guangyan, this is not right. The Tai Chu bouting is placed here. If you didn't try many times,
you would have sent it away long ago if you could really recognize the master.
Master, you disagreed and retorted. In fact, he also knew that the sect placed the Tai Chu tripod here, and almost every gathering of alchemy masters would be here. It could attract many alchemy masters to take the initiative every time, which was the role of the Tai Chu tripod. You must know that the alchemy master is very busy. He usually has no time. Even if the alchemy master of a large sect sends an invitation, it is difficult to organize multiple alchemy masters to attend at one time. But it's different with the Tai Chu bouting. A top-notch alchemy furnace is enough to attract alchemy masters. Master Yu is even more aware that the Tai Chu tripod has not been recognized as its owner for more than 3,000 years. The Tai Chu sect has also not been recognized as its owner for more than 1,000 years. Once this kind of magic weapon with a weapon spirit cannot recognize its owner for a long time. The weapon spirit will always be consumed and unable to receive spiritual energy replenishment from the owner. The weapon spirit will slowly weaken until the weapon spirit dies. Therefore, after the Taichu sect discovered that the spirit of the Taichu tripod was too weird and could not recognize its owner, it released it and publicly stated that as long as an alchemy master could recognize it as its owner, the Taichu tripod would be given away.
The spirit of Taichu Baoding is too paranoid, and I can't influence it even with Buddhist teachings.
Master Guangyan shook his head and said helplessly,
Master Li, why don't you give it a try?
Master Yu said to Li Shiming with a smile.
Yes, Master Li, give it a try. If you can really recognize the master, you will be heartbroken.
Master Guangyan also said with a smile.
I would like to see the Taichu Baoding.
Li Shiming also became curious and nodded. He came to the Taichu Ding. The two alchemy masters who were next to the Taichu Ding saw him coming and took the initiative to give up their positions. If they really wanted to be able to refine and identify their master, these two alchemy masters would have been able to do it long ago. Li Shiming released his spiritual consciousness and contacted the Taichu Baoding. To his surprise, he successfully contacted the spirit of the instrument. The weapon spirit did not have any other communication, but only raised a question about alchemy. This question is very difficult, but with the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, Li Shiming was able to answer it easily. Qi Ling did not stop asking questions and asked a second question. The difficulty of this question increased again. Li Shiming quickly got the answer from Z15, and he passed the answer to the weapon spirit through his spiritual consciousness. Qi Ling asked one question after another, covering almost every process of alchemy. The difficulty was so deep that in many cases, if it weren't for Z15, the amount of calculations and knowledge coverage would be beyond the ability of a normal alchemy master to answer. Even if you can answer, it will take a lot of time to think. But the time given by the weapon spirit is very short.
How many levels can Master Li reach?
Master Guangyan asked with a smile. It is rare for a new alchemy master to attend the party and be tested by the weapon spirit of Taichu Baoding. All the alchemy masters here have also undergone the test of the weapon spirit, and their progress is different. Although the test of the weapon spirit cannot truly judge the level of an alchemy master who can answer more questions and pass more levels will not be inferior in his actual alchemy ability. Most importantly, every alchemy master here agrees that the more alchemy masters pass the level, the greater the potential of their alchemy ability, and the higher the room for improvement in their alchemy level.
10 levels at most.
Master Jiang Hong replied calmly. He knew Li Shiming very well, and it was he who introduced Li Shiming to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Although Li Shiming's alchemy skills made him jealous, Li Shiming's alchemy ability was very high. But after all, Li Shiming was too young and came from a casual cultivator. Even though Li Shiming received the alchemy inheritance from the 10,000 Beasts sect, the time he received the alchemy inheritance was too short. He had too little contact with top alchemy knowledge,
and the corresponding background was too weak. Even the 10 levels were proposed by Master Jiang Hong after he had a high opinion of Li Shiming.
It seems that Master Jiang is not optimistic about Master Li.
Master Yu's eyes flashed, and he said with a faint smile. He continued,
I judge that Master Li can pass the 15 levels.
He discovered that Master Jiang Hong was not as kind to Li Shiming as rumored, but rather hostile. According to rumors, Master Li was introduced into the sect by Master Jiang Hong. The 9 alchemy masters stood aside, looking at Li Shiming and discussing the matter of the weapon spirit. Suddenly, they all stopped their discussion and looked at Li Shiming and Taichu Baoding. The brilliance on the surface of Taichu Baoding circulated, and Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness entered the interior of Taichu Baoding. This has never happened before.
How long has it been since then? How many questions did Qi Ling give Master Li?
Master Guangyan asked in disbelief. Of course, he didn't know how much time had passed. As a venerable, he was extremely sensitive to time. He was just surprised that the communication time between Li Shiming and Qi Ling was too short. Normally, Qi Ling would only ask more than 10 questions in such a long time.
I wonder how many questions there are in total. Has Master Li really recognized the Taichu tripod as its owner?
This was the exclamation of another alchemy master. No monk knows how many questions there are about the Taichu Baoding weapon spirit. But the alchemy master who knows the most answers can no longer answer 36 questions. But in this short period of time, how could Li Shiming answer 36 questions? Let alone let the weapon spirit recognize its owner.
Master Yu, has the spirit of the weapon been released?
Master Jianghong asked Master Yu. Master Yu was also stunned. Originally, he only recognized Li Shiming's alchemy skills and introduced him to communicate. Who would have thought that Li Shiming would directly claim the Taichu tripod, which was used by the Taichu sect to attract alchemy masters, as its owner? Until now, he has not come back to his senses. As for the weapon spirit releasing water, this is simply impossible. The weapon spirit is so strict and has an extremely weird temper. No matter which alchemy master there is, he will never have a different attitude. Is it true that the number of questions for the weapon spirit is constantly increasing, and it needs to be answered within a certain period of time? If it cannot be answered, it will be regarded as a failure. Every alchemy master can only accept the test of the weapon spirit again every 10 years. Li Shiming was communicating with the spirit of the weapon at this time, and he convinced the spirit of the weapon with his knowledge. No matter what questions the weapon spirit raises, no matter how difficult the questions are, in front of the natal magic weapon Z15, these questions can be answered in a few breaths at most. After the weapon spirit was impressed, he took the initiative to open himself up and let Li Shiming's consciousness imprint Li Shiming's spiritual mark on the weapon spirit's body. After Li Shiming and the weapon spirit recognized their master, a huge amount of information came from the weapon spirit. These were all the alchemy knowledge stored by the weapon spirit. The artifact spirit of the Taichu tripod is very peculiar. After the Taichu tripod was first refined, it was used by the 3 top alchemy masters of the Taichu sect at the time because of its extremely high quality and its certain help in improving the quality of alchemy. 3 alchemy masters have used Taichu Baoding for nearly 1,000 years, and many alchemy masters have continued to use it since. During this period, the weapon spirit continued to absorb the alchemy knowledge of these alchemy masters, and the weapon spirit continued to grow until one day, the weapon spirit grew to a point where the theoretical level exceeded that of its master. After the death of this master, other alchemy masters wanted to refine the Taichu tripod, but they did not get the approval of the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit does not want its master to be worse than its own theoretical level, and the weapon spirit is very stubborn. Although the weapon spirit has no owner, its learning and progress has not stopped. It continues to consolidate the knowledge it has learned, and its alchemy knowledge reserve is still growing. The more this is the case, the lower the possibility of passing the weapon spirit test. If he had not met Li Shiming, Taichu Baoding would not be able to recognize its owner even if it took thousands of years, until the energy of the weapon spirit in Taichu Baoding was completely consumed and the weapon spirit died. Li Shiming waved his hand, and the huge Taichu Baoding flashed with light, turning into a small alchemy furnace and falling into his palm.
Congratulations to Master Li for getting this tripod,
Master Guangyan said with a big smile and clasped his hands. The other alchemy masters had different expressions, but they all expressed congratulations. In any case, Li Shiming successfully recognized the Taichu tripod as the owner, which shows that Li Shiming is the absolute strongest existence in terms of alchemy theory. Master Jiang Han looked a little embarrassed. He said that Li Shiming could only pass 10 levels at most. He didn't expect that the slap in the face would come so quickly.
Master Yu, I have refined the Taichu Baoding. Will there be any problem?
Li Shiming asked Master Yu after returning the greetings to the alchemy masters.
Master Li, don't worry. The Taichu tripod has been circulated for thousands of years. The Taichu sect will only congratulate Master Li for successfully recognizing the Taichu tripod as its owner. The Taichu tripod belongs to Master Li.
Master Yu will not propose anything. Objection. If he really wants to say something unwillingly, Taichu sect's face will be lost.
Master Li, I wonder how many questions there are about weapon spirits.
Master Guangyan asked at this time. When he raised this question, all the alchemy masters looked at Li Shiming. They were also concerned about this issue. They all want to know how close they are to passing the test.
There are 100 questions in total.
Li Shiming thought for a while and replied. The 9 alchemy masters all took a deep breath. 100 questions were all answered in such a short period of time. What left them speechless the most was that the most answers among them were only 20, and the highest number in history was 36. It can be said that they are far away from passing the test. The way they looked at Li Shiming was different. Is there such a big gap between them and Li Shiming in the theory of alchemy? In the following time, Li Shiming became the protagonist of the party, and every alchemy master was communicating with him. In particular, Master Jiang Hong and Master Xia Lang, although they were both alchemy masters of the 10,000 Beasts sect, kept embarrassing Li Shiming with various questions, hoping that Li Shiming would not be able to answer and would be embarrassed. Li Shiming kept smiling as he answered the alchemy master's questions. His answers were all to the point, and did not involve too much abyss of knowledge. Unlike when communicating with weapon spirits, if he really wanted to fully answer the alchemy master's questions, it would be equivalent to telling a part of his alchemy inheritance. Where does the weapon spirit's vast alchemy knowledge come from? In addition to the alchemy knowledge mastered by the original masters, it is the knowledge obtained from the answers of the alchemy masters through asking questions again and again. In order to answer the question of the weapon spirit, the alchemy masters used all their methods, and some secret alchemy methods were revealed in answer to the question. Even so, Li Shiming's answer also let the alchemy masters know how high his alchemy theory level is. After the party, Li Shiming returned to the temporary cave with the Taichu Baoding. Sitting in the room, with the Taichu Ding in front of him, he poured the red sun spirit fire into the Taichu Ding. He was about to try the feeling of using a top-grade 4th-grade alchemy furnace, such as the Taichu Baoding, to refine elixirs. But he found that the weapon spirit passed him the idea of controlling the red sun spirit fire. After a slight hesitation, he gave the weapon spirit control of the red yang spiritual fire. Originally, he was thinking of using the Taichu Baoding to refine a furnace of 4th-grade elixir. He had a lot of 4th-grade elixir materials in his hand. Normally, he only needed to refine a furnace of 4th-grade elixir, and the resulting 4th-grade elixir is enough to pay for 3 4th-grade elixir materials that should be delivered. Some of the extra 4th-grade elixir materials were refined in his free time, and most of them were stored in the mustard ring. Qi Ling expressed his desire to try alchemy. Although he was wealthy, he did not want to use 4th-grade elixir materials for Qi Ling to practice. He took out a 3rd-grade elixir material, and without him passing the corresponding elixir recipe to the weapon spirit, the weapon spirit happily started refining the elixir. This should be the first time that Qi Ling made alchemy on his own. But Qi Ling's control of spiritual fire was very precise, almost equivalent to that of a veteran alchemy master. Think about it. The weapon spirit has worked with many alchemy masters, and he is also a weapon spirit who assists in alchemy. He may not have practiced alchemy on his own, but he is extremely familiar with alchemy. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness observed the alchemy process of the weapon spirit. He found that the weapon spirit of Taichu Baoding was extremely intelligent and made almost no mistakes in the alchemy process. Soon, a furnace of 3rd-grade elixir was released. Since the elixir dividing formula such as 101 points pill Ju was not used, this furnace of 3rd-grade elixir was only full elixir, and there was no double full elixir. However, the quality of this furnace of 3rd-grade elixir has reached the level of 3rd-grade high-grade elixir, which has far exceeded Li Shiming's expectations. Chapter 549 Leaving. Li Shiming's consciousness holds the 3rd-grade high-grade elixir. The quality of this batch of 3rd-grade high-grade elixir is not as high as that of the high-grade elixir he refined with 5 nanometers of control in the computer room space. It has reached the ultimate theoretical level. But such a high-quality 3rd-grade advanced elixir is not so easy to refine. Of course, the refining of the 3rd-grade elixir did not show the true alchemy ability. After thinking about it, he took out a piece of the materials for the 4th-grade elixir in the early stage of nascent soul. He also felt that in the process of refining the elixir, the weapon spirit consumed the energy in the Qiyang spiritual fire and the spirit of his master. Fortunately, the consumption during the refining process is very limited. At least to him, this consumption is nothing at all. Therefore, the weapon spirit did not even need to rest, and directly started the 2nd furnace of alchemy. As soon as the 2nd furnace of alchemy began, Li Shiming found that the weapon spirit's control over the spiritual fire was stronger, and the initial awkwardness was gone. Throughout the entire alchemy process, weapon spirit's level of alchemy can only be described as, with ease. It was another furnace full of elixirs, and the quality of its 4th-grade elixir reached the 4th-grade advanced level. Although it only reached the level of beginning to advance to the advanced level, this level was higher than any alchemy master he knew. He felt that if he did not have the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, the computer room space or the divine eye to enhance his control, he would not be able to refine a 4th-grade elixir of this level. This weapon spirit is almost equivalent to a top alchemy master. Different from him, a cheating alchemy master. It's a pity that Qi Ling has not mastered the art of dividing pills. At least, he cannot master the art of dividing pills 100% like Li Shiming. The weapon spirit does not have the control power of 5 nanometers, and cannot seize the moment of using the pill-splitting technique. This weapon spirit is like a pearl in my hand. Li Shiming shook his head and said. However, he thought of his clone Li Yuanba, and he could give the Taichu Baoding to Li Yuanba to use in the future. Of course, you can't do that in a short time. The Taichu Baoding fell into his hands. This incident will be passed down by many monks for a long time in the future. Only after the incident has passed can we consider handing over the Taichu Baoding to Li Yuanba for use. Li Yuanba did not have the help of the natal magic weapon Z15 and no computer room space. But with the weapon spirit of the Taichu Baoding, it was at least guaranteed that he could act as a very high-level alchemy master. Probably the Taichu sect didn't even know that the weapon spirit of the Taichu tripod had this kind of alchemy ability. If he knew it, he would take back the Taichu tripod even if he broke his promise. This Taichu Baoding is almost equivalent to an immortal top alchemy master. As long as the energy of the weapon spirit is guaranteed, the weapon spirit can continue to make alchemy for the sect. The prerequisite is to let the weapon spirit recognize its owner. Otherwise everything will be in vain. It was naturally impossible for Li Shiming to leak this news. Anyway, the alchemy master's alchemy process was conducted in private. Since he lost interest in the activities and sermons in the next few days, he decided to leave early. This time his gains were not small, and he was eager to give the Xianin fire to his clone Li Yuanba. Now that his realm is sufficient, he will wait for Li Yuanba to reach the great elder level soon. If Li Yuanba does not realize it in a short time and cannot be promoted to the nascent soul stage, he will send Li Yuanba to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The reason why he didn't deliver it before was because his own strength could not guarantee his safety in the ocean. Now the spiritual power of the 5 nascent souls exceeds 2/3, and they can support even continuous battles. Li Shiming couldn't leave like this, so he sent a message to Feng Lanqin, telling him that he had to leave first. Feng Lanqin and Shui Miao arrived at his cave soon. It seemed that they should be nearby.
Master Li, I heard that you recognize the Taichu tripod as its owner.
Shui Miao asked curiously when she saw Li Shiming. She got the news, but she couldn't believe it. The reputation of the Taichu tripod is very great. This reputation does not mean that the Taichu tripod has such a high reputation because of its high quality. It is because the Taichu tripod has not been recognized by the master of alchemy for thousands of years. Ordinary monks are not interested in a top-notch 4th-grade alchemy furnace. They are just curious after hearing that they cannot recognize its master. Therefore, when they learned that Li Shiming recognized the Taichu tripod as its owner, most of the monks who heard the news regarded it as a strange news. Only alchemy masters who have come into contact with the Taichu tripod understand how difficult it is to identify the Taichu tripod as its owner. And they know the significance of Li Shiming being able to identify the Taichu tripod as its owner. Shui Miao was a monk from Taichu sect with a strong background. She knew more about Taichu Baoding than other monks, which made her even more curious.
Yes, I have better luck,
Li Shiming admitted with a smile.
Several alchemy masters from the sect almost had a quarrel. They all want to come and compete with you. You might as well leave as soon as possible.
Shui Miao revealed some news. Li Shiming shook his head helplessly. Even if the Taichu sect wanted to take back the Taichu tripod, he would not agree. Any monk who is recognized as the master of Taichu Baoding, regardless of his own alchemy level, the weapon spirit alone can make him a top alchemy master. As long as there are forces who know this, his master will be in big trouble.
Junior brother Li, you and I should lead together,
Feng Lanqin said with some worry. Li Shiming got a lot of benefits this time, and Li Shiming's own value made Li Shiming extremely attractive. Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon. These 2 spiritual pets allow any monk who gets 2 spiritual pets to greatly improve the bloodline of his phoenix and dragon spiritual pets. Li Shiming has refined 4th-grade elixirs for many monks, and has completed a large number of 4th-grade elixir refining tasks for sections. The intercepted 4th-grade elixirs alone are a huge amount. Li Shiming got the Taichu tripod again, a top-quality 4th-grade alchemy furnace. Although it is difficult to accept it, as long as there is the power of the alchemy master, if there is a chance, they will take it. If you really rob Li Shiming, the wealth you can get from Li Shiming is equivalent to a treasure. Feng Lanqin wanted to escort Li Shiming back to the clan with this in mind.
Thank you, Senior Sister Feng. I still have some things to do. If I don't go back to the sect directly, I don't need to bother Senior Sister.
Li Shiming declined with a smile.
Thinking about how much your realm has increased, you should be able to deal with anyone who is not a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. If you really encounter trouble, don't be stingy with life-saving talismans,
Feng Lanqin said solemnly when she saw his refusal. As a disciple of the great monk, life-preserving jade talismans are the basic equipment. This is why Li Shiming became a disciple of the great monk who for a short period of time, if the time had been longer, he would have obtained more treasures. Li Shiming used Thunder Escape and stayed away from the Taichu sect for thousands of miles. It was not until he could no longer feel the breath of the cave that he felt relaxed. He didn't like the feeling of being bound by the cave, especially since this was not his own sex cave.
Masterly, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Senior sister almost couldn't catch up with you.
A charming voice came, and Miyi's figure appeared. Li Shiming looked at the compass in Miyi's hand, and he felt a trace of locking aura on the compass. He didn't expect Miyi to be able to catch up. He used the thunder escape method, which was second only to the
south close to the end
escape method.
Fellow Taoist me, why are you looking for me?
Li Shiming carefully distanced himself from Miyi and asked.
Of course I'm looking for Masterly to make elixirs. I see that Masterly is interested in the materials for the 4th grade puppet mechanism. I can use the materials for the 4th grade puppet mechanism as a reward and ask the master to make elixirs for me,
Miyi said with a smile. Li Shiming was startled. He did not expect that Miyi came to ask for elixirs.
Yes, but not recently. Let's contact you again when I'm free.
He thought for a while and replied. His realm has improved too fast. He needs to retreat for a while when he goes back this time. In addition, he also needs to go back to the sect to ask someone to investigate Miyi's information. He doesn't want to cause trouble for himself.
Masterly, it's settled,
Miyi said with a chuckle after getting Li Shiming's contact information. Miyi really had no other ideas. Her idea was to make friends with Li Shiming and continue to deepen the relationship. She had studied Li Shiming's information and found that Li Shiming's alchemy ability was likely to be somewhat reserved. This could be guessed from his extremely stable alchemy ability. In fact, it's not just her. Many monks have doubts about this. But Li Shiming's alchemy ability is already extremely high. And most monks can't believe that Li Shiming's alchemy ability will be even higher. Regardless of whether Li Shiming had any reservations about his alchemy ability, his demonstrated alchemy ability alone was enough for Miyi to make friends with him. Miyi was also helpless. There were many alchemy masters in the Jiri sect, but their level was really far behind Li Shiming. The benefits generated from a piece of spiritual elixir material refined by Li Shiming are several times greater than those produced by the alchemy master of the Hidden Sun sect.
How did you find me?
Li Shiming asked, looking at the compass in Miyi's hand. He guessed that Miyi could track him because of the function of the compass.
This is the 1,000-mile inspiration plate, a unique magic weapon of the Hidden Sun sect. It can trace the owner of the breath within 1,000 miles through a beam of breath.
Miyi did not mean to hide it, and handed the compass in her hand to Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming did not pick up the compass, but just scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and took it back. In his spirit, the natal magic weapon Z15 has built a model of the 1,000 miles inspiration plate. Z15 will conduct in-depth research on this model in the next period of time. Maybe it won't be long before he can study the principles of the 1,000 miles Ouija plate. Of course, knowing the principle does not necessarily mean you will be able to copy the 1,000 miles inspirational plate. Magical weapons with special abilities, such as the 1,000 miles spiritual plate, generally require special materials to be refined. Li Shiming and Miyi separated, and Miyi did not use mental attacks, which confirmed his idea that Miyi really wanted to make friends with him. Whether to accept Miyi's alchemy business still needs to be verified by multiple parties. If there are no problems, he is willing to make alchemy for Miyi. And then, he can get some unique 4th grade spiritual objects from the Hidden Sun sect. Since this place was too close to the Taichu sect, he did not use
south close to the end of the world,
but continued to use Thunder Escape to fly towards the distance.
Who is it again?
He didn't fly for long before he sensed the locked aura. This is the result of the life magic weapon Z15 after studying the 1,000 miles spiritual disc. Although there is no way to copy the 1,000 miles spiritual disc, it has found the theoretical basis for the 1,000 miles spiritual disc to lock the breath. Through reverse research, Z15 was able to discover the lock on the 1,000 miles Ouija plate. At first, he thought it was Miyi chasing after him again. But after seeing Mu Jing's figure, he knew trouble was coming. Mu Jing of the Hidden Sun sect showed hostility towards him when he was in the Taichu sect, an elite nascent soul monk from the Hidden Sun sect. Although he didn't know much about Mu Jing, but to be able to participate in the Taichu sect's grand gathering, Mu Jing's background must not be simple.
Li Shizhen, did you meet me just now?
Mu Jing's face was flushed with anger, and he shouted as he flew close to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was not affected by his shouting. When he saw Mu Jing, he summoned the ghost. The phantom dragon was invisible beside him, and 2 golden corpses were guarding him. He would not underestimate the sun at all, the elite Yuanying monk of the sect. This is not the nascent soul rogue cultivation. The magic weapons and secret techniques it masters are not comparable to the nascent soul rogue cultivation. As soon as Tian Gui came out, he issued a warning to him, and Tian Gui discovered the approaching fourth-grade ghost. Sure enough, Mu Jing was not as reckless as he seemed. If he were so reckless, he might not be able to survive in the Hidden Sun sect. Mu Jing showed anger just to let the fourth-grade ghost get closer to Li Shiming. But Li Shiming didn't know what secret method could enable the fourth-grade ghost to hide its aura, making it impossible for him to detect it with his spiritual consciousness. Although the heavenly ghost is also unable to be sensed by monks of the same level, the heavenly ghost has this ability because it has been fused with the outer SHL of the heavenly demon. Li Shiming sensed the location of the fourth-grade ghost through his connection with the ghost. Although the invisibility method used by the fourth-grade ghost was weird and could prevent him from detecting it, it had no effect on existences such as the ghost. Kill it! Li Shiming issued an order to Tian Gui. After Tian Gui was promoted to the 4th level, this was the first time he went into battle. If one of Li Shiming's brains had not been closely connected with the heavenly ghosts, no monk would have noticed this confrontation between the 4th-grade heavenly ghosts and the 4th-grade ghosts. It can't be said to be a confrontation. The 4th-grade ghost couldn't find the sky ghost. The sky ghost came to the side of the 4th-grade ghost and opened his mouth. The Tiangui's mouth was larger than the size of the 4th-grade ghost, and he swallowed the 4th-grade ghost into his mouth in one bite. The face of Mu Jing, who was approaching, suddenly changed. Even though he was shouting angrily and flying towards Li Shiming, his speed was kept under control, and he was still far away from Li Shiming. He was prepared to wait for the 4th-grade ghost to succeed before actually taking action against Li Shiming. This caution came from the daily intrigues in the Hidden Sun sect. The heavenly ghost devoured the 4th-grade ghost. Since Mu Jing had a spiritual contract with the 4th-grade ghost, the spiritual contract was also devoured during the devouring process. After the 4th-grade ghost was swallowed into the mouth of the Tian Gui, the spiritual contract was instantly broken. Chapter 550 Escape. Mu Jing's reaction was beyond Li Shiming's expectation. After sensing the backlash caused by the death of the 4th-grade ghost, his first reaction was to turn around and run away, without any thought of fighting Li Shiming. Li Shiming couldn't help but be startled. Mu Jing's reaction was not like that of a nascent soul monk. Mu Jing was able to live under the influence of the Yinri sect, and had her own way of survival. He originally wanted to sneak attack Li Shiming, but after finding out that the sneak attack failed, he had no idea of fighting Li Shiming here. This area still belongs to the Taichu sect's sphere of influence. He, a demon cultivator, is fighting an alchemy master from another righteous sect within the sphere of influence of this righteous sect. As long as the time drags on a little longer, some Taichu sect monks will come to help. Mu Jing turned around and ran away was the best choice. Li Shiming was stunned. He had not entered Li Shiming's attack range. By the time Li Shiming wanted to take action, he had already escaped 15 kilometers away. Li Shiming did not use the end of the world to pursue him. There would be monks arriving here at any time. He did not want to expose his trump card of magical power. As long as no monk knows that he has mastered the divine foot power, his safety will be higher. And using the divine foot power in times of danger will be even more unexpected. Li Shiming waved his hand, and the 4th-grade black armor puppet appeared beside him. On the shoulders of the 4th-grade black armor puppet, the newly developed electromagnetic gun has become its strongest state, and the 20-meter cannon flashes with lightning. The 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon was sent into the cannon body. As the 4th-grade black armor puppet introduced its own energy into the electromagnetic gun, it activated the electromagnetic gun's thunder pattern. The terrifying 4th-grade thunder and lightning was converted into an electromagnetic field, and the 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon was pushed and launched by the electromagnetic field. The distance of 20 meters allowed the 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon to be fully accelerated. Mu Jing, who was escaping, sensed extreme danger. He instantly took out a jade talisman and was about to activate it. But the speed at which the 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon was launched by the electromagnetic gun was too fast, and it only hit his body in an instant. This is the first time that the new electromagnetic gun has been used in actual combat since its introduction. Mu Jing was also unlucky. If he had used a defensive magic weapon to protect his whole body, he could have at least weakened the impact of the 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon a little. But in order to escape faster, and because he was extremely confident in his escape, Mu Jing stayed away from Li Shiming. He did not believe that Li Shiming was still able to attack him from a distance. His idea was not wrong. Without the ultra-long-range electromagnetic gun, Li Shiming could easily escape without using, so far, the 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon launched by the electromagnetic gun is a perfect combination of technology and puppet mechanics. It is the first fourth-grade weapon developed by Li Shiming that is mainly based on technology. Its attack speed is accelerated by the powerful electromagnetic field transformed by the super-powerful fourth-grade lightning, exceeding the speed of any flying sword in this world. And its effective attack distance reaches hundreds of miles. The so-called effective attack distance on the electromagnetic gun refers to the distance at which the launched fourth-grade cone-shaped magic weapon is at an extremely high speed. Mu Jing only felt a pain in his abdomen. A big hole was punched out in his abdomen, and a fourth-grade cone-shaped magic weapon penetrated his body. The jade talisman in his hand was activated, and at the same time, the injury on his abdomen suddenly disappeared, and one of his left legs turned into blood mist. His nascent soul flew out of his body, and through the secret method inspired by the jade talisman, using the blood mist as a medium, he fled into the distance with his broken body. Li Shiming wanted to let the fourth-grade black armor puppet attack again, but it would take a while for the next attack. After the fourth-grade cone-shaped magic weapon penetrated Mu Jing's body, the automatic return rune on it was activated. After one breath, the fourth-grade cone-shaped magic weapon appeared in the electromagnetic gun. But it was already too late. With such a long interval, Mu Jing had already escaped from the electromagnetic gun's attack range. Li Shiming saw clearly the results of the electromagnetic gun through his clairvoyance. He found that the power of the electromagnetic gun was still very strong. The reason why it failed to kill Mu Jing was not because the electromagnetic gun was not powerful. Under normal circumstances, the nascent soul monk would be disabled even if he suffered such a serious injury. But as Mu Jing was an elite monk of the Hidden Sun sect, when he was fatally attacked, a special life-saving secret method was activated. He transferred the fatal injury to his left leg, resolving the fatal blow at the expense of his left leg. Then he used the blood mist formed by his left leg to activate blood escape from nascent soul. He was extremely decisive throughout the entire escape process. Li Shiming still knew something about the life-saving secret method used by Mu Jing. This life-saving secret method at the cost of a limb was indeed very useful. But it was not without cost. Under normal circumstances, if a nascent soul monk loses a left leg, he can recover the lost left leg by taking the amputated limb rebirth elixir that matches his realm. However, the left leg lost by using the secret method of life-saving by amputating limbs has a certain power of rules. To restore the left leg is not the same level of amputated limb regeneration elixir that can be effective. If you want to restore your left leg, you must use the advanced limb regeneration elixir to break the limitations of the power of rules.
Running so fast!
Li Shiming shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself. He did not pursue him. Whether Mu Jing lost a left leg or used blood escape to fight his injured body, it would take a long time to recover afterward. This place is not a remote place, and the methods he can use are limited. He put away the spiritual pet and the golden corpse. Mu Jing was too cautious, leaving the spiritual pet and the golden corpse useless. He put on a fourth-grade color-changing cloak and drew several runes on his body. This was the solution developed by Z15, the natal magic weapon, for the 1,000-mile spiritual plate of the Hidden Sun sect. Several runes were used to disrupt the tracking of the 1,000-mile spiritual plate. His body disappeared on the spot, and he used the fourth-grade color-changing cloak to enter a state of invisibility. He first used Thunder Escape and flew for a while. When he was really far away from the range of Taichu sect, he used
South close to the end of the world
to accelerate his movement, returning to the secret cave under the water pool again. The cave was filled with cold energy, especially the space where the clone Li Yuanba was. The cold energy was even more intense. At this time, Li Yuanba's body had transformed into a silver corpse, and the aura on his body was much stronger than when he left last time. Li Shiming took out Xianin fire and threw it towards Li Yuanba. In the corpse refining state, Li Yuanba opened his mouth and swallowed the
Xianin fire
into his body. In the process of swallowing it into the body, Li Yuanba created a magic formula to refine the Xianin fire. The
Xianin fire
is in its weakest state. Although his strength is only in the late stage of the golden elixir, it is still extremely easy to refine the
Xianin fire
in its weakest state. As the magic formula entered the Xianin fire, a connection was created between the Xianin fire and him. Xianin fire was recognized as its master, and it did not need his command. After entering the body, it automatically found the location of the corpse pill. The
Xianin fire
floats above the corpse pill, and the
evil corpse spirit record
practiced by Li Yuanba converts the yin and cold energy in the environment into yin and cold spiritual power and enters the corpse pill. At this time, the Xianing fire is still at the lowest level, and the cold energy absorbed is almost negligible. However, Xianing fire has found the best environment, and its improvement speed is still very fast. Soon the Xianing fire was promoted from the first level to the second level. Every time it absorbs some cold spiritual power, the Xianing fire will grow rapidly. After another stick of incense, the Xianing fire was promoted to the third level again. After reaching the third level, the growth rate of Xianing fire has slowed down. But at its current growth rate, it only takes dozens of days to be promoted to the fourth level. Of course, this is the most ideal situation. Li Yuan by himself is still in the golden elixir stage and cannot promote the Xianing nether fire to the fourth level. He has to wait until he is promoted to the nascent soul stage before he can promote the Xianing nether fire to the fourth level. Fire was promoted to the fourth level. Li Shiming took out some fourth-grade corpse refining materials. Although these fourth-grade corpse refining materials have limited growth in Li Yuanba's corpse refining state, they can still speed up Li Yuanba's cultivation to a certain extent. Without staying here any longer, he used south close to the end of the world to leave this cave. The vibration from the Jade Identity Disc startled Li Shiming, who was flying, and he took out the Jade Identity Disc. He had entered the sphere of influence of the 10,000 Beasts sect. He thought it was a message from a friend. But after taking out the Jade Plate of Identity, he discovered that it was a signal for help. The signal for help is a signal sent by the monks of the sect to ask for support from their fellow disciples when they are in danger. Generally, every sect monk has a free opportunity to call for help. After that, if he uses the call for help signal, he will have to pay a certain amount of contribution points. This is to prevent any sect monks from using the request for help signal at will. The level of the request for help signal is very high. As long as the sect monks outside receive the request for help signal, they must go to help. As a monk of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Li Shiming naturally has to abide by the rules. If he ignores the call for help when there is no urgent matter for the sect, he will be punished by the sect after returning to the sect. According to the direction of the call for help, he took off his fourth-grade color-changing cloak, revealed his body, and flew towards the target location. In his body, Mu Lei Nascent Soul held the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand. He stopped the training of several nascent souls. He would not take it lightly. He also kept 4 nascent souls in a state of cultivation when fighting was needed. The Shan'ais saw the situation first, and the 2 nascent soul cultivators were chasing each other and escaping. Both nascent soul monks used the nascent soul dharma, and the rocks and plants on the ground were shattered wherever they passed. Not to mention the living creatures. Even the aftermath of the battle inadvertently leaked by the 2 nascent soul dharma primes had a great impact on the surrounding environment. This is also the reason why Yuanying monks rarely use Yuanying's dharma on the ground. The damage to the environment is too great, and this damage is affected by the rules of Yuanying, making it extremely difficult to restore the environment.
Senior brother Song, let me help you.
Li Shiming recognized the monk who was being chased. It was Senior Uncle Song who had come to him to make alchemy. Of course, he has been promoted to the nascent soul stage, and Senior Uncle Song has become Senior Brother Song.
Be careful. He is Xiong Long from the Gu Feng sect.
Senior Brother Song quickly warned when he saw Li Shiming coming to help. Li Shiming didn't know Xiong Long from the Gu Feng sect. He knew that recently there was friction between the Wan Beast sect and the Gu Feng sect, but he never thought that the monks from the Gu Feng sect would dare to come here to hunt down the Wan Beast sect. Monk, you must know that although this place is still far away from the mountain gate of the 10,000 Beast sect, it is already within the sphere of influence of the 10,000 Beast sect. Senior Brother Song was not very happy after seeing Li Shiming. The main reason was that he knew that Li Shiming had not been promoted to the nascent soul stage for a long time. Although he became a disciple of Brother Hu, he would not believe how strong he was. Of Li Shiming since Xiong Long's realm, his strength in the early stage of Yuanying surpassed him in terms of total spiritual power. But the excess was limited, and he was still far away from the peak of the early stage of Yuanying. In theory, Xiong Long's strength should be similar to Li Shiming's. Li Shiming was very happy to see that he was the best opponent.
Senior Brother Song, fly upward!
Li Shiming shouted loudly, and at the same time Mu Lei Yuanying displayed the Yuanying Dharma form, protecting his body within the Yuanying Dharma appearance. Mu Lei Nascent Soul Technique pointed at Xiong Rong, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and blasted towards Xiong Rong.
Lei Xiao!
Xiong had long sensed the aura of Lei Xiao on Li Shiming. When the lightning came, a layer of armor made of golden earth spiritual power appeared on his body. Li Shiming's Mulei Nascent Soul method contained the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his body, and did not take it out for use. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is too powerful, and belongs to the 4th grade weapon Tribulation Magic Weapon. With Senior Brother Song beside him, he does not want other monks to know the existence of the 4th grade weapon Tribulation Magic Weapon. He has too many secrets, and if he is not careful, he will cause big trouble. But even without using the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, his combat power has been greatly improved compared to before. This thunder and lightning hit Xiong. The earth defense spell used by Xiong is one of the strongest defensive spells. In particular, the earth's spiritual power is extremely resistant to lightning. Part of the power was resisted. The aftermath only made Xiong's hair stand up, and his eyes were full of surprise.
"This is thunder!"
Xiong exclaimed as he felt the aftermath of the thunder and lightning. Although Lei Xiao has mastered the sky thunder, it can also attract the attention of other monks. Because among Lei Xiao, those who can transform lightning into sky thunder are really rare. Every one of them is a powerful thunder cultivator in the legend.
"Junior Brotherly, let me help you."
Senior Brother Song did not run away. He turned around and said. The reason why he called him Junior Brotherly instead of Masterly was because he didn't want Xiong to know Li Shiming's identity as an alchemy master. If Xiong knew Li Shiming's identity as an alchemy master, Xiong would probably deal with Li Shiming with all his strength, even at any cost. Seriously injuring or killing an alchemy master like Li Shiming would definitely deal a blow to the 10,000 Beasts sect, and also make the Gu Feng sect famous.
"Senior Brother Song, there's no need to come over. You leave first,"
Li Shiming said with a frown. He sensed that Senior Brother Song had been injured, especially since Senior Brother Song had not summoned his spiritual pet. It was very likely that Senior Brother Song's spiritual pet was more seriously injured and had been put away. Chapter 551 Rescue. The Mulei Nascent Soul Dharma does not send out a bolt of thunder and lightning. The most common thunder and lightning spell in the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
is a single-point thunder and lightning attack spell. It consumes relatively little, but is very powerful. When Li Shiming cast the lightning spell, he used 5 brains to activate the lightning spell at the same time. Although he wanted to have a fair fight with Xiong, he did not use the natal magic weapon of Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, and he did not have other thunder magic weapons. So he used 5 brains to make up for the problem of not having the help of thunder magic weapons. The Mulei Yuanying Dharma phase continuously outputs thunder and lightning at intervals of 3 thunder and lightning spells in one breath. In the past, Li Shiming did not dare to use this kind of tactic, because the spiritual power in Yuanying's body was insufficient. So how could he dare to consume it like this? At that time, just maintaining the appearance of the Yuanying was already too much for the Yuanying to maintain for a long time. Not to mention the consumption of casting spells in the form of the Yuanying. But it's different now. It's equivalent to a state where he has practiced hard for 100 years, allowing him to squander the spiritual power in Yuanying's body wantonly. The spiritual power in Yuanying's body is enough for him to fight for a long time without worrying about insufficient spiritual power.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! Continuous thunder and lightning fell on Xiong's body. Although the earth's spiritual armor on Xiong's body blocked most of the power, it still affected Xiong's speed. Xiong wanted to get close to Mulei Nascent Soul, but the continuous thunder and lightning prevented him from increasing his speed. What made him most uncomfortable was that the attack range of the monk on the opposite side was much further than his. From his position, he could only be passively beaten and could not fight back. Senior Brother Song was hesitating. He wanted to turn around and help, but was stopped by Li Shiming. He wanted to escape on his own. But if he really did, if Li Shiming was injured or killed by Xiong, then Brother, who would never let him go when he returned to the sect. Just when he hesitated, he discovered that Li Shiming's strength exceeded his expectations.
How is that possible?
He was shocked in his heart. In just a few years, Li Shiming's strength in the early stage of nascent soul surpassed his own, which made him feel the gap between himself and the real genius. He also discovered that Li Shiming was suppressing Xiong, and Xiong was unable to exert his own strength at all. Xiong was upset by being suppressed by the Mulei Nascent Soul. He shouted loudly, and a golden hammer appeared in front of him. This was his natal magic weapon, the Thick Earth Hammer. The Thick Earth Hammer quickly grew in size, blocking him like a hill. The Thick Earth Hammer is a magic weapon that can be attacked and defended. It is made of 4th grade Earth-type materials. Combined with the spiritual power of the upper earth type, it has amazing defensive power. Coupled with the bonus of the natal magic weapon, Li Shiming's Mulei Nascent Soul method can be used alone. Casting thunder and lightning spells on one's own will not be able to break through the thick earth hammer's defense. After breathing a sigh of relief, he finally had time to use other methods. He tapped his waist with his left hand, and a piece of golden spirit worm flew out of the spirit worm bag on his waist. This is the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insect, an earth-type spiritual insect, consisting of 4 4th grade, 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects, and thousands of 3rd grade, 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects. The 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insect is the 23rd spirit insect on the spirit insect list. Don't underestimate the 23rd ranking. You must know that the spirit insect list is the ranking of spiritual insects in the entire world of immortality. Many spiritual insects on the spiritual insect list are almost extinct. This spiritual insect list was recorded thousands of years ago. As long as the spiritual insects on the list are extremely terrifying existences. Most of Xianglong's reputation comes from the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insect. He has extremely strong defensive capabilities. And the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insect is his strongest spear. Attack! He waved his hand, and all the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects flew towards Li Shiming. The 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects do not fly casually. 4 4th grade, 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects serve as arrows, and the remaining 3rd grade, 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects serve as arrow bodies, forming a 4-arrow formation. Xianglong even used a secret method to bless the 3 Gold Turtle Spirit Insect, so that the 3 Gold Turtle Spirit Insect has been improved in all aspects. Although it is said that most of his reputation comes from the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insect, there are very few monks who have actually seen the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insect in the eyes of Senior Brother Song from a distance. Xianglong was using a 4-short arrow magic weapon, because the arrow formation formed by the 3 Gold Turtle Spirit Insect looked and felt very much like the 4-short arrow magic weapon. However, Li Shiming maintained his spiritual eyes under his Shinnuing. What he saw was different from Senior Brother Song. He saw each of the 3 Gold Turtle Spirit Insects on the 4-short arrow magic weapons, and thought that the Gu Foam sect was good at driving spirit insects. So these should be spirit insects. He has not done much research on spiritual insects. He had obtained a 9 Shao insect scripture when he was in the northern Shu continent. However, the 9 Shao insect scripture is an ancient anti-worm classic, which is very different from the current spirit insects. Difference. Just when the 3 Gold Turtle Spirit Insect appeared, he felt Xiaofeng's excitement. Xiaofeng stayed in the spiritual pet bag, which was a space item prepared by the 10,000 Beasts sect for the spiritual pets. It could allow the spiritual pets to rest better. Xiaofeng was very curious about the outside world. In order to let Xiaofeng stay quietly in the spiritual pet bag, he shared his vision and part of his perception with Xiaofeng. In this way, even if Xiaofeng stays in the spiritual pet bag, she can still see and sense the situation outside. There is no way around this. Xiaofeng is still in his infancy and doesn't have much ability to protect himself. When Li Shiming sensed Xiaofeng's excitement, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaofeng actually wanted to eat these bugs. Xiaofeng is a red golden phoenix. Although there is a spiritual beast in Yuan Dan to provide Xiaofeng with the energy needed for growth. Xiaofeng's growth cycle is still extremely long. But Xiaofeng has an instinct. When it finds the energy it needs, it will take the initiative to ask for it. Li Shiming learned from Xiaofeng that eating these bugs can make Xiaofeng grow faster. In front of Mulei Nascent Soul, a complex spell rune appeared. This was the Thunder Cloud spell, a range attack thunder spell. Although the Mulei Yuaning Faxiang cast the Thunder Cloud spell, it did not affect the casting of the single thunder and lightning spell. There were still 3 thunder and lightning spells per breath. The thunder and lightning spells were aimed at Xiangrong and attacked. 3 thunder and lightning spells fell on the thick earth hammer in each breath. Although they could not attack Xiangrong's nascent soul form, they also made it impossible for Xiangrong to leave the defense built by the thick earth hammer. The 4 short arrows composed of 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects are very fast. But the Thunder Cloud spell is even faster. The Thunder spell is the fastest attacking spell. A thundercloud covered all the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects. Thunder and lightning flashed in the thunder cloud, attacking the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects indiscriminately. Among the 3 Gold Earth Turtle Spirit Insects in Lei Yun's spell, After 10 breaths, not even one of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
died. I don't know whether it's due to the formation of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
or the secret technique used by Xianlong. After being attacked, the
3 gold earth tortoise spirit insects
will disperse all attacks to every
3 gold earth tortoise spirit insects
on the body. The power of the thunder cloud spell is indeed not small, but if it is shared among all the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
in each short arrow formation, the power becomes limited. After the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
withstood one round of attacks from the thunder cloud spell, the 4 short arrow formation rushed out of the range of the thunder cloud spell. At this time, the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
was only 100 meters away from the Mulei Yuaning Dharma form. But the Mulei Yuaning Dharma form did not retreat. If it retreated, it would no longer be able to continue attacking Xianglong. Xianglong lost the suppression of thunder and lightning, and the results he had created before were lost. Of course, Li Shiming is confident when he dares to do this. The Mulei nascent soul opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. This was the secret mental attack method of
the devil enters the ear.
With Li Shiming's current status, he no longer has to worry about trouble for some special things. Like,
the demon's ear
is a technique that simulates the cry of the demon. It is a spiritual attack secret method developed by the natal magic weapon Z15 based on the analysis of the demon's cry. Like the
Yuqing Lei Dian,
he trained to have the power of the sky thunder. Like him possessing the golden corpse, etc. There is no need to keep it secret. Based on his realm at the nascent soul stage, the power of
heavenly demon into the ears
is naturally very different from that at the golden core stage. The demon ears was activated, and an invisible spiritual wave rushed towards the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect.
In the mental fluctuations, there are the spiritual attack runes of the demon simulated by the
human reincarnation art.
It is this rune that gives the demon ears powerful power. During the golden core stage, his simulated
heavenly demon in ears
only had a certain resemblance, and the resemblance alone was enough to influence the golden core stage monks. Now, as his realm improves, the data recorded by the natal magic weapon Z15 about the howling attack of the demon has been reanalyzed, and the spiritual attack runes of the demon have been sorted out. The
human reincarnation technique
has been used to simulate the spiritual attack rune of the demon. Only then did the spiritual attack secret method with the power of the nascent soul stage come into being. Compared with the spiritual attack secret method of
human reincarnation art, heavenly demon's ear
is more suitable for use in battle. The spiritual attack secret method of
human reincarnation art
requires the monk to be led into the spiritual illusion, which is difficult to do in battle. This is also due to his lack of experience in spiritual attacks and lack of guidance from his master. Point related. Even brother who could not give Li Shiming more guidance on spiritual exercises such as the
human reincarnation technique,
let alone guide Li Shiming to use the
human reincarnation technique
in battle. Following the sound of
heavenly demon is in the ears,
the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
all stagnated and stopped flying forward. The formation of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
was also scattered. After being attacked mentally, they could no longer maintain the integrity of their formation. At this time, the Mulei Yuaning Dharma showed the spiritual illusion of the
human reincarnation technique,
and a spiritual rune fell into the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect.
The 4th grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
tried hard to fight against the mental illusion of
humanity reincarnation art,
but the 3rd grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
all fell into the illusion.
The heavenly demon's ear
opened the spiritual defense gap of
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
and then
human reincarnation technique
took advantage of it. Li Shiming can sense the state of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
through the spiritual energy of
humanity reincarnation art.
Xianglong also sensed the status of the
3 gold turtle spirit insect
through the contractual relationship with the
3 gold turtle spirit insect.
He wanted to awaken the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
but he was suppressed by the thunder and lightning spell, and could not leave the defense of the thick earth hammer, and he was too far away from the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
so most secret techniques could not be cast to such a long distance. Originally, he sent the
3 gold turtle spirit insect
to attack Li Shiming because once the
3 gold turtle spirit insect
accepted an order, there was no limit on the attack distance, even if it was thousands of miles away. The
3 gold turtle spirit insect
would always track an attack, unless it receives an order from Xianglong. The
3 gold turtle spirit insects
will continue to attack. But now the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
is a little far away, and he can't get close, leaving the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
in an isolated and helpless state. At this moment, Li Shiming's consciousness moved slightly, and Xiaofeng was released by him. Xiaofeng flapped her small wings, appeared next to the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
and pecked at a third grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect.
The little
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
even if it loses the blessing of formation and secret method, its defensive power is still extremely powerful. But at this time, the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
encountered its nemesis. Xiaofeng's sharp beak easily broke through the body of the third grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect.
This third grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
was extinguished, and its body was swallowed by Xiaofeng in one gulp. Then came the second level 3
gold earth turtle spirit insect,
and one after another the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
was eaten by Xiaofeng. Every time a
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
is eaten, the energy in Xiaofeng's body will increase by 1 point. Xiaofeng eats insects faster and faster. At first, he had to peck to death the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
but later he directly swallowed the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
into his belly. Li Shiming was still a little worried. If the
3 gold turtle spirit insect
hadn't died, would it be dangerous if it entered Xiaofeng's belly? But when he sensed Xiaofeng's condition, he found that the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
entered Xiaofeng's belly, and his whole body was burned by a flame, and the soul of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
was instantly wiped out. Seeing this situation, he ignored Xiaofeng.
What are you doing? My spirit insect?
Xianglong noticed something was wrong and shouted loudly. The
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
could not be contacted at all through the spiritual contract. He could sense that the spiritual contract still existed, but the
3 gold earth tortoise spirit insects
kept dying, and the spiritual contract was interrupted. Although the spiritual contract was still there, no matter how he issued orders, the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
ignored him. The
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
is in the spiritual illusion of the
human reincarnation art,
and wants to be awakened remotely, unless Xianglong uses a spiritual magic that surpasses Li Shiming's. But among the monks of the same level, there is no monk who has a stronger spirit than Li Shiming.
Human reincarnation art
is a top spiritual skill. Li Shiming, who has 191 brains, is equivalent to a nascent soul monk who practices spiritual skills. His spirit is 191. The total of 11 Yuanying monks. Chapter 552 Food. Xianglong was unwilling to give up the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects.
These
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
had cost him too much effort. He is still thinking of a way. As long as he can get within a certain range of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect,
he can activate the secret method to wake up the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
from the illusion. Xiaofeng was very happy as he ate the
3 gold turtle spirit insects,
one bite at a time. The third grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
is an extremely nourishing spiritual creature for Xiaofeng in his infancy. This
3 gold earth turtle spirit worm
devoured countless spiritual creatures before growing up, and spirit worms are the favorite food of the red gold phoenix. Even if the spirit worms enter the body of the red gold phoenix, it does not take long to be destroyed, digested and transformed into energy for the growth of the red golden phoenix. Xiaofeng's body swelled to double its size after eating more than 100 third grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects.
Its realm has also been improved, and it is rapidly passing through the infancy stage. One mouthful can no longer satisfy Xiaofeng. It has mastered new abilities as it grows. Xiaofeng spits out a flame. This flame is the exclusive flame of the red gold phoenix, and can burn the soul. The flames fell on dozens of third grade
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects,
and the souls of these
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
were instantly annihilated by the flames. Xiaofeng opened his mouth and sucked in, and dozens of dead
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects
flew into its mouth. It chirped proudly, and then burst into flames. This new ability greatly increases the speed at which it can devour the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect.
Every time a mouthful of flames is ejected, a piece of the
3 gold earth turtle spirit insect
dies, and is then swallowed by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's body was still getting bigger, And finally, after swallowing more than 2,000 third grade,
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects.
its body flashed with light. Li Shiming sensed that the energy in Xiaofeng's body was rapidly shrinking and collapsing. At the center of the energy shrinking and collapsing, a small demon pill was appearing. Xiaofeng passed through her childhood and was directly promoted to the 3rd level. Li Shiming frowned. Xiaofeng's promotion to the 3rd level demon at this time would affect the battle at this time, because Xiaofeng was about to face a natural disaster. He couldn't let Xianglong affect Xiaofeng's ability to survive the natural disaster. He glanced at Senior Brother Song. He had asked Senior Brother Song to leave a long time ago. But Senior Brother Song was worried that he had not left, but was watching from a distance. It was precisely because of the existence of Senior Brother Song that he was restrained during the battle, and did not dare to use many means.
Kill him!
Li Shiming thought for a moment, and ordered the 2 golden corpses. He didn't have much worry about exposing the specialness of the golden corpse. The strange speed of the golden corpse could be explained by the specialness of the original golden corpse. Besides, as a disciple of the great monk, unless it was the great monk who asked him, who among the other monks would dare to come to him for the secret of the golden corpse? The movements of the 2 golden corpses were faster than Li Shiming's voice. When Li Shiming's command came out, the 2 golden corpses had already arrived beside Xianglong. The 2 golden corpses were like normal monks, and looked extremely small in front of the tall nascent soul Dharma. But the more the golden corpse looks like a normal human monk, the stronger it becomes. The golden corpse and black shield punched Xianglong. When it attacked, it evaded the defense of the thick earth hammer magic weapon, and struck towards Xianglong's nascent soul magic weapon hiding behind the thick earth hammer. Xianglong was beaten by Li Shiming's lightning spell, and lost his temper. He could only hide behind the thick earth hammer magic weapon. He also discovered the golden corpse black shield, and the golden corpse Naming. But he didn't expect that the speed of golden corpse black shield and golden corpse Naming was so fast. He just saw 2 golden corpses appear, and the 2 golden corpses disappeared from his perception. When he sensed the 2 golden corpses again, 2 golden corpses have arrived next to his nascent soul. The only thing he can do is to bless an earth spiritual defense for the nascent soul Dharma. The golden corpse and black shield punched Yuaning Faxiang's leg. The punch seemed ordinary, but in fact, when it was about to hit, a black fist flew out from its fist. The earth element spiritual power on Xianglong's nascent soul Dharma image's leg shines. This blow is as powerful as the blow of the blessed nascent soul Dharma image. Even if his earth element defense is extremely strong, it will knock off less than half of his legs. Earth spiritual defense. Although Xianglong's reaction speed was a beat slower than the movement speed of the golden corpse black shield. After being hit, he still sent out a golden hammer shadow and hit the golden corpse black shield. It was originally difficult to dodge such a close attack, but the speed of the golden corpse and black shield was too fast. When the golden hammer shadow fell, it was already too late, and the golden corpse and black shield had already moved to the other side. The golden corpse Naming's attack also arrived. Its hands turned into claws and grabbed the spot where the golden corpse's black shield had just hit, leaving a piece of Nanming Lihua burning the earth's spiritual defense here. Xianglong roared. He had nothing to do with Li Shiming because Li Shiming's attack range was farther than him, and the continuous thunder and lightning magic weapons prevented him from getting close to Li Shiming. But as the core monk of the Hiding Sun sect, he can't be bullied by 2 golden corpses. If this spreads out, he will be humiliated. He once again sent out a golden hammer shadow, but the attack of the earth spell was not good at speed. When he encountered the golden corpse black shield and the golden corpse Nanming, the attack of the earth spell could not catch up with their movement speed. When he attacked the golden corpse Naming, the golden corpse black shield struck again, hitting the other leg of nascent soul Darmaxiang. Xianglong kept stimulating the golden hammer shadow. This was an attack transformed from his natal magic weapon, the thick earth hammer. It was definitely extremely powerful, but if it couldn't hit the enemy, what's the use of it? No matter how powerful it was, the 2 golden corpses were like loaches. No matter how hard Xianglong attacked, they could not hit him. However, the 2 golden corpses would use the interval between his attacks to attack his legs if he had the chance. In just a few breaths, most of the defenses on Yuaning Darmaxiang's legs were broken. The Nanming Lihua was burning on both legs and continued to destroy the defenses on both legs. If this continues, his defense will be broken and his body will be directly hit by 2 golden corpses. The body of his thick earth hammer was fighting against Li Shiming's thunder and lightning spells. At most, he used his natal magic weapon to transform into attacks, and could not use the body of his natal magic weapon, the thick earth hammer. The body of his nascent soul body suddenly shortened by 1 meter. And then a golden energy wave was emitted from the nascent soul body. This golden energy wave is centered on the nascent soul Dharma and flows in all directions indiscriminately. Golden Corpse Black Shield and Golden Corpse Naming were unable to dodge such an attack unless they retreated. At the moment when the golden energy wave appeared, the Golden Corpse Black Shield blocked the Golden Corpse Nanming. A layer of black material appeared on the surface of the Golden Corpse Black Shield, turning its body into a black shield.
This is the Waffle Resentment skill.
Shock flashed in Xianglong's eyes, and he recognized the secret technique used by the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. The
Watering Resentment Ming Gong
is a forbidden method of the Hidden Sun sect. It can be called a forbidden method, and it is also a secret method that is considered a forbidden method by the demon sect. You can imagine how evil the
Watering Resentment Ming Gong
is. This secret method of transforming oneself into a demon, practiced to the extreme, will cause the monk's mind to be affected by the demon and transform into a demon that has no consciousness and only knows how to kill. Therefore, even within the Hidden Sun sect, there is a huge taboo on the practice of
various resentment Ming Gong.
Xianglong spent a lot of money to perform a range attack, but it was blocked by the
various resentment skill
of the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. The Golden Corpse Naming behind the Golden Corpse Black Shield was not affected at all. Relatively speaking, the defense power of the Golden Corpse Naming was much worse than that of the Golden Corpse Black Shield. It was an accident that the Golden Corpse Naming became a refined corpse. It was used as a spare body by the nascent soul monks to seize the body. When Li Shiming refined the Golden Corpse Naming into a corpse, his own corpse refining technique was very inferior compared to the
Sun Covering Corpse Refining Technique.
The Golden Corpse Black Shield is different. The body of the Golden Corpse Black Shield was originally cultivated by the monks of the Hidden Sun sect as a refined corpse. Then he used the
Sun Covering Corpse Refining Technique, Waffle Resentment Underworld Technique,
and other secret techniques to create such a powerful corpse refining method as the Golden Corpse and Black Shield. To a certain extent, the Golden Corpse Black Shield is the top refined corpse refined by demon sects such as the Hidden Sun sect. And if the Golden Corpse Naming hadn't taken the corpse core of the Dongtian Golden Corpse, he would have mastered the Naming Lihua. It can only be regarded as an ordinary corpse refining. It was the research on golden corpses and black shields that made Li Shiming lose the idea of cultivating more golden corpses. He only wanted to use the 12 silver corpses as researchers. If you really want to refine a golden corpse, you need to meet some conditions in the
Sun Covering Corpse Refining Method
to be able to refine the most top-notch corpse. Li Shiming heard Xianglong's exclamation, and he wrote down the name of the technique.
Yu Ming Gong.
After he returns, he will explore again to see if he can find this technique so that Golden Corpse Black Shield can continue to practice. Regardless of whether the Golden Corpse Black Shield has reached the extremely high strength of the early nascent soul in terms of both attack power and defensive capabilities. Without the follow-up technique of
Waffle Resentment Ming Gong,
the Golden Corpse Black Shield will be promoted to the middle Golden Corpse stage. After that, the attack power and defense power of his
Waffle Resentment skill
could no longer keep up with the growth of his realm. This is different from Jin Shi Nanming, who has all the contents of the
Nanming Lihua
magical power and can continue to practice. And as the realm increases,
Nanming Lihua
will continue to strengthen. Xianglong's range attack had no effect, and the two golden corpses continued to attack Yuanying Darmaxiang's legs. Crack! With a soft and crisp sound, the earth's spiritual defense of Yuanying Darmaxiang was finally broken. Before Xianglong could replenish his defense, the Golden Corpse Black Shields,
False Resentment Ming Gong,
and the Golden Corpse Naming's Naming Lihua had already continuously hit the two legs of nascent soul Darmaxiang. How could Yuanying Darmaxiang's legs withstand continuous attacks?
Waffle Resentment Ming Gong
and Naming Lihua are both extremely powerful attacks. As the legs of Yuanying Dharma collapsed, Xianglong could no longer maintain Yuanying Dharma. He took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman turned into fragments in his hands. A terrifying aura emerged from the jade talisman. This was the aura of the Great Monk. His body was wrapped in an energy belonging to the Great Monk, and he fled into the distance. When the Great Monk's aura appeared, the two golden corpses were suppressed and could no longer move quickly. In the face of absolute strength, the golden corpse's ability to move at extremely high speeds appears particularly powerless. Xianglong ran very fast, which frustrated Li Shiming's idea of keeping him. Li Shiming shook his head helplessly. He found that the Eastern Qi continent was best solved by casual cultivators. And the stronger the background of the powerful cultivators, the stronger their ability to save lives. Of course, if senior brother Song was not around, he would be able to use more than these methods. And the hope of keeping Xiong Rong would still be very high.
You're lucky,
Li Shiming thought to himself. He set his sights on Xiaofeng. The aura on Xiaofeng's body had begun to stabilize. The aura of a third-grade demon was nothing to a nascent soul cultivator. But this little phoenix had just broken through the juvenile stage and had already become a third-grade demon. The red gold phoenix truly lived up to its reputation. The potential of the red gold phoenix was beyond his imagination. Xiaofeng flew to the side, away from the
3 gold turtle spirit insect,
as if it didn't want to ruin its food. Li Shiming was about to give Xiaofeng a
Jade Clear Thunder Cannon
anti-thunder spell, but he was stopped by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was proud, and did not want to rely on his master to survive this small disaster. In the sky, thunderclouds are gathering. Li Shiming is an expert in heavenly tribulations, who had just grown up, was equivalent to the existence of a late-stage third-grade great demon. This reassured him that this calamity was probably not a threat to Xiaofeng. Just as he was thinking about it, the thundercloud had finished brewing, and a thunderstorm fell from the sky and hit Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng let out a soft chirp and headed towards Tianlei. The sky lightning struck Xiaofeng's body, and the feathers on its body instantly turned into fly ash. This made it look extremely embarrassed, and the image of it having just become an adult after breaking through to a third-level demon was gone. Xiaofeng's chirping was full of excitement. It seemed that the thunder did not cause any harm to it, and the destruction of its feathers did not make it feel sad. This is also a fact. The thunder of this golden elixir stage hit Xiaofeng, who is equivalent to the late golden elixir. In addition, the defense power of spiritual beasts is much stronger than that of human monks. In addition to destroying Xiaofeng's feathers, the thunder destroyed, there will be no other impact. After a while, the electric light on Xiaofeng's body disappeared, and its body was naked. Fortunately, it is already a third-grade great demon, so it does not need feathers or even wings to fly, as it can float in the air. The thunderclouds in the sky also dissipated after the power of the thunder disappeared, and the sky returned to its original blue. Chapter 553 Growth. The naked little phoenix stood in the void, raising its head proudly. Even though there were no feathers on its body, it did not affect its pride with its body. Just when Li Shiming was thinking about how long it would take Xiaofeng to regain his feathers, the reward from heaven and earth for Xiaofeng to survive the catastrophe arrived. A golden flame rose from Xiaofeng's body. It was a small flame at first, but soon turned into a ball of fire that enveloped Xiaofeng's body. The little phoenix chirped happily as it flew in the flames. Through the contractual connection with Xiaofeng, Li Shiming can feel its happiness. The flame wrapping it is the embodiment of the rewards from heaven and earth. Li Shiming's clairvoyance passed through the golden flames and saw the changes in Xiaofeng in the golden flames. On the bare and featherless Xiaofeng, the golden flames were turning into golden feathers, and strange runes were flashing on the feathers. Golden feathers soon covered Xiaofeng's body, and at its tail, golden flames turned into long tail feathers. On its head, the golden flames turned into a golden crown-like feather crown. Xiaofeng was flying in the golden flames. The golden flames around his body became less and less, and the golden flames turned into its feathers. When the last trace of golden flame disappeared, Xiaofeng standing in the void had become a real phoenix. Of course, the phoenix Xiaofeng is only 1 meter tall, and the length of its body and tail feathers exceeds 3 meters. At this time, Xiaofeng showed the elegance of a red gold phoenix. This is what a phoenix should look like.
Thank you for saving your life.
Senior brother Song looked at Xiaofeng with a surprised look and bowed to thank Li Shiming. No matter what, Li Shiming saved his life, and he must accept this love. He also recognized Xiaofeng's identity. The red gold phoenix, which was the strongest spiritual pet in the phoenix lineage of the 10,000 Beasts sect. In fact, it was not only the phoenix lineage, but also the strongest spiritual pet in the 10,000 Beasts cave.
We are all from the same clan. This is what we should do,
Li Shiming said with a smile and waved his hand.
Is this the red gold phoenix?
Senior brother Song hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help asking.
Yes. This is the spiritual pet I got in the cave of 10,000 beasts,
Li Shiming replied. There is no need to hide, sharing the joy with Li Shiming in this way.
You haven't eaten all the food yet. Go ahead and eat it.
Li Shiming smiled, touched Xiaofeng's golden feathers, and pointed at the group of
3 gold earth turtle spirit insects that were stunned in the air. Xiaofeng's golden feathers are composed of strange flames. Other creatures that come into contact with them will be injured by the golden feathers. However, as Li Shiming is Xiaofeng's master, the flame feathers will not harm him. He only felt that the flame feathers were extremely warm and felt extremely good. When he touched them, he could feel the terrifying power contained in the strange runes. Xiaofeng heard what Li Shiming said and flew back to the 3 gold turtle spirit insect. Due to Xianlong's escape, these 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects are still in the illusion of humanity reincarnation art. As long as Li Shiming does not break the illusion of humanity reincarnation art, these 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects, you will always be affected by the illusion and be unable to escape. Xiaofeng's body shook. The flame feathers on his body flew, and the flames engulfed all the 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects. Even the 4th grade 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects were swallowed up by the flame feathers on Xiaofeng's body. The 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects in the illusion did not struggle at all. Only then did Li Shiming realize how terrifying Xiaofeng's flame feathers were. The flame feathers on the 3rd level Xiaofeng's body fell on the 4th level 3 gold earth turtle spirit insect, and the soul of the 4th level 3 gold earth turtle spirit insect was wiped out in a moment. Although the 4th grade 3 gold earth turtle spirit insect is in an illusion and has no defensive actions at all, the natural defense power of the 4th grade 3 gold earth belch spirit insect is extremely strong. Li Shiming sensed Xiaofeng's flame feathers. Its flames were many times stronger than the flames Xiaofeng had sprayed before. Its abilities had not changed much, and they all had effects on the soul. This kind of flame that directly attacks the soul is extremely difficult to defend against, and can ignore most defenses. Xiaofeng should be regarded as the nemesis of the 3 gold earth turtle spirit insect, and the 4th grade 3 gold earth turtle spirit insect was easily killed. Xiaofeng opened his mouth wide, and soul did. 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects flew into its mouth, and were quickly digested into energy by its body. Only 4th grade 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects finally entered its mouth, and it took a cup of tea to fully digest them. So many 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects, especially 4th grade 3 gold earth turtle spirit insects, made Xiaofeng's aura improve a lot, and Xiaofeng reached the late stage of a 3rd grade great demon. Li Shiming's eyes flashed. He did not expect that the spiritual insects of Gufeng sect would help Xiaofeng so much. If he could swallow some more spiritual insects, Xiaofeng might be able to be directly promoted to the 4th level. He thought that the Gufeng sect was in conflict with the 10,000 Bees sect, so he looked for an opportunity to take the initiative and kill some Gufeng sect monks. As long as there are no onlookers monks, and he shows his true fighting power, he has almost no opponents in the early stage of nascent soul. Senior brother Song looked at Xiaofeng with envy. He knew very well what a red gold phoenix represented. As long as the red gold phoenix grew up and reached the 4th level, it could become an important combat force of the sect. He thought about himself again. His spiritual pet was seriously injured and dying. If he couldn't save it, he might have to use his contribution points to apply to the sect to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts again and contract a new spiritual pet. This requires consuming a large amount of his contribution points, and the resources and time required to recultivate his spiritual pets. It will take hundreds of years to form real combat effectiveness. Don't look at Li Shiming's Xiaofeng. He is growing up so fast. It was Xiaofeng's luck that she met the right spirit insect and had a powerful master like Li Shiming. She was able to trap the 3rd and 4th grade 3 gold earth turtle spirit insect into an illusion without any resistance. Eaten by Xiaofeng. Senior brother Song, do you still have something to do? Or would you like to return to the sect with me? Li Shiming looked at senior brother Song and asked. Please also ask Master Li to take me back to the sect with you. Senior brother Song bowed and said. Li Shiming and senior brother Song flew towards the sect together, because he had to take care of senior brother Song. Li Shiming's flying speed was not very fast. After flying a certain distance, his eyes fell in one direction, and his divine vision saw a nascent soul approaching quickly. His spiritual eye can see a distance of 3,000 miles, and nascent soul has not yet discovered the existence of him and senior brother Song. He had doubts in his heart. Few monks would use Yuaning to travel. Even if they used Yuaning to travel, they would bring their own body with them, not just Yuaning. The nascent soul is very fragile when it does not use the nascent soul dharma. Once it is attacked, the consequences will be more serious than attacking the main body.
after attacking the body of the nascent soul cultivator. If the nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul is still able to escape, he can start over again by seizing the body or using a spare body. But once the Yuanying is destroyed, the Yuanying monk will truly die.
A nascent soul is approaching. Be careful,
Li Shiming warned. The runes on senior brother Song's fingers flashed. He blessed himself with a secret method to strengthen his eyesight, and then looked in the direction Li Shiming pointed. At this time, the Yuanying was also approaching, due to the extremely fast speed of the Yuanying. When the Yuanying saw the monks in front, it was not far away from Li Shiming and senior brother Song. The Yuanying was startled, and when he was about to escape, he saw senior brother Song, and the Yuanying's body slowed down.
Brother Ding, what's wrong with you?
Senior brother Song also recognized Yuanying's identity and asked in shock.
Brother Song, please protect me when I return to my clan.
Ding Zhang, who was in his nascent soul state, felt relieved and said aloud,
Come here quickly. Don't leak the essence of the nascent soul.
Senior brother Song drew multiple runes in the air with his fingers and said at the same time. Ding Zhang's nascent soul did not hesitate. He and senior brother Song were good friends, and it was too dangerous for him to be outside in his nascent soul state. He flew to the runes arranged by senior brother Song, and the runes wrapped nascent soul.
Thank you, brother Song. I drove this time. I was attacked by monks from the Gufeng sect. My body was destroyed and only nascent soul escaped. I only brought out the magic weapon of my life.
Ding Zhang said his experience in a sad tone.
Damn Gufeng sect. I was also attacked. If it weren't for Master Li's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much better than you.
Senior brother Song heard about Ding Zhang's experience and immediately said with the same hatred.
What? You were attacked too?
Ding Zhang said in shock. He and senior brother Song both thought of one thing. If Gufeng sect's attack was not an exception, then they might not only be attacked, but more monks from the sect would be attacked. Only then did he look at Li Shiming. Hearing senior brother Song call Li Shiming masterly, he knew Li Shiming's identity. It was precisely because he recognized Li Shiming that he had questions about how Li Shiming could save senior brother Song.
I met Xianglong. This time Xianglong met Master Li. It can be said that he suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in less than 100 years.
Senior brother Song couldn't help but said when he thought of Xianglong's tragic situation. Hearing that Xianglong was defeated and escaped by Li Shiming made Ding Zhang feel relieved. With a strong companion like Li Shiming, he could return to the sect more safely. There was no trouble along the way, and he returned to the sect a few hours later.
Master Li, I have to take Ding Zhang to find a spare body, and I have to report the previous events to the sect. I'll take my leave now.
Senior brother Song bowed and said goodbye with a okay salute.
Let's meet again when we have time.
Li Shiming nodded and replied. He flew towards his mountain peak, but received news from his junior brother Lu Heng. It seemed that Lu Heng had been paying attention to his movements and knew about it as soon as he found out that he had returned to the clan.
Senior brother Li, don't leave the sect for a short time after returning to the sect.
Lu Heng's message was short, but it made Li Shiming a little confused.
Junior brother Lu, what happened?
Li Shiming asked in a reply message.
Today, 3 of the sect's early Yuanying monks were attacked by Gufeng sect monks within the sect's sphere of influence. It is known that one of them died, and only the Yuanying of the 2 escaped.
Lu Heng replied. Li Shiming sighed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, Gufeng sect's attack was on a large scale. Not a single action.
Junior brother Lu, I met Song Tong and Ding Zhang on the way back. I rescued Song Tong, and Ding Zhang only left nascent soul, who was rescued by Song Tong.
Li Shiming replied in a deep voice.
These are 5 attacks. There may be more attacks. The Gufeng sect attracted most of our monks at sea, but they secretly attacked our monks on land. What do they want to do?
Lu Heng heard. Later, he was also surprised and replied. Li Shiming ended his contact with Lu Heng. This matter would naturally be left to the senior leaders of the sect. What he needs to do now is to retreat for a period of time. His realm has improved too much this time, and it will take some time to sort out the gains achieved through enlightenment. More importantly, what he gained was not only the understanding of the current realm, but also the knowledge of the 5 elements, which he had accumulated to the level of a great monk. This is more useful to him than simply improving his realm. This time he participated in the Taichu sect's grand meeting and got a batch of materials on the puppet mechanism technique, which also allowed him to continue his research on the puppet mechanism technique. He cast a few spells to seal the formation on the mountain. If any monks came over, they would know about his retreat. He released Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon. And Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon went to the spiritual pet room on their own, where there was an environment beneficial to them. Xiaofeng also grew up too fast, and needed time to digest his gains. While Li Shiming was in retreat, the conflict between the 10,000 Beast sect and the Gu Feng sect was also intensifying. The Gu Feng sect's surprise attack on land caused the 10,000 Beast sect to lose a total of 3 nascent soul cultivators, and the nascent souls of 4 nascent soul cultivators fled back. This incident caused the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect to become emotional. When had the 10,000 Beast sect ever suffered such a heavy loss? Especially when it was attacked within its own sphere of influence. Soon the 10,000 Beast sect launched its revenge, and a powerful intelligence system was activated to track the monks of the Gu Feng sect. The Gu Feng sect is not a local force in the eastern Qi continent. Although the Gu Feng sect is not weaker than the 10,000 Beast sect, the resources it can use in the eastern Qi continent are not as good as those of the 10,000 Beast sect. When the 10,000 Beast sect launched an all-out counterattack, many nascent soul monks from the Gu Feng sect were ambushed in a planned manner by the 10,000 Beast sect. The Gu Feng sect also lost several nascent soul monks, and the fighting conflict between the two sides rose to a new level. The Gu Feng sect could not gain much benefit on land. They shrunk their strength and readjusted their combat power to the ocean. They continued to fight against the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect on the sea under the influence of the tide of spiritual beasts. However, this kind of battle is not as strong as the previous raids by both sides. Because on the sea, because they have to deal with the tide of spiritual beasts. The monks of the 10,000 Beast sect gather together in large groups and rarely act alone. Even if they are attacked by Gu Feng sect, it is rare for nascent soul monks to be killed. At most, they will be seriously injured. Chapter 554 War. Li Shiming had only been in retreat for 15 days, and his retreat was interrupted. The war order came from the Identity Jade Disc, which was the general mobilization of the 10,000 Beast sect to prepare for a war. All monks in this sect who receive the war order must participate on time. This is something without any discussion. After the war order is issued, even if you are in retreat, you must end the retreat immediately. The sect has trained monks, and now the sect needs the monks to contribute to the sect. So the monks cannot refuse. In 15 days, Li Shiming had just roughly sorted out his results. But he had not yet had time to conduct in-depth analysis and research. But he had no choice but to leave.
Shurjin, come to me!
As soon as he came out of seclusion, Identity Jade Disc received a message from Brother Hu, monk who was not in the cave of Xixiang Cave, but outside the mountain gate. Li Shiming flew towards the direction of Brother Hu. When he left the sect, he saw warships floating in the air. Each warcraft requires 100 golden core monks to jointly control it. The warcraft has powerful 4th grade attack magic weapons. The attack magic weapon on the war flying boat is different from the magic weapon of the monks. Although the attacking magic weapon on the war flying boat is also of the 4th grade. It can use the complex formation on the war flying boat to collect and transform the spiritual power of the golden elixir monk into the flying boat's attacking magic weapon. Energy source. Such a warcraft can bring out the combat power of 100 Jindan monks into one early stage Yuaning monk. Even the defensive power of the war flying boat is at the level of a 4th grade magic weapon, which is also inspired by the spiritual power gathered by hundreds of golden elixir monks. It is not easy to realize that the war flying boat can reach the combat power of the early nascent soul monks. This is almost the product of the combination of the top flying boat technology, puppet mechanism technique, and formation method in the world of immortality. The materials used are extremely precious. Only large sects can own war flying boats. The financial resources of small and medium-sized sects cannot create such weapons of war, let alone the corresponding maintenance talents. There are 21 warships in the sky, which is equivalent to the combat power of 21 Yuaning early-stage monks. The rest are the Yuaning monks, who are the real main combat force of the sect. They form their own teams according to their respective factions. There are 36 early Yuaning monks here, 12 middle-stage Yuaning monks, and 2 great monks. Due to his seclusion, Li Shiming was the last to arrive when he received the war order. He marveled at the strength of the 10,000 Beast sect. A single war order organized so many powerful combat forces. Such combat power was enough to make any sect fearful. You must know that this is a monk from the 10,000 Beast sect. Except for the 21 war-flying boats, the rest of the nascent soul monks all have spiritual pets that match their strength. The combat power of one nascent soul monk is equal to that of 2 other sections a nascent soul monk. Li Shiming was thinking as he flew to Brother Hu's side. Only Lu Heng was beside Brother Hu. And his second brother Yushan was not there. So they all issued war orders. If Yushan was not here, he should already be in the area where the war was about to happen.
Master, I'm late.
Li Shiming bowed and saluted.
You are in retreat, which should not affect your retreat. But you are my disciple, so you must set an example,
Brother Hu said with a smile, looking at his disciple. The more he looked at Li Shiming, the more satisfied he became. He knew about Li Shiming's actions at the Taichu sect's grand event, and especially benefited greatly from the sermons of the great monk Qi, which greatly improved his own strength. Li Shiming has only been promoted to the Yuanying stage for a few years, but looking at this state, he is almost the same as a Yuanying monk who has been practicing hard for 100 years.
When something happens to the sect, the disciple should help,
Li Shiming replied.
This war does not require you to charge forward. You are the master of alchemy. The sect has mobilized a lot of elixirs and materials for treatment, detoxification, and recovery. Your main task is to distribute elixirs. If necessary, we need to refine as many spiritual elixirs as possible,
Brother Hu explained seriously. As a great monk of the sect, he has 3 direct disciples in total. The eldest disciple has disappeared and has not returned, leaving only 2 direct disciples, Yushan and Li Shiming. The sect issued a war order, and as his direct disciples, he had to participate. His direct disciples enjoyed the best resources of the sect and had to contribute when the sect needed it. Of course, considering Li Shiming's actual situation, he also discussed with Brother Ding that Li Shiming only needed to assist in the rear when he went to the battlefield. Li Shiming's appearance on the battlefield was just a gesture. The 2 monks did not want Li Shiming to actually fight for his life. They also thought that Li Shiming would make elixirs for them. Everything is done for the sect monks to see. Otherwise, how can other sect monks fight for the sect?
Let's go!
Brother Ding's voice sounded. Several nascent soul cultivators were stationed at several points in the team, holding 4th grade formation flags and dancing in their hands, keeping this terrifying team in a hidden formation. Monk Ding and Monk Hu were at the front and rear of the team respectively. They each played a spell, causing the team's speed to increase suddenly. Li Shiming is next to the great Monk Hu. He does not consume much spiritual power. The team is in a hidden formation. All the monks, including the war flying boat, are like one. Under the leadership of the 2 great monks, they fly like ghosts. Right. He couldn't even imagine that one such a team with terrifying strength appeared somewhere. There would be any enemy that could fight against it. From the issuance of the war order to the departure of the team, the entire process only took an hour. The subsequent flight was silent. 4 hours later, the team was already in the depths of the ocean. Li Shiming didn't ask about the target of the attack. Brother Hu didn't take the initiative to talk about this kind of thing, so it was a secret. Lu Heng, who was not well informed, kept his lips tightly closed and didn't say a word all the way. Li Shiming's spiritual vision saw the target of the attack. It was a large island, and the entire island was shrouded in black mist. He had a detailed map, and by comparison, he determined that the front was Purple Leaf Island. Purple Leaf Island is named after a spiritual tree called Purple Maple Tree planted on the island. Although the Purple Maple Tree is a spiritual tree, it is of little value. The only advantage is that its leaves are extremely beautiful. But at this time, Zai Island saw beautiful scenery, and only the outline of Zai Island could be seen faintly in the black mist. The battle order came from the Identity Jade Disc, and the entire team attacked different locations in the black mist, and the locations were all marked. This has nothing to do with Li Shiming. His attack target was not specified in the battle order, and he did not need to participate in the battle. He observed the flow direction of energy in the black mist through his Shen eyes, and saw that several attack positions in the battle order were the energy nodes of the black mist. The monk who issued the order did not give the command randomly. He may have a magical power similar to the Shadai power, which can see the energy nodes. 21 warships, 36 early-stage nascent soul monks, and 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks, except Li Shiming, all launched their strongest attacks. The spiritual power of hundreds of golden elixir monks in the war-flying boat were gathered together. After complex formation transformation, the 4th grade attack magic weapon was activated, and an energy bomb was shot from the 4th grade attack magic weapon. The power of this energy bomb is as powerful as a blow from a monk in the early stage of Yuanying. This is also the first time Li Shiming has seen a method that allows Jindan monks to compare with Yuanying monks. He is even more curious about these 4th grade attack magic weapons. This method is comparable to the electromagnetic gun he designed. Of course, his electromagnetic gun is much more powerful in terms of power. However, his electromagnetic gun is driven by a 4th grade black armor puppet, while the war flying boat is driven by a golden elixir monk. In terms of energy utilization, the 4th grade attack magic weapon on the war flying boat is more technologically advanced. All the Yuaning monks activated the Yuaning Dharma, and they activated their respective magic weapons. Just when all the monks launched their attack, the concealment formation lost its effect, and the entire team was exposed. Now that the concealment formation was no longer needed, this terrifying team bared its fangs. Attack after attack landed on several nodes of the black mist. The black mist only lasted for a few breaths before it was suddenly broken, revealing the Purple Leaf Island. Li Shiming clearly sensed that the black mist that protected Purple Leaf Island before was actually a formation. But this formation was not one he had learned. This round of attacks broke the formation. The sudden attack left Zai Island defenseless, and by the time it reacted, the formation had already been broken.
Enemy attack!
The roars that stirred up spiritual power were full of panic. The terrifying aura in the attack just now, almost 70 nascent soul level attacks, sent chills to the hearts of all the monks who felt the attack.
Kill them all!
Brother Ding issued the order without any emotion. The attacks from the 10,000 Beast sect fell on the island again. Some used range attacks, some used single point attacks, and countless attacks fell on the island. A nascent soul cultivator had just activated the nascent soul Dharma from the island and wanted to take off to fight. However, he was attacked by multiple attacks, and the nascent soul Dharma exploded. There are 13 early stage Yuaning monks on Zai Island, 3 middle stage Yuaning monks, and the rest are a large number of Jinden monks. These are all monks from the Gufeng sect. They have quietly taken control of Purple Leaf Island and plan to use Purple Leaf Island as a base to fight a long-term battle with the 10,000 Beast sect. However, the Gufeng sect did not expect that the 10,000 Beast sect had intelligence personnel on Zai Island. When the Gufeng sect invaded Zai Island, the intelligence personnel sent out the news, and then all the monks on the island were killed by the Gufeng sect. Kill. Since the information sent by the intelligence personnel was not detailed, the 10,000 Beast sect only knew that Purple Leaf Island had become the base of the Gufeng sect. But it was not clear how many monks were arranged on Purple Leaf Island. Therefore, the 10,000 Beast sect uses all its power, no matter how many Gufeng sect monks there are on Purple Leaf Island. To mobilize all the combat power, it can mobilize to strike with all its strength. The battle was not fierce. It could even be said that the battle was more like a massacre. Li Shiming never thought that the life of a Yuaning monk would be so fragile, and that even a mid-stage Yuaning monk would not be able to last long in this battle. Under the unified command, the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect did not waste any combat power, and launched a siege with superior strength. Every nascent soul cultivator of the Gufeng sect will be attacked by several times the full force of enemies of the same level. They themselves fight hastily, and are quickly killed. 13 early-stage nascent soul monks, and 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks were all wiped out in a matter of seconds. The remaining low-level monks were not even qualified to fight the enemy in this battle. They were affected by the aftermath of the battle, and died before they understood what happened. The entire battle process was over in just a cup of tea. The beauty of Zai Island was no longer there, and the island would not be able to recover for at least 1,000 years.
Form up!
Brother Ding issued the order again. The nascent soul monks who originally held the 4th grade formation flag moved to their respective positions again, activating the 4th grade formation flag and allowing the team to be covered by the hidden formation again. John Feizhou and all the Yuaning monks stopped talking. The Yuaning monks put away the Yuaning Dharma, and they began to restore themselves. Li Shiming also received his mission. He took the mustard ring that the sect had prepared long ago, which contained resources prepared for this war. He distributed the elixir to restore spiritual power, mainly to the golden elixir monks on the war-flying boat. The nascent soul monks had limited consumption. In order to drive the war-flying boat, the golden elixir monks need to mobilize the spiritual power in their bodies with all their strength, which consumes a lot of money. If there is no elixir to restore spiritual power, it will take a long time to rely on one's own recovery. The 3rd grade recovery elixir is the war reserve of the 10,000 Beast sect, and the quantity is very sufficient. There are also 4th grade recovery elixirs in the mustard seed ring, but the quantity is not very large. Each nascent soul monk can be allocated a maximum of 2. But this does not mean that the 2 4th grade recovery elixirs will be given out immediately. The recovery elixirs will only be given out and used by the monks when they need it. War reserves are consumed as little as possible. Li Shiming's task is to judge whether the war reserves need to be used and distribute various elixirs. Although he does not participate in the battle, his responsibility is not light. And this task is the most grateful to the monks of the sect. Just like now, he gave away a third-grade recovery elixir one after another, and was thanked by the golden elixir monk, who was in urgent need of restoring his spiritual power. He moved very quickly, and the recovery elixirs they needed were distributed to all the golden pill monks, as well as a few nascent soul monks, who had practiced special skills, and consumed a lot of money. He returned to Brother Hu again and observed the concealment formation. He didn't understand why he was still hiding here after killing all the Gu Feng sect monks on Purple Leaf Island. Li Shiming also discovered that in a battle like this, the influence of personal combat power is extremely small, unless it is a monk like Brother Hu and Brother Ding who can suppress everything. The rest of the Yuanying Junior High School monks will not be able to play much role. Look at the nascent soul cultivators of the Gu Feng sect. They don't even have time to use the spiritual insects that the Gu Feng sect is best at. Although Li Shiming considered himself to be stronger than ordinary early Yuanying monks, he found that he was equally powerless in such a battle. Only today did he truly realize the terror of the great sect. Chapter 555 Showdown.
I've been waiting for it.
Brother Hu seemed to sense something and muttered to himself. Li Shiming's spiritual vision could see far away. He saw a monk approaching, but the monk stopped when he was still some distance away from Zai Island. Zhao Qifeng is the great monk of Gu Feng sect, and it is the monks of his lineage who are placed on Zai Island. He was out on business and was not on Purple Leaf Island. He received the rescue signal from Zai Island and rushed back immediately. But when he was about to arrive at Purple Leaf Island, he sensed an unusual aura. Although the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect are in the concealment formation, the perception of the monk Xiao cannot be blocked by the concealment formation. As long as the monk Xiao is close to a certain distance, he can sense the existence of the concealment formation. He had already seen the tragic situation on Zai Island, which was the trace left by the full-out attack of dozens of nascent soul cultivators. The huge loss made his body shake slightly, and he couldn't imagine the impact this loss had on him. No matter how the war goes, his power within the Gu Feng sect will be severely affected. He is a great monk, and his status in the Gu Feng sect will not change. However, after losing a large number of nascent soul monks in his lineage, he has fewer manpower at his disposal, which makes his power correspondingly smaller. As his power becomes smaller, his access to resources will be affected. On a larger scale, the loss of this group of nascent soul monks will damage the Gu Feng sect's overall strength and put it at a disadvantage in the war against the 10,000 Beast sect. Li Shiming's identity. Jade Disc once again sent a battle order. This time, the battle order required all the monks to attack with all their strength, including Li Shiming. After the blow, all the monks immediately maintained their formation and retreated, withdrawing from the fighting range. Originally, the 10,000 Beast sect team was far away from Brother Zhao, and Brother Zhao was outside the attack range of Brother Yuanying. However, the concealment formation in which the 10,000 Beast sect team is located also has the function of gathering all attacks for long-range strikes. This effect is only one time, and one attack will render the concealment formation ineffective. In accordance with the battle order, Li Shiming activated the Mulei Nascent Soul Dharma, did not use the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, and launched a thunder and lightning attack with all his strength. There are two great monks here, as well as dozens of nascent soul monks. If he really wants to use the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, he is afraid that the monks will immediately discover the special features of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Anyway, considering the time when he had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage, it was normal for him not to have a decent attack magic weapon. The power of the thunder and lightning spells he emits is considered to be above average among all the early Yuanying monks. This thunder and lightning spell transformed by the formation, like the attacks of other monks, was pulled by the formation after it was sent out, and blasted towards the distant monk Xiao.
You are a small skill, but you dare to do the same thing,
Brother Zhao said scornfully when he sensed the attack coming. As he waved his hand, a golden light flashed, and the full blow of such a multidimensional infant monk was easily blocked by him. During the entire process, Brother Zhao did not even activate the nascent soul Dharma. This was the first time that Li Shiming saw a great monk fighting. Only then did he realize how big the gap was between the great monk and the monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. After he cast the lightning spell, he followed all the monks and retreated. Brother Zhao did not pursue the monks from the 10,000 Beast sect. He had no time to think about it at this time. He was locked by the auras of Brother Hu and Brother Ding.
I didn't expect to catch such a big fish,
Brother Ding said with a laugh. He is the commander-in-chief of this battle. And even Brother Hu is obeying his orders. He was extremely satisfied with the results of the previous battle on Purple Leaf Island. He beat the Gu Feng sect painfully in one go, and repaid the losses of the 10,000 Beast sect doubled. But these are nothing compared to killing a great cultivator of Gu Feng sect. Next to Monk Ding, a four-clawed dragon appeared. The aura of the four-clawed dragon was only at the peak level of the mid-4th level. But its dragon bloodline reached the level of the four-clawed dragon, making its combat power comparable to that of a late 4th level existence. At least in the battle between the two great monks, the opponent cannot ignore the combat power of the four-clawed dragon. Next to Brother Hu is a red gold phoenix, which is 6 meters tall. It is also at the peak of the middle stage of the 4th level, and is almost able to be promoted to the late stage of the 4th level. However, Li Shiming could sense that the bloodline of this red gold phoenix was not pure. It should be a red gold phoenix that was promoted after devouring its blood. This is similar to his phantom dragon, which is a 5-clawed dragon that evolved after devouring dragon blood. Although the phantom dragon is not much weaker than the natural 5-clawed dragon, the momentum and potential of the natural 5-clawed dragon are not comparable to those of the evolved 5-clawed dragon. Just like how the spiritual pets of Monk Ding and Monk, who are stuck at the peak of the mid-4th grade, the two monks will not lack the resources to evolve their spiritual pets. Not to mention the bloodline of Brother Ding's 4-clawed dragon. It has not even reached the 5-clawed dragon level. It is extremely difficult to advance to the late 4th level. Monk Hu's red gold phoenix is not a natural red gold phoenix, so it is also difficult to advance to the 4th level in the later stage. The reason why Brother Hu attaches great importance to Li Shiming's Healfeng is precisely because Healfeng is a natural red gold phoenix, and has the potential to be promoted to the late 4th grade. The bottleneck for his promotion to the late 4th grade is not too strong. These are what Li Shiming thought of when he was watching the battle. Today he really saw the fighting power of his masters, Brother Hu and Brother Ding. Although neither of the two spiritual pets has reached the late stage of the 4th level, their bloodline is so powerful that both spiritual pets are enough to pose a threat to the great monks. For Brother Zhao, who was already at a disadvantage, the gap in strength became even greater.
Hu Hongan! Ding Li Fei! You really think you can defeat me?
Brother Zhao shouted loudly. He called the two great monks by their names, which showed how angry he was towards the two great monks.
Zhao Qifeng! Do you think you can escape?
Brother Ding also called Brother Zhao by his first name and replied. Brother Zhao's eyes flashed with sternness. He patted his waist lightly with his hand, and 12 small insects with silver wings flew out. When Brother Ding and Brother Hu saw the 12 little bugs with silver wings, their expressions became solemn. They recognized the little bugs.
Silver-winged spirit goo insect! You actually cultivated a silver-winged spirit goo insect!
Brother Ding said in shock. Brother Zhao did not speak anymore. It was not that he did not want to speak, but that to control the
silver-winged spirit goo insect,
he needed to divide his consciousness into 12 parts and control 12
silver-winged spirit goo insect,
respectively. Even if he has practiced a special secret method, there is no pressure to control 12
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
in addition to himself. But what he had to face were two great monks, which forced him to go all out and devote all his attention to the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
Brother Zhao did not move, and neither did Brother Ding or Brother Hu. They all knew that once they moved, it would be time to fight with all their strength, in a battle of their level. If they have never fought before, they will still conduct some tests first. The 12
silver-winged spirit goo insects
were divided into 2 teams, with 6 in each team flying towards the 4-clawed dragon and the red gold phoenix respectively. The 4-clawed dragon swung its body and faced the 6
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
The first battle took place between the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
and the 4-clawed dragon. The 4-clawed dragon's claws grabbed a
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
The 4-clawed dragon's attack speed was extremely fast. I don't know whether this
silver-winged spirit goo insect
didn't want to dodge or was unable to dodge. This claw caught the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
The
silver-winged spirit goo insect
was immediately caught and flew out, being knocked out dozens of meters. But the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
that was knocked away just shook its body and flew towards the 4-clawed dragon again. Li Shiming, who was watching the battle from a distance using his spiritual eyes, saw clearly the blow of the 4-clawed dragon, and he was extremely horrified. This is a full blow from the 4-clawed dragon at the peak of the 4th grade. Even if the great monk is caught, He still needs to deal with it carefully. But although the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
was knocked away, it did not suffer any damage. The defense of this
silver-winged spirit goo insect
is beyond Li Shiming's imagination. The other 5
silver-winged spirit goo insects
approached the four-clawed dragon. A surge of energy from the side of the four-clawed dragon caused the bodies of the 5
silver-winged spirit goo insects
to be blown away. The four-clawed dragon flashed and caught up with the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
that was blown away, and its claws attacked continuously. The 5
silver-winged spirit goo insects
were knocked away, but after their bodies regained their stability, they flew towards the four-clawed dragon again. The 6
silver-winged spirit goo insects
are like invincible Xuqiang. Although they have not yet shown their attack capabilities, the four-clawed dragon does not want the
silver-winged spirit goo insects
to get close at all. The attack power of the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
is probably not weak. The energy surge exerted by the four-clawed dragon can also be used by Li Shiming's phantom dragon, but it is not as powerful as the four-clawed dragon. This ability mobilizes the regular runes in the body of the dragon-type spiritual pet. Its consumption is still very large and cannot be used multiple times. On the other side, the battle between the red gold phoenix and 6
silver-winged spiritual worms
also began. The red gold phoenix opened its mouth, and a ball of flame swallowed up the 6
silver-winged spiritual worms.
6
silver-winged spirit goo insects
flew out of the flames, with no trace of damage from the flames on their bodies. They pounced on the red gold phoenix, and the flame feathers on the red gold phoenix flew, repelling the 6
silver-winged spirit goo insects. The flames of this red gold phoenix are wrong.
Li Shiming discovered something unusual and thought to himself. The flame used by his Xiaofeng is a flame aimed at the soul. That kind of flame is extremely unique in terms of power and defense-breaking ability. As long as a creature without soul defense is hit by Xiaofeng's flames, no matter how strong its defense is, it will not be able to block the damage caused by the flames to its soul. However, under his observation, the flames of Brother whose red gold phoenix did not damage the soul. The flame of this red gold phoenix is extremely powerful, but it is a normal flame, not a flame that can harm the soul. In fact, this is the difference between the natural red gold phoenix and the acquired red gold phoenix. The natural red gold phoenix possesses various abilities of the red gold phoenix family, and the soul flame is the strongest one among them. Not all red gold phoenixes have mastered the soul flame, but the flames of other red gold phoenixes will also have their own special characteristics. They will not use normal flames, like Monk whose red gold phoenix. After the red gold phoenix knocked away the
silver-winged spirit goo insect,
it hit one of the
silver-winged spiritual goo insect
with its sharp beak. With a clang sound, the sound of the sharp beak colliding with the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
was heard far away. The red golden phoenix wanted to attack a
silver-winged spirit goo insect
continuously with its pointed beak, but the other
silver-winged spirit goo insects
would not let it do so. And 5
silver-winged spirit goo insects
flew towards it. Although the 2 great monks Zhao and the 10,000 Beast sect did not take action, the battle between the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
and the 2 spiritual pets was extremely fierce. The
silver-winged spirit goo insect
relied on its super defense power to completely ignore the attack of the spiritual pet. It's not that the four-clawed dragon and the red gold phoenix really can't hurt the
silver-winged spirit goo.
If they continue to attack a
silver-winged spirit goo,
they may break through the
silver-winged spirit goo
after a period of time. Defense. However, the chances of the four-clawed dragon and the red gold phoenix trying to attack the same
silver-winged spirit goo insect
repeatedly are very small. 6
silver-winged spirit goo insects
took turns in the battle. One of them was attacked, and the remaining
silver-winged spirit goo insect
will rush forward, forcing the 2 spiritual pets to stop attacking the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
As long as the
silver-winged spirit goo worm
is given a little buffer time, the attacks of the 2 spiritual pets will not pose a threat to the
silver-winged spirit goo worm
at all. It is difficult for the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
to harm 2 spiritual pets. The 2 spiritual pets are extremely intelligent, and they must prevent the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
from getting close even if they waste their energy. Obviously, the truly powerful attack of the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
can only be achieved by getting close. Without getting close, the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
is completely unable to exert its powerful attack power. Therefore, the battle between the silver-winged spirit goo insect and the two spiritual pets may seem fierce, but it is actually in a state of confrontation, with neither of them able to deliver a fatal blow to the other. Brother Hu and Brother Ding were extremely horrified. Although the battle between the silver-winged spirit goo insect and the two spiritual pets was in a stalemate. In real terms, they lost. They were 1 against 2. The two spiritual pets belonged to 2 great monks respectively, and the 12 silver-winged spirit goo insects were all trained by great monk Zhao. Brother Zhao relied on 12 silver-winged spirit goo insects to block 2 spiritual pets. The 2 great monks from the 10,000 Beasts sect had an arm broken. Where did Gu Feng sect find the ancient silver-winged spirit goo insect? They had deep questions. Although the silver-winged spirit goo insect is not on the list of spiritual insects. That is because the era of silver-winged spirit goo insect was earlier than the emergence of the spiritual insect list. The silver-winged spirit goo insect should have been extinct long ago. But I didn't expect that it would reappear in the hands of Brother Zhao and show great strength. Chapter 556 Discovery. Come back! Brother Hu and Brother Ding looked at each other. They didn't want to delay any longer, so they issued orders to their respective spiritual pets. This opportunity was too rare. The 2 great monks stopped the great monk Zhao. If they did not achieve victory, they would lose face in front of so many monks in the sect. The 4-clawed dragon flew to the side of Brother Ding. Suddenly, Brother Ding displayed the nascent soul form. But his Yuaning form was not big. Only 4 meters high. The 4-clawed dragon pounced on Monk Ding's nascent soul form. And something strange happened. The 4-clawed dragon merged with Monk Ding's nascent soul form. Li Shiming recognized that this was the secret method of merging spiritual pets of the 10,000 Beasts sect. But this was the first time he saw the fusion of spiritual pets and nascent soul. The body of Brother Ding's nascent soul is covered with dragon scales. And there are winds flying around the body. These winds are the innate abilities of the 4-clawed dragon. They are transformed from the regular runes in the 4-clawed dragon's body. When not in use, they can be used as a protective spell. It is also a very powerful attack weapon when used. Next to him, the Yuaning Dharma of the great monk who merged with the red gold phoenix. A robe made of flames appeared on his body. The Yuaning Dharma, which was also 4 meters high, exuded the terrifying power of flames. After the 2 spiritual pets were recalled, 12 silver-winged spirit goo insects chased towards the 2 great monks, but were knocked away by the 2 great monks using their own methods. Brother Zhao discovered that Brother Hu and Brother Ding had activated the nascent soul Dharma and merged with their spiritual pets. He had no time to recall his silver-winged spirit goo, and quickly activated the nascent soul Dharma to respond to the enemy. Great monks rarely activate the nascent soul Dharma. A great monk in a normal state can mobilize the power of the Yuaning Dharma of a monk in the early or middle stage of nascent soul. This is an ability that a great monk can obtain from his in-depth understanding of the runes of his own skills. But it does not mean that the great monk's nascent soul Dharma is useless. On the contrary, when the great monk uses the nascent soul Dharma, his combat power will be doubled instantly. Brother Hu waved his hand, and a flame fell from the void and hit Brother Zhao. Brother Ding pointed his hand towards Brother Zhao, and the wind surrounding him turned into a sharp arrow, attacking Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao grabbed the sea below, and countless seawater rose up and formed ice crystals in the air, attacking the flames. In a flash, his nascent soul form turned into 2 phantoms. Brother Ding's sharp wind arrow hit one of the phantoms. The phantom scattered in all directions, and the other phantom returned to its Yuaning form. Infant Dharma. In the brief moment of fighting, it seemed that Brother Zhao was fighting 1 against 2 and was not losing. But he knew it was hard for him. Brother Hu and Brother Ding each had their own strengths. The combination of these 2 monks with their spiritual pets increased their attack power by a large margin. As long as he made a mistake, it would be enough to defeat him. There is no recovery. He couldn't let the attack fall on Yuaning Dharma appearance. This attack was not something that his nascent soul Dharma appearance's defense could withstand. In the sky, flames and ice crystals collided and turned into white mist. A shockwave spread from the collision point. The fighting position was not far from Zai Island. The shockwave first rushed over the sea, forming a deep dent on the sea, and then continued to impact all around. When it hit Purple Leaf Island, the ground had been ravaged once before. This time, where the aftermath of the battle hit, several meters of the layer were cut off. Both rocks and soil were turned into powder by the shock wave. Li Shiming and many monks were watching the battle from a distance. Only after seeing the tragic situation on Zai Island did they realize the horror of the battle between the great monks. Although they could tell from the spiritual power fluctuations of fighting in the distance that it was extremely powerful, Zai Island allowed them to feel the power of the great monk more intuitively. These monks, even the mid-stage nascent soul monks, cannot withstand the aftermath of the battle. No wonder the two great monks immediately retreated to a safe distance after letting them all take action once. The rising white mist blocked the monks' sight. They only saw Brother Hu and Brother Ding suddenly disappearing on the spot. And then, there were strong spiritual energy fluctuations in the white mist. Originally, the battles between the great monks did not involve hand-to-hand close combat. But the great monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect are different. After merging with their spiritual pets, they have the powerful close quarters capabilities of their spiritual pets. They once again had the numerical advantage. And with 1 against 2, they decisively chose to get close by using the rising water mist. A gust of sea breeze blew away the white mist, revealing the figures of the 3 great monks. At this time, the Yuan-Ing Dharma forms of Brother Hu and Ding were respectively holding long swords and slashed at the Yuan-Ing Dharma form of Brother Zhao. On Brother Zhao's body, 12 silver-winged spirit goo insects turned into a piece of armor, blocking the 2 long sword magic weapons.
I will find you.
Just when all the monks thought that the battle would continue, Brother Zhao roared. His nascent soul's dharma was turned into fragments. His nascent soul entered a
silver-winged spirit goo insect
and wrapped up his body with the other 11
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
heading towards escape into the distance. There was originally a sudden close combat between Brother Hu and Brother Ding, but Brother Zhao recalled 12
silver-winged spirit goo insects
in time and turned the
silver-winged spirit goo insects
into defensive armor. However, the 12
silver-winged spirit goo insects
were still not able to completely defend against the close attacks of the 2 great monks. The main reason was that the number of
silver-winged spirit goo insects
was too small to achieve complete defense. The 2 great monks attacked at close range, gathering the power of their spiritual pets to attack with all their strength. Although part of it was blocked by the 12
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
the remaining power was also used by Brother Zhao's nascent soul. Broken.
Chase!
How could the 2 great monks let Brother Zhao go so easily and chase after him? 12
silver-winged spirit goo insects
wrapped around Brother Zhao and suddenly plunged into the sea. After entering the sea, they performed water escape. At the same time, countless traces of water escape spread out in the sea. Every trace of water escape was as if Brother Zhao was in it. Such life-saving secret techniques made Brother Hu and Brother Ding stunned for a moment. By the time they used their spiritual senses to identify the direction in which Brother Zhao was escaping, it was already too late.
Damn it! If we were on land, Zhao Qingfeng would be dead,
Brother Ding said with some annoyance. Such a good opportunity, with 1 against 2, still failed to keep Brother Zhao.
It's good to be able to severely injure Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng will not be able to recover without 300 years of hard training. He will not be able to intervene in the subsequent battles,
Brother Hu said with a smile. How can it be so easy to keep a great monk? The 2 great monks tried their best, but they only severely damaged each other. Every great monk has his own adventures, and there are many ways to save his life. This time, if the Gu Feng sect was not a sect from the eastern Qi continent, and did not know enough about the methods of the 10,000 Beast sect, allowing the 2 great monks to use the secret method of spiritual pet fusion to successfully raid, perhaps this battle would not have been so easy to win.
The silver-winged spirit goo insects are really scary. I wonder how many silver-winged spirit goo insects there are in Gu Feng sect.
Brother Ding thought of the silver-winged spirit goo insects, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Regardless of the fact that the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
did not show much ability during the battle, it should be considered that the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
was facing a great monk from the 10,000 Beasts sect. The 10,000 Beasts sect has detailed records about the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
When they saw the
silver-winged spiritual goo insect,
the 2 great monks had a way to deal with the
silver-winged spiritual goo insect.
If you don't understand the
silver-winged spirit goo
and let the
silver-winged spirit goo
attack at close range, you will be in big trouble. Even so, the defensive power of the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
also blocked most of their attacks. Otherwise, the 2 great monks had successfully made a surprise attack and struck with all their strength from close range. How could Great Monk Zhao still have the energy to escape?
Cultivation of silver-winged spirit goo insects is definitely not easy. Zhao Qingfeng only has 12 of them.
Brother Hu shook his head and said,
Go back. This time the Gu Feng sect's arrogance has been hit. And the Gu Feng sect can be honest for a while,
Brother Ding said in a deep voice. The two great monks returned to the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and they put away their spiritual pets. All the monks congratulated the two great monks. This time, under the leadership of the two great monks, they achieved significant results. The most important thing is that they did not suffer any losses.
The rewards for the monks who participated in the mission this time have been doubled.
Brother Ding and Brother Hu exchanged words, and Brother Ding announced loudly. The monks cheered. The rewards from the war order were already generous, so why wouldn't they be excited if they were doubled?
The sect has issued a pursuit order. Kill the Gu Feng sect monks to gain contribution points,
Brother Ding continued to announce. Li Shiming also saw a new mission on the Identity Jade Plate, and the mission to hunt down the Gu Feng sect monks was particularly clearly marked. This was to take advantage of the fact that Gu Feng sect's overall strength was greatly reduced to hit Gu Feng sect hard, and cause more losses to Gu Feng sect. At present, the incident on Purple Leaf Island has not yet spread, and even many monks in the Gu Feng sect do not know it. This period of news vacuum is the best period to increase the results of the war. The nascent soul monks, who came this time, formed teams to take over the pursuit mission and left the team directly.
Shurjin, please stop taking the pursuit mission and return to the sect as soon as possible,
Brother Hu ordered Li Shiming. Although Gu Feng sect suffered heavy losses, it was not without the ability to fight back. There is still a great monk from Gu Feng sect. In addition, there are many nascent soul monks from Gu Feng sect. The two great monks have to stay in this area to prevent the great monk from Gu Feng sect from making any moves. Even the 21 war flying boats must follow the two great monks to support the sect monks in their battle with the Gu Feng sect at any time.
I'll go back to the sect right now.
Li Shiming really didn't want to participate in the battle. This time he realized his own insignificance. He originally thought that having the strength to suppress ordinary early-stage nascent soul monks would give him the power to protect himself. But today he discovered that even mid-stage nascent soul monks had no power to protect themselves in front of the great monks. He said goodbye to his master and flew towards the landing place. The magic weapon Z-15 kept replaying the battle scene just now, analyzing the battle process, hoping to get some insights. Li Shiming was not in a hurry. He flew slowly and watched the analysis process of Z-15. This sea area is extremely safe. It is behind the 10,000 Beast sect's front lines. It is even safer to fly over the sea area and reach the land.
Hey!
His spiritual vision saw a silver light spot, which was more than 2,000 miles away on the mountainside. An ordinary monk, even if he has divine vision, would not pay too much attention to the silver light spot that disappears in a flash. But Li Shiming was different. He called up the footage recorded by Z-15 for replay. All the images he sees through his Shen eyes will be recorded by Z-15 as temporary video files. These images will be retained for 10 days. And images older than 10 days will be automatically replaced with new images. It's not that he doesn't want to keep longer video files, but the Z-15 has a lot of work and takes up a lot of storage space. 10 days of video will not affect the storage space usage of the Z-15. From the temporary video file of Z-15, the silver light spot just now was retrieved, and then continuously enlarged. When Li Shiming saw the silver light spot, he had an inexplicable feeling. When he saw the enlarged picture, he definitely understood where this inexplicable feeling came from. Because this silver light spot turned out to be a
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
Brother Zhao's
silver-winged spirit goo insect. Why is the silver-winged spirit goo insect here?
He was extremely surprised. According to his master, Brother Hu, the injury suffered by Brother Zhao Qifeng was extremely serious, and it would take at least 300 years of training to recover. Normally, Brother Zhao should immediately go to another great monk of Gu Feng sect, get the protection of the great monk of Gu Feng sect, and send him back to his sect. The Gu Feng sect is in the southern Zhao continent and needs to cross the dangerous ocean. The seriously injured Brother Zhao cannot cross the ocean alone. Li Shiming fell into thinking. He was considering whether to inform the sect of this discovery.
Why don't we check it out first?
He hesitated for a moment and came up with an idea. He would not risk his life to get close to the mountain. He came to the mountain 300 miles away. Although he didn't know the maximum attack distance of the great monk, he was sure that a distance of 300 miles should be safe. He has divine vision, and the drone satellite system in the sky has increased his attention to this area. As long as Brother Zhao appears, he will definitely be able to discover it immediately. With his divine foot power and the speed of
south close to the end of the world,
As long as there is enough distance, he can completely escape from the master monk. He took out the previous research work from a mustard ring in the computer room, and then performed some modifications before taking it out. This is a crawler-type robot. It does not use any immortal cultivation methods in its entire body. It is completely made of past life technology. The crawler robot was carried by a drone and flew towards the mountain peak. When approaching the mountain, the drone lowered the crawler robot, which landed at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 557 Testing. The drone Li Shiming chose was also a technological drone from the previous life, without the means to cultivate immortality. This kind of medium and large transport drone still consumes a lot of energy. In the computer room space, he was able to use 5-nanometer control to process some complex technological items. With sufficient materials, he created an ultra-large capacity battery pack. Without considering the cost, the battery pack he created can enable the transport drone to travel thousands of miles. The reason why this purely technological drone is made is precisely for this situation. Monks are extremely sensitive to the methods of cultivating immortals, especially when they are close to the monk's warning range. As long as there is a trace of methods of cultivating immortals, they may be detected. But purely technological methods are different. The monks will not notice these. Even if they sense drones in the sky or crawler robots on the ground, they will only regard them as some kind of mortal objects. Mortal things are not worthy of a monk's attention. This is a monk's pride and a habit. The drone put down the crawler robot and returned. Li Shiming waited for the drone to fly back to him and take it back. A drill bit protrudes from the abdomen of the crawler robot and drills toward the ground. There is an ultrasonic sensor in the drill bit. The drill bit penetrates several meters, and the ultrasonic sensor emits ultrasonic waves. The ultrasonic waves continue to spread underground, and part of the ultrasonic waves bounce back and are received by the sensor. The signal was sent through the crawler robot and transmitted to Li Shiming's magic weapon Z-15 by the drone satellite system. In Li Shiming's field of vision, Z-15 generated the structure of the mountain based on the data returned. Of course, the data of a single point cannot be detected accurately. The crawler robot continuously drives drill bits around the mountain, and the data is received by Z-15 one by one. As more and more data are collected, the internal structure of the mountain is revealed. The great monk Xiao Qifeng sat in a cave with a look of success and failure. This cave was a temporary cave for him, and no one else knew about it except himself. He was seriously injured this time. The reason why he did not seek help from the sect was because the Gu Feng sect was not so friendly. If he really goes to find the great monk from the same sect, he is afraid that he will be caught by the great monk from the same sect. The great monk from the same sect has always coveted the silver-winged spirit Gu insect. He obtained the silver-winged spirit Gu insect egg from an ancient ruins. After constant exploration, he finally hatched 12 silver-winged spirit Gu insect. This also ranked him first among the great monks in the Gu Feng sect. That fellow great monk had been looking for opportunities to get the silver-winged spirit Gu insect. So after he was seriously injured, he chose to come to this secret cave. At least, he had to cultivate to a certain degree of self-protection before he considered returning to Gu Feng sect. He took a healing elixir. Unfortunately, the effect of the 4th grade primary healing elixir in the later stage of yuaning was not satisfactory. It could only stabilize the injury, but it was still a drop in the bucket in trying to cure the injury. He couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. This was the 3rd grade 4 healing elixir he had taken in a row. As the number of times he took it increased, the effect became worse and worse. The great monk's injuries were very difficult to recover from. His injuries were not just on his body. In his nascent soul, there were scars like snake-like scars, which were the flame energy of Brother Hu and the wind energy of Brother Ding. The two energies continued to wreak havoc on the nascent soul and the body, and he needed to use all his energy to suppress the scars. This allows him to use very little external energy, and his own combat power is almost non-existent. What makes him even more headache is that he can no longer fight at all. Once he cannot suppress the injuries in his body, the energy explosion left by the two great monks in his body will cause fatal harm to him. He closed his eyes and carefully circulated the spiritual power in Yuanning's body while avoiding the scar area to practice. Although this change in his training route has reduced his training effect to a very low level, even a slight increase in spiritual power is extremely important to him now. This is a long-term process. He needs to continuously gain spiritual power through practice. Use spiritual power to make up for the consumption of fighting injuries, and at the same time use spiritual power to cast secret methods to treat injuries. Based on his estimate of the extent of his injuries, He might not be able to recover in less than 400 years. His estimate of the recovery time from his injury exceeded the judgment of the two great monks. This was because he did not return to Gufeng sect and could not get help from the sect's resources. Just as he was practicing carefully, a weak wave swept across him. He had been on extreme alert and immediately sensed the wave. He soon felt relieved. There was no trace of spiritual power in this fluctuation. He thought it was caused by some kind of natural vibration in this area. Then, there were multiple similar weak fluctuations, and he no longer paid attention to them. Without spiritual power, aura is just a mortal thing, and mortal things are nothing to worry about. Brother Zhao didn't know that this was the ultrasonic wave emitted by the crawler robot. Li Shiming looked at the internal structure map of the mountain drawn by Z15, and he saw the outline of a cave. Because the cave is deep in the mountain, and the formation used by Brother Zhao mainly has a concealment effect, with almost no additional functions. The cave cannot prevent the penetration of ultrasonic waves. The reason why Brother Zhao only used the concealment formation was because if a monk really tracked him down, the defensive formation would be useless. Other formations will only increase the risk of discovery, and the concealment formation is the least likely to be discovered. In addition, Brother Zhao is also extremely proud. When he originally built this secret cave, he did not consider defense at all. As long as the secret cave is not discovered, it will be okay. Until he was injured and came here, he didn't add any other formations. Li Shiming saw a human figure in the outline of the cave through the internal structure diagram of Z15. Although this human figure is extremely blurry, after Z15 enhanced the data processing, it still accurately marked the position of this human figure.
Is this Brother Zhao?
Li Shiming's eyes flashed with light. He was a seriously injured monk. He had a different idea. Rather than sending the news about Brother Zhao back to the sect, it is better to try it yourself. The sect's rewards are just some contribution points. As long as Li Shiming works harder, he can quickly earn a large number of contribution points. And if you try to solve it yourself, even if there is a 1% chance of success, the benefits will be huge. Of course, all attempts are made under the premise of ensuring your own safety. He had no intention of approaching and attacking. He did not believe that his attack range of 3,000 meters could surpass Brother Zhao. With his early nascent soul state, he was close to Brother Zhao. He was afraid that without taking action, Brother Zhao would lose his fighting power with just one state of suppression.
Brother Zhao, I have a big surprise for you,
Li Shiming said from 300 miles away, quietly looking at the mountain peaks in the distance. He summoned the 4th grade mysterious puppet, which took out the electromagnetic gun. The 20-meter electromagnetic gun was placed on the 4th grade mysterious puppet's shoulders. Li Shiming not only let the 4th grade black armor puppet recharge itself, he took out the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and also fired a bolt of lightning that fell on the thunder rune of the electromagnetic gun. After precise calculations, the natal magic weapon Z15 was able to determine the electromagnetic gun's maximum lightning endurance. The 4th grade black armor puppet's own energy was unable to reach the electromagnetic gun's maximum lightning endurance. He used the thunder and lightning supplemented by the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to supplement the electromagnetic gun's thunder and lightning to its maximum endurance. For a 300-mile aiming, even an error of 1 micron will make a huge difference in the final accuracy. Fortunately, with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, Li Shiming continued to fine-tune the electromagnetic gun through the connection with the 4th grade black armor puppet. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon was placed in the electromagnetic gun, and terrifying thunder and lightning flashed on the gun body of the electromagnetic gun. If it weren't for the fact that this place was 300 miles away from Brother Zhao, I am afraid that the fluctuations in spiritual power here would have been noticed by Brother Zhao.
Let go!
As Li Shiming issued the order, the 4th grade black armor puppet activated the electromagnetic gun. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon flew out. At a distance of 300 miles, the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon flew past instantly. This distance was still within the effective attack range of the electromagnetic gun. At a distance of 300 miles, the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapons are all at their fastest attack speed and have not yet reached the state of decay. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon hits the mountain rock. This ordinary mountain rock cannot stop the impact of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. Even the speed of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon was not affected much. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon punched a hole in the rock. With the electromagnetic gun combined with the attack power of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon, this kind of mountain peak can be completely penetrated, provided that there is no immortal defense method inside the mountain peak. When the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon hit the mountain wall, Brother Zhao felt it. He released his spiritual consciousness to find out what it was. He was currently practicing, and it would take some time to break away from practice. But before his consciousness could detect the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon, the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon had already passed through the mountain wall. The hidden formation in the cave has no defensive power. It is for this reason that the attack of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon is attenuated very little. The electromagnetic gun starts attacking from 300 miles away and hits the target in less than one breath, especially since Brother Zhao discovered the attack. The period of time was even shorter. Brother Zhao didn't even have time to summon the silver-winged spirit goo insect when the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon hit his body. With a boom, his body was knocked away and hit the cave wall heavily. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion as golden as paper. In his body, Yuan Ying's cultivation was forcibly interrupted before he could stop it. The spiritual power running inside the nascent soul lost control and kept colliding inside the nascent soul. Normally, the spiritual energy colliding randomly within Yuan Ying's body would only cause minor injuries at most. But at this time, there were many scars in his Yuan Ying body, and these scars contained the energy left by Brother Hu and Brother Ding. The impact of spiritual power on a scar instantly triggered an explosion of energy inside the scar. The spiritual power that had been suppressing the injury was also impacted and could no longer suppress the energy in the scar. The energy explosion in this scar made the spiritual power in Yuan Ying's body even more chaotic. The spiritual power in Yuan Ying's body hit another scar, which also triggered an explosion of energy inside the scar. Brother Zhao sensed the intensifying injuries inside the nascent soul. He shouted loudly and used a secret method to forcibly seal the spiritual power within the nascent soul. This caused him to lose control of the spiritual power within the nascent soul. This secret method could not cure the injury, but could only suppress the injury for a period of time. His brain was very clear, and he could sense the power of the attack just now, but it was beyond the peak of the early Yuan Ying stage, and did not even reach the power of the middle stage of the Yuan Ying stage. Such an attack should not be a pursuit by a great monk, but an attack by a monk in the early stage of nascent soul. He only needs to rely on his body and spirit to get close to the monk and kill the monk easily. The gap between the great monks and the early Yuan Ying monks is huge, to an extent that the early Yuan Ying monks cannot imagine. Brother Zhao thought that this was some early Yuan Ying monk who accidentally discovered his whereabouts, and wanted to take advantage of him, and wanted to kill him, and seize the treasure while he was injured. There are too many such facts, and they happen every day in the world of immortality. If the 2 great monks from the 10,000 Beast sect came, they would not be able to use the peak attack of the early stage of nascent soul, but would directly attack the cave. With his serious injuries, he was unable to fight against either of the 2 great monks. He thought to himself as he fell to the ground, trying to lure the monk who had just launched the attack to appear. Suddenly, the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon that fell to the ground disappeared in a flash. Brother Zhao's spiritual consciousness discovered the disappearance of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. He understood that this was the effect of the automatic return rune, but he did not expect the seriousness of the return of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. He still remained knocked down, waiting for the enemy to appear. The electromagnetic cannon on the shoulder of the 4th grade black armor puppet flashed, and Li Shiming sensed the return of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. He did not immediately launch a second strike, but launched the crawler robot again to conduct ultrasonic exploration of the interior of the mountain. This time the investigation was clearer. The hiding formation of the cave was broken, and the figure of Brother Zhao was more clearly marked. No need to enhance the data with Z15. You can accurately find the position of Brother Zhao. The thunder hammer in Li Shiming's hand flashed with thunder and lightning again. He pointed at the electromagnetic gun on the shoulder of the 4th grade black armor puppet, and the thunder and lightning entered the electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic gun also completed charging at this time, and with the additional lightning, the electromagnetic gun fired at maximum power again. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon passed through a distance of 300 miles, passed through the mountain wall, and penetrated into the cave. This time, Brother Zhao summoned the silver-winged spirit goo insect, but he did not summon 12 silver-winged spirit goo insect. His injuries were too severe, and he could not suppress the 12 silver-winged spirit goo insects. Even if such ferocious ancient spirit worms were contracted with the Gu Feng Sect's secret technique, there would still be some hidden dangers. Just like now, when he was seriously injured, the possibility of backlash from the silver-winged spirit goo insects was greatly increased. He did not dare to summon all the silver-winged spirit goo insects.
So he only summoned two only. Silver-winged spirit goo insect. Chapter 558 Backlash. Brother Zhao released two silver-winged spirit goo insects. He had memorized the direction of the attack just now, and the two silver-winged spirit goo insects tracked in that direction. This is a two-pronged preparation. If the nascent soul cultivator hiding in the dark comes to check, he can deal with the opponent himself. If the nascent soul cultivator is still watching and waiting, and waits for the two silver-winged spirit goo insects to come over, he can solve it himself. Not long after he released two silver-winged spirit goo insects, the second hit of the electromagnetic cannon from the 4th grade black armor puppet arrived. To be honest, Brother Zhao still doesn't know the attack method of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. The attack of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon is too sudden. He did not expect that the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon has follow-up attacks. His spiritual consciousness was released but no attacking enemy was found. There are generally two possibilities for this. One is that the enemy has some kind of stealth method that deceives his consciousness. This was of course impossible in his heyday, but his current strength has dropped too much, and his perception is not as good as before. Perhaps there are some hidden secrets that he cannot discover. The second is the attack launched by the enemy outside his range of perception, which is why he released the silver-winged spirit goo insect. The silver-winged spirit goo can find the enemy on its own, even if the enemy is outside its range of perception. The silver-winged spirit goo can find the opponent and kill it. But he never expected that the attack range of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon was 300 miles, and that he would conduct a second attack after a few breaths of time, because the speed of the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon launched by the electromagnetic gun is too fast, and the great monk Zhao is seriously injured. Even nascent soul has been banned by him using secret methods, which makes him sense the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon. At this time, it was still impossible to dodge. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon hit his body hard. His body was extremely strong. The great monk's body was too strong, and the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon could not break through his body's skin. But he had just been knocked away by the first blow, and he was leaning against the wall at this time. The 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon hit him, but there was no buffer. His body could no longer reduce the 4th grade cone-shaped magic weapon by retreating the impact of the magic weapon, even though his body was strong enough. The huge impact was completely borne by his body, which once again caused injuries in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood again, and the injuries to his nascent soul and his body were affected. He was somewhat unable to control his injuries. The secret method used before has shown signs of instability. Once the secret method fails, the spiritual conflict within the nascent soul will restart and become more serious. Brother Zhao was in a state of confusion. He used all his strength to activate the secret method and had no time to care about anything else. The two silver-winged spirit goo insects that were flying out stopped in the air. A violent aura rose from the two silver-winged spirit goo insects, and the eyes of the two silver-winged spirit goo insects turned red. The reason why silver-winged spirit goo insects are difficult to control is because each silver-winged spirit goo insect requires the monk to use the power of the soul to control it. Under normal conditions, Brother Zhao can control 12 silver-winged spirit goo insects, which is his limit. But he was severely injured and could only control 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects before and after being injured again and aggravating the injury. He could no longer control these 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects. The silver-winged spirit goo is an extremely cruel spirit insect. Wherever the silver-winged spirit goo exists, all life will be destroyed. Even if the monk establishes a contract with the silver-winged spirit goo, if there is not enough soul power to control it, the silver-winged spirit goo will still lose control and go crazy, attacking all life around it. Even the owner of the silver-winged spirit goo will still be attacked by the silver-winged spirit goo when he loses control. 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects were released, and the order given was to search for monks in one direction. However, Li Shiming and the 4th grade black armor puppet are 300 miles away from Brother Zhao. It is estimated that even Brother Zhao has not thought that a monk has made a magic weapon that can carry out ultra-long range attacks 300 miles away, and can still maintain such terrifying power. It is not that there are no magic weapons that can carry out ultra-long range attacks, but when the magic weapons carry out ultra-long range attacks, the power will be greatly reduced as the distance increases. 300 miles away. Even if the sword cultivator drives the flying sword with all his strength
and uses secret techniques to concentrate the sword's intention. He cannot create powerful power at such a long distance. Only by arranging a large formation in advance can we achieve ultra-long-range attacks. This large formation also needs to increase its range to cover a distance of 300 miles. So the two silver-winged spirit goo insects received the order and did not find the enemy after flying out. At this time, something went wrong on Brother Zhao's side, and he lost control of the two silver-winged spirit goo insects. The two silver-winged spirit goo insects returned to their true nature. They searched for and destroyed all life around them. However, in this area, the only target that the silver-winged spirit goo insect considers worthy of attack is Brother Zhao. Li Shiming and the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet were too far away. The distance of 300 miles prevented the two silver-winged spirit goo insects from discovering Li Shiming and the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet. The two silver-winged spirit goo insects didn't care about their master. This was the most terrifying backlash of cultivating spirit worms. Brother Zhao mobilized all his energy and continuously used various secret techniques to suppress the injuries in his body again. The silver-winged spirit goo insect is backlashing. Suddenly his scalp felt numb, and he sensed two crazy auras. Silver-winged spiritual goo insects are special. This kind of spiritual insect cannot sense the realm. In fact, the 12 silver-winged spiritual goo insects he cultivated have all reached the mid-level 4th level realm. Although the silver-winged spirit goo insect is in the middle stage of the 4th grade, its defense is extremely strong. If its weaknesses are not known, even if the great monk attacks with all his strength, he will be unable to do anything to it. In addition, the melee attack of silver-winged spirit goo insect is even more powerful and has the characteristic of ignoring defense. Even if Brother Zhao knew that the two silver-winged spirit goo insects were attacking him, he was still powerless. His physical condition prevented him from regaining control of the silver-winged spirit goo insects that had fallen into madness. Controlling the crazy silver-winged spirit goo worm again is more difficult than controlling the silver-winged spirit goo worm normally, in his current state. Even if he can't control it normally, how can he stop the crazy silver-winged spirit goo worm? Winged spirit goo insect. 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects pounced on Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao gritted his teeth, and the nascent soul flew out of his body. Because the Yuanying spiritual power was banned before, the Yuanying could not perform secret techniques after leaving the body. It could only rely on the ability of the Yuanying itself to fly. And the speed of the Yuanying could not reach the speed of the normal Yuanying escape. Even if it is 1/5 of the speed, there is no escape speed. 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects also discovered nascent soul. Their fighting instinct made them abandon the body of Brother Zhao and chase after nascent soul. Did you escape? Through the drone satellite system, Li Shiming saw a nascent soul in 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects flying out of the mountain and heading into the distance. The space created by nascent soul was blurry, and the drone satellite system was a little unclear. But the crawler robot was working in that direction, and he could see it clearly. Li Shiming still couldn't believe it. How could such a powerful monk escape after being bombarded twice with electromagnetic cannons? But through the picture transmitted, he could see clearly that Brother Zhao's nascent soul had indeed escaped, with 2 silver-winged spirit goo insects following behind. He didn't dare to go check it out by himself, so he thought about it and released a silver corpse. A brain entered the body of the silver corpse and controlled the silver corpse to fly towards the mountain peak. Silver corpse came to the mountain peak and found the entrance to the cave. Since the formation of the cave was broken, the entrance was easily found, and there was no trouble entering. There is nothing special about this temporary cave. It does not even have the planting areas that normal caves have. The highest furnishings are only 3rd grade. It can be seen that the great monk Xiao does not pay much attention to this cave. However, the temporary cave was not completely without good things. Li Shiming controlled the silver corpse, and sensed that the spiritual energy here was extremely rich. This level of spiritual energy concentration is probably similar to the spiritual energy concentration in the 4th grade retreat room of 10,000 B sect. He did not go to find the source of the spiritual energy first, but first went to the room where Brother Zhao was. Brother Zhao's nascent soul left, and he wanted to see if there was anything good left behind. When Silver Corpse entered that room, Silver Corpse's movements suddenly became sluggish. The body of the great monk Xiao is lying on the ground. His face is like gold paper, but the terrifying coercion belonging to the great monk is spreading outward. If the nascent soul hadn't left its body, The pressure alone would have been enough to cause the silver corpse's soul to collapse on the spot. The silver corpse is at the peak of the silver corpse realm. But in front of the body of the great monk, it feels like there is substantial pressure around the body. Li Shiming saw clearly the situation in the cave through the silver corpse. He didn't know what happened. Brother Zhao's nascent soul would leave the main body. But the main body did not die, but was seriously injured. Even if the main body is seriously injured, one should not give up the main body. Unless the monk encounters a situation where the main body is destroyed, he will not give up the main body. Seizing the body and rebuilding it seems to be a good path. But rebuilding is full of uncertainties. For a long time after taking the body, the monks are in an extremely weak state. Needless to say, the cultivation problems encountered by monks in the process of cultivation are that before a monk has the ability to protect himself, the chance of premature death is frighteningly high. A spiritual beast, a monk who seizes treasures and kills people, can be killed prematurely by a monk who seizes bodies and rebuilds without protecting himself. Even if everything goes well, there is still a huge bottleneck for monks to advance to the nascent soul stage. Whether they can advance to the nascent soul stage is still unknown. Li Shiming didn't know that Brother Zhao was backlashed by his silver-winged spirit goo and had to leave his body and run away. Li Shiming did not hesitate any longer. The silver corpse in the cave could not do anything. It had been suppressed by Brother Zhao's body and moved slowly. It was impossible for the silver corpse to take Brother Zhao's body away. He used close to the end of the world, and soon arrived at the cave. Looking at the body of the great monk Zhao, he felt the aura belonging to the great monk's body. Thinking of the electromagnetic gun used to attack this body with a 4th-grade cone-shaped magic weapon before. But it did not break the body's defense. One can imagine the strength of the great monk's body. If this body hadn't been severely damaged, the power of the electromagnetic gun alone would not have been able to cause any damage to this body. Li Shiming did not hesitate, and with a wave of his hand, he took Brother Zhao's body into the computer room space. He didn't care where the Yuaning went. As long as he put away the main body, he got a big advantage this time. His consciousness swept through the cave, and then he found a 4th-grade soul-locking plate, which contained a great monk-level spiritual vein. Even in the 10,000 Beasts sect, only great monks are qualified to use this kind of spiritual veins, and even Li Shiming cannot access it. He was not polite at all, and put away the 4th-grade spiritual lock plate. There were no other useful spiritual objects. He did not stay longer because he might not know when the nascent soul would come back. He once again used close to the end of the world and left the cave. At the same time, he was also monitoring the movements of the two silver-winged spirit goo insects and nascent soul. The drone satellite system couldn't see clearly the image of nascent soul and could only judge it through the blurry images. However, it could clearly see the two silver-winged spirit goo insects. No. Why do you think the silver-winged spirit goo insect is chasing nascent soul? Li Shiming felt more and more weird the more he looked at it. He also called up the picture taken by the crawler robot before. This picture was not the long-distance picture of the drone satellite system, but the close-range picture, which could clearly see the appearance of the silver-winged spirit goo insect and nascent soul. By zooming in on the images of the two silver-winged spirit goo insects, he saw something wrong with the two silver-winged spirit goo insects. Then bring up the scene of the battle between the two great monks Xiao and Dinghu. The silver-winged spiritual goo insect at this time is obviously different from the two silver-winged spiritual goo insects. The eyes of the two silver-winged spirit goo insects were red. Even if the video couldn't detect the crazy aura, you could see the madness of the two silver-winged spirit goo insects just by looking at the picture. Is this a backlash? Li Shiming guessed the truth. Although he guessed the truth, he had no intention of taking advantage. The main reason was that the two silver-winged spiritual goo insects were too scary. He was worried that even if nascent soul was killed by the silver-winged spiritual goo insects, he would be chased by the silver-winged spiritual goo insects if he got close. After thinking about it, he realized that he had gained great benefits. So he decided to report the discovery of two silver-winged spirit goo insects chasing nascent soul to his master, Brother Hu. Whatever he wanted to do, he took out the jade plate of identity. Master, on my way back to the sect, I found two silver-winged spirit goo insects chasing Brother Zhao's nascent soul. He would not talk about the temporary cave, but just sent this message to Brother Hu with a roadmap attached. Did you read that correctly? Brother Hu received the message and immediately replied. It's not that Brother Hu doesn't believe Li Shiming, but this discovery is really unexpected.
I read that right. I have just seen the silver-winged spirit goo insect and Brother Zhao's nascent soul.
Li Shiming replied affirmatively.
Shurjin, you must not chase her. Go back to the sect first. I have already left.
Brother Hu replied after a while. It seemed that he set off after receiving the news. Chapter 559 Harvest. Li Shiming returned to the sect and arrived at his cave. He did not check the body of Brother Zhao first, but waited for news from his master, Brother Hu. He is experienced. If Brother Zhao's nascent soul dies, and Brother Zhao's body is outside the machine room space, then Brother Zhao's body will also die together. However, Brother Zhao's body is stored in the computer room space. Even if his nascent soul dies, it will not affect Brother Zhao's body, and his body will become a living dead. A living dead like this has 3 machine room spaces. About half a day later, Li Shiming received a magic formula from Brother Hu. He opened the mountain formations one after another, and welcomed them out.
I've seen Master. Please come in.
Li Shiming saw Brother Hu with a smile on his face, and he bowed and saluted. It can be seen that Brother Hu is in a very good mood and seems to have gained something. Brother Hu didn't rush to say anything. He took the initiative to come to his disciple Li Shiming, which explained something. Li Shiming led Brother Hu to the hall of the cave, asked him to sit in the upper seat, and served him 4-grade spiritual tea.
No need to be busy. You should sit down too,
Brother Hu said with a smile and waved his hand. Li Shiming sat down at the bottom obediently, looking at Brother Hu and waiting for his instructions.
You have made a great contribution this time. The nascent soul of the great monk Xiao has been annihilated. Unfortunately, his body should have been swallowed by the
silver-winged spirit goo insect,
and his spiritual objects have ended up somewhere unknown. But killing the nascent soul of the great monk Xiao is already a great achievement. I will discuss it with several other great monks before giving you a reward,
Brother Hu said with a smile. After obtaining the information about Li Shiming, Brother Hu knew Li Shiming's character, and knew that Li Shiming could not provide information randomly. So although he asked Li Shiming questions, he pursued the route map given by Li Shiming at full speed. When he caught up with the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
what he saw was 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects
biting the nascent soul of Brother Zhao. No matter how hard Brother Zhao's nascent soul struggled, it could not stop the bite of the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
Brother Hu watched as Brother Zhao's Yuanying was swallowed by 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
Brother Hu attacked the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
but the defense of the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects
was too strong. In the end, he had no choice but to let the red gold phoenix kill the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
Goo insects were introduced into the ocean. Anyway, there are endless creatures in the ocean. As long as you stay away from the Dongqi continent and mark the area where the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects
gather, the 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects
will not pose any threat. As for killing 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects
with not much information in hand, unless we are conducting research on
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
we don't know how long it will take to kill 2
silver-winged spirit goo insect. Congratulations, Master, for killing Brother Zhao.
Li Shiming was also extremely happy. He stood up and bowed. He just provided information. Although Brother Hu said that Brother Zhao was killed by 2
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
Brother Hu was already beside him. It didn't matter whose hands Brother Zhao's nascent soul died. Importantly, this reputation is best given to Brother Hu. Killing a great monk of the same level is still very important to Brother Hu, as it can greatly improve Brother Hu's reputation in the Eastern Qi continent.
This is the natal magic weapon that Zhao Qinfeng left behind after the death of Yuanying. I know that you have a high vision. Although this magic weapon can only exert half of its power, the material is still very good, so I gave it to you.
Brother Hu heard it. Li Shiming meant that he also needed this reputation. After thinking about it, he took out a small magic weapon and handed it to Li Shiming and said,
"Thank you, Master."
Li Shiming took the magic weapon and thanked him. In his hand is a small bamboo whip with 4 taoyuan in it, which is a top-level 4th-grade magic weapon. If this magic weapon were not the natal magic weapon of the great monk Xiao, it would be able to exert great power in the hands of any great monk. Of course, if that were the case, Brother Hu probably wouldn't give it to Li Shiming. After all, Li Shiming's level is still a bit low, and the full power of the 4th-grade top-level magic weapon can be more powerful in the hands of Brother Hu.
Just wait for the reward.
Brother Hu smiled and left the cave. Li Shiming closed the formation in the cave again and used multiple 4th-level formation flags to enhance the effect of the formation. He came to the training room, and his mind entered the computer room space. Since there are no space objects on the Yuanying, it means that the Yuanying of the great monk Xiao did not have time to take the mustard ring with him when he left. Although he was in the computer room, Li Shiming still checked Brother Zhao's body very carefully. This was the body of Brother Zhao, and there might be some means left on the body. After all, it was the computer room space that allowed him to discover the mustard ring under the control of 5 nanometers. This mustard seed ring is a 4th grade high-level magic weapon. It is hidden on the finger of Brother Zhao's right hand. If it were not for the control power of 5 nanometers, it would not be so easy to find the hidden mustard seed ring. Li Shiming played a magic trick and recognized the mustard seed ring as its owner again. The death of the nascent soul of the former owner of this mustard ring, Brother Zhao, was equivalent to the death of Brother Zhao. So there was no trouble in identifying the owner of the mustard ring. The re-acknowledgement of mustard seed ring also confirmed what Brother Hu said. Brother Zhao had really fallen. Looking at Brother Zhao's body, which looked like a living dead, Li Shiming couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although the strength of Brother Zhao's body is hugely different from when he had the nascent soul, the unparalleled defense of this body is enough to become his trump card. Not to mention that the power of the great monk's body is even more terrifying. Without the nascent soul, a single blow from his body cannot be resisted by a monk in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Of course, the premise is that you have to get close contact with the mid-stage nascent soul monks. After all, without the nascent soul, the combat power of the great monks is too little. In addition, this body is seriously injured. If it is used without care, I am afraid that this body will collapse after 1 or 2 times.
This is the spirit insect bag.
Li Shiming soon made another discovery. On Brother Zhao's waist, he found a bag made of the skin of an unknown animal. Thinking of Brother Zhao's summons, Silver Wings, during battle, he had a guess at the movements of
spiritual goo insect.
The bag of spirit insects also lost the mark of recognition. Li Shiming played a recognition spell to recognize the bag of spirit insects as its owner. This spirit insect bag is of a very high grade, reaching the 4th grade top magic weapon level, with 5 Taoist rhymes on it. This makes the spirit insect bag comparable to the level of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Of course, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was made by Li Shiming using a special refining method to forcibly refine the 4th grade upper grade materials into the 4th grade top grade tribulation magic weapon. As for this spirit insect bag, the material itself has reached the top level of the 4th grade, and through the ultimate traditional refining techniques, the spirit insect bag has become a top level 4th grade magic weapon. And it also exceeds the ordinary top level 4th grade magic weapon. Reached 5 Tao rhymes. He was extremely curious about the spirit worm bag. After recognizing its owner, he tried to put his mind into the spirit worm bag. After his mind entered the spirit worm bag and saw the situation in the spirit worm bag, he almost threw the spirit worm bag away. In the spirit insect bag, 10
silver-winged spirit goo insects
were sleeping quietly. He knew the terror of
silver-winged spirit goo.
2
silver-winged spirit goo
chased Brother Zhao's nascent soul to death. Even his master, Brother Hu, could only kill the
silver-winged spirit goo.
Insects were introduced into the ocean. If the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
awakens, he may be the first to suffer. Fortunately, the 10
silver-winged spirit goo insects
in the spirit insect bag were very quiet and seemed unlikely to wake up. At this time, he learned the function of the spirit worm bag from the information sent back after recognizing its owner. The name of the spirit insect bag is
Gu Feng Bag,
which is one of the inherited treasures of the Gu Feng sect. Since Brother Zhao obtained the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
in order to prevent problems with the
silver-winged spirit goo insect, Gu Feng Bag,
the wind bag was first handed over to the great monk Xiao. The space in the
Gu Wind Bag
can put the spirit insects in a dormant state. In this state, the spirit insects will not be affected by any external influences and remain dormant. Even the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
will only sleep in the
Gu Wind Bag.
Li Shiming looked at the 10
silver-winged spirit goo insects,
and his heart was filled with excitement. This is the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
that even the great monk cannot kill. If he really masters the
silver-winged spirit goo insect,
he can be regarded as having the ability to protect himself at the nascent soul stage. Although he is still unable to fight against the great monk, he at least has the combat power to make the great monk have some scruples. However, Li Shiming did not immediately sign a contract with the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
Although the 10,000 Beast sect also had a secret method for signing a contract with the
Silver-winged spirit insect,
he did not know whether it would be equally effective on the
Silver-winged spirit goo insect.
He still had to find an absolutely effective contract secret method. With the power of the
Silver-winged spirit goo,
he was afraid that he would not have a second chance to make a contract. Putting the
goo wind bag
aside, he looked at the mustard seed ring. This is the mustard ring of the great monk. And he is already thinking about what he can gain from it. He entered his mind into the mustard seed ring. And first saw a 4th grade high-level flying boat with an extremely beautiful ice blue SHL. The 4th grade high-level airship is a small airship. It is different from the 2 4th grade large airships he got before. The 2 4th grade large airships he got before are long-range airships and are more suitable for transporting large amounts of materials and people across the sea. The small airships were different, especially the 4th grade high-quality airships, which far exceeded his previous 2 4th grade large airships in terms of speed and defense. He cast a master recognition tactic and recognized the 4th grade high-level flying boat as its master. The 4th grade upper-level flying boat is called
Blue Crystal Cloud Breaking Boat.
In addition to its high speed, it also has strong defense. After inputting water spiritual power, it can form blue ice crystals outside the flying boat according to the input water spiritual power level. Provide protection for the flying boat. In other words, with Li Shiming's current water spiritual power, after inputting the water spiritual power into the
Blue Crystal Cloud Breaking Boat,
the
Blue Crystal Cloud Breaking Boat
can have the peak defensive power of the early nascent soul. And as his realm continues to improve, the ice crystal defense of the
Blue Crystal Cloud Breaking Boat
will also increase. With this
Blue Crystal Cloud Breaking Boat,
if he crosses the sea again, he does not need to drive a large-scale long-distance spacecraft. Large-scale long-distance spaceships are really too eye-catching. Li Shiming received the
Blue Crystal Payunjo
into his mustard seed ring. He will not use it for a short time. He will wait until the war between the sect and Gu Feng sect is over for a period of time before he will use
Blue Crystal Payunjo
when needed. Yunzhou. He didn't want to have anything to do with the fall of Brother Zhao when he first fell. He then looked in the mustard ring, and his mind fell on a pile of materials. These materials are all 4th grade materials. And he even found 2 4th grade weapon refining materials with the same quality as the 4th grade Thunder Black Iron material for refining the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Unfortunately, these 2 4th grade weapon refining materials are water-based materials. He has no intention of using water-based materials to refine magic weapons yet. Although he has practiced the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
and has the water and thunder yuaning in his body, his water attack methods are limited. Even if he refines a 4th grade weapon like the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, its power will not be as powerful. Thunder Hammer. Since he couldn't improve his combat power, he didn't want to waste materials. In the future, he could use these 2 4th grade high-level weapon refining materials to exchange them with other monks for weapons refining materials that were useful to him.
What is this?
Li Shiming found a jade box in the weapon refining material area. He opened the jade box and found that it was empty.
That's wrong.
But when he used 5 nanometer control to perceive instead of using divine consciousness, he discovered something was wrong. When he sensed it with his spiritual consciousness, the jade box was empty. But when he used his 5 nanometer control power to sense it, he sensed the presence of a piece of metal in the jade box. With a slight movement of his mind, he took out the jade box, the mustard ring and the computer room space, and took it in his hand. He reached into the jade box and touched something. Through the touch of his hand, he felt that this piece of metal was of the top quality of the 4th grade.
Is this the traceless phantom gold?
He found a refining material from the database of the natal magic weapon Z15 that had the same metal properties as the jade box.
Traceless magic gold
is an extremely rare 4th grade top metal, and its biggest feature is that it is traceless. Before being refined into a magic weapon, the existence of
traceless magic gold
cannot be discovered even by nascent soul monks using their spiritual consciousness. Only after refining the magic weapon can the owner use the spiritual mark to control it with divine consciousness. The biggest problem with
traceless magic gold
is how to refine it into a magic weapon. It is said that only a very small number of weapon refining inheritances have the means to refine
traceless magic gold.
What interests Li Shiming the most is that the
traceless magic gold
is refined into a flying sword, which poses the greatest threat and is the best choice for nascent soul sword cultivators. Think about it. The sword cultivator has an invisible flying sword that cannot be detected using his spiritual consciousness. This flying sword is extremely difficult to defend. If the sword cultivator has enough control over the sword's will, the enemy will not be able to detect it until the flying sword hits the enemy. Discover the existence of Feijin. Li Shiming entered the information of traceless magic gold into Z15, and Z15 opened a new topic. How to use traceless magic gold to refine flying swords. When the divine consciousness cannot sense the traceless magic gold, it is too difficult to refine it into a flying sword. Chapter 560 Inventory. Li Shiming felt like he was discovering a treasure. There were really a lot of good things in Brother Zhao's mustard ring. There is no weapon refining material of this quality like traceless fantasy gold, even in the auction at Taichu Sek's grand event.
Found it!
He shouted excitedly when his consciousness swept across a jade slip. After all, he is a great monk, with a very high status in the Gu Feng sect, and he carries the inherited classics of the Gu Feng sect with him.
Dora Chong Canon.
This is the Gu Feng sect's classic book on cultivating spiritual insects, and it is also the foundation of the Gu Feng sect. In addition to this jade slip of the
Dora Insect Codex,
he also found a copy of Brother Zhao's experience in cultivating
silver-winged spirit Gu insects.
Li Shiming put the content in the jade slip into the natal magic weapon Z15, and mastered all the knowledge in a moment. He also found a way to contract the
silver-winged spirit Gu insect,
and even understood why Brother Zhao's nascent soul was chased by two
silver-winged spirit Gu insects
that day. Although the
silver-winged spirit Gu insect
is extremely powerful, it is extremely difficult to subdue, and you will suffer backlash if you are not careful. Based on the
Dora Insect Codex
and Brother Zhao's experience in cultivating the
silver-winged spirit Gu insect,
Li Shiming found through analysis and research that his current spirit can complete the contract with the
silver-winged spirit insect,
but with his spirit, he can only contract one
silver-winged spirit Gu,
and to control this
silver-winged spirit Gu
requires him to use the energy of 10 brains at the same time to complete it. If less than 10 brains control the
silver-winged spirit Gu,
the
silver-winged spirit Gu
will bite back. 1
silver-winged spirit Gu insect
is his limit. This is because he has practiced the
human reincarnation art
and has 191 brains available. The spirit of each brain has reached the extremely high level of the early stage of Yuaning level. He did not immediately contract the
silver-winged spirit Gu insect,
but continued to check other spiritual objects. He discovered the elixirs and elixirs stored by Brother Zhao. There were 6 elixirs for the 4th level cultivation in the late nascent soul, all of which were of elementary quality. There are also 4 complete elixirs of the 4th grade cultivation auxiliary elixir in the late nascent soul, 1 elixir of the 4th grade healing elixir in the late nascent soul, and matching elixir recipes. Putting elixirs and elixirs together is normal operation. Judging from the quality of the 6 late-stage nascent soul 4th grade elixirs, the level of the alchemy masters of the Gufeng sect is very average. Brother Zhao kept some of the elixirs of the late-stage nascent soul elixirs on him, fearing that he would meet better ones. The master of alchemy, Li Shiming, did not hesitate. He found the elixir of the 4th grade healing elixir in the late Yuaning period, and separated a brain to control the golden corpse, Nanming, to start refining the elixir in the computer room space. Brother Zhao's physical injuries are not minor. If not treated in time, he may not survive for a few years. Once a battle occurs, Brother Zhao's body will be summoned to help. A single battle will cause Brother Zhao's body to collapse. With his unreserved alchemy ability, this elixir of the late-stage nascent soul healing elixir can be used to refine 6 late-stage Yuaning 4th grade high-level healing elixirs. I believe that as long as he has the 4th grade advanced healing elixir of the late nascent soul, Brother Zhao's physical injuries can be controlled and even cured. Li Shiming also found a large number of 4th grade puppet mechanism materials in the mustard seed ring. He just didn't know if Brother Zhao was preparing to refine the 4th grade puppet himself, or if he had other plans to collect so many 4th grade puppet mechanisms material. Anyway, since the truth of the matter is no longer known, he has gained the greatest benefit. After checking the materials for the 4th grade puppet mechanism, he found out through Z15's analysis and calculation that there were enough materials to make 3 4th grade puppets. This made him feel very good. You must know that he also thought of many ways to collect materials for the 4th grade puppet mechanism. But the harvest was not great. Brother Zhao's mustard seed ring did not contain as many magic weapons as Li Shiming imagined, except for the bamboo spiritual whip, which was his natal magic weapon. He only found a 4th grade tower-shaped magic weapon. Li Shiming entered the master recognition technique. This 4th grade pagoda-shaped magic weapon is called
6 Gates Cold Pagoda.
This is a water-based magic weapon that can be used both offensively and defensively. When attacking, the
6-door Cold Tower
turns into a giant tower to suppress the enemy. The enemy is suppressed in the
6-door Cold Tower
and uses the ice element in the
6-door Cold Tower.
ban traps and kills enemies.
6 Doors Cold Pagoda
is a top-level 4th grade magic weapon with 4 Taoist charms. However, the
6-door Cold Tower
is not very suitable for Li Shiming, at least before he gets the secret method of powerful water attack. He will not use the
6-door Cold Tower
to fight, let alone spend a lot of time to practice
6 Gates Cold Tower.
As for the magic weapon, he wanted to refine it himself more. The magic weapon you refine by yourself is more suitable for you. In addition, you can achieve perfect control without the need for sacrifice. Most importantly, the magic weapon he refined was far more powerful than ordinary magic weapons. He put Brother Zhao's mustard seed ring into the computer room. Obtaining this mustard seed ring made him busy for a long time. He focused his attention on the body of Brother Zhao, and he found that the robes worn by Brother Zhao were something special. He cast a recognition spell on the Taoist robe. This 4th grade Taoist robe called
Water Dragon Taoist Robe.
At first, he just felt it was special, but after recognizing its owner, he discovered the actual condition of the
Water Dragon Taoist Robe.
The
Water Dragon Robe
is currently in a state of recovery from damage. The damage to the
Water Dragon Robe
was caused by a powerful close-range blow from Brother Ding and Brother Hu. After Li Shiming recognized the
Water Dragon Robe
as its owner, he knew that if the
Water Dragon Robe
was not damaged, the defensive power of the
Water Dragon Robe
alone could withstand the electromagnetic cannon attack. This
Water Dragon Taoist Robe
not only reaches the top level of the 4th grade in terms of quality, but it has also been possessed. The so-called spirit possession is a unique secret method in weapon refining, which injects the soul of a powerful creature into the magic weapon. Spirit possession is extremely difficult to master. The more powerful the possessed creature is, the more difficult it is to control when possessing the spirit. But the effect of the spirit possession is also better. If you choose a low-level creature when possessing a spirit, the possessed spirit will be extremely controllable, and you can even retain all the abilities of the possessed spirit completely. Just like the ghost bracelet that Li Shiming harvested in the cave, there is a mid-level 4th level ghost in it. This is exactly the strength gap between Zhai Ge and the mid-level 4th level ghost. The strength gap between Zhai Ge and the middle-level ghost is too big. Zhai Ge can keep it all abilities of mid-level 4th grade ghosts. The
Water Dragon Taoist Robe
contains the soul of a 4th grade water dragon beast. Since the strength of Brother Zhao and this 4th grade water dragon beast are not much different, in the process of refining the
Water Dragon Taoist Robe,
only the soul of the 4th grade water dragon beast was retained. An ability of the 4th grade water dragon beast. I don't know if it was Brother Zhao's good luck or some other secret method. The ability of the 4th grade water dragon beast that he retained was the 4th grade advanced spell.
Water Dragon Protection.
Once
Water Dragon Protection
is used, it can generate a defensive shield that is strong enough to withstand a blow from the Great Monk.
Water Dragon Protection
is equivalent to the defensive spell cast by the Great Monk. If this ability had not been retained during the enchantment, there would be no way to solidify such a powerful spell on the rogue through ordinary methods. It is precisely with the stronger defensive spell,
Water Dragon Protection,
that the value of
Water Dragon Taoist Robe
has been greatly increased, making it more precious than the normal 4th grade top magic weapon. It was this
Water Dragon Taoist Robe
that encountered Brother Ding and Brother Hu. The two monks used the secret method of combining the nascent soul's dharma and the spiritual pet, causing their attacks to exceed the defense limit of the
Water Dragon Body Protection
spell. The
Water Dragon Body Protection
defensive spell on the
Water Dragon Robe
takes a month to recover, and the
Water Dragon Robe
itself has the ability to automatically recover and will not be fully repaired until at least a year later. Li Shiming was not polite at all. He took off the
Water Dragon Robe
from Brother Zhao's body. Fortunately, a robe of this quality has its own cleaning function, so you don't have to worry about leaving any smell if it is worn by other monks. He put on the
Water Dragon Taoist Robe,
and at the same time used the Water Thunder Nascent Soul to input water spiritual power into the
Water Dragon Taoist Robe
to speed up the recovery of the
Water Dragon Taoist Robe.
Li Shiming's mind fell on the
Gu Wen bag
again, and he sensed the 10
silver-winged spirit goo insects in the bag. Although he knew that 10 silver-winged spirit goo insects would not wake up in the goo wind bag, he still felt deeply stressed by having such a powerful spirit insect in front of him. The best way to break stress is to face it. He selected one of the 10 silver-winged spirit goo insects, and the spirits of the 10 brains gathered together to draw an extremely complex contract rune in the void. This is exactly what is recorded in the Dora Insect Codex, and has been improved after many years of research by Brother Zhao. It is a master recognition rune specially customized for the silver-winged spirit goo insect. After Brother Zhao obtained the silver-winged spirit goo insect eggs, he spent a lot of effort to study the silver-winged spirit goo insect through a large number of classics of Gu Feng sect. There are probably not many monks in the world of immortality who know the silver-winged spirit goo insect better than Brother Zhao. Although the contract runes he developed may have some shortcomings, they are definitely the best contract runes currently available. Even if Li Shiming uses the natal magic weapon Z15 to conduct in-depth analysis and research on the Dora Insect Codex, combined with the situation of the silver-winged spirit goo insect, he wants to improve the contract runes based on the research of Brother Zhao, something that can be accomplished in a short time. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to complete the contract with the silver-winged spirit goo insect first. As for Z15 really finding a way to change the contract runes in the future, he can just replace the contract runes. If there was no goo wind bag, he would not dare to talk about replacing the contract runes. But because of the goo wind bag, a treasure inherited from the goo wind sect, it is impossible for the spirit insects in the goo wind bag to resist. Even if the contract runes are lifted, the spirit insects will not make any changes. Just like the 10 silver-winged spirit goo insects. At this time, their owner, Brother Zhao, has died, and the contract rune that recognized the owner has disappeared. The 10 silver-winged spirit goo insects are still staying quietly in the goo wind bag. Within, Li Shiming carefully put the contract runes drawn by 10 brains into the selected silver-winged spirit goo insect. The contract runes emitted a faint mysterious light and entered the body of the silver-winged spirit goo insect. The special ability of goo wind bag allowed silver-winged spirit goo insect to accept the contract runes without any resistance. His 10 brains simultaneously sensed the soul of the silver-winged spirit goo. Although the silver-winged spirit goo was in a deep sleep, the crazy emotions in the soul of the silver-winged spirit goo could still be sensed. What kind of spiritual insect is this? It's better to call it a world-destroying insect. Li Shiming shook his head and said after sensing the crazy emotions of the silver-winged spirit goo insect. Without his control, the silver-winged spirit goo insect would be released. Then within a certain range of the silver-winged spirit goo insect, any life will be attacked by the silver-winged spirit goo insect. The silver-winged spirit goo cannot communicate with emotions normally at all. It can only use its powerful spirit to control the silver-winged spirit goo through contract runes. Li Shiming's mind moved slightly, and he summoned the silver-winged spirit goo insect in front of him. Just when the silver-winged spirit goo insect was summoned from the goo wind bag, all 10 of his brains felt a sinking feeling, as if they were under great pressure. He quickly added 10 more brains, so that he didn't feel too much pressure. This silver-winged spirit goo insect has more spiritual needs than the natal magic weapon Z15. According to the analysis of the research data of Brother Zhao, it is not impossible to control the silver-winged spirit goo insect. According to the 10 brains, the flexibility and durability when controlling the silver-winged spirit goo are greatly affected. Now that 20 brains control the silver-winged spirit goo insect, it can be controlled easily. In addition, after the silver-winged spirit goo insect appeared, the contract space in his soul was almost filled, and he would not be able to contract a second silver-winged spirit goo insect in a short period of time. If the silver-winged spirit goo insect was not a spiritual insect but a spiritual beast, Li Shiming would not be able to contract the peak of the mid-4th grade at all. The contract of spirit insects has relatively few requirements. After all, spirit insects are inferior to spirit beasts of the same realm in terms of soul. This is also the reason why Li Shiming was able to contract the silver-winged spirit goo insect in the middle stage of yuaning at the early stage of yuaning. Of course, the research of Brother Zhao also played a great role in this. There are 2 ways to control the silver-winged spirit goo. One is to completely control the actions of the Silver-winged spirit goo.
With 20 brains. This control method needs to be within the range of Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness. Beyond this range, the actions of the
Silver-winged spirit goo insect
cannot be controlled. The second is for him to issue a specified order. The
Silver-winged spirit goo insect
has a certain degree of wisdom and will complete the task according to his order. This method of control allows the
Silver-winged spirit goo
to leave the range of his consciousness. After the
Silver-winged spirit goo
completes its mission, it will return to its owner according to the contract. However, the premise of both control methods is that the Master Spirit must fully reach the level of controlling the contract runes. Once the Master Spirit drops to a dangerous level, the
Silver-winged spirit goo insect
must be recalled immediately to the goo wind bag. Otherwise, the
Silver-winged spirit goo
will bite back its owner. Just like Brother Zhao.